That's right. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. We are starting off Blast Slam number 2 in style here today. It's Cap and Avery, and we are going to be taking you through the first 5 matches. So the first 5 best of ones they're going to be doing in this group stage, and then Owen and Fongt will take over the evening schedule. Avery, how you doing?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
Happy to be here.
Nice frigid morning in Denmark.
Yeah.
Which is going to make for some good Dota, because Dota players like to stay inside Austin where it's warm.
That is true. It's
going to usher them all in.
Avery, we went to the mall the other day. Avery could not complain enough about how cold it was. We had to go back and
I said like 2 things. I'm from the desert. Come on, man. Give me some
better
slack.
jacket for him.
You know what the temperature where I live right now is? I don't know what the Celsius conversion is. Back to you, Austin.
All right, guys, we are going to talk about the format here. This is not your typical Dota tournament because we have a group stage, like most tournaments start off with a group stage, but it is just one day. Wham, bam, we get it done. We get the seeding off of these groups, and then we get into what we like to call the gauntlet, Avery.
I call it the slam bracket.
The slam. Just get slammed.
They can use that officially, by the way. I'm not even going to charge them.
Wow, that's very nice of you. That's very generous.
The contributions I make to the
See, this is why you hire Avery. He'll give you the good stuff right here. But
watch him start calling it that, by the way. Then who's going to be laughing?
The slam bracket.
That's how I think of it. You just slam them through.
Yeah. We get all these best of ones, and then we get straight into the gauntlet where you're just kind of matched up against each other, and you just try and get as far as you possibly can if you suck in the groups, which we saw from last Blast. That the teams that ended up going into the finals, so the teams that started off the tournament hot and actually, managed to do well in the groups, ended up playing. I think both of them were placed towards the very end of things, and that'll all be determined by, of course, this group stage. We have Group A, which is BetBoom, Liquid, Tundra, Yakult Brothers, and Tundra again. They were so good at this recent Fisher event that we had to name them twice. I mean, they did win the whole Fisher event, so they're probably the favorite here, right? Give them 2-to-1 odds in a way.
Tundra Junior.
Huh?
Who would be on Tundra Junior?
Who would be on Tundra Junior?
Good question.
Mind Control, he's coming back.
They're the previous champions, so they got to defend the title here.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
They do have a stand-in, though?
Yes.
Does that hurt or increase their chances, Austin? As a BetBoom hater yourself.
I'm not a BetBoom hater. I have them in my. I had them
as a
second
Toronto,
in my
Tokyo
power ranking.
Strong disbeliever, Austin. Are they going to get that prize money or not?
Well, I think they are definitely getting some prize money. Is even 10th place gets the 25K. You got 25K, and then you've got the team earnings there as well. First place, though, is $300,000 plus an extra 100K for the team. And Tundra is certainly one of the favorites to get to that, though we'll see where they end up at the end of this best of one group stage day, as we are going to have, we'll see them a little bit later on, but our opening match is going to be Liquid versus Talon. Avery, which is
that's a spicy one right there.
Yeah, especially since we saw that Talon, I mean, they came out of nowhere, man. They all of a sudden were just like,
well,
there's a C representative that is kicking butt, and it's not Aurora.
I wouldn't say nowhere. They won 3 out of the 4 qualifiers for that C region in the last month. They were definitely on the rise. If you look at the players on this roster, I mean, nobody's going to doubt Makoto after the standout year he had. Yep. Just a matter of could they get it together. And of course, they eliminated Liquid from Fissure, so Liquid looking for some revenge there.
Yes.
Especially Saberlight, El Saberlighto with the tweet.
Indeed.
C lull region or whatever it was. Well, not so lull now.
So we saw our matchups. So the first 2 matchups, we've got Tundra versus Talon, Liquid versus Yakult, and then we start getting into the latter half of the day, where we, I believe, do 10 best of ones in the day. And so we've got Liquid Talon as our first one, and BetBoom versus Yakult, which Yakult brothers, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how they do. I am not terribly optimistic about their chances.
That's how to phrase it. We'll see.
We'll see.
We will see how the entire Chinese region does for the next month, Austin.
Yeah.
Expectations are all over the place.
I don't think they're all over the place. I think they're mostly low expectations.
That's what I'm saying. They range from very low to moderately low. They're all over the place in that low region. But hey, format like this, I could see them.
I mean, they did all right for themselves. in the Fisher Swiss, they did all right for themselves in the best of ones, and then they got to the best of threes.
That's what I'm saying. These types of really fast formats are probably better for them because I think they're capable of taking games off teams. They probably suffer as you go deeper into a double playoff bracket where teams are figuring the meta out more and the Dota becomes more constructed.
Yeah.
At that point, those Chinese teams are just not facing off against the Western European teams on even footing. They just haven't been around as long. These rosters are formed and reformed every month. Like, pretty hard to compete.
Yeah. And isn't Yakult Brothers the stream team?
I think there's a couple stream teams at this point. I don't know if they're the only one, but yeah, to a degree.
And that's part of the problem is if the region is doing poorly enough that one of your best teams is a stream team. I mean, Arkosh shouldn't even do that in NA, you know? Maybe they were one of the favorites for open qualifiers.
We were not too bad. Don't be hating on Arkosh.
All right, guys, we are going to get into our opening match. We do things nice and fast here at Blast. We keep these group stage constantly going, so be sure to just stick around because there's always going to be some Dota going on. We're going into our opening game of Liquid versus Talon, which we have draft time, Avery. How would you rate Liquid's drafting for the previous event? Do you think that draft was their problem, or do you think it was more play?
I mean, it's kind of hard to rate Liquid's drafting because I think they always get it together eventually, but I still think there's this crutch issue in terms of Saberlight's hero pool. I think they abused it a little bit at Thailand, where we saw them kind of fall back on 3 primary heroes like the Mars, the Primal Beast, and then there was a pseudo replacement for those 2. In Fissure, I feel like they were also searching for what heroes on Saberlight make us feel the best in the game, and they didn't really get there by the end. And I'm not sure if it's a synergy issue or just a way to make the drafting easier for the team overall for Mickey, but it seems like that's always the piece they're trying to figure out the most, whereas Mickey's just going to play whatever he wants to, and he's looked pretty good recently. You can give anything to Nisha. So if you're looking at one core player on that team who's maybe more constricted to make boxy work in that off lane, yeah, you go to Saberlight here, and I mean, he's going to be the player that's always going to receive the most criticism. So I think his hero is always going to be the most spotlit, in a sense. And I think they have some work to figure out exactly what that looks like relative to the 2 other cores. So I'm interested to see where they go in there. I also am really looking at the support duos for this event, because if you looked at a lot of those Fissure games, man, it felt like those games were won or lost in the draft based off the support duos. Like, some teams were just way far ahead in terms of getting these duos that were way more impactful in the game. They were ahead of the Ricky Bounty Nyx curve that developed at that tournament. They were ahead with some of like the 5 Zeus. The Warlock started to creep up in value towards the end of there, right? And you're seeing other teams just playing things that, to me, are more middle of the pack. Like Crystal Maiden, Snapfire, Hoodwink. We saw Falcons go back to some of those heroes, right? And I highlight those because they're good heroes. They're amazing in the right hand, but they just don't offer the same power level, I think, on paper that a lot of these other heroes are putting in terms of pressure on you in the game. And already we see the Nyx.
Why did we get into an Invis support meta? Right? Literally just all 3 of them, right? Bounty Hunter, Riki, Nyx Assassin. And
I mean, somewhere Bavoka's living life, I'll tell you that much. This is his meta for sure. Throw a Monkey King in there. That's his entire hero pool for the last 8 years. Why is it? I was thinking about this. I think one of the big reasons, I mean, there's always a lot of reasons in terms of just hero power scaling, but I think one of the strategic reasons I was looking at is if you also throw Lycan into that pool, because I count these Invis Wolves as doing similar things in the game.
Sure.
Like, these Wolves are basically a Nyx, right? You put the Wolves on some support. He almost rather get Nyx Assassin at that point. They just solo kill you. I think what these heroes are doing is they're applying a lot of pressure to the backline. We've seen the value of supports go up over the years in terms of the impact of the team fights, the amount of net worth they're accruing. If you can take a 4 or 5 out of the fight at the start, it's huge. It's not what it used to be 5 or 6 years ago. So that part goes up. Okay. And the other part is I think there's 2 components to a lot of these games that are very consistent. One is initiation through team fight jump stunners. Things like the Magnus we see here. The Tiny has come back in the meta. A lot of the prominent carries are initiators right now. Alchemist, Monkey King, Sark, we see all the bans here. And there's a lot of burst heroes. Phantom Assassin is both a jump and a burst hero, right? Tiny is a jump and a burst hero. So if you have burst, generally you want to be the one initiating. You don't want to get jumped on when you have burst. It's way less effective. And the best way to do that is to ensure you have the vision advantage. So I think a lot of these supports just set up these burst heroes really well. And if you get the jump, you get a 5-on-4. I mean, it's like a pretty easy way to win team fights in this meta.
Another hero whose stock went up over the last 2-3 months, I would say, the Magnus, which is what Team Liquid are going to respond to the Nyx Assassin with.
This hero's just disgusting.
Yeah, the fact that this hero can be such a potent core in all 3 roles gives you a lot of flex in that way. I don't know how much Team Liquid are willing to flex it. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Mickey play.
I think they will play it on 3 roles. Yeah, they absolutely will. I think they probably have a preferred, but I think this is a team that will play it on all 3. Probably succeed with it on all 3 too. I don't think it hurts them to put it anywhere specifically. Hero just does way too much with his spells. I feel like you can buy, not utility, but you end up with these builds that just, you know, boots, BKB, blink, refresher. You don't even need damage items. You don't need insta hex or something like that. It's just all kind of items based around making your spells work. And his spells are strong enough to win games and win fights. That's why I say he's disgusting, because really hard to counter this hero, and we will see the Warlock PA come out. This was a lane that did some work in the previous tournament grand finals. I think we're going to be seeing it a decent amount here. This lane's just hard to fight, really hard to pick into.
The PA, I feel like her existence in the meta is self-evident, right? You've seen these Phantom Assassins pop up, particularly Dyrachyo has just been taking over games, right? Yep. You could be really active with this hero very early on. You have certain mechanics like the Shard that gives you the break mechanic, which is quite good against some very popular heroes right now. You know, Dragon Knight, Timbersaw still around. So that feels really, really good. But why did Warlock come back? I mean, Warlock is so rarely in the meta, right? It's just like there are these little periods of time where Warlock's around for like 2 months and he's gone for like 3 years.
Just got super strong in terms of laning. You got a lot of laning buffs. This hero's really difficult to beat on lane, and he's really good at enabling a lot of these melee carries right now. So if the melee carries can play with him on lane, get a couple kills or 2, you get a pull off, pop that Grimoire, suddenly you're level 6 at 8 minutes, you alleviate a lot of the issues this hero had over the history of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Whitemon put that to use, right? Yeah, going through the gate, going into the off lane, getting...
I don't know how many times you're going to get a game like that.
By like 6 minutes or something. It was just crazy.
I mean, he just 1v5 that game straight up with this hero. Yeah. So you have to be looking at it more and understanding what he can do, especially in the early game. We're going to see the Tide come out to try and deal with it a bit with the Kraken Shell. It is a nice counter pick. This is a like Pipe, Greaves, Buyer. Kind of annoying hero for Warlock to fight into sometimes, but the flip side is it's not a hero that prevents you playing a Warlock team fight either. You can sometimes just get caught in the upheaval. You're going to deal some damage through the bonds. You're just a big dude sitting there. This is a triple melee opening from Liquid into that Warlock that doesn't always feel that great. This hero abuses these mass melee lineups, and we're already seeing the burst heroes behind the vision right now for Talon. You have Nyx Assassin scouting, throw that dagger in, pop BKB, jump, you burst a hero. What's Liquid's response? The response is either the hookshot or the RP in terms of counter initiation. But if one of those is the hero getting jumped on, then you're really looking at what the damage response here is, because I don't think Tide Willow are providing you enough burst to turn a fight around quickly into a BKB Phantom Assassin. So then you're asking yourselves, okay, if we're Liquid, are we the ones starting every team fight? Are we the ones jumping Talon here? Might be hard to find the PA with your rocket flares, might be hard to find the Nyx Assassin.
But what is the PA jumping, though, to be fair, right? Because now they have a Dark Willow who just Shadow Realms hit the PA jumps. Hopefully, you know, there's a little bit of fade time there, but hopefully you get it off, then you're good. The Clockwork is probably wanting to start fights. I'm not sure if you ever really want to go on the Clockwork. If you do, you just kind of like hook shots you, probably doesn't feel that great. Delays some of your BKB timing and stuff. I see the problem you're talking about, but I also don't feel like PA, it doesn't look that good of a PA game offensively to me. Plus, she's going to deal with the Tidehunter. I don't like the Tidehunter a ton, but one thing he does do is he's got that anchor, right? He just locks down these hypermobile heroes pretty well with that shard.
He's a good PA answer on the lane and in the game until you get broken and bursted.
Yes, that's a problem. You have Nyx and PA who have some break mechanics to them thanks to the shards.
Not a great frontline Tidehunter game past that 30-40 minute mark. You're not going to get the Nyx break early, but you will get it eventually. And this PA will get the break eventually too. So in that late game, you can't just sit there on the front line. There's no reliability in that sense. And now you have a puck that you also have to catch here with, yeah, you have the stuns on the side of Liquid, but you kind of have to chain them together. This just looks like a much more straightforward lineup for Talon to me, at least on paper. Like the damage looks a bit more reliable in the early game. They have more spells to play around. They have multiple sources of initiation. To me, it feels like Liquid have to really execute well in this clock Tide Hunter kind of tag team in terms of getting the stuns laid out. Like you land a hook shot, cog him back, land an anchor, something like this, right? RP into an anchor, RP into a hook shot, into Ravage. These kind of plays, they can get you that single kill. Then you have to translate it into more. Those tend to be high execution. I think they still need some damage here, which I don't really know what you want to go back to here if you're Liquid. There is still that TA in the pool, which has got to look really tempting here for Liquid. I mean, you have a Puck answer, you have a PA answer, you have a Nyx answer. It's honestly not a bad hero versus Warlock because you can accelerate Roshan's when his ult's on cooldown, and it gives you that big damage source. I mean, TA has got to be super high priority here for this last ban on Talon.
Yeah, a hero
sniper.
I was thinking about a hero that does damage and provides like a point and click stun against Puck that's like
Meld Bash,
instant or something, but like something so much better than a point and click stun is these traps when you get the shard having that silence. I mean, they're super nice. So annoying to play these kind of heroes like that into.
Tide TA gives you everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
So, I mean, what else do you need? It gives you everything. That's probably what Blitz is saying right now.
He did learn from Kuro.
They banned the Dragon Knight over that, so I don't blame them for that ban, but I wonder if their lineup cared as much. I feel like they have easier ways to kind of chunk through the DK than the TA in the early game, at least.
Yeah.
And just run them over. You have bonds for the Dragon Knight. You have 2 break mechanics.
Yeah.
This Warlock is a good matchup with the upheaval. You can really kite that hero out. I actually kind of disagree with that ban, even though I think DK is a stronger hero. So you're banning the higher power level hero, which I don't mind.
Yeah. And traditionally, those are the 2 of the hardest counters to Puck in the game, right? Sniper for the laning phase, Dragon Knight for the
Yeah, I get it. It's not a bad ban. I also just think TA is a stronger Liquid hero than the Dragon Knight is.
Yeah, I would also agree with that.
Like, they're not that good a Dragon Knight team, right? I mean, it's okay. But it's not crazy. Like, I don't think mid-game getting Dragon Knight is that big of a difference compared to a lot of other heroes.
Right.
Relative to other carry players.
Yeah, like his TA compared to other carry TAs is very different. They go for the bristleback.
I mean, it's just more TA value. Like,
yeah.
The lane is good for this hero. The early minus armor, the stack clearing, you can keep up. I'd be really surprised if Liquid didn't go for it here. They might have some other cheese pick or some other mid matchup they really want. But you need some serious damage here, I think, if you're Liquid. Decent amount of HP to cut through, and if you're Talon, I mean, they got the frontliner. That's all this Bristol has to do. Take the front line and eat up the damage, and I mean, yeah, that was just gifted. I mean, Talon have to have known that was coming. I don't think you ban that DK without considering this TA and what it's going to do for Liquid, but man, I think that was the best last pick they could have gotten there. You get your Tide TA, you get your Roche Killer, you get a hero that can accelerate the objectives to let you 5-man with your Magnus Tide, because you do not want to split up in this game if you are Liquid. You're going to get picked apart really fast between this Puck Nyx assassin with daggers thrown in.
And now you're the ones who can pick people apart if you get the, blink skewer back into a TA, like that hero's just dead.
Oh yeah, with the silences on top of it.
Yeah.
It just gives you a lot more fighting power in that mid game and a lot more extra lockdown that's easy to chain now. Now you can hook shot into trap silence, you can Ravage anchor into trap silence, or off a trap silence, right? It gives you that like second you need to get in there. That would have been my one ban, man. I was actually favoring Talon this whole time, but they gave, I think, the best last pick to Liquid here, especially for Liquid. It's mid-game TA. These guys just don't lose with it in a great TA game. So I think Talon's gonna have their work cut out for them in dealing with that hero, but if they can push through that, I like the rest of their draft. I think it's super well-rounded. You have really strong lanes here. You have a okay-ish Puck game. It gets better as it goes later. And you have, ancient farming between the 2 cores, decent lane shove. This Warlock PA lane could do some serious work for a bunch of these melee heroes. Yeah, pretty close draft here.
Well, Blitz said that before their matchup in the lower bracket where they got eliminated, he said, Talon, they got a lot of stuff cooking for them. They're actually, he said that they had a lot of things going for them and they could learn from that. And obviously they didn't learn fast enough there, and that best of 3 ended up getting eliminated by Talon. But they will have a second chance here at Blast Slam in this best of 1 group stage. So we are going to get into the game of Liquid versus Talon. Whew, and look at that mustache, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden rocking the stash. He had a little bit of goatee going on before this.
Those are new jerseys too, right? With the logo?
Yeah.
Where'd that logo come from? That's like some Premier League looking.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. It's also got like a more dress collar sort of deal. 666 games this year. Magnus is the second most contested hero. 28.7% pick rate and 52.8% ban rate. Alchemist is number 1 with a 98% contest rate. Yeah, Alchemist is... That hero's some questionable stuff right now. That hero should not exist in Dota. No hero should be able to have the economy upgrade that it has while simultaneously being able to win its lane so easily with acid spray,
I have been
unstable concoction.
Fighting for the removal of Grievel's Greed for 8 years now, and I have given up. I'm never going to win that battle, and I've accepted it and moved on. And you should too, Austin.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We did see the Black Grimoire is going to be taken for the Warlock. There was a facet I wanted to talk about. Oh, it's the Dark Willow. Dark Willow feels so good right now. This other facet got ignored for a long time because obviously the extra brambles was really annoying. It made the ability feel so much better. But when that got nerfed, people started experimenting with this throwing shade, and the damage is so intense. I think one of my favorite combos is Tiny Dark Willow, because the burst damage between the two of them is just off the charts, and Tiny can throw in the Dark Willow.
It's definitely a nice combo. The lanes can also be strong with a lot of the offlaners right now. A lot of these melee offlaners pair well with this hero.
Sure.
Particularly things like the Mars with extra displacement.
Yep.
Just put people through multiple brambles. Almost nobody survives that instant Shadow Realm just to put the damage into Natsumi up here. And an instant bonds to try and push the lane back, get the pulls for the Warlock going. It's going to be a battle up here. I expect a lot of Ancient stacking in this game. Could be more of a slow economy game if you don't see early kills on these lanes, because both these offlaners want a lot to fall back on, and they want a lot to accelerate with. So if you can get your frontliner out ahead in this game, you can be the one setting the pace.
You could see, man, with this early Blightstone, they knew right away. Boxy fed over 2 tangos immediately to Saberlight. Saberlight went for a full stat build plus a stick, which is, you know, kind of the standard right now for everybody. And he's just getting beaten down by these daggers. It is so hard to win the lane against PA right now, just because you're able to go this Blightstone and deal so much damage. Most heroes do not have more than like 3 or 4 armor as their starting armor. I mean, so honestly, a single Blightstone makes it so you're almost doing pure damage.
Warlock is one of the better heroes to get the right clicks in too.
Yeah.
It's one of his stronger lane aspects. He has a lot of range, a decent amount of damage for a long range support.
Shadow Realm's on cooldown. Boxy steps a little bit too far forward and takes some punishment for it. He will survive, but damage heavily done, and will be almost entirely out of regen. He's going to burn through the healing salve. He might need to give over another tango to Saberlight soon.
Both these camps are dewarded too. Or one of them is. So Talon happy with the safe lane start here. At the same time, Liquid free farming their TA down here. And
got the kill. The contest over the water runes hit left WS. A loner 1v1 against Mickey. And Mickey took full advantage of that with meld hit after meld hit. Early level 3.5 for him.
This is also where I go to that DK ban over the TA when you were gonna pick the Bristle, because this matchup I think is one of the carries we see almost every top player want to play into that Bristle lane if they ever get it.
Yeah.
It's one of the better early game matchups. You can abuse the meld strikes. I think the other one we see is, you know, like Bloodseeker or Drow, but even then I don't think the lane is as good for those. I think Mickey's going to have an absolute beast of a game here.
What do you think his item build is going to be? Because he did the Gleipnir and Mjolnir builds. He kind of innovated that idea for Templar Assassin. Do you think this is a Mjolnir game?
I haven't seen it a lot lately. It is his preference, so maybe he just does it because he thinks it's the fastest farming accelerant in the game, which is kind of true, but...
It also helps you a little bit against PA, right? Like the Mjolnir procs will be able to guarantee the hit despite the evasion.
I could also just see fast Deso Blink build up. Like head towards this Roshan, trying to outpace the Templar Assassin. The minus armor is really good in this game. You throw a Gush on top, you have some stacking.
Yeah.
Magnus comes through with Empower, even more right-click damage. So Natsumi continues to battle up here. There's a Lotus on this Tide, though. Bracer subbed out. He's tanky. Another Salve coming in as well. A lot of regen committed. for Liquid in this lane.
Yeah, he's sitting there going like, well, I can take these trades. I have a Lotus, but are the trades doing you any good? Natsumi is taking no damage. Any damage that you did to him is easily repaired by that healing word. And now under tower, they're going to actually TP in. Insania has received the call to try and help out the offlane here. Hopes to be able to pick up a kill. Cuckoo has already gotten himself some distance away. Does manage to snatch him inside of the cogs. Cuckoo, you can still make a break for it, and the Tide really can't come out to help him whatsoever. And in fact, if Insania's not careful, he's just going to die. He has the Lotus in his backpack. It's on cooldown for a bit. He needs 3 seconds to be able to get it off here, and gets it off, but it's going to be enough. Natsumi's just going to keep chasing for the kill. He just needs the vision for a dagger and the cooldown, but they give up on the kill. Back it away. This is a lane that they should feel pretty good about. No reason to try and throw things away. Meanwhile, their off lane is a lane that they do not feel good about. WS continues to be constantly assaulted by Nikkei's Templar Assassin and pushing him out of lane.
Both these off lanes are really suffering. I guess the upside for Talon is they're getting extra solo XP on this Nyx, who is kind of just soft jungling. I almost would have liked to have seen the mid backstab from Yoakum here. I think it was open with how low the mag was getting off the puck harass mid. If you're not doing anything bottom, I think you have to affect one of these lanes. Maybe you're okay just sacking this Bristleback if you're getting an equal exchange out of the Tide.
Yeah.
There's an argument there that I think is kind of valid, but I think this Tide's going to heat up faster even with a slower start. Because at some point, he's going to start forcing PA off this lane. You're going to have to bring numbers up here if you're Talon. Whereas on the flip side, WS is not going to pressure Nikkei.
Even behind his tower, he still has to fear the aggression of Liquid. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of damage on Natsumi. It is actually building up a bit here, but the healing word should be able to help him deal with the damage from the Tidehunter. Not the most damage dealing offlaner. Nice little sidestep there, dodging the stun. I think he's still dead.
He had a lot of burst heal.
Maybe Boxy can help him out. Long-range blood grenade doesn't quite land on a Natsumi. Natsumi needs the distance here. Kuku's going to try and separate from him, give an opportunity to jump or just get back to the tier 2 tower. Oh, got him on the gush, though. Barely gets that kill. Now they're going to get Kuku as well. He'll finally die as Jokum does land the second stun thrown out. But one sidestep by Saberlight leads to 2 kills for Team Liquid.
On the flip side, Mickey does go down to the Dream Coil rotation bottom. That's a huge pickup for Talon. He was very close to 6 on this TA, which overextends near that tower a little bit. Makoto able to clean up. Big win for Talon to slow this Templar Assassin down. At the same time, that top exchange was not what they wanted with the extra heal on that Tidehunter. +2 Kraken Shell for Saberlight, by the way.
That's true. That's true. Can't forget about that scaling that the hero now offers.
This man is getting swole.
2 more damage block that will not matter later into the game when he's getting broken all the time.
Hey,
Insania, oh! Okay, 3 seconds for the cogs. WS should be able to stay close enough to him to stay inside of the cogs and get this Wisdom Rune pretty easily. All Insania can hope is that he survives long enough to snatch away the Wisdom Rune. It doesn't work, and now WS is level 6 thanks to the rotation from the puck, and now this little play from Insania. He is kind of back. Not necessarily in a net worth sense, but level 6. That's a significant upgrade for the Bristleback, and he could start, thinking about hitting some more neutrals, play the lane a little bit better.
That was a huge injection for him. You got to remember, he was basically down here solo the whole time.
Yeah.
That'll finish his Vanguard. Anything he finds is really nice in this game, and the Tidehunter is almost a level and a half above this PA right now. Ravage online. Liquid could absolutely look to make some aggressive plays up here. This is when Saberlight's really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's why Insania is going to make the rotation up here, as is the Magnus. But gets caught a little bit by the Nyx Assassin. Insania still finds his mark, though. Catches Cuckoo from behind. Well, Jokum does manage to scare away Nisha, but he's got a shield rune, so he can kind of deal with the 1v2, no problem. Won't be able to pick up the Arcane Rune, though. Big pickup for a puck.
Liquid's starting to apply some pressure on these lanes, and this is the advantage they have in this Tide versus the Bristle. I don't think the Bristle can force the TA off in the same way, so you're either forcing Talon to bring heroes top, which they may not want to do, though they're going to make that choice. This is Arcane Rune puck.
Freely using the coil to get some extra damage on Saberlight. They pick up the kill on the Clockwork, which is a nice step. They help defend their tower. The problem is the pressure's just going to continue. Nisha will keep pushing in this mid lane. The puck has to come back, in which case it leaves the Tidehunter in a spot where he can start hitting that top tower again. So
Liquid just wants to push all 3 lanes in right now. They're getting a lot of solo XP on their other 2 cores. If they continue to stack Ancients with the Dark Willow, they're in a very happy spot right now. You look at the XP differential. It shows here, right? This PA is suffering because all the fighting is going into her lane. It's all getting split. People are soaking up the waves.
Nice read from the Nyx Assassin, though. Block in the stack of the hard camp. You'll see a double Ancient stack. Nothing too big to worry about. Question is he going to get out of this situation here? Just keeps going deeper and deeper, I guess.
Insania's coming.
Yeah, Insania should be able to catch him. I imagine this will result in a kill. Jokum's just going to say, well, you know, I pulled 2 supports back to their base.
Yeah, but the thing is, Liquid, they're still making moves with their cores. I don't think they're too sad about this.
Oh, Skewer doesn't quite land, but he will get close enough for the final hit. Mickey is the one to collect that bounty.
Didn't even use RP, and they got the puck TP. Liquid's just outmaneuvering Talon right now.
Natsumi, he is going to go into the enemy safe lane. The problem is the Ravage is going to clip him, and the puck, and the RP follows it up, and they've got the stuns. They didn't have, oh, and a Bramble to be able to stop Cuckoo. Talon with the assault on the safe lane. It all goes wrong.
Okay, Liquid came to play today. That is just perfect timing on the cores collapsing onto this lane. And if anything, it's looking more Talon like, you got to wake up. What are we doing in this series, boys? That was just trickling in one by one. No concerted effort to come in together at any point in that fight. Really off the mark there. Liquid happy to capitalize. This is not a lineup you want to be giving early team fight wins to.
No.
You're looking at Magnus Tide before Blink Daggers, right? This is... They get these kills with the ultimates. That's just free money in the bank, extra experience for the supports. And now Mickey is very far ahead.
Yeah, he's 4-1-1. Got a 6K net worth already. 10 minutes in, and that's without the towers falling, which you know these towers are going to be falling soon, especially with Liquid now picking up a pretty decent net worth advantage for themselves, 4,000 to their favor. Eventually, Talon's safe lane tower is going to die. And if you're behind in net worth, you don't have the playmaking heroes. You have team fight at some point, but you don't really have the best playmaking.
I mean, you have to split Liquid up. Splitting them up is not going to feel great, though, if Liquid can push the pace as fast as they're going to be able to here in the next few minutes, though, because you're looking at Deso Rush on Templar Assassin, Vlad's Rush on the Tide, and Blink Rush on the Magnus. They are all going these early fighting items, early Roshan items. And it looks incredibly strong here. The Vlad's is going to be super nice with these 2 right-click cores plus the Empower. This Blink Dagger is going to give you the initiation tool with the Mag, with the Tide Hunter on the front line, so he doesn't have to show. And this Deso is going to bring it all together and let you take Roshan towers. Talon in some trouble here. They need to find a way to stall this game out, slow it down, get the lanes back into Liquid, and look for that Nyx Assassin 6 to find a pick-off. That's kind of what you're banking on right now. Get Yokum to a point where you can use this Vendetta to take a hero off the map, alleviate some of the pressure, get it swinging back towards your way. It is available. Now's the time to use it. I don't think this is a game where you can sit and say, hey, let's stack Ancients 10 times and continue to farm it, because I think Liquid are a team that will invade your side of the map.
Sure. Now, they did manage to take over the Liquid safe lane. They take that tower, which was very much needed, because, frankly, Natsumi needs a place to farm. Like, he can't keep going back up the safe lane because Liquid is willing to... They're exploring this jungle area. They're diving past the tier 2. They just keep pushing him out of lane. So he's got to go to the other side of the map and hope that that is going to be free for him to farm.
Liquid are just swarming.
Hit the trap, hit the hook. Bounce back by the Cogs, but he'll just pop the Vendetta to get out of the Cog area.
Saberlight is behind them here.
Yeah, this is going to be your first Vendetta that you can't use offensively. Liquid
just straight back into mid.
Seem too grouped up.
I mean, look at this mid tower right now. Like, somebody has to respond to this. You cannot give a tier 1 mid for free to a solo Tide Hunter. No one's even behind him here. He got a lot of that tower, 2/3 down.
And that frees up the Magnus to make a move. They've got the Blink Dagger, an early smoke up from him, Boxy, and Insania. Mickey in some trouble, though, in the bottom lane. But he's going to get the kill. He's not in trouble. He's going to turn around 1v2 and get 2. Oh, that wasn't even close for Talon.
This game's just collapsing.
The smoke obviously works out for Liquid because they literally are playing some sort of 4 versus 3 in the mid.
That is the danger of this Nyx TA matchup. It's sometimes can be really hard to go on this guy, break through the refraction, get the kill. You look at the HP. It's all that early game too. This TA has 1,400 HP. It's just too much to get through. Then you get turned around upon. Man.
And now WS is going to die in the top lane as well. So kills in all 3 lanes
just
to Liquid's favor. I would say, okay, guys, let's go ahead and Roche while you're in this corner of the map. But it's 14 minutes in. Roche isn't even on this side of the map yet.
Too fast for their own good.
They really are.
Has already arrived, however.
He's already got the Deso. He's ready to do Roshan. Just they've got to wait for him to come up here.
This is also a style of game for Liquid that alleviates one of the problems I highlighted, where you have these big, you have a lot of your stuns allocated these big ults. But if you're ahead like this, you have no problem committing Ravage for a solo puck kill, committing RP for a Nyx if you really want to on the map, right? Like, it's not going to feel bad at all. So these ults are completely viable for pretty much any solo pickoff, I think, at this point, other than maybe Warlock. And if you get a fast TA shard here, you're going to really be cooking. I think that's the point where the sign-up comes together for Liquid. The fights are just going to be so damn hard for the puck. And the Nyx, honestly, gets silenced on this initiation combo interrupt. It's brutal. Still looking for this Battle Fury as well for Natsumi. Still has a couple stacks. Can't take advantage of them.
See, Mickey does have the Blink Dagger and the Shard queued up. See which one he gets first.
I mean, you could go for Tormentor Steel in this type of game, too. Really want
no. Oh, no! It goes from bad to worse. Their Ancient stack is being farmed by Saberlight before the Battle Fury is ready to go, and the Battle Fury is going to be delayed now that PA is dead, and Cuckoo's just going to drop the rock on him.
For what?
Do what he can, but it's
extra gold for Nisha here.
It really is.
Or is
Unless Coil on 2. They're going to go straight for the Magnus here. Magnus in some trouble. He managed to hit the Ravage on a 3 with the follow-up. Terrorize, it fully controls, and Liquid will just run down 4 members of Talon, 17-4. This is looking like it's going to be a fast game, Avery.
Yeah, this is some revenge right here.
It really
That's what we're witnessing. Liquid came with a strong vengeance today, as nothing is working for Talon in these team fights. And again, a very discoordinated team fight. Like, this Golem ends up just baiting your own team in. Doesn't really achieve anything. You're taking a fight on a Sentry Ward. This Nyx gets completely countered. And great Ravage from Saberlight hits everybody there. You're just not fighting around your timings either if you're Talon. You don't really have items synced up at this point. You're getting dragged into these fights with PA dying. She has nothing. You have a Vanguard Bristle, which, yeah, normally you're okay versus certain lineups, but not versus TA with all this minus armor. Yeah. It does nothing for you.
No.
You're just missing too much here. That early game was rough, and you're paying a big price. Blink Dagger already online for Mickey flying out. Whole map is Liquid's right now, and they're going to be able to control it with traps. So you maybe have 1 or 2 moves left to try and restabilize this game if you're Talon around some Golem cooldown or Vendetta. That's your best bet. Free up some space for the PA to get Battle Fury. Go from there.
SNY for Nisha, one of the favorite items of the current patch, as it's the only item to give you status resistance.
That's not true.
Outside of neutrals? Isn't it just SNY?
Oh yeah, well I was gonna say the
yeah, okay.
The status bucket.
Yokum. Did he get found there? Again. Just, I don't think I've seen a Vendetta where he has hit somebody.
Well, he hit TA bottom.
Oh, yeah, I guess he did.
I mean, you got to count that one.
Oh, and they still found Natsumi's initiation anyway. Despite the Nyx assassin trying to scout all this out, Liquid still hit their mark. And as of yet, will not be punished for it. Saberlight is too tanky on the front lines for them to deal with.
I bet Talon wishes they had the displacement right now, because they're having troubles going into this front line. You either got to break through refractions or you got to break through this Tidehunter with a lot of extra Kraken Shell. You have Vlad's armor already up as well. And you kind of just have to run your face into it. You got to coil somebody and just run at them? Good luck. Honestly, we should also mention this Empowered Tide is...
With the Vlads.
No joke, dude. Yeah. These anchor smashes actually hurt, man.
He's empowered with Vlads, so his anchor smash just...
If you're minus
doing
armored
like
hit,
double damage.
Yeah, if you get meld hit with a gush, he just walks up and slaps you, man. You're done. Even drum build up for Boxy. Liquid are just going to end this game in the next 5 or 6 minutes here.
Yeah.
They're not messing around.
No, they're not.
So you have to find something very soon if you are Talon. Or go to that high ground defense, but this is not a high ground stall lineup at all. This is a lineup that has to play the map, find the pickoffs. Look at that, SNY for the mag, the only status resistance item you can buy in the game, Austin.
We're already starting this now. Okay, Natsumi just died top. Now dies to a solo Nisha bottom who did not use RP.
Yeah.
Not sure how he managed to do that amount of damage.
I mean, he's only got 1,000 HP, so.
So RP on 2. Hit by the spike carapace and the Ravage to follow up on 3. The skewer may have actually put Nisha in a position he doesn't want to be in. He wants to be in the mix here because Talon heroes are going to drop.
Yeah, this one might be roasted and toasted here.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to call.
I will say
23-4.
This game is a pretty good example of why a lot of teams are wary of playing Warlock. Because in the games where you fall behind, this hero is absolutely worthless.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't say absolutely. Like if you're a team that's really good at stalling out the game and making it go later, he can regain his value. But to me, this hero in this meta, he has to do well in the early game on his lane. He has to get that extra level advantage off Grimoire. That's where he really shines. When he's just playing a normal support game like this, where you're kind of behind, you don't get those early kills, you drop a rock, the enemy just kills it for extra gold.
Yeah. That for me is like the biggest thing is that the hero feels like a detriment when the enemy team is so strong that they're not afraid of the goal.
Yep.
Look, I'm just trying to get in the mix here. Stun. Nice 2-man stun. Starting things off, a Terrorize though. Puts him a little bit farther back. He can't take the damage. WS turned his back. Thought it was going to be good enough, but the just sheer physical damage overwhelms him.
I mean, what back, Austin? He has 1 point in the Bristle pack. There is no back to turn. He doesn't have the levels. He went goo build.
He skipped back day. Oh, no.
He did skip back day, and Mickey did not, as he puts the team on his back with a last pick Templar Assassin that, well, I don't think it was difficult to see coming, but whatever Talon's game plan for was did not pan out here as he ends this game 12-1. That's just too easy, man. Like, you're giving Liquid everything they want with that kind of lineup.
Yep.
You're giving them synergy, you're giving them pace, you're giving them a decent lane matchup with this TA into the Bristle. If that part were different, I could see this game going a lot better for Talon. If you had some way to exert pressure onto that TA lane, you know, go down there, but you have a Nyx Bristle. What are we doing in that lane?
So Nyx Bristle with the Warlock to back you up.
Right, it shifts so much pressure in that game onto your safe lane to overperform.
Yeah,
which it could. We've seen teams do that.
They were winning it early. In the first 5 minutes, it was going well.
Right, but Liquid just bring numbers, right? They bring the clockwork up there.
Yeah.
They can rotate the mag if the puck rotates. They're happy to commit resources into that Tide lane because they know the Tide is going to be able to force that PA out over time. It gets better for them. Whereas this Bristle is not solo forcing his TA out. Or even if you do, at that point, Mickey has so much solo XP, he goes jungle, he doesn't care because his early jungle speed is good. That's why we see this Alchemist banned so much, by the way. Because Alch is a hero where even if he has to go jungle early, guess what? It's like...
Yeah, it's so rare to be able to do that, but yeah, he does farm the jungle so fast. Rough game for Talon. Now,
yeah,
they did manage to, this was a similar situation to that elimination match. Liquid came in, won the first game. Talon came back, won the next 2. Unfortunately, Talon doesn't have the opportunity to do that because it is best of ones in this group stage, and we are moving on to the next match. So we are going to go to a break and come back with our next match of the group stage.
I have Mickey joining me here. I gotta say, brother, do you guys have something else to do other than play Dota today? Because what was that game length?
Nisha and William have some gym battle going on after this, whoever's stronger, so we make sure to keep the schedule in check.
All right, they gotta rush to the gym. Why don't you pick TA more often? You know, we see you. We always talk about how good the Mickey TA is, but we're only now just seeing it come back out.
I'm saving it like it's a secret strategy. It comes out when we're like down bad.
Okay.
So,
And you guys are feeling, you know, maybe after the back-to-back, the fissure straight to velocity, like we just got to come out guns blazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, you're also doing the drafting ever since you guys have had that small roster change for yourself. Is it a lot more responsibility, or are you finding it's quite easy to transition into?
No, it's quite easy. Just a bit more work, which William is helping me out with sometimes. But it was quite easy. It's no problems for me.
Awesome. Well, Mickey, I'll let you guys go. Let them get back to their gym battle, and until your next game, thank you for joining me.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Liquid does have more matches to play today, but they've got about an hour break as we get into our next one, which is going to be BetBoom versus Yakult Brothers. Avery, you said earlier, wherever Bobica is right now, he's loving life because all of his heroes are in the meta. Time to talk about Bobica.
It is time.
Is that? I can't tell if that's Sahi is. I mean, he is a player that is controversial.
Fabled, an historic Dota player. I mean, he's been around forever, right? This is a veteran, one of the oldest veterans of the Chinese scene at this point.
Yeah.
He has made a lot of teams work. I think he's also made a lot of teams not work. I think it's one way to put it. He's just a very volatile player, very volatile personality. Every team I've talked to that's played with him, it's just been hit or miss, right? Sometimes he functions on top level, sometimes he doesn't. On the flip side, a team that has been functioning on a pretty high level, at least lately, in their rivals, BetBoom. Tough opponent to go against in your first BO1, right? You don't have a lot of time to get stuff going. You're already going up against some top tier players who I assume should be hungry at this tournament based on how that previous event went for them, though they do have that stand-in, so you lose a little bit of the team structure. Maybe that reduces a bit of the pressure on you.
I mean, last time they had a stand-in was here and they won the tournament, so.
That's true. Yeah, I guess they're going back to their old strats.
And that would be perhaps bad news for poor BetBoom, because they won with their stand-in and then they brought him into the tournament. They had a stand-in GPK, and then they went and played Thailand with Kiyotaka,
so does that
and
mean
then they decided, no, GPK is better for us.
Somewhere Kataomi right now is sweating.
He should be sweating, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, if they win this tournament with Toronto Tokyo, I'm out, guys. If it happens again, they're locked into that cycle, right? Then they have to play every tournament with a stand-in so they can win it to then kick that guy.
Well, just Blast.
Oh, okay. So just every Blast, they get a roster change.
Yep. And to start things off right, they need to bring down Yakult Brothers. Because again, we saw from the last Blast Slam that as good as it is to get momentum and yada, 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 ultimately, you want to come out, be top of the groups, and just be able to sit back for a few days and watch other people play Dota and save all your energy for a grand finals bout, which is what Tundra or BetBoom managed to do last time around, and we'll see how they fare up against Yakult Brothers. Back to Bobica. Is he going to be able to carry the team? I mean,
I assume he's going to play Ricky.
But let's actually talk about what is our pessimism about the Chinese teams. Why? Why are we hating?
They haven't had results in like a year and a half.
That's a pretty good reason.
The rosters reform every month.
Yeah.
The orgs are all defunct.
Yeah.
Player base is dying. The server is dying.
Yeah.
A lot of the players just prefer to stream now, so they don't take it as seriously. A lot of the old generation captains / coaches that were the big leadership guys retired.
Yeah. Mostly streaming.
There's not a lot of new upcoming players due to the player base issue.
They're all playing mobile games instead.
Otherwise, yeah, doing great. And I think when you look at it like that, I honestly think they're in a similar position to NA. People aren't going to like me saying that, but they're in a rough spot right now. I do think the players they have on the 3 big teams that are representing them are very good. You should not underestimate them. They just need some stability, man. Like, come on, what is happening with these roster switch-ups that are just so frequent? If these teams can just play together for like 6 months, I think they can really show a lot more. But we're just not seeing it.
I mean, Extreme was relatively stable last year, right? Did they have any changes? I don't remember.
I mean, Extreme was pretty good. That's what I'm pointing to. Like,
yeah.
If you give them a little bit to gel and work things out, I think these rosters can be good. And when we're looking at this Yakult roster, I think this is a roster that can be good. I have nothing against any of the players on this team. I think they're all really good. I think the player synergy can be there. They have a really veteran support duo at this point. They have 3 cores that on paper I think line up well. You have some space making and some playmaking from Emo on that mid lane that should line up well with Ame's kind of historic greed / slower gameplay, right?
Yep.
I think it makes sense, but you have to get reps in to build some of this stuff. Like, you can't just form the team, come to a tournament, and then just go up against these European powerhouses that, like, how many reps does Liquid have with the core of their roster? How many reps does Tundra have with the 3, 4, 5 of their roster? How many reps does BetBoom have at this point with their roster? It's a lot more. And those are the newer formed European teams. We're not even talking about some of these teams that have been together for 2, 3 years, like that gaming core who are struggling, or I don't know who else has been.
Liquid.
Yeah, well, like, yeah. Sure, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you go to the newer European teams like Avalis, I think Avalis has more reps than any of these Chinese rosters.
I would agree.
It's just
and
tough.
they're playing up against tougher competition, right? They're playing up against all the Western European teams, whereas the Chinese teams, well, I mean, I don't know what the situation is going on with the servers, but we had that whole talk about the Chinese players. We're like, let's stop playing on the C server, guys. Let's go back to playing on the Chinese server. But I don't know. I feel like at this point in time, if you want to play against better competition, you can't play on the Western European server.
Yeah, I mean,
then you probably should be playing in C.
I mean, I understand. You know, we had a talk in NA where we said, okay, guys, let's all play on the NA East server and stop the win trading. And it didn't really work out, you know, unfortunately. So everybody just plays in Europe now. But I respect the effort. I think sometimes you never know. I kind of want this team to do well. I'm going to put my bias not aside.
Okay.
And say I would like to see Yakults make a run here. I'm not saying versus BetBoom or whoever you're rooting for. I'm just saying in general, I think this would be a cool team to see make a run here because, again, I think they have the pedigree of players. They have the skill. They have some explosive players, too. Like, I enjoy watching this roster when they're firing on all cylinders.
Okay, so
big emo fan. Question mark. You know
they're
what I'm saying?
Make a run, not against BetBoom, but against Liquid. Not against Liquid. Against Tundra?
Maybe.
Not against Tundra. Against Talon?
Maybe. I don't know, man. Talon looked a bit shaky there. Definitely against Talon.
All right, guys, let's get into our second game. The draft is ready to go for BetBoom versus Yakult Brothers. Have you, well, I don't know why I'm asking.
Yes.
I know you have done your research
Whatever you're about to ask me,
Yakult
yes.
Brothers. What are some important draft heroes that we're looking for this squad?
I mean, honestly, I don't know because I know what these guys were playing. Like, I know what these guys were playing in the Chinese qualifiers, but I don't expect them to be playing any of that. Right? Because the meta has shifted so much. You have to be looking at what happened at Fissure. You have to be looking at what happened in some of like the Dream League quals and that type of stuff, right? If we're looking at this Ricky Bounty meta, I expect that kind of stuff from Baboka.
Okay.
I expect the big team fighters from Tianming. I think things like Phoenix are super up his alley, that he plays a lot. I would not be surprised to see the Warlock come out, for example, right? And you have to kind of keep in mind Emo's signature heroes. Things like the Storm Spirit. I think this team will always go back to.
Sure.
No matter how in or out of the meta is. You have to keep in mind Ame's kind of signature heroes that he can bust out at any point. And this guy plays a wide variety of stuff, but you always have to keep that like Faceless Void Morphling type hero in mind. Alchemist is super big for them, but of course Alchemist is big for everybody. And I think Lich is also a hero that Tianming would play, though we've seen Lich fall off. So I don't really have a good concept of where Lich is relative to the rest of this pool. You know, everybody thinks Lich is broken. Well, then why is nobody picking it?
That's fair. Well, they did seem to, at least at Fissure, right? They had, they did pick up the Storm Sphere quite a bit, but they liked both the Lycan and the Enigma. So they're still down. Do you feel like the so Lycan is a special case, right? It's not a zoo hero.
No, he's an assassin.
He's an assassin.
He does two things. He assassinates. He gives you vision. That's like a minor benefit from the assassin, and he pushes the waves. He's like a Naga Siren. This guy just pushes all the waves in because the shard is so ridiculous. You can get it so early. That's what you're trying to use this Lycan hero for. He's not some group up and push hero anymore. So you have to think about him a lot differently. And Lycan could be very interesting in this matchup because both these teams will play it. Both these teams enjoy what it does for their roster, which is push the lanes in, give their carry time to farm, let him pick and choose when the fights happen, right? I think both Pure and Ame like that kind of style. So I could see the Lycan come out here in this game for sure, if it gets to a point where that happens. But BetBoom, they're not going to mess around, man. They're just going to first pick Dragon Knight. Pure, he is the Dragon Knight master. You would probably claim that.
You think he's the best Dragon Knight in the world?
I think he might
from
be,
a carry position.
I think he might be the best carry. Yeah. I think the problem with saying that is every other carry player will tell you they're the best everything in the world. You know, like, have you ever asked a carry player who's the best Morphling player in the world? Literally every carry thinks he's the best Morphling.
Chrysalis never claimed that.
Well, I mean, probably not Dyrachyo either, but you know.
You're talking about heroes that you thought, you know, we're not sure what we're going to see just because the meta has shifted quite a bit. Didn't think I was going to be seeing any more Beastmaster for Yakult because this has been a losing hero for them. 0-4 in the last month.
This hero hasn't really been waiting for anybody other than 33, I think. Even that, he is not picking it up a huge amount. I think it's kind of one of his picks, like you get 4th or 5th in the draft and a lot of those other good offlaners are out. This hero becomes a lot more viable. He's also a lot better when you see the carry matchup, which in theory you see it here. And I think this is a fine one to pick it into. It's not something the Beast is going to dunk on, but I think it is a hero that gives Beast a free game as long as your support can pick up some of the laning. So in that sense, it's not bad, right? You get a big BKB piercing stun in this roar, which for Dragon Knight can be annoying if it's a game where he feels like he needs BKB later. I will say Pure, I think, is one of the carries who does not often buy BKB on Dragon Knight as much as I expect him to. I think he just doesn't care, man. He's like, whatever, stun me. I'm just going to live through it and deal the damage, and my team is going to win the team fight.
All right, so what I'm seeing out of this is that their Beastmaster games, they made the same mistake, I think, twice. One against Parivision, one against Avalos.
Oh, they picked Beastmaster.
They picked Beastmaster without knowing the carry, and then they got PA'd by both those
That's what I'm saying. Like, this hero is about seeing the carry and knowing that he can have the game he wants. And in theory, you get it here. Of course, BetBoom can shift that DK into one of the other roles, and then you're sitting here asking yourself, well, what are we doing with this Beast now? And it puts a lot of pressure on Baboka's pick, which is not something I think often you want to do, because if he ends up playing like a Ricky Bounty hero, you can't just go there saying the lane is going to be playable. Like, it can absolutely be unplayable. So see what Yakult's off to do as we go into the second phase. It's something they're going to have to think about, and it's something that BetBoom can take advantage of if they want to go in for one of Pure's weirder signature picks that they think can punish this Beastmaster, whatever that is, right? I don't know what that is because this guy thinks really weird, but if it's Dawnbreaker, if it's Carry Tidehunter, if it's Leshrac, you know, whatever he thinks, it's going to put some pressure on this hero. They do have that option. Oh, the Dawnbreaker got banned, actually. That was the one ban. Interesting. So they actually kind of were, I think they were more afraid of the 3 Dawn than the Carry Dawn, because that hero was really annoying for Beast to fight into. You roar a guy, he gets Solar Guardian. What are you doing in this fight? You're doing nothing. I think Morphling could be a later option for BetBoom as well if they really want to draw this DK Flex out till way later. Could be a hero that Yakult ends up not having a lot of answer towards. Gyrocopter. Okay, that's actually kind of a nasty pick here. Not a hero I was thinking of, but this is one of the better carries versus Beast, and at the same time you can play it support.
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of draft value out of this Gyro pick. It's a frontliner support as well. It's not really that great a hero for Clock to go into in the later stages of the mid game, because he's just a meat sack. Like, you hook Cog, battery him, he just outputs his damage back and sits there. There's another tanky bro. Man, this is the meat train here for BetBoom right now. They're just gonna throw so much HP at Yakult that they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of HP to cut through. Maybe a little low on the damage until you get the gyro levels, but there's a lot of beef to play around with here. I'll say that.
This is something that Yakult brothers should be experienced with, because this happened to them in their matchup against Tidebound, where in one of the finals games they drafted Beastmaster, and then the Gyrocopter was the carry matchup. They lost that lane horribly.
This is what I expect. But this is where I go back to that first phase. Like, they take DK and then, oh, it's carry Dragon Knight, we pick Beast. And then if it isn't, you're stuck in this situation where you can't flex this hero anywhere else. So now you just have to play Beast in an Ogre Gyro lane.
Okay, but what's wrong with losing your lane as Beastmaster? That used to not be a problem, just because you would farm Ancients and then you would get your Aghanim Scepter,
he doesn't, I don't think he scales as hard as he used to.
Okay.
So you just can't fall back on this. I'm going to catch up in the game and have the same amount of impact. So I think what you want to do in this situation is kind of pivot to other carries if you're Yakults to take pressure off the Beast. You want to get some really hard scaling, and you want to get another hard carry for sure. Things like the Morph lane, again, I go back to that type of hero for Ame, because then you're just saying, okay, whatever. If the Beast has a bad lane because you countered him and he doesn't have tempo, we're just going to play around his Aura and Roar and buff up 2 of their cores and make you deal with those. And I think that's the position you want to go to. And I actually think this does offer that a little bit, right?
Elder Titan's really interesting because it is really good against Gyrocopter, right? It's a hero that doesn't build any armor.
Really bad against the other 2 right now.
Very bad against Dragon Knight.
Bad. Okay, that's a very interesting pick as well. I just want to say, I assume this is an Ame Bristle. It could be an Emo Bristle. He actually does play it and has played it in the past.
Really?
That is something to consider. But this is not the traditional super hard carry for Ame, but it is a hero that can scale very well and honestly do okay versus DK in certain late game fights if you can kite him out and he doesn't just sit there and hit you, which if you're looking at the stuns right now and the control for BetBoom, could be a little lacking in that sense. Abaddon is, well, he's here. He's here right now.
Is that their, it's an offlane Abaddon? Abaddon?
I mean, I'm looking at it, I assume it has to be a core Abaddon. Like, I don't know.
Who's doing this?
This could be a Toronto Tokyo Abaddon and you're playing some sort of 4 or 3 Ogre, but
that sounds terrible.
I don't know why you want that this game. The Abaddon value here is mainly like you're shielding off Roar and you're shielding off some Bristle stacks and stuff. The sustain in the fight can be a little annoying. We were talking about the damage issues for Yakult. It's pretty much all in this BB right now. If you can just keep healing people up, you're going to out-sustain them here. You're going to out-tank them. But I don't see a lot of like direct reasoning for the Abaddon here in terms of what it does for your lineup.
I'm looking at so like I have seen more Abaddon in pubs recently. Maybe I missed a match where this Abaddon was being picked around, but I'm looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker and
they banned the Storm.
There aren't many people playing Abaddon, and one person who's on the list is Cinderin.
Well, that's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign. And also Kataomi,
really bad sign.
who's not here.
Well, now we see some of the purpose here, right? It's an IO Abaddon strat. This is a lane
Is that a strat?
Yeah, it is, 100%. If it's a carry IO, this is the strat.
Okay. And
but
then
the big question is it carry IO? Are you going to play IO Gyro with an off-lane Abaddon and a mid DK? That's the other route you can go, which is the much more conventional one here. I would lean towards that, but it's Pure. So honestly, Pure could just want to play carry IO. I wouldn't put it past him.
I would love to see carry IO be run again, specifically.
Ride the lightning, Austin.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, why not? You're matched up against a Gyrocopter, which is Pure, going to be playing that. So they're doing an IO Gyrocopter combination, but save, I guess, is going to start with the Abaddon when it comes to lane. I just feel like this combination of core Abaddon plus support IO I mean, it can't be as good as the old Abaddon with the 4 hits giving you, like the silence and stuff.
Yeah, there's
like,
not
that
a lot
was
of
a lot
synergy.
more potent.
The only thing Abaddon's really doing for you in this game is helping you stay alive a little bit longer, but honestly, it's not really preventing that much. I think it does take advantage of the fact you're a little low damage in terms of burst on your Yakult. You kind of have to build it up over the fight, and generally Abaddon does well in those types of games where you don't have crazy burst damage, so the fight goes along.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. It's an interesting pick. I don't. We'll see how it plays out. It feels like this is some kind of not cheese strap, but like pre-designed orientation of heroes. Like you have this Ogre Gyro IO mega buff core.
Whoa. Ame's playing Beastmaster?
Yeah, I was about to get to that, but
what?
That it might be the strangest thing in all of this because Is this the game you want to carry Beast?
We having a remake? Okay, what does carry Beastmaster do for you that is not offlane Beastmaster?
He doesn't get owned in the lane. I think that's literally it here. I think.
But you just said earlier it doesn't scale as hard as it used to.
Yeah, I don't think it does. You can have a stronger early game in the safe lane though, right? So therefore your timings are going to be better. You should be ahead, and then you're not as reliant on scaling as hard because maybe you can take the game over. He does have 2 other damage dealing cores and an Elder Titan, so that definitely helps the damage output here. You should not underestimate the Spirit buffing up a lot of the magic damage and helping him. You know, you roar target and Earth Splitter them. Okay, maybe the guy gets shielded, but even if he does, he still gets hit. It's a lot of damage coming through. A lot of frontline here from Yakult. Honestly, this draft is just strange. It's just downright strange. I honestly don't dislike where Yakult's ended up. I kind of like their position with this last pick. Razor is going to have a free lane. Their 3 cores scale pretty nicely together. I am not sold on this off lane of Abaddon at all. I think it's,
me neither.
I think it's going to be BetBoom that run out of damage here if this game goes late. Now I think they can snowball this game though. That's one spooky part. Like if you just start rolling with Bloodlust plus IO buff up on this gyro, he's going to be a raid boss, man. Like you're going to be playing some World of Warcraft out here, but that's kind of all I see going for them. Their lineup's not great at playing the map. They don't have any real pickoff to use this reload with. Their ancient farming is solid. They do have that to fall back on. But again, the lane shove to get to the ancient farming is a little mediocre, and the Beast Bristle are going to be pushing you in all the time. And I don't think you're killing them. Like, who rotates to kill Bristle or Beast this game? Or when they're showing on waves? Who sets up a gank?
Yeah.
I don't see it, man. Like, all this lineup does is just 5-man.
I mean, it's going to have to be a relatively, like, fast Blink Dagger Dragonite from GPK. He blink stuns into a relocate.
But what? That's so slow. Like, the damage on that is so slow. You're giving so much time to react. And Clock, Elder Titan are really good counter initiation supports here. If you reload into this ball from Yakult,
yeah,
that is spooky territory, man.
All right, so this will be the first time. So we have seen carry Beastmaster in the past. We have never seen Ame carry Beastmaster. This is the first time he will do it in a professional match, but it is something that he has been doing over the course of the last 4 months. He has been doing this in his pubs.
I have seen him play it in a couple pubs, but I've never seen him do it in an official.
Yeah, this will be the first time. No. This will be the first time.
So that's what's the interesting part is, because a lot of these guys will play weird heroes in pubs, and it's like, you know, maybe he got his role stolen or he just wants to play some fun hero or whatever. That's one thing, but to bust it out means he found some merit in it. Or enough to justify this lane swap that they feel is giving him the value they need.
Yeah. He's done it 33 times in the last 4 months, with doing it more and more the last month or 2.
I mean, it's viable. There's nothing conceptually wrong with it. It's just this lane swap needs to pan out a bit for me to believe in it. Like, Zeal has to have a game. If the Bristle goes top and gets obliterated, then you're going to be really sad that you have this carry Beast, I think. Not wild draft, man. I don't know where this one came from. But
yeah,
kind of a cool,
on,
a cool
on
draft.
Both sides.
Cool game, though. I'm very interested to see how this pans out, and I'm always a fan of Elder Titan, so.
Of course. I forgot about that.
It's just a fun hero to watch, man. Like, this hero just punches people with a giant fist.
Knoxville, can we get stats on Elder Titan players, please?
I don't know.
I want to see Avery's. I want to see Avery's name on the list.
There's no way I'm still in any of those lists.
How many people are playing Elder Titan?
But I never played that hero much in my career, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. The thing is, it's just not a hero that's popular in a lot of metas. Like, and when he is, he gets banned.
Oh, that's got a sting.
That's a big deny. That's a big deny right there.
He gets denied despite draining like 15 damage from GPK.
This should be a very good lane for Emo, though, early on. I think it gets better for the DK, though, honestly. And it's not some crush lane like it used to be. But I think Emo should have a good game here, and he can be a really annoying force for Pure as this game goes later. This is not a fun gyro matchup, especially in a lineup that's kind of built around buffing the gyro. If you throw IO onto Pure, if you throw Bloodlust onto him, you have an Abaddon backing him up. and a DK to stun for the gyro, and the gyro loses all his damage, then what is any of your lineup? Like, you know, it's just pointless. So that's why I like this
the
Razor
biggest
pick.
problem I see is that you're talking about like longer fights, but who wants to play a longer fight against Razor Bristleback?
Queen of Pain.
You know, a hero in this game that wants to play a long fight against Bristleback Razor. I don't think there is one.
Ogre Magi with Midas Hex Axe Ignite.
Okay.
I'm serious, dude. You stack those Ignites, they're no joke.
All right.
What, you're disagreeing with that? Bro,
Hey, there he is! SVG and GH.
Am I actually
76 games.
Wow.
I knew you'd be on that list. Thank you, Knoxville.
There's no win rate on there, though.
Yeah, Knoxville was kind.
The interesting thing here, though, if you actually look at this list, is 4 of those are Chinese/C players.
Okay.
And some of those are C players that played in China, like Ollie, right?
Where do you think you were on that list when it comes to win rate?
My win rate was terrible, honestly. I mean, you see the teams I was playing on?
I mean, you...
Bro,
yeah, you were playing in NA.
Effort,
you had so many free wins.
I had to play with Quinn outside his prime. Like, you know how fucking hard that was? Come on, dude.
You had the second highest win rate on that list.
I mean, that just shows I probably could have had like 90%. If I had gotten to play with Ame, like, come on, man. Just saying, you know, maybe not the Ame beast, but you know, like
ZL, he is not going to die. Hit plenty of stick charges.
Oh, nice bounce on the tower.
Oh, missed his cogs though.
So how these lanes shaping up? They're kind of mixed. Ame's free farming, Pure's mostly free farming. That Razor's a little bit farther behind on mid than I thought Emo would be. It's just getting out CS'd on these early waves, especially with the first point link. But it'll be Tianming with the first blood and the Lotus grab on an ET level 2. Caught you snoozing this Abaddon lane, not working out so far for BetBoom.
That is not a kill I would have expected.
This is
Zeal in some trouble, but this dive may not be that good for BetBoom. They're getting a lot of heroes low here, chasing after him. Does manage to get him behind the tree. Zeal, ooh, he had his healing salve going for this very crucial situation. If he got a little bit more HP, he might have been able to chase down some of these BetBoom heroes that are low, but the Ignite kills the healing salve, and there goes that.
Man, I feel like we're seeing so many more tier 1 dives than we used to.
Yes.
I don't know what
got him inside the cogs. Zeal's not dead yet. A battery assault plinking away. We'll try and get the kill on Toronto Tokyo. Does manage to do so.
Pure did not help tank any of those.
Yeah, he got a little unlucky there. Ame, meanwhile, gets another kill on save.
Ame is just slaying down. I don't really understand how this. Yeah, I don't know. BetBoom are really trying to push in deep here, and they're getting punished. Not respecting the damage coming out from this ET with the level 2 Spirit. Honestly, this is a really good lane for Tianming down here. Like, he's putting in some work. It's a free lane for the ET. There's no slows, no stuns, no attack speed slows, really.
All the things that can counter an Elder Titan. There's so many of them.
This is the dream lane, and you are always going to get a 2-hero Spirit because it's IO.
For sure.
The thing that can outplay you is the extra move speed advantage, right? They can kite you out, which is what I think should be happening, but if BetBoom just try and fight you here, it's a Elder Titan's dream, which could explain the inflated win rate compared to a lot of the historic Elder Titan players. Because I'll tell you one thing, Austin, I never got to play against the lane this easy for an Elder Titan, I'll tell you that much. I got tri-laned with like Visage, Undying Sven. Like, what are you supposed to do, man?
That's just one more hero to get a Spirit on.
Yeah, that extra 15 damage really doing a lot when you get Decay Soul Assumption. Like, look at this dude. Oh, he's dead?
Yeah, he is going to be saved by the Aphotic Shield of Miro, but Miro dies instead. It's also a big part of this is the Facet, right? Yeah, he does not have the extra movement speed one. He has the Deconstruction one, which got buffed up. It used to be that as soon as you got out of the AoE, this build-up over time of reduction armor and magic resistance went away instantly. Now it scales down at the same rate it scales up.
This thing hurts. It hurts. And especially for heroes that, again, can't disjoint you committing and don't have a lot of armor to begin with. This lane is just food right now.
Yeah. For
the Elder Titan. And the Yakults are very happy with it because Ame is beasting. Another South. Dude, he's just decimating save down here. This IO has no. He doesn't even have a bracer, man. He's going to mid. He's like, I'm done with bottom. GPK, you're my new best friend.
Look at this dive. I guess with the level 6, they feel like this is advisable. Got him inside the cogs. Managed to keep that damage drain coming. Emo's building up some serious damage. Does manage to get the kill on the Isle and picks up the kill on the Dragon Knight. The punishment is coming in, but the stomp is perfectly timed. Emo will make his great escape.
And Ame cleans up another solo kill before Roar.
Dude, how is he getting this done?
This is an absolute slaughter in this off lane for BetBoom. They have no business being in this lane. Maybe no business being in this game soon. We keep on this trajectory. An absolute masterclass from the safe lane of Yakult Bros as they force a rotation mid out at Pure, who gets nothing off that with the stomp. This Razor got the 6. Puts it instantly to use. This is everything you want out of this early game.
And a second kill with the Dragon Form used.
Happening?
GPK running it down.
This is just a food trough right now.
Yeah. Nemo's a hungry boy.
This is not a lot if you want to give these types of kills to.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, what is Pure going to do to try and carry this game from this position?
needs to be able to get a tether away, but the battery assault is going to stop him midway through his tracks. The stomp goes off, hits the Abaddon. The roar is now going to be put to use to get double.
Just stop going to this lane. Like, just go anywhere else, man. This lane's not your friend. They do get Zeal. I mean, you got to find something else. Pure's still having a good game. That's the crazy part. Like, this Gyro is doing perfectly fine, but relative to what's happening in this other safe lane, it's not even close. And these two supports have so many extra levels. Level 5 Elder Titan before the 8-minute mark is crazy. Just collects a free tier 1 mid versus a Dragon Knight. That is a dream right here. Yeah, Colt's in a very strong position, looking to steal some stacks.
If they kill the one man who's having a decent game.
They thought they saw him. The ward is a bit lower.
Yeah, it's on the
cliff
area
ward.
there.
I don't even think that ward necessarily saw him, but Pure just reading it, and they'll come back in, maybe go for the D ward. So some extra XP for Toronto Tokyo. Very happy about that one. GBK, however, this is...
I mean, again, even if Gyrocopter gets all this farm and is set up in a traditional game to carry it, how do you do that against Razor, who just drains away your damage?
I mean, you don't. You're in some tough situation right now. That's for sure. And the other downside is, again, you don't have the playmakers. Like, Abad and DK are not going to set up ganks to bring you back in this game. You have to farm, and you have to wait for a defensive opportunity. That's what your lineup can do. Bait a dive out from Yakults under a tower and turn around with your sustain. I mean, if Yakults don't want to dive you, however, you're not going to have play options. They do get 2 good D wards here. It's not nothing.
No, it's really not.
Man, look at how far Ame is in terms of that net worth.
Yep, he's going to have a super fast Aghanim Scepter, and there is no damage threat on BetBoom.
Nope.
And there will not be a damage threat for a really long time. I feel like this Aghanim Scepter is just going to mean he's immortal.
I wonder how much Yakults are going to commit to early mid-game items here. Like, do you want to do something, just go for an earlier Crimson on the Bristle, for example, and then just become immortal? I don't think this lineup does anything through Crimson Guard. At all.
Yeah. Yeah. The limited damage from the Gyrocopter, then getting blocked by the Crimson Guard. Baboka gets off the cogs and will manage to get away from the gank coming in from BetBoom. BetBoom still going to try and force it, though. With Pure coming through the gate, they will pick up the kill on the Clockwork. It took 5 heroes to get 1 kill, but by God, they got him.
They got him. Gotta commit something. That is the strength. Again, your lineup is very good at 5-manning, so I guess you can just start 5-manning for objectives and try and get the team gold back in your favor. It's not like this game is over. It's just, man, that early game was rough.
Well, you better get a lot done before the Aghanim Scepter is done, because then the team fight starts playing against you. All that AoE damage is also AoE heal for Ame.
They're gonna defend this.
And I'm not surprised that they do. Roar goes out immediately onto the Abad. Now he gets off the shield. He's going to be drained of his damage, but look at Tianming and Baboka Zeal in the back line just destroyed the Ogre Dragonite immediately. Emo will eventually pick up his kill on Miro. Save is nice little dessert after that buffet of heroes they just went through.
Man, throw that ET Spirit in the middle of all of them. Razor comes in with that plasma field, just does 2,000 damage in early game exchange. And no Gyrocopter to contribute to that kind of fight.
And the Gyrocopter, not going to be safe on the other side of the map. Being chased down now. I guess the death timers are low, so BetBoom can get here to try and defend him.
Yeah, they're going to TP everybody. I mean, that's almost worth it here alone.
Yeah, the full-on Power Rangers it is. Everybody but the Dragonite TP top.
Try and force something here. Just got the Vanguard finish, so he's a lot tankier.
Not an easy kill. Stomp goes off. Does make to be dodged by Pure. Does a lot of damage. More flat cannon shots. Not enough to get a kill anywhere, though.
Chase is just so hard. You don't have the lockdown. You have the sustain. You have the push. So they're going to commit straight into the tower.
Okay.
I mean, they're making the most of what their lineup can do. I don't think this is conceptually that bad. It's just not super efficient. As, you know, Emo, he gets a tier 1 by himself while Almei's farming Ancients. So this is a lot better for the Yakult's economy right now. Even if BetBoom are regaining some map control off the 5-man. They did not get that tower bottom after that fight, though. So that would have been the more valuable one. Some Ancient stack stealing would go a long way here. And the blink done for the Dragonite. Okay, got some playmaking.
Yes. They have the blink stun into relocate.
Honestly, is this even the blink DK game at this point, though? I rarely say this, but if there were like a Midas DK game, it might have been this one, because what are you blinking in to do?
Yeah, because you need another, well, I was thinking about it as another hero to scale, right? If the Razor is just going to take away all the Gyrocopter's damage.
I just don't, like, are you blink stunning someone into reload at this point and having it go well for you? It looks tough. So I almost think you'd rather have just gone Midas and just play for the ultra late here, which...
Yeah, I have Gyro in some trouble here. They are being sandwiched, and a hook shot is on the mark.
Reload.
Relocate attempted by Save. Broke the... Oh, he gets stunned just in the nick of time. That relocate level 1 is very slow, and thanks to Ame going through the gate, catches him from behind.
That was a nice move by Ame.
It really was. Cut down the tree, found the IO.
Yeah, Colt's looking good here, man.
Yeah, they are. I do wonder how much of this is just draft, frankly.
I mean, yeah.
Because it just feels like BetBoom can't make any moves.
I mean, I don't want to be a hero hater. I feel like you've known me for a long time, Austin.
Yeah, and I know you to be a hero hater. You are like one of the most egregious hero haters in the game.
Well,
You're like, Crystal
debatable.
Maiden is absolute trash hero.
That's not hate. That's
even when the hero has been very
true.
meta.
That is gospel. It's not my opinion. Like, the hero is just bad. Point me to one grand finals in the history of Dota where someone has picked Crystal Maiden and won.
There has to be.
Does not exist. It's like, Nox will bring up the stat. It's like 0 for 600. Nox will bring up the stat.
Bring up the stat.
I'm telling you, Crystal Maiden in grand finals in the entire history of Dota. I'll let you even count like the first 4 TIs because when there were like, 30 heroes in the game. Like, I'll even let you count those earlier tournaments. I guarantee you this hero has like 20% win rate in grand finals. It's just objectively bad, man. So anyway, back to my original point. I'm not a hero hater. Okay. But I personally have no faith in Corbat. I don't know what you build on this hero to make him effective.
Oh, me neither.
His new passive is just mega
this
weird.
is they have to get this kill.
Yes,
if he gets off the roar and gets off, okay, he still has 5 more seconds for the roar. So his first life is going to be forfeited.
The team
here.
is smoking here. This is bad if you clump around an ET stomp.
See if they burst him down. Hookshot's going to come in first. Cogs trying to disrupt some of the action here. Ame is ready to go, looking for a roar on somebody that's not the Abaddon, but it's Emo. Comes in through the side, drains some of the damage of the Gyrocopter. They have to relocate away and forfeit this fight because it is already over. There's no way they could kill Ame twice. They will lose 4 for this.
Brutal, man. I can't believe they stayed like that. There were no heroes on the map. You kind of have to expect Yakults to react, but maybe they're just taking the risk because they feel like this game is spiraling a bit.
Yeah.
And blink done for Ame. He's just so tanky. Again, Abaddon sits there, hits Ame the entire fight. that's all you could do. I mean, you're not silencing him. You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm not a hero hater, Austin, but
I'm with you on the Abaddon.
I don't get it.
There was a period of time where core Abaddon was the thing. I feel like this new Abaddon is very bad as a core.
Yeah, I agree. Because I don't think he has itemization. Like, I'll pay like $10,000. Austin will pay $10,000 to anyone in the world right now if you can give me the core Abaddon build that utilizes his new skill set. Not some like, oh, go Radiance. Like, whatever. You can build Radiance on anybody. You can be a Meat Shield or Radiance. Like, what uses this passive? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, right now, Miro, he's going Echo. Echo doesn't use this.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't help your passive do anything. So, you're just building Echo on a melee hero. Which is, I mean, okay, it's, you know, it's that, but like,
they're so far ahead that Ame has no problem throwing out the roar on Abaddon, who obviously can just use his ultimate immediately.
I mean, you just run him down. Like,
because you just run him down anyway. There's no chance of rebuttal from BetBoom.
And the other thing is, if you ever get the link on one of these cores, the fight just looks really good for you. Because this Razor's just a monster. Like, you don't have a lot of damage to throw into him. And he did rush the Crimson, so there it is. I think this is absolutely on point for Zeal. I think Crimson just makes your entire lineup invincible. There's absolutely no way you are losing a team fight in this game with Crimson at this point. It's impossible. I think BetBoom could
Avery will pay
heroes.
somebody, some lucky fan, $10,000 if BetBoom managed to win a team fight in this game.
Honestly, yeah, with the Crimson out, I would, because I think it's that impossible. I think you could Crimson guard this Clockwork, and BetBoom could hit him with all 5 heroes, and he wouldn't die.
But you've got the Echo Saber on Abaddon.
That's just 2 hits getting blocked by the Crimson instead of 1. It's like negative value.
Oh, dear.
I don't know. I think this was a push lineup that did not get out of lanes ahead, and we are seeing the consequence as Yakults continue to run the map. Toronto Tokyo, he was enjoying his break. I don't know if he's enjoying this game. He's getting the beatdown laid upon him.
What I can't get over is, like, where did this draft come from BetBoom? You know?
I just think they... I mean, I get the idea. It's like an all-in gyro carry draft where, like, he's going to be mega buffed and mega beefy, and he has this Abaddon on him, and you can't go on him, right? Yeah. Conceptually, it makes sense. The lanes were just so bad, and the playmaking's not there to make up for it. That if you fall behind, you're just stuck. You just can't ever win a team fight in this game. I mean, this game is just over, right? Like, there is no comeback potential here.
Could be a very fast day here.
Yeah,
I mean, Liquid, they ran that first game, and now we've got Yakult brothers doing the same against BetBoom, which is cooler because it's a nice little upset. Whereas it feels like Liquid and Talon are more evenly matched.
I think this is a playstyle that Yakults are very capable of, that I want to see more from them. This kind of explosive, aggressive style. I think better suits them, because I think you have to play around emo, and I think this guy's always going to play like that. So if you're not playing with him, then he's just going to feed, and you're going to look bad. But if you can play these fast-style games and rotate to mid, like they did this game, that was really important. Like, Yakults made a lot of important moves to put the game in this position. There wasn't just some auto-win draft, so props to them. Made this lineup look good, and now they're just cruising to... trying to close it out here with some later stage items. I mean, the BKBs are up. Sanjin Yasha completed here for Emo. He is very tanky. And the auras are coming through. 4-staff drum on the ET, more kiting ability versus limited stuns. You have that Crimson on the Bristle. Shivas for Ame, I think, would be the finishing touch here if you can get to it. Whereas if you're BetBoom, you need damage.
It's going to have to be the relocate alpha by Save, and he will manage to get that.
Yep. Solid positioning here from Save.
So that'll just be Save's life, who is going to be cost instead. Aghanims is done for the Gyrocopter. But again, it's like the Echo Saber. It's extra hits against... Crimson Guard.
Yep, it's
don't have the damage behind
it. There's no chunking happening here.
Yeah.
There's a little Tormentor steal right on time. Shard for Vivoka.
I mean, maybe BetBoom can do the same though. With 2 heroes, it's going to be significantly slower.
Yeah, this is not the fastest, but it is something Abaddon gives you. This is making the most of the situation for sure. Get an Ogre Shard here. Oh. Toronto, Tokyo.
I mean, I guess I'll take that shard over the IO shard.
I think that was the best shard they could have got. Toronto, Tokyo, he's starting to become the 3 here. We are some. Someone's gonna have to pick up the core slack, boys. May as well be me.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a Midas.
Yeah.
He was a sensible man and went Solar Crest, so.
Doesn't have it yet, Austin.
Well, he's queuing up 4-staff next, so I don't think he may ever.
It's not a bad Midas Ogre game. If you go in the fight and you Midas the boars and multicast it, it's pretty good team fight value. You can Midas the Hawk too.
Wait, is he actually? Okay, Zeal got out the Crimson Guard, and there goes the damage, and he had some heal ready to go as well. Oh! Save barely gets off the relocate in time to bail out his gyrocopter, but the fight is still cleanly in the favor of Yakult Bros.
Nice little timing there, man. Jiao Ming's been on point this game. Can't argue with that. As Zeal baits it out, and
is this
Crimson
like the best support or like strategy matchup for Elder Titan? I feel like Elder Titan versus IO lineups is always so incredible.
Generally been pretty good. Used to be a very hard counter back in the day. Fell off a bit. I don't think it's as one-to-one now as it used to be in the past, but it's still. You should still be very happy playing ET into most IO lineups as long as you don't get run over.
Yeah. Well, the fourth most played hero pair in Dota history is not going to be good enough to win these fights. It is a massacre underneath the tier 2 with Yakult Brothers taking half HP on Ame, half HP on Tianming. That is the extent of damage that BetBoom could do.
I mean, the second the Crimson goes out, the fight's done. Like
$10,000 safe in Avery's bank account.
Yeah, thank you, because that would have bankrupted me. As this will be a fast victory here for Yakult. They wasted no time. The Ame Beastmaster. I'm sure there were some people out there that doubted it, foolishly, as he is 12-1-12, Austin.
He's been practicing 4 months for this moment.
Honestly, I always liked Ame on the
faster heroes.
Fast, yeah, the fast push frontliners. Like I think his Wraith King at TI 11.
Yeah.
I think his Wraith King at that tournament was super underrated. I remember watching the replays of it.
It's funny how that happens because, like, you know, some carries that are known for like their hard carry performances, but then they play these fast heroes, and you're like, they really do a lot of work.
They actually know
I feel
how to
like
play the
Arteezy
game.
was that way, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh, they actually know how to play Dota.
They know more than just hitting creeps. How'd you feel about Satanic's performance? Talking about carries that are known for playing the hardest carries in the world.
I thought he looked good. I think he's in the same category. When he plays faster, I enjoy it a lot more. But, you know, I'm a biased spectator, so.
Why are you biased? Jetpack scouting.
Well,
nowhere to run to.
As
Nero.
a spectator, I prefer action and fighting.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's some guys out there watching Dota that are like, oh, yeah. 895 CS on Medusa? Oh, yeah.
Bro, you gotta get in here. Animage just got picked. Let's go.
Well, back in the day, yeah. It was hype. But Dota's come a long way, right? Battle Fury is just not as exciting as it used to be. It's the sad reality we live in.
All right, well, we're pretty much just waiting for Yakult Bros to go high ground again and see if BetBoom can cobble together some sort of defense. So there hasn't been, like, an inkling.
I don't think there will be. It's just not one of those games. I'm not trying to write it off, but like yeah, look at the lineup. There's just no damage.
BetBoom have shown it like they can't do a single thing, not even kill a single hero
they have
inside
zero
of
damage.
these fights.
There's zero damage.
And there's no damage on the horizon really either, because Pure built up the Crystallis and is going to go for Hurricane Pike, but Daedalus for both him and the Dragonite.
I mean, the Hurricane Pikes are good here
away
because you need them versus the Razor. But the problem is you need the damage item after the 2 Hurricane Pikes. If they had those, I would say there's maybe a comeback chance, but you're looking at Divine Rapier for Gyro and Daedalus for Dragonite. Then you start to do something with all the buffs.
Yeah.
But none of these buffs are worth anything if you don't have the damage. You just never got to.
I feel like I'm experiencing deja vu. I feel like Miro just died over here. How did he even get out here in that span of time?
He ran down the side.
And then tried to cut a wave or something?
Just trying to do a little farming, man.
All right, well, here comes the Shiv.
Get in there.
I mean, at this point, you still have a tier 2 at top. I'm surprised BetBoom are even willing to try and defend this.
Dude, that damage.
The stomp lands onto the eye on the back lines as the gyrocopter falls. Ame pushes forwards with the drums. The drums ever beating, leading Yakult Brothers onwards to a fast victory over BetBoom.
Well, that is one way to start their run in this tournament. Nice game from them. Not a lot of mistakes, almost no flaws. Pretty well played from everybody overall. I think they all did their job. I like the early rotations, especially. Like, you can look at this game as it's completely one-sided, but Yakult did everything correct to make it that one-sided in the early game.
Yeah.
They played the lanes really well. They snowballed Ame. That bottom lane was one of the most one-sided lanes I've seen in a long time. I don't know exactly what caused that IO to have the early rough deaths. Like, I was watching it was just kind of small overextension. They underestimated the ET punch capability. And the second you start giving up some kills, it just turned really bad. But I think the biggest thing for Yakult was the early rotations from the supports going into mid. That's what takes a winning game to a over game.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we saw Gaimin do for 3 years, right? And what they popularized. If you bring those 2 supports to mid, you kill that mid laner twice and take his tower, the game just implodes. There's nowhere to go on the map. Your mid laner's completely dead in the water. Them killing GPK the 2 or 3 times mid that they did sealed that game. They were on point, man. Those 2 supports came out firing. Very cool to see.
They did, and Ame, in his debut performance on a Beastmaster, got the 4th highest GPM for a Beastmaster in a LAN event. Great opener for Yakult Brothers. We'll see how they go from here. This group stage is going to continue, but first, we're going to go to a break.
Hi, I'm here with Zeal. Congratulations on your win. Obviously, first game of Blast. How are you feeling about this tournament and the format? Are you looking forward to it?
Excited for the tournament. Good game by us. So far, the hospitality is kind of good, and we're excited to be here and playing tournament.
Yeah, and it was a fun, fast game to watch. We actually just saw another Abaddon IO game by Nigma, and that went really well for them. But in this game, it looked like you guys kind of handled it really easily. What did you think of that hero combination and the strengths of it, or otherwise?
I think it's kind of like a new trend, this Abaddon carry. I think this hero is quite strong, but I think it's pretty hard to play against like our lineup, so he didn't manage to pull it off. So yeah.
Yeah, you guys played really well around it. How much of this game would you say was won on like draft versus gameplay?
I think draft we kind of had like 80-20 each. We have a very comfortable draft, and our heroes just match really well against them. So yeah.
All right. And final question on the draft here. Bristleback being picked like every game right now. Are you enjoying it? Is it fun for you, or are you just kind of going along with what's really strong?
It's really fun because it's really stupid. So I just take damage and everyone just gets slowed. So yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the rest of the day and the tournament. I look forward to watching more of your games.
Thank you.
Zeal straight up calling us out immediately, saying that this Abaddon core is very strong. Apparently, it's the hot new stuff.
He said carry.
Okay.
He said Abaddon carry.
We said that core Abaddon is bad.
I still think
carry
it's bad. I don't care. I stand by my statement. Even if that is some trend, even if that thing has like 90% win rate in scrims, I still think it's bad.
Guess we're going to see more of it. I mean, it is. Nigma did beat Falcons with it, so there must be something to it.
They crushed them. But I mean, that's just because Nigma is a good team. I've been saying this for a month now. No one believes me. They're back. Why? What's this silence, man?
You didn't have them in your top 10 for your power rankings currently. You had them in your top 10 for TI.
Yeah, because by the time they get there, they're going to be a monstrosity, bro.
I see. Okay. Apparently, there was a massive difference from Thailand to here. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe the difference is just who they're playing against, Austin.
Well, who is playing in this matchup is going to be Tundra and Talon. Talon, obviously, they suffered in that previous matchup against Liquid, and they did not have very much time to get their act together. So hopefully they already had a plan against Tundra, because obviously Tundra is going to be one of the most favored teams for this tournament, alongside Falcons, as those two teams were in the grand finals of our previous tournament. So we'll see what they got.
I expect a better comeback game from them. I think that draft was solid. They just did not execute the lanes, so I'm not too worried about them conceptually. They just need to wake up here. Maybe the early morning game did them no favors. At the same time, is Tundra going to be awake for this match, right? They had probably a late night, at the after party, celebrating their first big win for a lot of these guys with the new roster and the new org, and who knows? Maybe they're still asleep. Maybe they got to go get Soxa out of his room because he was up till 4 a.m., right? Like reading Twitter and Reddit posts about how great he is.
Well, according to recent Twitch messages, it would be Duraccio that they would have to.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but you did. I had no part in that joke. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how refreshed they are. I think it is a consideration. I was actually talking to, I had a nice breakfast meal with Quinn the other day. One of the things I said to him is, and I think in Dota, people underestimate fatigue because you cannot directly see the fatigue level of a team. It's not something us on the outside are privy to. It's not something that I think a lot of teams within the team actually are aware of, because it's not a physical fatigue. A lot of times it's a mental or an emotional fatigue, which is really hard to measure and really hard to sense. But it takes a toll.
What is the result of the fatigue, being a person who's been in that position before? Like how like if we can't see it as a viewer, then what's it like actually inside the booth when people get fatigue?
It reflects in the gameplay.
Okay.
Is the important part. People aren't as crisp. You see this a lot at TI, particularly the teams that make really deep bracket runs in TI, a lot of times lower bracket. By the time you get to the end, man, you're just drained. Like, you don't have an emotional ability to get as invested and as crisply into these games because you've done that up and down of almost being eliminated, coming back like so many times. It's hard. It's tough. And when you go really deep in LAN, you play a lot more, but the emotional highs and lows are also a lot more severe because the stakes go up. So for Tundra, they win this LAN, they're going to come in here. They just went through a lot of emotional drain, a lot of physical and mental drain to win that tournament. There's a resetting time for that, in my opinion. So they could be a bit fatigued. And I think that shows in the crispness. So I'm saying like the laning, the little mechanical stuff, the team fighting, right? Maybe you miss a sunstrike that you would have hit if you were on point. And these little things add up, basically.
Do you think that fatigue played a part in the matchup between Tundra and Falcons? Because obviously Falcons
I do.
went into that, right? They won their lower bracket final. They won the first 2 games of the grand final. And then...
Yeah, that was the example I brought up, is I think Falcons got a bit fatigued towards the end of that tournament. They played a lot of games. They played a lot of games that day. And if you look at how they lost those games 3, 4, and 5... Yeah, you can point to some draft stuff. You can say they're behind on the meta. But to me, they just weren't team fighting as well. They weren't laning as well. They got run over, especially in that game 3. So we should see a draft here that I think reflects what Tundra learned from that tournament and hopefully what Talon learned from their game 1 defeat.
When it comes to fatigue, one of the best ways to combat that fatigue, you know, people are, I saw some comments about it. People are like, oh man, it's just so unfair. You have to play lower bracket finals and the grand finals in the first position. Well,
don't
you win the upper bracket final then.
Exactly, that's the advantage.
There is a disadvantage to losing the upper bracket final, and that is the fact you have to play 2 matches in 1 day. And the advantage for winning your groups here in this tournament is that you don't have to play for several days, and you can conserve all your energy. So if Tundra can push through, get the energy back up after winning a tournament, and just push through this 1 day, then they can get themselves at least a couple days break, depending on how well they do, where they end up.
They look pretty solid. Just my overall surface level read. They don't look too tired. They look pretty even level. Duracho eating an apple. It's a good sign. Keep the nutrients up. Talon don't look phased from their loss earlier, though. They look in good spirits as well. They're laughing about the Ricky pick, you know. They might not be here in 20 minutes, but we'll find out.
Ricky versus Batrider. We've seen...
Tundra really likes this bat. This is a premier hero for them that I think they play better than almost any other team.
Okay, how so?
One, I think they have one of the best support Batrider players in the world on Soxa. I think he is just an absolute beast on this hero. This hero's, to me, a lot more about how you kite people out, how you push your limits with the HP in the fights, the laning with early blood grenades, and the pushback more than, oh, I blink lassoed some dude, you know? Like, anybody can do that. It's about all this other little stuff that adds up, and I think he's a master of that. All these little mechanical things on the lane, right? Finding the little extra farm, getting that smoke gank a little bit faster. And I think when you can execute that well, this hero really shines. He's an early game skirmish beast. And that's one of Tundra's strengths, in my opinion. They can absolutely just run you over in the first 10 minutes.
I think he's really good with flame break specifically.
Yep.
Like, he's very fast at being able to catch somebody when they're trying to, like, you know, Aghanim's Earthshaker is trying to enchant totem away, right? And he just knocks him back down to the ground with the flame break. Always seems to get the good angle to be able to bounce somebody into the team.
It's an interesting pick versus the Ricky first pick, because in theory you have everything you can choose, right? Like, oh, what do you want versus Ricky to really make his game miserable? And committing another support is, I think, a good direction to go, because I don't think a lot of the cores have good interactions with the Ricky anyway. So if this is one where you feel like I can have a good time versus him, you know, I can hunt the Ricky instead of the other way around. I'm kind of a tankier hero to go on. I can maybe bounce him back or something. I could see it. He's a 4-staff buyer as well, which is a bit of a mixed bag versus the Ricky nowadays with the smoke screen and how you can't like cast things on allies and all that nonsense. But
yeah,
in general, 4-staff buyers are still good versus hero. So, you know, there's some extra value there. I don't mind this opener. I think it looks pretty good. And I think the early game fighting can be annoying for the Ricky. Kind of a tough hero to go on and burst. And they'll get that Tiny, which I assume is just going to be BZM Tiny here.
Yeah, we've seen in some of these other drafts, it has been one of the first banned heroes, and I think for good reason.
This hero's strong.
Crash Landing still doing too much damage.
I mean, to me, it's more than the burst. It's the HP. This hero's just so tanky.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to go through him. It's not as noticeable, I think, as an observer, but when you play against this hero, you feel how long it takes to get through this hero's HP in a fight, and it's tough, man. Like, it's just so much time for the team to do whatever they want with so much vision and control. So there's some damage to try and cut through it. Which,
yeah, this hero has... I mean, it's similar to Tiny. There's some bugged interactions right now with the hero that is allowing it to do more damage than it should. I hate this hero right now. I think this hero is just frankly bullshit. I think the Aghanim Scepter Shadowblade is like the easiest way to play a mid hero in like Dota's history. The hero does insane amounts of burst, insane amounts of AoE, right? You've seen these Dragon Slaves do like AoE Laguna Blade kinds of damage when you get the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter. But it's also like she has really good survivability, not just because of the flying, but because, you know, in general, heroes are just a lot tankier than they used to be. She has like 3k HP, then she's getting magic resistance from her Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, but what if you just pick PA or Spectre or something and jump her?
Again, what shot by a PA?
Yeah, I bash her.
Like a PA is gonna be trying to like farm somewhere, and a Shadowblade Aghanim's Lina is gonna find.
Okay, I think everything you said is very reasonable and thought out. I personally actually think this hero is very mid.
Yeah, it's a mid hero.
Okay, we'll move on from that. I'm actually not big on this Lina. I think it's very one-dimensional, and I think one-dimensional heroes in Dota eventually get figured out and fall off. So you can play them while they're hot, pun intended, and you can make them work. And I'm not saying the hero's bad, but I don't think it is the end-all be-all first pick completely broken hero that is terrorizing a lot of pubs. That's how I feel about it.
I mean, it is definitely broken in pubs. Far less so in professional play. I mean, but I still think when
everything's broken in pubs. Like, that's why you can't nerf or can't buff Pudge.
Yeah.
Because guy gets hooked and says it's the most broken hero in the game. Like, okay, that's not reality, you know? You're living in a dreamscape where hooks are coming to you and you can't dodge them because you're too old and slow.
Pubs are reality for most of us, Avery. All right. Elder Titan,
okay.
Another one.
Okay, is this gonna be a tournament? We see some ET gameplay.
Why? The last time it made total sense to me, the ET pickup, or at least it made more sense.
This is a vision hero. Like, it's a hero. This tiny ET combo is really strong. It's been strong for a long time. It's like the highest magical burst jump hero in the game. You throw this spirit out, you scout a hero, Tiny jumps them, they are gone. I don't care who you are. You're gone.
They have no magic resistance. And Tiny already one-shots people.
This is also a hero that Tundra's played before. It's just a Whitemon classic, right? He's a really good ET player. He just likes it. It's one of their heroes they go to for some extra team fight when they don't feel like the Warlock or the Phoenix are as good, just in terms of what they want on the lane and the core synergy. I can definitely see this being a nice ET game. It's really good with the Bat and the Tiny. It's really good for bailing out the Bristleback if he gets jumped on.
Now there's another hero that has been climbing the ranks in recent meta.
Good lifestealer game, that's for sure. They don't have a lot to back him up in the fight, though. It's a very single target oriented lineup from Talon. They really need to get pickoffs going and get the lifestealer to a point where he can just raid boss in 1v5. I'm not super big on the CM pick, but that's a usual. And something about this CM Ricky Lina combination looks a little weird to me. Like,
yeah,
what's the synergy there, you know? I don't really see it.
I mean, I see it with Ricky Lina, but then Crystal Maiden is not.
Yeah, like, is she just there to shove waves out to give you info? But if you just wanted that, I think there's better supports to do that.
For sure.
You're just gonna be food on the map versus the bad Tiny. I almost would like rather have like support Naga Siren, you know, because then just conceptually, okay, the support Naga pushes in the waves, and then Lina Ricky are gonna pick them off.
Where did that hero go, by the way? Because it was first banned for the longest time.
It got nerfed a little, but I think it still has a place somewhere. I just cycles of Dota, you know, I don't know.
Sure. Any chance we get to see Unfettered for the Lifestealer? Right, because that is quite good against the Batrider, and I think the magic resistance may have a place here against.
I honestly have no idea. We don't see it a lot. I assume there's good reasons. I think you just want it to be as tanky as possible in this hero.
Yeah.
You get multiple rages off in a fight, it's just so big. I think you still want to jump here too if you're Talon.
Yes, we need an offlaner, an initiating offlaner.
But you want team fight as well? So what does it all? I don't really know. Kind of a tough pick.
Mars. I mean, the burst damage isn't great, but you do have Spear to break.
What about Legion Commander, dude? Where'd that hero go? You get the save for Bat, duel to Bristle.
I almost think Legion Commander is like more of a carry now.
Oh, that hero's just bad then.
Yeah.
There's Slardar as well that I think is kind of interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Slardar a little bit more.
Yeah, Slardar, Lifestealer, Riki.
Yep.
You got some synergy going on there.
It's a lot of single target burst damage. You get your jump. It's pretty good versus Bristle.
It's a lot of minus armor with the shard on Riki as well.
Some options, but you don't get that aura buyer or something like that if Talon feel they needed to back up all this single target burst.
Yeah, you would want a pipe against ET Tiny.
And then you're looking at things like Underlord or Tide. Tide could be interesting here, but then I feel their lineup's just really slow, clunky outside this Lina. I don't know. This is a weird position. I'm not sure what Talon wants. Maybe Talon don't know what Talon wants because they're also debating here. And March looks lost. I think Tundra's pick is very open. I mean, they can put this Tiny 1 or 2. They can put the Bristle 1 or 3. They have pretty much anything they want in this last core pick. They're just going to see what suits them best. And their lineup's pretty well balanced, so I don't think they're pressured to pick anything specific here. They could go for something like a TA. They could go for a jump hero like the Puck. They could go with the BZM Invoker if you really wanted to. You could get a Dyrachio hero, which I don't really know what's left, but I think
PA, you said it earlier.
The PA's banned. There's the Spectre, but it doesn't look that amazing here. I mean, what would 33 play versus Lifestealer? Because they did ban this Enigma, which I think would have been good. There's not a lot of offlaners left in the pool. There is that Beastmaster.
I think it's a Dyrachio here, and they do go for the Mars, so I think that's more reason to pick up a different Dyrachio hero.
I do think the carry Bristle actually owns that hero on the lane.
Okay.
If they really want to try and do that type of thing, but I'm just wondering what's left in Dyrachio's pool. Like, a lot of his signatures got banned out here, and they took the Lifestealer.
Chaos Knight. Bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. It's not some weird range. I mean, there's like Medusa, I guess, but that hero's gone from the meta. I could see them just going Beast here. Or the Beast got first ban, so there's not even that. Okay, Razor. Yeah, they were really drawn at the bottom of the barrel because it's not a hero we see Tundra play a lot, honestly, and not a hero we've seen Dyrachio play a lot over his career.
Yeah.
Kind of out of left field, but just so many offlaners got banned. Like Doom Beast first phase, Enigma, Magnus, Lycan, all out here. They took the Mars, and then a lot of the carries that Dyrachio plays: Terrorblade, Alchemist, Morphling, Monkey King, Magnus, TA, PA, all gone. Like, man, there were just not a lot of cores left for this Lifestealer matchup. This Razor can be a really good matchup here, and it does give you a free lane versus the Mars, though it's kind of hard to get the links on him sometimes. So
yeah, you just get speared every single time you try, right?
You don't punish him as hard as you do on paper, but it's still a free lane, and it's a hero that is really nice with the Elder Titan. Again, some more magic damage to use the Spirit. The AoE Stomp can bail you out in fights if your BKB gets low.
It used to be good against Lifestealer, but now I think Lifestealer is too much of an in-and-out hero.
Yeah, I don't think this matchup really matters too much, particularly if you get to later stages with Ags and stuff, and you're going for aggressive infests, the Radiance Mischance. I wouldn't say this is a matchup I'm super scared to play Lifestealer into. I think it's still a very good Lifestealer game. I just question the teamfight capability of Talon here, if they're not the ones getting the pickoffs and being able to get the lanes in, because you're looking at a lot of HP to get through between the Tiny, the Bristle, and the Razor with an ET behind him. It's a tough lineup to just run headfirst into. I don't care who you are.
Well, maybe you just need to have a hero that only focuses on one thing, which is just damage, which is what Lina gives you. All right, our opening game of Talon versus Tundra. I say opening game. It's the only game we're going to be seeing in this group stage between these two teams. Maybe we'll see them again in the Gauntlet playoff stage.
See Saksa with the early boots on the bat, smoking out. He'll be the fastest on the map. Gets an early ward down as well. but did not see that as it was smoke placed from the high ground. So otherwise, no early action. Does get the boot sell for the lane as Whitemon scouting out the mid ward, but also doesn't see anything yet. There's a lot of C players in this game, Austin.
Yep, and they're all talking to Whitemon right now. Though Cuckoo says English. It's apparently time to switch over.
30 seconds to battle.
Advantage for first blood fight?
Probably Talon.
Yeah, Talon's looks pretty strong.
The Maiden Mars, if they line that up. Tundra's level 1 is kind of garbage.
Plus, you could leave the Lifestealer alone somewhere.
They are going for the flank here. I mean, if they find the Maiden isolated, they'll absolutely first blood him. And it looks like they're going to do just that with this
Crystal
ward.
Maiden dying in the jungle, Avery?
I've never heard of that before. Dude, I don't know, man. Every time I watch this hero, it's just so sad. Like, you're just food, man.
All right, well, 33 already got to a great start with the first blood.
That's
he
a
also
really bad
took
death.
the seeing red facet, which he is more prone to do so. But I think with the Razor, nobody else is going to be farming stacks. Like, I think 33 is going to be...
He's going to be big.
He's going to be big. He's going to farm a healthy amount here, and Dirachi is going to be running around making space.
That's also a reason why that death is really bad, because
yeah,
you do not want to accelerate this bristleback of all heroes on the side of Tundra. You just did that with the first blood. And when you do it with Crystal Maiden, I think the strength of Crystal Maiden is the laning phase. It's snowballing the game, being really strong on the early levels, putting your carry in a position where you can win that lane even more. When you give up that first blood, you negate a lot of that. And now you're just here battling against heroes with extra regen, extra stats, extra level advantage, which is also huge. Crystal Maiden, a lot of times you can maybe get that cheeky level 2 kill. If they're the level 2 first, they go on you. You lose all that advantage as well.
Yeah.
Just giving a first blood on this hero is a rough blow. See if Tundra can take advantage of it. So far, their cores are all CSing really well, and I kind of expect that. Their lanes are pretty well constructed. The Mars pick does well versus the Razor, but you got a Riki support, so your early offensive capability is a little limited up here. And it's another double melee lane for the ET to play into, like we saw in the previous game. The IO effectively was a melee hero. He's going to have double Spirit on this lane. I could see Whitemon running some people down.
It's previously, like, Talon was set up to win their lanes and didn't win them hard enough.
Dude, Yokup's dead.
In the first 5 minutes.
Dude, this
And
minus
now
armor,
they're in a
man.
situation where I think they guarantee lose their lanes. I mean, not mid, but they'll lose their side lanes. I think both of them for sure.
I mean, this lane's already lost. People are just, they're just way underestimating this deconstruction. Maybe it's not something they've been playing against a lot, but that Riki had -6 armor on him at the end of that fight. You're just hitting for bonus pure damage at that point.
Why? Okay, so I get the Nyx Assassin, I get the Bounty Hunter. I know what they offer me, and we've seen metas where Riki support is popular. Nice spear, gets a little bit more damage. Why did Riki support come back into play? What is this hero offering me that it didn't before?
Smoke screen.
Okay.
I mean, it's just way better than it used to be. The spell got like 4 buffs, you know?
Yeah.
Like lingering effects, mischance going into it. It's like a pseudo save mechanism. It's just a hard spell for a lot of cores to interact with. It's on a very low cooldown, and it's on a hero that generally can strike first with the vision advantage. So I think teams are seeing a lot more of his value in the team fight itself, rather than I have to run around and try and find some solo kill with Riki, right? It's just not a playstyle you want to rely on. So, to me, it's all about smokescreen. Okay. You need to make the spell work for you in the team fights to really make this hero shine. Plus the vision. Like, the vision is nice for a lot of the initiators in this patch.
Running at him again. On both side lanes, you could see they're just constantly trying to put Talon under the pressure. Mid lane is at least going pretty well. It seems like 19-4 for the Lina. Oh, miss spear.
That is a bad one
Not
to
good
miss.
for WS. He is going to die for it.
Look at the damage, man.
Dude, he's just getting run down. Fortunately, the creep wave came in and gave him a little bit of mobility to get away from Whitemon, but
This ET is looking strong. If people are going to play with this talent and get a lot of these lanes where they're just first melee heroes, you're absolutely going to rip them apart. Like, there's no way you're fighting the level 3 ET timing with deconstruction here. Way too strong. And this hero's still a beast of a team fighter. It's looking good in these early games. Tundra taking a strong early lead here in the side lanes, like you mentioned.
Cuckoo gonna be run down by Saksa. No problem picking up that kill, while the Bristleback continues to zone out Natsumi, who may die here if 33 runs the right direction. Natsumi does dip down and away from 33's pursuit.
This is a tough position, though, because you don't have the regen.
Yeah.
Tundra support's doing work as usual. I think that's what we've come to expect from this squad.
33 diving too deep under tower, gets punished with Cuckoo coming back into lane. Fails to get the kill. The healing salve is up for the Lifestealer as well. That is a massive turnaround because, I mean, he was just losing so much CS. The fact that they were able to get a kill really helps even things out a bit.
33 getting a little too greedy down there. This is while Saksa was getting stacks on the triangle too, so he didn't really have to make a move there. Just wanted to see if he could push it. Pushes a little too far. Crystal Maiden gets that big punish. That definitely helps Cuckoo's game. He was struggling. This is going to be one of those where Makoto has to get something done with the advantage he's built up mid, though. Did get a decent net worth lead over BZM here, which is what you'd come to expect. Burning out some more with the raindrop. So Zelina should be strong on the map. If you can somehow get a rotation or two with some early Laguna kills, I know it's not the exact playstyle you want from this hero, but might really
this
help
hero
your
is
side
pretty
lane,
farmy in the early game right now, right?
I'm not expecting that. I'm just saying if it happens because you get a haste or something.
Well,
opening
see
exists.
What happens with that power rune, though. It's not looking good. It seems like Tundra have pretty full coverage there, at least to ensure that it doesn't go to Lina. Yokum had to take the arcane rune. Spear does latch this time around. Nice deny.
This is a nice matchup for the ET too, because Ricky's just not strong in lane versus hero early.
Here comes
here's
Makoto.
the move.
A second punishment on 33, perhaps in line if they have the damage, which Makoto is able to deliver.
Big moves. You were saying that they just farm, Austin. The Lena's just farm mid AFK. They're not going to make a really Laguna rotation.
I also said that this hero is pretty crazy and does tons of damage, which is what she was able to deliver, which is exactly what Talon needs, what they need, a hero now in the top lane as well. Spear back will prevent the death immediately, but the Wisdom Rune is coming up. They will manage to pick up the Wisdom Rune before they run away from Durachio's invasion. He's looking to try and catch him. Clasp of Seal barely off the mark.
It's pretty close.
Meanwhile, though, there is going to be a full creep wave dying under tower.
Man, Durachio, you're just looking at this lane, though. Tundra got everything they wanted out of that Razor pick.
Try again here on 33. Having just a bit of a poke.
Rotation this time.
I mean, if Natsumi can get to level 6, it would really help things out quite a bit.
Some juicy ones waiting here for that Bristle. That's the scary part. He's the third most farmed hero in the game. He hasn't even done these yet.
Yeah. It's a cute spot. And Talon really don't have the heroes to invade.
No way. Got a player on the Selena mid. I think that's your best bet. Bring the supports to Makoto, or bring Makoto to one of the side lanes, as he's the one getting ganked instead.
Makoto with the toss. It'll finish him off. He got off the Laguna plate, though. Perhaps a turnaround kill. Yokum's going to try for it. A Frostbite locks Saksa in place. Yokum
stomps out.
Oh, he does manage to get the hit. Neutral creeps threaten to deny him that opportunity, but he will die for it. A double for BZM off of that.
I'm very happy about that one. Brought that Tiny back in the game completely, and
yeah,
that mid advantage is just gone like that. You didn't make the first move there. Tundra made it instead. Not what you wanted to have happen in this game for the one hero that was having a good time. And he's going with the bots first, so every time that gets delayed a little bit, you're pretty happy here if you're Tundra.
Certainly.
Slows down all of that map progression. Eyeing WS top. Easy kill if you don't just joint the link here.
He's going to go for the TP out. There's no stuns in his lane, but the damage is not enough. I really thought they had it.
I think he did die. He just glitched out or something.
Meanwhile, Whitemon's like, oh, we got stacks. Do you guys have stacks? No. No, they don't. Which it's not like the Talon squad has much of a way to farm stacks outside of Lina.
No. They have to play
Tosses
on
in
the
Riki to his death. Got off the smoke screen, though. Maybe with a couple of hops. Lina, Crystal Maiden, they're close by. Do manage to deliver him from what felt like certain death.
I mean, the question, though, is if you're Talon, are you happy with these sorts of periods where nothing's happening? Like, are you happy trading these side lane solo farmers? And I feel like the answer is no. You're surviving up here, right? But you're not getting a lot done, and I think this Mars is just falling behind.
I mean, he's doing a great job of surviving against all these ganks, though. He got the TP away earlier. This time he got the arena to protect himself, so he's doing an admirable job.
Yeah, this is some old school off-lane where you get thrown to the wolves and it's like, just try and survive, bro, and we'll pick it up elsewhere. And he is playing it very well. I honestly don't think his net worth position is that bad considering the state he was put in. It's just, what's the trade-off here for Talon? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, the trade-off should be, my carry is the highest farmed hero in the game. Not the case at all. He is ahead of the Mars, and that's it.
Tundra will try and keep pushing their tiny advantage right now with the tiny.
Yakult tries to go for the other direction with the juke. It does not work,
There's a lot of extra gold in this tiny off random support kills.
Yeah. Makoto does manage to get one of those support kills in return, though, on Whitemon top lane and hits the tower.
See, there's the haste rune, Austin. I told you, man.
Hasn't popped it yet.
Didn't need to. Even better. Oh, get Dyrachyo here with that haste rune.
I'm surprised Dyrachyo stayed up here.
They don't commit. Seeing the TPs come through.
Yeah, okay, well, he runs into Cuckoo on the other side, so it wasn't the Lina or the Mars he had to worry about. Now the Lina comes back into play after they killed the Razor. They'll clean up the supports now. This is a massive swing for Talon.
What a maneuver. I think Tundra were just confused what was happening there. The fight came from all angles. There wasn't a clear target. No damage coming out from them with the Tiny not being there at the start. Makoto just cleans house. Suddenly it's Lina's top net worth, and the game showing us how broken this hero really is. Austin, you doubted it, but here it is in the flesh. #1. And Tundra don't have good answers to the Lina until their jump comes online between the Tiny and the Bat. So these early fights should be very strong for Makoto as long as, keeps finding some haste runes here.
Let's see how many power runes or haste runes he can get. 33. He's going to have an Aghanim soon, thanks to all the stacks that they had. Makoto had to deny a shield rune.
Yeah, Makoto just cleaned up like a full team fight, and he's still behind this Bristle.
Yep.
The power of the stack economy in full force here. In fact, he has so many stacks, he can't even do them all. He has to go heal. So efficient that it becomes inefficient, Austin.
Yeah, I guess he had to leave because he doesn't know where the Riki is. They even did a scan on the bridge to see if Riki was making a bit of an incursion there.
That would have been a fine. Look, he's gonna steal the stacks, man. What's that?
Yeah, bro, he was 500 away from the Aghanim Scepter. How are you gonna do this to him?
That's just dirty right there, dude. He comes back, he's like, what? Listen, bro, I know you want a TI, but I got 2, so step back here. Take a step back, man.
I'm imagining that ever being a real communication on a team. Just the most toxic, where's your rings? All right, Makoto's working towards his Aghanim Scepter. Now have the Blink Dagger, though, for BZM. So the Tiny is going to be an active force, which is something that we haven't seen for this last little bit. This will change a bit of the narrative for this game.
I mean, I know you're joking about that, but I've seen and heard some pretty toxic communications in my day. I'm just saying. I think people would be surprised at what Dota players will say to each other in game.
In a professional match.
I'm not going to say any of those.
Come on, you could just leave the names
at stake,
out.
Austin.
Huh?
There's reputations at stake.
Like whose?
Don't name names. Just who?
Yeah. I mean, you're probably talking about Arteezy when you were coaching EG.
No, I'm not talking about Arteezy. I'm talking about the EG squad, the old PPD EG squad. Those had some, those had some pretty toxic.
You won a TI though, so.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing about Dota is like the more toxic your team environment is, it doesn't hinder your chance of success. A lot of times it helps it.
Yeah. Natsumi open for a little +1 on top of the creeps he's been farming. Does not get the Bat Rider though, as they intended.
Ags is already done, by the way. His Bristle is not a hero you want to fight into right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's time to abandon the safe lane. Like normally Lifestealer, you want to keep this tower alive for as long as possible because it's a hard hero for the enemy team to push in, but I feel like when an Ags Bristleback, and yeah, they're gonna go for the Infest gank through the gate.
I like
which
this idea.
Dyrachyo may be the victim of.
I don't know if this will land because it's a little slow, but I think it's the right idea. Like, get these Infest kills going on the Razor is the most susceptible hero on the map. He's only got 1200 HP on the Agi Treads. And dodge this Bristleback. This is not a hero you want to fight into right now.
This is a hard area to gank. You're going deep into the tier 2 here.
This is tough. The Tiny's lingering up here, too.
They spotted him, by the way. The Plasma, they have a sentry down, and the Plasma field hit the Riki, so they know what's going on. They're baiting out Dyrachyo with a tiny Blink Dagger behind him, with an Elder Titan behind. If Talon were to have taken that bait, they would have been obliterated.
Smart back out there. They will lose that fresh obs, though. That feels real bad. Just don't have a lot of vision on the map. They're bringing reinforcements. Going to make the play anyway.
Dyrachyo still steps forward, and the team had stepped away.
Okay, I mean, nice reads from Talon. And Tundra just off the mark there. Now they're just sitting up here with everybody going, what are we doing, boys? Got to find something.
Yeah, what's the point of a trap without the bait? He'll catch the Crystal Maiden.
Straight into the Cobalt.
The reveal of the Blink Lasso.
Right into his meaty jaws.
Ah, that's why they're willing to take this game still. They had 33 cutting across the map with his Aghanim Scepter. Now Talon is not going to back down.
He's going to commit.
He will manage to clean up WS, and with the Aghanim Scepter, get even more. The Riki's going to die. Natsumi is going to go for the TP out. The Lena's in trouble, though. Oh, the toss is going to slow him down. This is trouble. Makoto. All he has is Laguna Blade to throw out. He's just dead.
That's a weird fight from Talon. Again, the Bristle's not the hero you want to fight right now. They lingered is the thing. They didn't just full disengage. They stayed around with other heroes like this Lena trying to see what would happen. But if you don't just full commit on the Bristle, I guarantee you nothing good is going to happen for you.
Yeah, I feel like they could have just said, okay, they got the Mars, but we got the Razor.
Right, and just farm the map, right? Look for another pick off somewhere else. I think that's the name of the game.
For a reason on Lena, right?
Very weird decision there. And I think that was when Makoto was just hitting a PowerPoint, too. He finished the Ags. This is an Ags bot Lena that can do a lot of damage for you in the single hero scenarios, but not in a full team fight like that.
Well, just get back on track by killing Dyrachyo again.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do. Make this guy wish you were still on gaming, you know. And
I don't think he wishes that.
Big tree swing there, gets the last hit, and I mean BZM's game is really shaping up here. Rough laning phase, but Tundra made sure they brought some supports to smooth it out, and now he's cruising.
Yeah.
And if you can ever find this Lena with the bat or the tiny jump, that team fight's wide open for you. Then it's down to Natsumi to make something happen with this Radiance Lifestealer, which you can still do a lot in this game. It's going to be a strong Lifestealer game. Shouldn't underestimate it here. Not a lot of direct answers for Tundra in this lineup unless you catch him outside the rage. DD top.
Heading for Dyrachyo again. Dyrachyo. Oh, Dyrachyo. I can't believe he went for that power rune. Like, Talon are clearly targeting him because they don't want to be going for a Bristleback. And the Tiny is not an easy target to go for either. The easiest core to kill is this Razor.
I think this is one of those games where he had to play a little more defensive, but it's Dyrachyo, so like that's just not going to happen.
True.
The upside is you're still, like, you are the hero that's going to get picked off in this game. It's not going to be the Bristle. BZM has just been farming jungle, so it's not going to be him. No one else is pushing the waves out really that aggressively, so He's kind of been the sacrificial lamb here to keep the Bristle in prime position as the
I mean,
true
the Bristleback
carry.
is kind of like the true carry in this game anyway, right?
He is, yeah. I mean, 33 is always the true carry, to be honest.
True.
So it'll come down to what he gets done in the fight, and they're going to put a gem on him as well. Early gem. Tundra are gearing up to start being more aggressive here in the next few minutes. This is not a gem you buy to have the Bristle hit jungle with. This is a gem you put on him to put him on the front line, let him be the vanguard, and look for some plays as BZM's going to run into a wild Ricky and see you later.
He was so close to his diffusal blade too.
This magic damage burst is going to be something Talon have to think about because they didn't get that pipe builder, which is something we were mentioning in the draft. This Mars, the upside of the Mars is you have a lot more initiation capability. The downside is if you get jumped by this tinier bat with the ET Spirit on top, you're just gone this game. Like, I don't know. There's no answer to it.
The Radiance is up for the Lifestealer.
Good
Just
time,
shy
too.
of 20 minutes. Armlet Radiance. It's decent timing, I would say. Considering how far behind he was off after the laning phase, too. I feel like
this is decent. Talon can teamfight here if it's set up well for them.
He smoke. It's going to break on the low ground. They know that Tundra is up here. They do manage to hit a combo pretty nicely. Arena goes out, catching them heroes. Meanwhile, with the lasso, the Lifestealer, it's not going to die. Got off a bit of an armlet toggle, still not dead. He's okay while Makoto cleans house.
That was a massive LSA. Saves the Lifestealer. Outputs so much damage. Dream scenario for Talon in a lot of ways, because if your Lifestealer gets jumped and he lives, that's the easiest fight of your life. The burst has to come through on Natsumi to make that worthwhile for Tundra. Otherwise, you just committed all of your stuns and jump on one hero, and Lina gets a free-for-all. That's exactly what Makoto got, and he cleans up. Big team fight win for them. Pushes him back to the top of the chart, and the Razor just wasn't even there. An aggressive go from Tundra onto the tankiest hero here. A damage test that they did not pass, and they lost gem off that as well. They got one fight out of it.
No
and
wonder
nothing
Talon
else.
is up in net worth now.
Yeah, they got a big swing off that gem on the WS here. Man, what a turnaround on that Tormentor position. Could have been good for either team, to be honest. Just WS had a really nice angle on the jump. Ricky Shard.
Pretty good pickup.
Well,
So,
like, this is what I'm talking about, right? These random smoke screen buffs is what's made this hero viable.
yeah.
Oh, you just get 5 armor and can't be targeted. Like, why does this shard exist? I don't know, but it does. So you're gonna have to play around it. I will say, is Ricky Maru the Dota hero with the most bullshit versions of any hero? Like, of all of his versions, I think the highest percentage of them have just been gimmicks of any hero. Like, every version of him that's successful is just a gimmick. It's a different gimmick.
Maybe? I mean,
Why don't they just make this hero like a real hero?
How many gimmicks do you think this hero has had?
Well, I don't know. At least 4 or 5.
Okay, name them.
There's this gimmick.
Okay.
There's the other smoke screen. There's the sleeping dart gimmick.
Okay.
And then there's all the other gimmicks.
I was about to say, when you say gimmicks, I'm like, literally, there was just sleeping dart.
Blink strike gimmick.
Blink strike gimmick.
Wasn't there a Ricky version where he had invis as a normal skill and not an ult? Or am I going insane?
Yeah. You were able to be invisible at the start of the game.
That was a gimmick.
Was the hero actually good?
There was the Ricky Ags gimmick. Ricky Pudge. We put him in a pudge and he just went around rot slicing people. That was a gimmick.
I don't remember this. Roshan time for Tundra, while Talon will take the mid tower. This almost feels like something Tundra could have used before they went for the Tormentor invasion.
You would have liked to have had an Aegis on that gem carrier for sure.
But
33 actually going Glimmer? Or was he just using it to buy the cloak? I don't see why he would go Glimmer here, but
yeah, I would have figured it like Eternal Shroud.
Yeah, I think
Pipe is very good against Lina.
I think he's just doing it to buy the cloak, but This guy always has some interesting itemization, so nothing surprises me. And just straight BKB for Sox. It doesn't want to mess around with the smoke screen and the Lina stun action. Wants to guarantee these lasso kills go off.
Wouldn't surprise me if, like,
he's mega farmed, by the way.
The pipe active, like the barrier you get, same goes with the Glimmer Cape, that, like, it turns out they're more effective against Lina and how she does damage amp or something.
I mean, Glimmer is very good against Lina. Like, you almost always have time to react in a way for some of the damage, at least. It'd just be unconventional on a core bristle here. I see the Riki. Sentry Obs Trap. Good information for Tundra here. Unable to set up on it. They're baiting it out a little bit. See if Talon bite this bait.
If they catch the Lina, now the Crystal Maiden's going to TP in, and the Lina is pushing forward with the Shadow Blade.
See
Not Shadow Blade, just I guess smoked, or Invis rather.
How bold does 33 want to be in this game, putting himself on that front line?
I think it's a little dangerous here because the Lina can't blow up any heroes. You can see from the Tiny, he dies instantly. Now they're going to turn their attention to the Aegis holder in the Bristleback, kill him once, and go for a second life here. Coming back in, LSA, it does miss, but still underneath the smoke screen, trying to get away from this Lifestealer, or at least turn his back to him. It's not successful, and the late retreat from Tundra. Doraccio tries to go for a TP out, gets canceled. Now he has to just man up, uses BKB to kill how many heroes he can. It's only going to be Crystal Maiden, maybe the Riki, not good enough.
Well, you got the Crystal Maiden, I mean, what, they just... That's not a fight you can turn. There's no way you're turning that.
No.
And
once the Tiny got on instead of the Bristleback, I think that fight was kind of over.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just a misplay. There's no way you can put that Tiny on the front line. He absolutely gets bursted. It's not a question of maybe I survive. Like, Bristle's the only hero with that Aegis I can see putting on the front line. That was just a bad misplay on that push from Tundra, and they give up a lot for it. Effectively 4 core deaths.
Oh, another Yule setup, another BKB forced out of Tundra.
See if Soxa can get anything off the back end. No, nothing. Man, Talon taking this game over. Using this Lina to her full strength, bursting down that frontliner, and Tundra don't have answers yet. Not tanky enough. And haven't been able to get the jump of their own to start these fights. They've just been forcing them into a Talon side of the map around these tier 2s, which I don't think is that great for them, ideally. You'd want to start it with like a bad initiation or a tiny initiation in a more open area where Talon have to go into you on your vision. The Lina gets exposed. When Lina can sit under a tier 2 and burst a target, it's like dream scenario.
Yeah, but Avery, the hero is so one-dimensional. It just does overwhelming amounts of damage.
Look, it's just my opinion, man. Like, you can disagree with it. I don't care. I'm just giving opinions because opinions are interesting. That's my job.
Bye-bye, bat. BKB had to be used earlier, so the second go with the Yule Scepter is guaranteed. Now Doraccio may have to use his BKB as well, as he was being chased down by a Crystal Maiden. Never a good feeling.
I feel like we haven't seen BZM do almost anything in this game.
Yeah, he recovered his game and then...
just nothing. Just farm jungle for his full Conda. And...
I mean, if they managed to burst down the Riki Lifestealer combo, I guess, in that one fight...
I mean, he's 7-2. He's also had a fine game. It's felt quiet.
Yeah, we haven't seen we haven't seen like a ton of those pickoffs.
He did go with the Glimmer, by the way. Very interesting.
Okay.
So it is an item that gives you more capability to save other people from the Lina burst, which I think is his idea here.
They do finally find Yokum underneath one of those sentries, but is he going to be able to get out? Makoto with the amp damage. Missed the LSA, though, and that will cost him the kill.
I mean, it's just a one-dimensional hero. Like, you can only throw out 3 spells if you don't make him land.
Yeah, if you only do 3,500 damage in 1.5 seconds.
Just by heart, man. Also, yeah, did he not Glimmer him there? Was that...
Not needed. Just 5 Bristlebacks have purchased Glimmer Cape this path.
That was a bad miss.
Toss up in the air, does manage to finish off that Mars, and trying to get away, but a freezing field right on top of all of them. Cuckoo is letting it go in style. Now 33 doesn't care too much, and he will finish him off with the Quills.
Yeah, they got Makoto, so this fight's over for Talon right now, and at least they'll cut their losses there. Glimmer Capes for Tundra, stalling it out a little bit. You get the tiny, but you pay a big price. And the damage starting to come alive here, as finally Sox is able to find that Lina with the bat, which is exactly what you want with this Tundra lineup. Oh,
And yet, Dyrachyo.
Yeah, no BKB.
With his BKB on cooldown.
Just TP? I mean, that was close, though.
It was close. Ish. I mean, I didn't think it was that close, but... Now 33 needs his own BKB, so he can just... I guess the problem is just... If the Bat Rider... If they do not catch the Lina, I feel like the fight is kind of hard for Tundra.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Talon are just getting a lot out of this game. I mean, Tundra have the Glimmer Capes, they have this Bat Lasso, but gotta connect the damage. Just
Cuckoo actually turning it around. He's got no allies close by. There is going to be the Gank Squad, the Riki, and the Lifestealer.
I will say BKB's changed a lot for Tundra. They can commit into the smoke screen, they can commit in with their cores, make sure the bursts work, make sure this BKB Lasso works for them.
Yeah, and it feels like most of the time you are going to be the initiator, right? The only initiator for Talon is going to be WS, and that's like a Blink Spear.
Yep.
Kind of hard. Or it's a Lina from, you know, some tree line, cliff area catching you out.
I think Talon are confident in the Lifestealer scale here, though. And it is a good Lifestealer game. You can always get kited out in the late game with this hero, but
I mean,
man,
can you? When you get Aghanim Scepter, like
it's tough.
I think I find it very difficult to kite this hero.
Yeah, I think Talon are confident in the scale right now, for sure. Can you even pick up some extra?
See, it's always down to go late.
That is true. Yeah, that is very true. And they have the BKB online for the Mars, so that's a big pickup here. A lot of extra initiation capability. Tundra really need to be on point with their positioning in this next team fight if they want to gain some good advantage here.
They're going to try and catch 33. Spear him back in. Does manage to land onto that tree. Barely latches. But once he is isolated, any hero that is isolated in this game will die to the Lina.
You just can't rely on the front line.
Radiant are scanning.
Yes.
Why is that, Avery?
I don't know. There's a lot of damage here, man. This Riki is really putting it in.
Riki is just so much damage, man.
His diffusal hits. 33 had no chance, man.
Well, I believe they were playing for Roshan. They got that pick off and did not immediately Rosh. Instead, they're going to try and take objectives off the map and then I assume go back for Rosh. So a tier 2, a Tormentor, and then Roshan. Because it is up.
Oh, Cuckoo Shard. You know, there was a point in this game where I was saying how farm Sox is, and now it's this Maiden has become the real farm support.
Yeah, he's more farm than the
that's a lot of net worth for a Maiden, based on how that early game went.
Is he actually going to go Moon Shard build?
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, you know. Need some damage.
I mean, does
one way to get it.
Does grab onto the Mars. Natsumi is around, was not able to get off the infest. Infest on cooldown for a second here. Now we can turn back around though. BKB will allow the Tiny to survive for now. When he comes back out, he's going to be stunned by the Avalanche. Natsumi's in some trouble. The rage is about to go off, and he's still going to die. Dyrachyo chases him down.
So much minus armor there.
Yeah.
Toss that ETN right on top of him. You got full drain from the Razor.
Oh, he guessed the wrong tree. He knew BZM was hiding somewhere.
And yeah, I mean, Lina, it's just a mid-hero. Not enough damage there to burst through the Tiny.
I guess not.
What can you do? Need more burst? You didn't have it. Tundra strike back. And that'll get the Bloodstone onto the Bristle. The tankier they get, the easier this game becomes for them.
He did 4,800 damage with Laguna Blade, 2 Dragon Slaves, 2 Light Strike Arrays.
Yeah, but that's a lot. That's 5 spells, Austin.
So almost 1,000 damage for each spell on average. Well, no BKB. Even if you had the BKB up, sorry, you got LSA'd from the tree line.
I mean, where was the Glimmer Cape, man?
Where was the Glimmer
Where was the
Cape?
Glimmer Cape,
Jesus.
bro? You had plenty of time there. You had 2 full seconds. That's what I'd be asking.
You're telling me that was a balanced hero?
But that's all it does. I mean, are you going to say every burst hero that's ever existed in Dota is a bad concept?
I don't think there is a burst hero that is like Lina right now. I think this is the most, this is the burstiest a hero has ever been.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I don't think there's a single hero that...
Well, I mean, what is it, man? Is it you complain that heroes are unkillable?
He was just freezing fielding the Roche?
This is interesting. Tundra are confident to take this 4v5.
They're going to run into Duraccio. Smoke breaks. Duraccio. He backs away. He does get caught by the spear. And he caught the bristleback as well. Not easy kills to get, though. Lina wasn't there to blow him up immediately. Duraccio's still alive. The infest, it's not quite enough damage. Oh, it is. He pops back out, finishes up with a quick swipe to the face. Another spear that lands. A good blade being thrown out. 33, thrown as many spells back as possible. Makoto, he knows he has to keep his distance against Saxo. 33 gets his health back thanks to the Bloodstone. Now the turnaround. Natsumi in some trouble. Forstaff trying to get away from BTM. BTM catches him with a toss back into the bristleback, and they finish him off. The carry is down, and Talon has been broken.
Tundra with the bold 4v5. BZM able to come in on the backside and clean up. They're gonna get them all, but the Lina can only burst one target, Austin.
I guess so.
Soxa even wants Makoto here. I don't know if he's gonna get him. Could maybe go for that Wisdom Rune, but gotta think about this Roshan as well. Man, what a team fight from Tundra out of nowhere.
I still can't believe I'm realizing Talon never took that Roche.
Yeah.
They had the guarantee, in a way, off of the pick-off last fight. 9,600 damage from the Bristleback, man. They really underestimated. They really thought they could just finish him off.
Thought that'd be a better fight with the double spear.
Oh, the hunt between Soxa and Makoto. They get close range, trying to blow him up. Hit by the avalanche, trying to be saved by the smoke screen. They get the kill, but the Lina dies in return. It's a bad trade-off for Talon. More pickoffs continue. Yokum's up next. Ultimately, they kind of get wiped in a delayed reaction and still forced to give up the Roshan. And the gem. They gave the gem back over, too.
That is a very valuable gem. Great find from Soxa. And this Roche will go Tundra's way. I mean, you're right. I don't know if this Roche had any business being Tundra's in this game. The way it was going, I think Talon kind of fumbled the bag on that.
I mean, imagine, like, Lita doesn't have to play scared of the Bat Rider, right?
Yep. I mean, this Lina where they just would go ham, especially you can get to Lincoln's. Lincoln's on the Lina is going to be a big item in this game, I think. I don't know if he's eyeing that or Hex, maybe. Both could be really good. But now, the second life on the Tiny, that's some juice right here. And these heroes are tanking up, man. We saw Satanic for the Razor. Anyway, back to my point, Austin.
Yeah.
All we heard for multiple years is people complaining about how tanky heroes are in Dota. There's too much HP. Every meta's hard blade mail, hard dis, AC, Satanic, whatever. 5k HP hero, you know, tiny Giant's Ring, 8,000 HP, can't kill anything. Okay, so Valve makes a hero that can kill anything. Why can this hero kill everything? It's just a burst hero that can burst any target in the game for, what's that? Doesn't make any sense. So which is it, man?
They're tied to each other.
Which is it? You can't have it both ways.
They made it so heroes could be 5,000 HP pretty easily. And so it had to be that there would be a hero that could do 5,000 damage burst. And things get a little weird if you power scale up like that.
All I'm saying is maybe Lina's not the hero we deserve, but it's the one that Dota needs right now, Austin, you know?
I can't believe he actually went the Moon Shard. Mindbreaker, Moon Shard, Shard, Bat Rider.
Does this actually do that much damage, though? That's my question.
I feel like if you catch the Lina, doesn't BZM just follow it up and the Lina dies?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you need the Bat Rider doing
does
the
it
damage?
change the situation? I guess in a scenario where he finds like the Lina half HP in the second half of a fight, maybe he can just run him down and solo kill him that way.
Maybe. I
It's
guess
also
I'm
extra
just
night vision,
wondering, like,
right?
why isn't it a pipe, you know?
Night vision, Austin. 400 bonus night vision on the back.
That's true.
Actually pretty good here. It's no joke. Very impactful. I think that's almost better than whatever the damage is. Like, if you get the night vision, you can get the jump on the Lina. Counts for everything, right? Next level.
Okay.
Next level. Build Moonshard. It's like that chart, you know, like Scrub builds Moonshard for attack speed. Genius builds Moonshard for night vision. Other way
Memes aren't your forte. I'm just going to leave it at that.
I butchered that so bad, but you got my point.
Satanic done for Dyrachyo, and he's going to go Lincoln's next. Trying to get Lotus on WS alongside Makoto's. Lincoln's as well, which I believe is now done. Flying out to him now. So
Yeah, that's probably the most important item for him this game. If he wasn't going to go the Shadow Blade build, because he needs some survivability. You have to try and avoid getting jump first.
I mean, he does have a window of time where the Batrider doesn't have a way to break through the Lincolns because he went Moonshard.
That's why it's extra good here. Aesthetics cap's also pretty nice for both teams, honestly. I mean, that item's just good. I don't know.
Yeah, that item is...
Big haster in the river. Oh, Yokum, he is getting a lot of information here.
He is, but the jump still happens nonetheless. It's going to be the Crystal Maiden. Though, thanks to that shard, still dead.
Is Tundra gonna lose anything in exchange? Makoto
trying to make a break for it. Still has that Lincolns to protect him, but Yokum gave up his life perhaps for this one. As that tree toss into the ethereal bladed Ricky. Half his HP gone. And oh, the spear misses too. They try to go for the pickoff on 33, pinning him to the base. It does not find its mark though, and Tundra ready to hit the high ground.
Send the bristle in. He's got 4,000 HP.
And he's got level 25, so he hits pretty hard too. WS trying to stop the initiation. Got tossed back onto Makoto. The arena will allow them to separate. And BZM, his first life, forfeit underneath the tier 4s. Quick and fast to heal up WS. Trying for the second life on the Tiny. Immediately pin him, blow him up. They've got him, I think. Bristleback put himself in danger there. 33 trying to bail out his boy, and BZM puts himself on the front lines. He still has Bloodstone, still has BKB.
He's a beast.
And he's going to use it to run away. TP out, attempted a pick off. Anybody found? Nothing.
Nice disengage from Tundra. He definitely got out of there. Saved the gem as well, but double buyback for Talon. Expensive hold. They do hold. Now they get a chance to look for something on the map right now.
Yeah, try and push forward for more pickoffs. Almost got him. Do manage to get him. He may have blinked, but while still in vision, Yokum was able to close that distance
I mean,
the second time.
It was daytime, so you didn't have the Moonshard night vision.
Of course,
so
of course.
You can't really put that on him. I mean, it's what he's supposed to do. Also, this Silver Edge for the Lifestealer?
Yeah. Why is it a Silver Edge and not like a Basher?
Good break game, right?
Yeah, okay. I almost feel like, though, that going after the Bristleback is unnecessary. I almost feel like they should just go kill everybody else.
It's a lot of damage over time. Zero's a lot of attack speed. Nice Wisdom Steal. I don't mind it. I think it looks pretty solid here, honestly. The Invis overlap kind of sucks, but double gem in the base for Tundra, they'll be able to pick one up. It's a nice talent for the Razor here. And this is always a good one, but a lot of extra damage. They're hitting these 25s.
Well, the Lincoln's done. I mean, Natsumi's just got to keep track of that, right? He is... The counter, if he gets linked, it's supposed to be, okay, I infest inside the Razor, we try and kill him. But if he uses his infest on a Lincoln's, he may be left out high and dry and quickly killed. Or at least drained of so much damage that they are automatically losing the fight against a Razor who is level 25. Again, Satanic with the Steel's attack speed. Like, this hero scales up like a monster.
Oh, yeah. He's one item away from just becoming complete raid boss. To get the level 25 on the Lina for that barrier. That's a nice one here as well. And Shield Rune in the bottle, I believe, so...
Dude, I forgot. This was one of the things that makes me so mad about Lina. Because the hero is like already pretty tanky. Again.
HP plus magic resistance, but now, like,
Look at
you
this,
start
though.
the fight Laguna Blading, you just have like 6,000 effective HP.
Yeah, it's great, man. Tundra don't find anything there. They were in the base, but nobody else was there. Kind of awkward. So far, it's been Talon getting a lot of the jumps, I think. Ricky's put in some work this game.
He's got a shield rune too.
That's what I was saying. He has double barrier. It's nasty stuff. A lot to get through here. You also have to keep this infest in mind. It's a lot of HP for these burst lineups to go through.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work for that moon shard to do.
I mean, it is pretty clear it's like a burst versus build up damage over time, right? Razor, Bristleback versus Lina.
Just want the next Roche here for both teams, and then you can send that guy in. Daedalus pick up off the boot cell, so damage is starting to ramp up here, man. This is not a lifesteal you can really ignore anymore, and I think Tundra have mostly been trying to ignore him.
Yeah. That is I'm not sure how many people would have gone Daedalus at this point in the game.
It's interesting. Over AC or Abyssal?
Yeah. But I do kind of like it because, as you said, they tried to ignore him. Basher is one way to make it so people can't ignore you as much, but also just raw damage, especially with the Aghanim Scepter.
It's a lot of damage, man.
Tundra, go to the Radiant side to try and catch somebody here. Do not get there. Quickly go back through the gate to get their control back over the Roshan pit area. Which Roche...
all about the jump.
It's going to be up soon. It's going to be still another minute, but Dyrachyo spotted. Not scared, though.
I'm
Satanic and BKB.
Surprised they did not jump him there. I mean, who do they want? You're not jumping this Bristle, I think. Maybe they're just like tiny or bust, but I don't think the tiny is gonna show.
Razor is going to show himself.
That's an... Okay, he does have Outpost to TP to, but it takes
Cuckoo
a
is
while.
trying to bait something right now because he's got Aeon Disc.
He doesn't anymore.
Not anymore. And
Still not jumping.
Don't get anything in return.
I mean, again, who are they looking for? Because you're not going to see supports in this game. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
I think jumping the tiny is okay. Choose to play chill, play cool.
Makoto's going to check out power runes, probably head down towards bottom lane to deal with that wave that's pushing in. He does have the bots up, but it almost looks like they've just given up on trying to take that fight, in part because, as you said, they're not going to see supports, and if they feel like they can't get that jump, then maybe the fight is just too hard to take.
Into dire outpost with 5 buybacks available.
Yeah.
And you're a burst lineup? That sounds a little tough, too.
Far better to let Tundra with an Aegis try and go high ground where the Lina is super advantaged. Both being inside the base, but also there's like the tree line cliff area that are pretty easy to play around. So another Roshan for Tundra. This one is going to get them an Aghanim Scepter for Dyrachyo.
That's a lot of damage, man.
I think they have to focus this Razor. I think it's too much threat over time.
Well, they gave him an Aegis, so they expect the same thing.
Oh, but what if Dyrachyo... Oh, my God.
Got him.
Dude, if Dyrachyo got gone on there... I guess they didn't have a way to stop
he's gonna get
BKB TP, right?
This is a really good ward from Talon.
Yeah, if he farms the Ancients here...
It's Dyrachyo, of course he is. It's just jump. They don't want to jump. I mean, he has Aegis, but you can absolutely take the Aegis and get out, I think. No jump. They're waiting.
All right, yeah, I mean, maybe it's better to see if they get a better opportunity. Not the Aegis holder. Playing around their ward, Tundra. They seem to have some idea that Talon are making a move. They're going to make a smoke themselves.
They want Cuckoo. They've had enough of this Crystal Maiden.
Time to 5-man smoke the Crystal Maiden.
The call's been made. Soxa just lasso this guy. I'm done with it.
Is Cuckoo actually going to get out?
Dude,
he's so fast.
How's he so fast?
He's Tranquil Boots drums. Aviana's Feather.
Yeah, he's 460. Later. Nice smoke gank, nerds.
27 to 30, 48 minutes in, an attempt to grab a Crystal Maiden. The Eon Disc is going to go off here.
Nice
Force staff. Ethereal Blade goes out. Dyrachyo keeping on top of the Crystal Maiden, though. Commits for the kill and gets him.
You've only played into Cuckoo's hands. The Maiden has buyback, you fools. It's exactly what he wanted.
He does indeed have buyback. Nobody else. Spear doesn't actually hit the building. They're still going to get the Razor, though. That's going to be the Aegis.
That's
Meanwhile, 33 is trying to kill the Riki here with the rest of his BKB chasing after Natsumi, but it's hard to dive in as Lina is posing a serious damage threat. Nice toss back away and outside of the arena. Dyrachyo responds by popping the refresher, BKB, and chasing down WS. But again, they're pushing into tier 4s. It's dangerous territory with the BKB now on cooldown. Tundra are in trouble of a rebuttal. Yokum trying to do whatever he can to stop the retreat, but Tundra actually turns around with their own BKB on BZM. Try and get a kill out of this one. Natsumi unable to get the latch onto Dyrachyo, pops his Banta, undoes the slow there of the open wounds. Cuckoo on his second life, in some trouble. Gonna be lassoed a second time. A spear goes out onto the bristleback, now with a 1. Meanwhile, the Lina pulled out of position. The BZM's toss was dead.
Natsumi, he's still strong here. He's got a lot to work with, but he's gonna get kited.
He's getting kited, and there's so many quills building up over time. 33 is a menace in this team fight right now. They can't seem to deal with them. Second life on the Lina will force Tundra away.
See if they can catch anything here.
Once again, trying to get the catch. Tundra, they're kiting him around right now. They got to be careful. Force staff gets him out of the LSA, and he stuns. Not enough damage. A TP that is clean for BZM on the out. Tundra, are they going to get everybody out of this one? WS is going to try and blink forward. But Dyrachyo turns again. He goes, man's up for the fight this time around. It's a bad call. Natsumi does have the damage to bring him low.
They bought the Bad Rider. Now it's Tundra. Maybe pressured to try and find something here. Lasso up an 8, but
Lotus Orb trying to protect Natsumi. Does so successfully. They get out. Buyback doesn't work for Tundra.
Man, what a weird series of events. You lassoed the Crystal Maiden twice. And I guess it kind of works out because you get this Lina buyback, which was the most valuable thing in that entire exchange. So I guess you have a win condition now, right?
Yeah.
You kill Makoto again in this game, it's blown wide open. Man, if you're Cuckoo, you feel bad. Like, tank 2 lassos.
Yeah. How do we go even in that team fight? Like, Talon still, they're under the gun right now. They need to get something out of Tundra in return.
Also, like, what the hell is wrong with Socks? Like, what was that?
Why are you hating?
This guy's lasso Crystal Maiden twice.
I haven't seen him use the Moonshard hits either.
No, he didn't. I don't think it did anything.
He was just dragging people.
I mean, if I'm Cuckoo, I just unplug my keyboard and like go knock on this guy's door. Like, what was that, bro? Come on, man. Double lasso into A on this Maiden? I can't be doing that much here. That's some hate. That's some professional hate right there.
Trying to throw some hands on land.
I'm pretty sure he could have chosen somebody else as well for that second lasso. Like, I think he had some time.
I mean, to be fair, though, if
it's a dieback,
you got a problem with any player and trying to have a personal confrontation, I'm not sure if I'm choosing Soxa.
No, that's the, that's the wrong guy.
Man's got like twice your reach.
It is Cuckoo, though. I mean, this guy's, he's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of beefs in his time.
Yes, he has. Talon, we're not able to get anything during that window of time that Dyrachyo is dead, but they are still looking for an opening here. And they just might find it.
Feels like you need refresher on this Lina. I don't know. He needs more spells. Like, he throws out this Laguna, and then that's it.
Oh. Go for the Crystal Maiden again. It was a bait, though. Not punished. Soxa gets out the BKB and does manage to get a retreat. Meanwhile, WS, he's got to get away. Natsumi, he needs a little bit of help. How is that link so long? Good golly.
It'll just be Cuckoo again.
Leaving Cuckoo behind, perhaps. Chasing after Makoto and Mukundu. They've got this bristleback, always closing the distance with them. Tries to get a spear out, does manage to get it on the Razor. Can they blow up the Razor? Can they blow up? They're going for Whitemon instead. Does manage to get that kill. Whitemon protected. He immediately is going to try and buy back and get here. WS is going to be left to the side while Natsumi and Makoto make a break for it. BTM is going to be able to hunt him down, though. Avalanche toss back. Makoto on the run, flying away. Bristleback chasing down that Crystal Maiden, but it's the Razor in trouble. Doraccio dies. WS buys back and joins Natsumi for the kill. 33 is still alive in the midst of this. They cannot handle this Bristleback. They are playing keep away from the man with the quills, always trying to get away from him and kill everybody else. Finally, they're going to try and spear him up, break him, do what they can to kill him, but the BKB goes off. So does the Bloodstone, so does the Aghanim Scepter, and he is going to make his exit, I believe. Wait, BZM,
where did he come from?
He went for the back line, got pinned by WS, trying to get away. Toss up in the air, finishes off the Razor. Natsumi, the final swipe. It's not in time. The Radiance is not taking him. No, he got the blink away. A TP out. LSA is there. Okay, Talon. They finally get the kill.
Dude, what a ridiculous fight. Like, I don't even know where BCM came from on that. But the damage out from this Lifestealer, he is not being checked, and it shows 16K. Brutal for Tundra as he just exists. And while he exists, he's hitting you, he's burning you, he's getting infests off.
He just
No
spot
answer.
a moon shard and consumed it nice and quick.
He is absolutely carrying this game right now. So much attention going into these supports, into the Lina, that you forget about this guy and gets the job done right now. See how much Talon can get off of this one team fight, as they're going to take some lanes for sure. Are some buybacks available for Tundra if they want to commit him here?
Apparently, they don't.
I mean, these are
They're
long
going to give us
respawn
2
timers.
lanes.
I assume they're going to commit the tiny one here with a bat jump. Are you going to go for this lifesteal though and try and burst him? Because he's the big problem now.
He's got Lincolns, he's got Lotus. It's hard to find your window. And silence him, get off the rage.
33 trying to give the vision.
They're just trying to get out.
Man, these infests are a big problem. It's a lot of HP to get through, and you don't have the damage to do it a lot of times.
Yeah.
Unless the Razor's just going ballistic, but hasn't been the case, really.
He's got 8,200. He just bought a moon shard. He still has 8,200 in the bank.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do with this. I mean, you eat the Ags, and then you have one more item.
I think you get the Basher, Abyssal, right?
It's Abyssal, it's AC, or
Divine Rapier?
Divine usually isn't that good of a lifesteal item. He wants Nullifier here. That makes a lot of sense as well.
Okay, yeah. Break apart the Radiance, make the Nullifier.
I think you just want damage here, honestly. Whatever he thinks is going to give him the most. I do think Abyssal looks pretty good, though.
Is that the first Roshan that Talon has gotten?
Yes, because they never got that original one.
Yeah.
That's an Aghanim Scepter. Makoto wants 2. And get the refund, maybe.
Is he selling his Ags and buying a Scythe is what it looks like?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, these late game lockdown items for Talon seem really good because they're usually very good answers to Bristle.
Yeah.
Once this BKB is down, if you Hex him, if you Abyssal him, not much 33 can do about it. There's no save in this lineup. Talon are really going late game here, and I mean, the C late game, man. Tough to beat.
Well, he just got a little bit of Fiery Soul buff up, and he's closing in on 30, which, you know, people don't build right-click as much on Lina, but it is still another damage upgrade.
Did he give? He just misbought the Blessing, I guess. Whatever. Refresher Mars also going to help pro those longer team fights here, and I mean the damage is through the roof now for Talon. I think Tundra are looking for answers here. Even with this Razor, the Ags they got off Roche a long time ago with the Refresher, I don't think Doraccio is doing enough. Need good jumps here. Need good lassos, need good tossbacks. Something to isolate the Lina or the Lifestealer and bring them down. These fights are not looking easy anymore.
The Ricky's getting some information from behind. White
WS
drops a sentry.
Flanking.
They do see an entrance.
It's infested, though. That's a lot of HP.
Managed to get the lasso onto the Riki, trying to blow him up. Do manage to do so successfully. Meanwhile, the Bristleback is pushing the rest of Tundra away. WS with his BKB is on the run right now. Gets off the arena. They're going to go for Soxa. Couldn't kill him. Duracio's away from the lifesteal. This is bad for Talon. They are getting diced up, and Natsumi is left without a team.
Are they going to bail? Yeah, they're just bailing.
They're going to leave him behind. He's going to die a second time.
Man. What a team fight from Talon, or Tundra. Nothing went right for Talon there. Did not get the initiation. BCM jumping the Mars first was a huge deal. Because all your initiation goes out the window. The Riki got lassoed and solo killed by the bat with the Moonshot damage. And then you're just left wondering, what are we supposed to do here?
That is a dieback as well. There's no Mars. Now, I don't think the Mars is like the most crucial hero in these engagements, but the spears,
it's a lot of their lockdown.
Yeah, it's the one bit of lockdown that they have. Now that has changed a little bit with the scythe completed for Makoto, but
and double support buyback forced again here from Talon. This
700 wake up damage threshold when you get hit by the stomp now.
Yeah, that's also a very good talent.
Hit for the high ground. BZM. He just blindly blinks up there, hoping that they'll find some sort of pickoff.
I mean, they know there's no buy on the Mars because of the timer, so Tundra can push pretty far here.
And see if they can get the buyback out of the Lifestealer or Megas.
Or just push Throne. You're really feeling it.
BZM trying again. 10 seconds left. Megas feels like it's guaranteed. Trying to blow up BZM. Steps a little bit too far forward. Not quite good enough though. Does manage to blink out of the base. They got Megas and they got away. Unpunished.
Clean. Very clean here. And that is something you can do versus Lina. You can just outscale his damage. I mean, his Tiny has 5,400 HP. You don't got enough anymore. That's where I go back to this Lina refresher.
Like, yeah. You need a second round.
You need 2 Lagunas, man. Cannot wait 25 seconds for a second one. I don't think it's good enough at this point.
Also, if you get off 2 Laguna Blades in a fight, like, aren't you kind of untouchable with the barrier?
You should be, yeah. You should be an absolute beast. We are going to see tier 5s, though, Austin. Another 60-minute C game. This is our bread and butter right here. Seer Stone for the Lina. That cast range is...
Dragon Slave goes forever.
What in God's name is this abomination?
Like, he can't even see, from his perspective, the edge of where the Dragon Slave goes.
Also, the active on this
goes farther than his screen.
This active is really strong. I'm surprised we don't see it talked about more, but in these late game team fights that are really vision-based. Double force boots for Tundra, though. That is equally disgusting for these cores. For the Bristle particularly, you just unlock this move speed is straight Sonic the Hedgehog here. Pirate Hat for Whitemon, super nice. Mirror Shield for BZM. I mean, that's always going to be a good one here. And Arcanist Armor for Soxa. I feel like Tundra got exactly what they wanted here. Like, what else would you even dreamed of for all 5 of those? You got your armor buff up. You got your Mirror Shield on the Initiator. You got your Force Boots for the 2 super fast mobile cores.
At the same time, can anybody stand like this Lifestealer with a Stygian Desolator? This is a massive damage buff. Not just 60 damage, right? But now he also has the minus armor component.
10 armor, not insignificant. Not at all. Some of these heroes on Tundra's side don't have a lot. There's no AC here or anything. There's a big damage increase. They're still
all
missing
he needs
a couple,
to do is just get on top of the Razor. He gets 1 bash, then I feel like the fight starts feeling pretty good for them. Last time,
they found the Lina.
No hits. Toss back on the Lina. BKB and making a run for the cliff line. Trying to make it, but a force stab up to the high ground. Force boots allowing Duraccio to keep the pace with Makoto, and they got him dead. Now he's going to buy back here. Duraccio's in pretty deep underneath the tier 4s with the pressure. A second round is BKB. He is doing so much damage. He's in the fountain, and he's killing them. An arena has caught them all inside the fountain range. Duraccio is still alive somehow throughout this one. Is the Ethereal Blade. He's finally going to wear thin. They finish him off. 33 though. He'll take the damage instead. He will take the aggro of the fountain, and he is farming them for quill stacks. Outside he goes. Talon has to leave their own fountain just for a chance against 33's Bristleback. The throne is exposed though, and 33 looks to end it. He will swing on the Ancient and end this game, while Natsumi will find that he is kited. No chance to get any more kills.
Those refreshers for Tundra made all the difference. They just have so much more in the tanks with the double BKB, so much more damage with these tag scepters on the Bristle and the Razor going to work. And you can just dive into this fountain, make it look easy. This is how you can take advantage of this Lina, because this whole fight we're just waiting for Laguna to come back. He doesn't do nearly as much as these other cores are doing. They're mopping up his team. No one can stand on that front line. And that socks up Batrider. Dude, he jumped in, lassoed the Riki, just solo popped him in the lasso with all the extra napalm stacks in the Moon Shard. Yeah, actually did some work there. Some nasty late game here for Tundra. They went late versus C.
They did.
Made him pay. That is an impressive game one for Tundra, coming off a long tournament win. Maybe they were fatigued. It wasn't the cleanest early game we've seen from them. Sometimes they can just dominate those early games, but it was good enough. And this team in the late game is really tough to beat. They just execute really well. They have really experienced supports in terms of playing those late game team fights and knowing who to jump and when to go. And man, the itemization on point. I think the refreshers was the biggest difference for me. Like, where were those on these Talon cores in that ultra late?
Yeah. Talon, they actually had the 2 highest hero damage heroes in the game. Makoto at 78,000 on the Lina, 72,000 on Natsumi. Still not enough. Still not enough to be able to win the game, as Tundra were able to put together a 5-man. The final team fights required to be able to take this one game. The only game they'll have at the group stage against Talon. We are taking a break and come back with more group stage action.
All right. Sucks joining me here after a 60-plus minute game for you guys. The first one in group stage. Talk to me about why it went so unexpectedly long.
I think we had a good start, but we made like a lot of mistakes. they made a lot of mistakes as well, like in the mid game. So I don't know, it's just both teams kind of playing sloppy, and then the game ends up going to 60 minutes. And yeah.
Well, one thing that a lot of people are questioning about is the Batrider build. I want to talk about the Moonshot here. If you want to talk about why you picked it up, and then if you felt like maybe that wasn't the best player, if you still stand by it.
No, I think it was good. I think in this game it's like kind of hard to playing on saving people from this Riki shard, so you need to kind of become a core yourself, and Moonshard is a good build. It's like the Eki Dota signature.
Okay. Do you want to explain why the Moonshard works so well?
I mean, when you get the shard and the Moonshard, it's just so much damage and last, so you just can burst anyone, like even a core. So yeah.
All right, you got core action. And then the Riki yourself, you brought it up there. We've talked about it before. You're someone that loved Riki Pos 4. Now how does it feel seeing other people pick it up, even first pick it like Talon did?
I mean, the hero is a bit imba, but yeah, I don't know if it's like first pick material, but we will see how the tournament goes. But I think since the last grand final we played in Serbia, and people see kind of like Invis heroes are a bit broken, we will probably see like these heroes pop up a bit more.
Yeah. That was only about 3 days ago, but Saxa, thank you so much for joining me. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, that's about it.
Invis heroes are indeed broken, it seems, for the meta, and we may see some Invis heroes in our next matchup. It is Liquid versus Yakult Brothers. We saw Liquid manage to get their revenge against Talon, and Yakult Brothers, well, I came into this blast looking pretty damn good. So
smashed them.
They smashed BetBoom. Some of that might have been draft. There's some wonky drafting going on there from BetBoom, something that we haven't seen too much, but we'll see how they fare against Team Liquid.
They look good, though, in terms of conceptually, how they were playing the map and the supports rotating and the laning, all of that. It looked good. So I expect your Colts to look good in this game as well, unless some draft shenanigans happen against them, which is possible.
Yeah, Liquid did pick up some of their signature speed against Talon. They took over the game super fast and just smashed them really quickly. It does feel like that is always the most dangerous thing about Liquid. You just can't give the first 10, 15 minutes to them.
Yeah, you have to play the lanes well, and then you can't give them that mid-game ball timing where they just get that Roche and start hitting your tier 2, tier 3, go high ground to 25, and you just don't even get the play. They've done that to a lot of teams in a lot of big tournaments, so you don't want to fall into that trap if you're Yakult here. But I think these two teams look not even, but I think this is a pretty even matchup based on the game ones we've seen so far from today. I don't expect either team to run the other over here. It would surprise me. So what will Ame play? It's the only question left.
Looking back on the first 3 games of the day and previous tournament as well, any heroes that stocks are rising for you that you want to talk about?
I mean, Bristle is still just demolishing most of these games.
Yeah.
Like, even the games he loses, the hero just gives you way too much value. He's your ancient farmer. He is a flex hero. He's a frontliner. He's a damage dealer. You always have to think about this Bristleback. That's maybe one thing when we talk about Liquid is, do they play this hero? Not really. It's not a Mickey hero. We see Saberlight play it occasionally, but this is not a Bristle flex team.
Right.
And I think that's one of the downsides for Liquid in this draft, as we're going to go into it, is how does Liquid adapt to these cores that are really popular in the meta that they maybe don't play?
All right, well, we'll see what cores do end up being picked as draft for Talon and Liquid, or excuse me, Yakult Brothers and Liquid is ready to go.
I think Liquid's really strong when they get that style like you were talking about going, and I think they have signature heroes that enable them to do that. The Tide Hunter is a hero they play that not a lot of other teams do.
Sure.
The Primal Beast on the offlane, the carry pool for Mickey, right? The Furion, the Razor, the TA. These types of heroes, we don't see a lot of other teams pick them up as much as Liquid does and make them work. But that's where I also go, like, where's Liquid's Bristleback? Where is their Lifesteal? Where is their Magnus?
In that regard,
these types of heroes that other teams are going to first pick every game if they get them, well, they're just kind of like whatever for Liquid. Which it's not a negative. It just means you have to have answers for them, and you have to understand why other teams are first picking them and have good responses.
Yeah, I guess a broader picture look at things. So when it comes to metas in Dota, is it better to be setting your own meta or be good or possibly the best at what everybody else is playing?
I mean, that is a timeless question. I think that is something that every team has debated and will probably continue to debate forever. And they have to choose one path or the other most of the time, but I don't think there is a right answer in that question. Like, it's about feel. I think being able to answer what other people are playing is stronger, but it's more difficult to do.
Okay.
But I think most teams that win tournaments are on that level. Like they're figuring out the answers to what's popular and already have solutions to what their opponents are going to propose, and that's where the outdraft comes. So if you want to win a tournament and get to that point, I think that's what you should aim for. But if you want to just build some consistency and have some solid games, I think it's okay to just play meta stuff and not overthink it.
Banning away the Alchemist, Terrorblade, Nyx Assassin, and Phoenix. So the Terrorblade has some pretty big flex potential for Yakult Brothers and China in general likes to flex that hero quite a bit. They're still on that offlane TV train, which I don't know if I'm in love with it, but
it's winning, man. I don't know. Can't argue with the results.
Yeah, I guess so. Batrider is going to be the first pick for Yakult Brothers, and it is a Slark in response to the Batrider. Pretty apt response. Another Vision hero that became very popular, and a hero that has a bit of rare flex potential, depending on the team. I don't think Liquid is a team that will flex it.
Oh, they will, 100%.
Wait, who else plays it?
Boxy.
Oh, right. I was thinking of the off lane. I was thinking of a Mars Slark, where they do it in the off lane. But yeah, I guess Liquid is the support Slark.
Yeah, and I think this is more leaning towards a boxy Slark than anything else. I think it's a hero for them they view as, I'm going to get the drum +1 and whatever, and be the frontline vision mechanism that can't get lassoed and make this Batrider's game really hard. And then you have that saving mechanism in the shard. I think that's more how Liquid's viewing this pick than we're going to end up playing carry Slark here, because I don't think this team really cares about playing carry Slark, to be honest.
Yeah.
So if anything, I'm like 80% this is a boxy Slark right now, which is fine. It's, it's not the easiest hero to execute, but it can be really powerful. It's one of those heroes when it falls flat, it's easy to laugh at the team and be like, oh, why'd you pick support Slark? You look so dumb. But when it works, it can be a really beautiful pick, and it can give you a lot of unique team fight options and avenues on the map with the dewarding and the vision advantage that you might not get from a lot of other picks. Plus, it's cool,
Shard is pretty cool. It kills the lasso, right? If they lasso somebody and then you shard them afterwards, it breaks the lasso, right? Same way that Shadow Shaman does.
Does it break it?
Yeah, I think so, because the hero disappears. And I think that...
Maybe it does, yeah.
And there's the Lich.
I'm wondering where this hero is gone.
Yeah, I would much rather have a Lich on my team than a Crystal Bane.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd rather have an empty slot that doesn't feed. By the way, there's another game that Crystal Bane lost. Just throwing it out there, Austin.
Avery, not a hero hater.
I mean, what did Maiden even do in that game? Like, I don't even know. Just
he got lassoed twice in a team fight that they still lost.
That's true. I mean, he did his job, honestly.
He did his job.
I'm still pretty big on this Lycan hero.
Yeah, me too.
The hero is weird, though. He doesn't really do anything himself. It's like what he does for your lineup that makes him strong. So you still have to have a lineup that can capitalize on that and use it to win the game, which I think makes him kind of this mid-tier pick for a lot of teams, because they don't view him himself as broken, which I think is fair. But man, is this hero obnoxious to play against. And I feel like anytime a hero is that obnoxious to play against, he has to have a place in the meta somewhere. Just way too annoying. More clock, some more vision. The vision battle continues here. Wolves and Rocket Flare for a Batrider jump versus Slark to try and counteract it, and some jump coming out from Liquid here. What's going to be their Lycan answer?
I have a question for you on Lycan. Are you a believer in Alpha Wolves, or are you a pack leader fan?
I think the Alpha Wolves are fine.
I think the Alpha Wolves are broken, and I don't know why more people aren't going the Alpha Wolves.
They do a lot of damage. Like, a lot.
At all. And, like, some pretty annoying disable and stuff.
It also buffs the Shard Wolves, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I feel like it's a fine direction to go. Again, it's how you're using this hero for your lineup. If you're using him to push the waves and be solo killing supports with Wolves, then I think it's a fine route to go. And it can make the hero be incredibly annoying, and then all of a sudden some other hero gets a free fight because of it. That should be your goal with this hero, not Lycan's gonna run in and kill 3 people with ult. Like, who cares? It's not what you're picking him for right now. It's a tough phase for Liquid. I don't like the answers to Lycan are that one-to-one anymore because of how the hero plays. I think you do want lane shove versus him. I think Naga is a good pick. We don't see that matchup a lot anymore, but I think it is still conceptually good. Let's just go for the Bloodseeker. I mean, this is a more direct approach, right? I'm gonna like rupture the Lycan, he can't move. You eliminate that capability, but you don't really help your team with the wolves or anything. There's no AoE control. Though this Bloodseeker is still a strong hero. This hero does a lot of damage, man.
Yeah.
The Ags and the Radiance and all this nonsense.
Yeah, I was going to say the Wolves do serve as a function in some ways for you that you can use your Aghanim Scepter, you have a Radiance, you have some AoE damage that kind of helps.
It's a strong hero. This Lich Bloodseeker combo is also really strong. Very difficult lane to play into with melee heroes. Start getting nuked down. Suddenly that Blood Right hits. Some other lanes low. You just get run down with Frost Shield. You can start feeding this lane very easily. It's a very aggressive duo, which is something Liquid enjoys. They like when this safe lane can play fast, pick up the pace.
Yeah, Did you play with me when we, one of the party queue games, was trying out Bloodseeker? Dude, this hero.
Yeah, you were heavy.
What?
Heavy as all hell.
I took over that game.
Barely. That was barely. That was.
And I would say that is credit to Bloodseeker as a hero more than me.
Oh yeah, way more.
That hero was so easy to play.
Yeah,
it was so easy.
I mean, you just pressure buttons and you run in. That's it.
Yeah, kinda.
Pango. I think this to me is like a filler pick. Honestly, I don't know. Whatever. Like we just need some hero that can maybe flex between mid and off lane and give us some team fight stun. Okay, Pango, whatever. I don't think it's doing much versus anything directly here.
I guess.
Yeah. Honestly, I haven't seen a lot of Puck going ham other than Sumail's Puck. Why are you laughing at that, Austin? Why are you laughing?
When did you turn to such a Nigma Galaxy fan?
I'm not. I objectively look at things and they're on the rise. I'm just saying. To me, this hero's been a bit hit or miss lately. Like, we haven't seen Liquid aggressively picking Puck, for example, right?
Yeah.
Whereas they were in TI. So obviously something about Puck changed for them, putting Nisha on it. So that's where I kind of go and saying, you know, this hero's fallen off a bit because they're just not aggressively picking it. I think it can still do Puck things, but I think the damage feels a little lackluster compared to like the tiny Lina mids that give you heavy burst, and his survivability can sometimes be there, but I feel more often than not, you don't win the lane with this hero, so you are behind. So your survivability isn't actually that good in reality.
Sure.
Because this is another situation where Liquid can counterpick this Puck mid, and I think they are absolutely going to do that.
Gonna pick a sniper?
And Yakults are banning offlaners, but I think Liquid won a mid here. Like, it's just gonna be another last pick TA game or something? I don't know. How does Liquid keep getting away with this?
I mean, the bans for BetBoom against this situation, right, was
DK Sniper.
DK Sniper. I
but
feel
there's
like
no way you're banning Sniper when you have Lycan, I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like Lycan Clock Bat. If you can't beat the Sniper, then I mean, it's whatever. Like, you accept that reality, I think.
I wonder if Sniper is like as food against Lycan though, because
probably not.
Sniper gets pretty tanky. He gets armor from Take Aim now.
I mean, the
he
matchup's
has
definitely
his shard, which disarms, right?
It's definitely better, but I'm just saying, I don't think you can ban Sniper here, man. I don't know. Like, they'll just pick Lina. I mean, it's the same thing. Chris back. Just when you thought we were going to get game without him.
He's back.
Is Ame Bristle
again.
maybe? Could be the Ame Lycan.
Bristle's back. Tail up, right?
Is this the same switch we saw Yakults do earlier where they pick this offlaner, it gets counterpicked, and then you throw it on Ame? What are you doing right now? Is this a bit? Is this just another TA last pick from Liquid? True classic at this point?
Wait, so you would think it's off lane Bloodseeker mid Pango?
No, it could be mid TA, off lane Pango.
Oh, mid TA for Nisha.
I'm telling you, it's Liquid team when they get this last pick TA, it's like just too juicy, man.
Well, they got 12 seconds to decide. Time for Mickey to lock it in.
Is there some other Nisha hero? No.
Another one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. People just keep giving it to them. I don't know why.
Is this another time where you feel like it is so good that it gives Liquid a favorite in the draft?
All I know is I've been watching this team for like 3 years now, and every grand final that they lost a game in, and I feel like I don't know why I phrased it like that. But I feel like
that was so unnecessarily aggro.
Whatever, dude. I don't care. I feel as though when you give Liquid last pick TA, you just lose. Like, it doesn't matter what else exists in the draft. It doesn't matter how much you won the draft or how much on paper it's a good TA game. Like, we can sit here and debate the merits of TA here. Oh, the lane matchup versus the puck. Or like, well, what about the matchup versus the Lycan in the game? Or like, does he outscale Haze the Bristle? Like, none of it actually matters. This team just gets last pick TA. They generally win those games. I feel like more than 2/3 of the time. So I'm not going to really bet against them here. On paper, I think it's a good pick, though. It's good versus the Bristle, free lane versus the puck. This hero's really good for Mickey or Nisha because of the pace they play with. It's another vision hero in the meta.
Yeah.
You know,
they have
like,
Slark
it's
and
good.
TA, 2 different vision mechanics.
The downside is maybe you don't have a lot of control for the Lycan in this game. You're really relying on the Rupture, and you don't have a lot of things to deal with the Wolves themselves. So I could see the Wolves eat up the backline here from Liquid, but
I mean, I also see a situation where they don't have that much playmaking. It's not as bad as where Talon was put in position, but like if they're behind in the game, right? It's Lich plus Bloodseeker, Rupture, and maybe a Roll of Thunder or something.
It's a little weak.
But let's get into the game. Liquid versus Yakult Brothers underway.
You got to give a Yakult chant.
Prepare for battle.
That's what the guy does, right?
What? Who? What guy? Who is the guy you're talking about?
You know, the guy. Yakult.
Yakult?
Yeah. Their CEO.
He does a huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Or maybe that was somebody else.
I like how you did the arm pump too.
Yeah, because
which
that's
is
the
their
whole
logo.
thing. It's the bicep pump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, your turn to do Liquid's chant.
Let's go, Liquid.
Is that actually their? Do they have a logo? Do they have a slogan, by the way? Does Liquid have a slogan now that I think about it?
Bleed blue.
That's EG.
Or they do have one, surely, right?
Like flow like water or something? What is it? It's some horse slogan, right? It's like the stallion rides or something. I don't know. The stallion rides at midnight. That's a good slogan. They can have that one. I'm not even going to charge them for that.
Stallion rides at midnight.
I don't know. What is it then?
Sounds like a code phrase in some spy movie.
Well, maybe it is. Oh, be careful there, Almighty. He's got Orb of Venom.
Oh, he's going to get big,
It is the Ame Wolf, by
damage.
the way. They did the same thing. They flexed this early offlane, picked the Ame. Said, here, you take it.
And he took Alpha Wolves. Because he's an Alpha chat.
He is.
You know how that study of like the guy who made the term of Alpha Wolves?
Yeah.
And he found out it was only because he was studying wolves in confinement in a zoo and not actually wolves out in the wild where they do not have that alpha behavior.
But you know,
so this means this Lycan was, it's prison Lycan.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's how you should say that. I respect it, but I don't know if that's how I would phrase that.
Well, we'll see how this lane goes. It's a quad melee matchup in the top lane. It's going to get messy.
Definitely good for Boxy. He just sits here with passive and says, what's up?
Yeah.
You want to go on my Pango, you got to go through me. My Orb of Venom. Ame, he's not going to do that. He's just going to farm. Well, what does Ame build in this game? Midas into...
Is he actually going to go Midas?
Yeah, you definitely... I think I've only seen carry Lycans go Midas, honestly.
Oh.
It's good because when you go this Alpha Wolf build, you just put the level 6 wolves on people, and you're in the jungle Midas and stuff.
Right. Well, you also want the experience to get maxed out wolves.
I actually think it's the build. Right? The more I've seen it. At first I thought it was troll, but then I realized you don't actually use your hero to fight, so you may as well just go Midas and sit in the jungle, right?
All right, fair enough.
I just wonder what you go after that in a game where you're carry Lycan with like Puck Bristle. You know, do Do you bank on the puck eventually scaling later in this game with the bristle? Do you think you need more early damage to meet Liquid's tempo? Are you looking at some kind of mid-game fighting build with like armlet, whatever? Or are you looking to just go late with AC Abyssal? I don't know. There's a lot of itemization pathways, so sure Ame will make the correct decision. Or he won't, and he'll get flamed.
That's how it goes. This is looking like a slow laning phase because I think you're not going to want to fight top if you're Yakult Brothers. And you can't fight mid because that's a TA versus puck matchup. So Nisha's just going to take the lead most likely there. Though I guess Curveball helps that matchup more. Just like it does with the sniper matchup, right?
Yeah, Emo's doing well in these early waves. Perfectly even here. Good start for him. Full resources.
I guess bottom lane is where we're most likely to see some action.
Yeah, I mean, this Bloodseeker Lich lane is the most aggressive lane for Liquid. They can absolutely look for some kills here, and if they try and go for a kill and overextend, then that Bat Rider can turn it around.
Mickey. He overextended himself. He's got 20 stacks, but it may not be enough to keep him alive. He's got another round, but it is not enough. The blood right was coming up, but the damage was too intense. Boboka, he gets first blood. And he tried to get a second blood on the Lich, too.
Stick charge is adding up there on that bottom lane, both ways.
Yeah.
Liquid to overextend a little bit. Also, is this Bat Rider cosmetic legal?
What's wrong with it?
It's a completely different animation and color scheme.
So? You think it's harder to dodge because it's green instead of orange?
No, it's just muscle memory. It doesn't look like napalm. That's all I'm saying. Like, how's that legal, man?
What? Okay. You're telling me because he's using a green napalm on you instead of a black napalm, you're gonna...
My brain that's played this game for 10 years has to do an extra 1/8 of a second registry that's napalm and not some other weird Veno spell or something.
This is why you retired?
Pay to win. That's all I'm saying.
Too many cosmetics?
It's the problem with Dota. No one's checking this stuff, and then you know what? You know what, Austin? No one checks this stuff, and then guess what? You end up with that Oracle set that looks like Lich. That's how we got here. One green napalm at a time. So don't come complaining to me.
Go make a glance.
Yeah, don't come complaining to me about your glance value.
Glance value post on Reddit.
Getting aggressive on the bat a little bit. This is not the early aggressive laning phase I think could have come out from this Liquid lineup, particularly this Bloodseeker Lich lane. Though the downside for them is these other lanes are just not getting low. There's no trading happening.
Yeah.
For Mickey to pump himself up with, so can't really put it all on him. Like,
yeah, because it's a Slark 4 position. So unless they are willing to, the Clockwork's willing to fight him one-on-one in the jungle.
Oh, this is not a 1v1 you wanna be in.
Oh, Insania, you could see.
Okay,
he didn't understand that he was being sticky napalm there.
He thought there was a Venomancer jungling. Got really confused. He thought he got Viper struck. He had to TP out. You know, last time I saw Insania make this move, he instantly died afterwards. Do you remember that game?
Oh, he TP'd away.
Yeah, he TP'd away from, I think it was Bat too, right? And then he walked up and
he walked back into the jungle and died.
I feel like he's going to do it again. I don't know why. I think it's going to happen.
Saberlight getting all his mana burned away.
Dude, he's dead.
Oh my god, he's gonna die.
Dude, it's like, I don't know. It's something about this play. Whenever I see him make this, I just know he's gonna die again. It's something about it. Somebody should ask him this in an interview.
Nat or Rhea, get on it.
I mean, that was a pretty good prediction.
And now
right?
He's got no TP for 25 seconds, so he's got to run out the lane.
I just knew he's going to die there, honestly. It's like, it's not even on him. I think a lot of 5 players die there. There's something about it. Like, you can't.
The jungle, it calls to you.
Yeah, you can't
you
sit
have
there,
to go back. We have to go back.
Invis Rune was the 6-minute power rune here for Nisha. And not a lot he can do with that one, but extra regen, they'll take it. Very even game, though. Nisha did open up this lead in mid. That's the best thing going on the map right now for either team.
Oh boy, did he. 49-8 versus 33-3.
Yep, which is what you would expect.
Oh, trying to get the punish on Mickey. Flame break, push him back, and they've got the
nice
coil on him.
rotation.
He is donezo.
That was a nice TP from Emo, just recognizing that very quick.
Yeah, and that is, I guess, something you can kind of constantly expect for the next couple of minutes. The puck can make moves from mid to these other side lanes.
Yep.
The Templar Assassin is not going to do that. Templar Assassin is just going to hit the mid tower and jungle.
You enjoy making the moves because this 1v1's not that good for you. Though, did he just... Okay, he has John over the trees. I was going to say that was a little scary. The biggest thing about those rotations is you don't want to do them when your tower's just getting smacked.
Right.
So Emo will always have to keep this tower pressure in check a little bit. And it'll be Radiance Rush from Mickey down here. Maybe a little slower than he wanted. So really looking towards Nisha here to put this game on his back if I'm Liquid, because he has absolute free farm, the last pick, the good matchup, free rune control. Everything a TA would want.
Meanwhile, Mickey not having as much fun. The rotation from Puck already killed him before. His over-aggression, he died a second time. This third time, though, he does manage to get away, at least initially. Perhaps Insania is the one to die from it instead. TP coming in from the Slark. Not sure how helpful that's going to be, but the Bat Rider controlled up a little bit, get some damage on him. Insania does die, trying to get the turnaround kill. Boxy, not good for it.
Man, these are not the skirmishes you want to get sucked into if you're Liquid. Your supports do not fight these two supports well at all in the early game.
No.
They are so much weaker. So the more Yakults can force these kind of clock Bat Rider into Lich Slark, they're going to be really happy with that. Really bad matchups for the Frost Shield as well. Just all magic damage. Stacking magic damage at that. Insania's going to head up top here, but maybe seeing a little bit of why this Lich has fallen off a bit. These support matchups just don't seem as good as they used to be.
Yeah, I can see that.
Zeal going to push back. The Bloodseeker bottom, he's got a lot of levels down here. Level 7 already. Man, big boy. So the stacking begins. Insania into the triangle to reclaim his XP off the Ancients.
Mame is 13-1 in his most recent Lycan games. Last time he played the hero on LAN was in Kuala Lumpur Major, November 2018. Losing a secret.
Major.
Wow.
I don't know. What was that tournament? I don't remember that.
It was a long time ago. Making a run for it. Mickey is going to be caught by the lasso just in the nick of time. Those support-on-support kills add up. An early level 6 from Bobica gets him a kill. Saberlight's going to try and get the turnaround here on Zeal with the Rupture being used, but the Rolling Thunder missed for a while, and now he's in trouble. Coiled up. He turns around, hopes to get a kill on Zeal still, but no chance.
Yeah, that's just... You're not killing Bristle there. You're an offlane Pango. I mean, tower damage for Nisha, but again, this is the only thing Liquid are getting as a shield rune is stolen by Emo. Can he survive?
That was a nice pickup. Yeah, he's going to be able to jump up to the high ground thanks to the Waning Rift. Did I see that right? Ame has been a part of almost all these kills with the Wolves. Is that right?
He's got 7 assists.
007.
Yeah, he's owning. And this is, again, the strength. Like, you put the Wolves in all these fights, and you're just in the jungle with Midas. It's a lot of pressure on you. This Lycan is going to come out really farm. He's going to be really high level. And he's still having impact on the map. It's the strength of this build. It's giving vision, setting up kills, being annoying. Yeah, how do you like that, Nisha?
Yeah, well, I don't think the TA is concerned about the Wolves too much. Boxy's still not level 6, so he's dead.
On.
This Slark has not been useful at all.
No, they're getting run over in this early game. The support interactions blew this game wide open, and now these Yakult cores are in a solid position because this Pango is just not offering you much. Honestly, it's not a lot of utility, not a lot of damage right now. It's looking at Orchid, but a delayed Orchid doesn't do you much good, and he's going to die again.
Another coil. He's going to try and shield crash into a Rolling Thunder, but the silence stops him from all that.
No lasso needed. Man, these supports are getting a lot done on the map. Playing really well together. This is what we saw from Yakults in that earlier game. this was some of the early game mechanics I was saying looked pretty good.
Oh, they were not.
Oof.
That trap was barely off the mark. If they had the trap on the puck, then maybe Insania gets off the Sinister Gaze and they get a big kill. But instead, Liquid yet to frag 0 and 10.
It's just been running for their lives.
Yeah.
It's been the whole story of this game. They do get that mid tower, which is a big win for them. I mean, Nisha's still very strong. Early blink on this TA gives them the fighting power. It's level 11. To me, it's kind of a race here between this Lycan and TA, like which is going to be able to make their impact felt first in terms of those pivotal team fights.
Okay.
Is it a Radiance for... Oh, I was going to say, wait. Radiance Lycan?
No.
No, that's what he's thinking about.
Oh, really?
This is a different one. I've not seen this.
Why would
Maybe he does this, but I...
do that? What's the reasoning?
I don't know, Austin.
Okay, I lied. Oh, no, he's dead. Tries to fight the wolves, and a 3-man smoke gang comes his way. That attack speed was extremely annoying. Well, Liquid apparently needs some time to collect their thoughts here, as they are getting shut out in this game. Boxy only just now getting his level 6, as has Insania, so their supports are, at least one of them, a little bit more useful.
Yeah, so Ame has 0 Lycan games played in his last 90. So maybe he thinks he's just playing Spectre or something. Well, we'll go with that. I guess if you just run in and Radiance burn people, you don't have to right-click them.
Well, I mean, Knoxville said he had all those Lycan games. Must have been a while back, but did he ever go Radiance, Knoxville?
There's no way, dude. That last game was
He never
from
went Radiance in those
2018.
games.
That's 6 years ago.
He never went Midas Radiance.
Dude, if you went Midas Radiance on Lycan in 2018, you would have been kicked from whatever team you're on. Your account would have got back banned or something.
I was talking about the pubs he played.
Dude, there's no way you would have done it in a pub either.
What, behavior score drops too much?
Yeah.
He has never gone Radiance on Lycan ever.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, man. He's on something right now. Cooking.
Okay.
Cooking. I mean, the mischance is good, I guess.
Certainly going to help. I mean, if it was old Templar Assassin, I would have been down. Okay, damage over time, burns through the refraction faster, but new refraction not nearly as susceptible to that damage over time stuff.
See, once he gets ruptured and he has to sit there, you don't want to go on him because he's Radiance burning you.
Okay, that's true.
Whatever happened to the blade mail Lycan, where you just blade mail through the rupture and sprint?
Yeah, that was the thing. Well, Yakult brothers will be able to get the mid tower, equalizing things a bit. No contest there from Liquid, who obviously needs some time to recover.
Yeah, they're behind.
The Slark is only supposed to really be useful around this time, I think, because of the shard, but obviously his early game was so bad he's not going to have the shard anytime soon. Lycan looking for the Pango. He's somewhere around here. But Saberlight has dipped into the trees. He does have both Rolling Thunder and TP up.
Nose, dude.
Rolling Thunder, it goes off, and he will TP away. Nothing they could do to stop him. Still, though, it's the Yakult brothers. Okay, we forced a TP out and probably just going to take this
look at this wave up here. It's massive. Flag Bear plus Catapult. No one here to defend it. It's probably just a dead tier 1. It's just so much map pressure right now for Liquid. They're having issues responding to it in numbers. Senia's just dead again. Oh, Shadow Amulet.
Nice try.
Little chappy action.
And now their triangle's going to be taken over.
Whatever happened to that guy?
I believe he is...
Refraction 1? Ooh.
I mean, even if he could get off the refraction, I think he's still
just out. But everyone's trying to go in and TP away.
But what does that do for you? You're just giving up so much of the map. No
Yeah, I mean,
TP
like,
available
Saberlight,
for
he can't
Pango.
TP again. He dealt with the wave that was pushing in, but now he's done for.
Yeah, he'll get run down here eventually, I think. Might take a bit. Oh, never mind. Some more assists for Ame. Keeps piling them up here. 0, and 11.
Yeah, those Wolves have done a lot.
Radiant's done.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, this guy's going to be farming out of control with a Midas Radiance.
I have become the alchemist.
He really has. Boxy. Oh, nice blink forward there. Catching the pounce.
This game is just completely out of control. 10k gold lead, 15 and 0. Radiance alike in chasing down a Bloodseeker. Doesn't have his yet.
You're just going to have to TP out.
Kiki's like, what the heck? This guy's got a Radiance.
He can't because of the Alpha Wolves. And Insania, Desperation, Chain Frost. It does not bounce the way he needed it to bounce. Or Liquid going to get a kill.
I don't know. This game just got completely out of control.
Of course, North America setting the meta.
Yeah, I mean, they're just ahead of the curve, obviously. NA is always ahead. It's like they're so far behind. They're ahead. It just takes a while to catch back up. I mean, what does Liquid even try and do here in this position? Just 5-man smoke fight somewhere? With like Rupture Pango roll?
Yeah, surely at some point in time you can fight with Rupture Pango, right?
It's just not that much damage. They just sit there. Another TP out that will not be successful.
18 kills in 18 minutes.
When was the last time Liquid got shut out in a competitive match?
I'm not sure if they ever have. Nisha locked down, hamstrung by the Wolves. Ooh, just barely off the mark there, sadly.
This is where Lycan just looks completely broken, these types of games. Like, what is this, right? You can just have some Midas jungle hero that is destroying the map, making it so supports can't even play the game. This guy has to go Shadow Amulet first item. It's just like, how do you play Dota? This is why I think this hero's busted, but we don't get to see this kind of trajectory a lot. So he obviously has flaws. It's just, man.
Yeah, it looks so dominant when you are ahead, and the Wolves cannot be stopped.
What is this? He's just killing it, dude.
They're going to try and get the Bat Rider kill. They get one. 1 and 19, Liquid. Time to start a comeback.
Nobody defeats us while we have 0 kills.
Nobody kills Liquid
less than we kill with our own score. And the Orchid done for the Pango. So there is some kill threat on Emo now. No Dispel yet. Nisha?
And they have the TA trap silence, so there are some serious threats to Emo here in this fight if he's not careful. Going for the kill on Boxy, barely able to get off his ult in time. Almost got bursted down, slowed down still by the Bristleback.
The Wolf is coming.
The Wolf is indeed on his way. Howlin knocking at your door. Saberlight puts himself on the high ground. It is no escape. And Boxy, who has his pounce up, is actually going to be able to get away. But who gives Nisha the space to farm, man? He is just, there's never a chance he gets to farm his triangle. He's always being interrupted by the Wolves, by rotations from the rest of Yakult brothers.
These Wolves have been so on point. It's disgusting. Ame has played this game really well. I don't think his Radiance has done anything, but honestly, it doesn't matter what he goes, because the Wolves are the hero. He's 1-0 and 17. 17 assists for this carry Lycan. What a beast. Looking to steal Tormentor as well.
Oh, they tried to get him. They did get the silence on him, but he blinked away.
And Yule's just delivered. It's on cooldown.
The Rupture, it's running out. Maybe they can't actually kill him. He opts away. Oh, no. Saberlight misses the kill. He had a rare opportunity to be able to kill the puck.
Now the Wolves
and
are back.
And a miss swashbuckle ruins him.
Brutal.
Liquid gets 1 kill here.
They've only been shut out 3 times. They got another kill.
There you go. Reverse 3-2-2.
That's true. International 2014. Which one was that?
That was the NA team.
Yeah, but which Liquid was that? Was that the IX Mike Liquid?
I believe so. Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, before, because TI3, they were...
It was the Boba Liquid, yeah. That's what Knoxville just said.
Really?
Because I was thinking, you know, which Liquid would have gotten shut out twice? I knew it had to be a Boba version of the team. That's where my mind... I'm not blaming it. I'm just saying, like, that team had some bad losses. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, was that a, like, Team Tinker?
No,
Boba,
that had TC
Koipa.
on it. You're saying Koipa, yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's always NA, man. These stupid stats. It's always some NA team with the stat of like, what's the last time some team got beat 859-2? It's always some NA team from like 8 years ago. You know, which team had the longest loss streak in competitive? No, it's probably a goddamn NA team, you know?
Avery's like, wait, that was me.
No, that was not me.
That's true. Bait is probably the one. They had the,
you know, Knoxville, can we get the stat on which team had the most embarrassing loss in Dota history? Which NA team had the most embarrassing loss?
Oh, they found Zeal in the triangle completely alone.
Is that... Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. There's nobody else around. Surely they can kill a bristleback. Surely. God, it took forever.
Okay, what happens afterwards?
And they're going to lose some heroes in return. Wait a minute. Silence out on the puck, but a nice hook shot from Tianming will even the odds. Chain Frost that doesn't go quite where they wanted to again.
Ooh, that damage.
Would you believe that a hero with 16,000 net worth at 23 minutes, it's pretty hard. Level 18 Radiance SNY Midas Dreads.
Yeah, he took the Vampire Fangs for the extra magic heal off the Radiance Burn. This guy is absolutely cooking right now. Like, you're not touching him. It's almost level 20, though. He's like 7 levels ahead of this Pango.
He's speeding away to level 25. Soon he's going to have 4 Alpha Wolves.
Man, this last pick TA was not the problem, but it did not win this game, I think.
No. I think maybe the first pick Slark hasn't been great.
It was a little... Honestly, though, I don't even know if I put this game on that. I think I go back to... I mean, obviously, there's a lot of gameplay issues here. They just got outplayed.
I mean, their supports couldn't make any...
Yeah, I think it's like... It's a support combination versus what Yakult have. And also this Pango pick, I think. It couldn't make anything happen.
Yeah, because he didn't have a support.
Well, that's your opinion.
I feel like you said it's not the... Okay, here we go. Yakult brothers.
This is looking rough.
They thought they could kill Emo. They were wrong, and now...
Big crit.
There goes the third of your HP and one quick crit from Ame. 3 kills, no problems. Up to the high ground, Boxy still has his ult, so he can keep this going for a while.
Oh, we got his courier.
He's out. Away now. The Waning Rift's on cooldown. Oh, the Cogs got him! Tianming too good. Look at him scouting him out with a courier too.
Is he ever even gonna get the shard this game? He might not. This is a sad life right now.
They see a clock where they're like, yeah, we can't kill that.
The Wolves are eating Insania right now. He's dead. He's
dead.
Just dead to Wolves, yeah.
he was underneath a sentry that was there. He's like, oh, I've got my Glimmer Cape at least. Nope.
See, I mean, you're like complaining Lena's broken. What about these things, man?
I mean, I also thought Alpha Wolves were broken from the jump, but...
He's going satanic?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, none of these items like even make sense, but I don't think it matters at all. He can go whatever he wants in this game. Oh, that's a nice hero you have, Mickey. It'd be a shame if 2 summons just beat your ass back to the fountain and made you pop BKB.
The amount of times that the combination of hamstrings just set up Yakult Brothers for a freebie. Oh my god.
Yeah, those were the lane wolves. That wasn't even the sub. That's just the lane wolves beating him into submission here as Liquid get trounced. In a loss so embarrassing it makes you harken back to the 2014 Liquid of old.
Oh dear. All right, well, Yakult Brothers are going to close out the game, it looks like.
Yeah, he's no BKB because the Wolves forced it earlier.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is going to roll around and not really do any damage. It hits some heroes, but it doesn't do damage.
Going in.
Nisha is trying to line up some Psyblades hit. He got rid of the Wolves. That'll save everybody else. But they still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so we're just going to keep going.
What will Ame build next here, assuming he gets to build something else?
Yeah,
What's the 4th item in this?
What's the follow-up?
That's what I want to know. I mean, Zeal is just 1v5ing. He's just been outside Liquid's base.
He did get the shard on Boxy.
He did get there, yeah.
So now when the team gets coiled, they can all sit there for 3 seconds and then die.
You mean when the Wolves hit him twice, he can shard himself so he doesn't insta-die. Ame's got something flying in right now. Oh, Clarity's just ran out of mana because he's been summoning so many Wolves.
Yeah, that one null talisman isn't good enough. I'm surprised Liquid's still in the game. Would have left the server by now.
I mean, you may as well play it out. You never know, right? Never know.
It's like it is literally going to be 6 slotted soon. Mickey gets dragged out of the base, and he's going to be run down by the Lycan. Unless they actually get enough movement speed, Boboka's not dead. He bumps Saberlight back down the cliff.
All right, they're done.
They're done. Nisha says it's time.
You know, a lot of this goes back to the way that Yakults used this Lycan. They presented it really early, and they obviously had a flex option between off-lane and carry, and they ended up putting on carry. And they played this Alpha Wolves version, which basically never required Ame to be in a fight to have a lot of impact on the map, which just removes this whole Bloodseeker counter, removes the Pango trying to team fight him. And it's just like nothing for Liquid to hit. They're just running around the map, interacting with Clockwork Batrider that they don't deal well with, and Alpha Wolves that are constantly biting them, literally in the ass. There's just none of their answers really panned out to anything other than that TA on mid, which they didn't get to play around because their supports could not play this game.
No.
A dismantling of Liquid by Yakult's bros, making them re-question everything they thought they knew about Dota since 2014, Austin.
Yeah, Liquid goes and gets their revenge against Talon, then just immediately put it in the dumpster by Yakult Brothers. And that means Yakult Brothers are 2-0 in this group stage, which will continue after the break.
We are back with Zeal again with the second win of the day. Congratulations once again. How did that one feel?
Feels good.
Amazing, incredible. I was really happy for you. There was, obviously that was a very big stomp. I was wondering, again, kind of following up on last time's interview, did you feel that was an outdraft again? How was it going?
It was kind of outdraft and kind of they have like not really good heroes against ours again, and we just played our draft well.
Is there like a reason why you think that you have had such good drafts so far in this tournament? Like, what do you think is giving you that edge against other teams?
I would say that we didn't play that much of games since last tournament, and we didn't even show what we are capable of. We just fed last tournament, and we'll try to do what we can this tournament and show what we have.
Yeah, so that was obviously fun to watch, especially with the Lycan and how that hero plays. I was curious, because obviously when you watch the map, Lycan's like in his Ancients farming and the Wolves are playing with you guys. How much easier is your game to play with Lycan in his current form on your team?
I guess it's still the same. It's just like you have another hero with you earlier that gives disable and minus armor and lots of stuff. And it just gives the enemy a lot of pressure in the map.
All right. And final question was, you now have 2 wins. Is there a team that you're worried about in this tournament?
Talon.
Okay. And what?
Oh, in our group? Yes,
or in the tournament in general as well.
Falcons, Paravision.
Okay.
Yeah, even Nigma.
All right. That's exciting. I mean, I'm looking forward to those games. You guys have been really fun to watch so far, so congratulations again, and good luck.
Thank you.
That's right. We are looking at Group A here, where Yakult brothers are 2-0. Tundra did have their win earlier today, so they are also the undefeated team of the group so far, but that may go against them in this next matchup, where we have Tundra versus BetBoom as the next play.
Important game for BetBoom, because if you go down 0-2 here, that's a rough start to claw your way back from in this fast format. So important game for them, less so for Tundra, but also, you know, they want to continue the streak and contest for that top spot so they can get even deeper.
All right, well, let's get into the draft of BetBoom versus Tundra, a matchup that is, I think, one of the more interesting matchups of the top teams right now.
In what way?
Well, they're kind of I believe both of us had them in our top 3, right? I think both of us really believed in this change that Tundra made, picking up Dyrachyo. It just seems to make more sense. It feels like their team is more balanced with an aggressive safe laner when they have 33.
If you didn't believe, now you do, because they just won, so it's not hard to rank them high now. But yeah, I agree. The farm distribution of the playstyle between 33 and Nightfall clearly didn't line up as well as this one does, even if, you know, maybe Nightfall's better player than Dyrachyo, or Dyrachyo's better player, or whatever. Who cares about that debate? It's just, Dota's a team game. It's about how people make each other work. That's what makes a player good on your roster. So I think clearly something is clicking a lot more for them here, and it looks pretty good. Makes sense. And the meta's good for them, honestly. That's another big component here. You know, we're seeing a lot of Dyrachyo praise, but come on, guys. Like, Redditch absolutely trounced this guy for like 2.5 years. So don't come
Why won't Gaming Gladiators get rid of Dyrachyo?
Kick him. That's all I heard for 2 years.
Already.
Then they kicked him. And why'd they kick him? Why'd they kick him?
I can't believe they kicked this guy.
But part of it, I think, is this meta is a lot better carry-wise for Dyrachyo than some of the previous ones that Gaiman had to play through. If you look at the hero pool.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of his prime heroes that are really strong right now. The PA, the Lifestealer, the Alchemist, all come to mind. Even things like the Monkey King or
He's
the
just
Razor.
missing the Chaos Knight, right? It's just like
the
that's
Chaos
the one
Knight's
hero
the one big one that's not there.
Yeah, but a lot of his the rest of his hero pool quite fits, and we saw him pick up a Razor, which is not one of his go-to heroes, but while he got picked off a fair number of times in that game, they still managed to pull it back, and he was a big part of that.
And I think another component is those heroes that are maybe unconventional for him, like the Razor or the Monkey or whatever, they're still aggressive heroes that are going to suit his playstyle. that I think the patch lends itself well to. Like, let's say you put Dyrachyo on things like we saw Ame play in the previous game, right? If you ended up putting Dyrachyo on a carry like it, or a carry Beastmaster, or a carry Bristleback. I'm not saying he can play those heroes at as good a level as some of his others, but it would make sense to me. It would suit him, it would suit the patch. So I think it's a good fit for him right now, and Tundra taking advantage of it. I would not be surprised to see Tundra maybe try some of those crazy flexes onto him too, that we're seeing Ame pull off, because it would open up a lot of these early picks for them, particularly things like this first pick Beastmaster, which I don't think they're ever going to do that, because I think 33 is just so confident on his heroes no matter what, that it's like, I can play this hero into 10 counters, I don't care.
Sure.
I'll 1v9 if I have to and report my own team. So they got that going for them. And we do see a Warlock ban. Got him. Can't wait till Valve nerfs this hero into the ground again for existing once in like 8 years.
So it won't see the light of day for...
It always happens. Valve
like
hates this hero.
TIs.
Well, they don't hate him. It's just the hero has a really inflated win rate, I think, at lower ranks, so he always gets nerfed anytime he appears in competitive.
Yeah.
It's the Sand King
I
effect.
imagine any hero with a channeling ability is probably much stronger at the 2K level. How do you stop upheaval?
I don't know. It's tough. They did nerf Shadow Amulet, though, so he doesn't have that going for him anymore.
That's true. That's true.
But Tundra have looked like the best Warlock team by far. Whitemon is probably the best Warlock in the world right now. I don't think it's close, so it's a fair ban here. Go for the Gyrocopter. So taking a page out of BetBoom's book that we saw earlier that didn't work for them, but it's a much different situation and still have flex potential on this hero. It's a nice pairing with the Beastmaster. That inner Beast Aura with the carry Gyro's always been strong since forever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like this is more of a block pick than...
Yeah, for sure. It's a nice block pick. You remove the Gyro carry option that Pure likes to play versus the Beast, and then you can just throw it on a support here.
Yeah, what heroes are left that are good against the Beastmaster offlane?
I mean, that's where so the thing is,
the carry Dawnbreaker for Pure?
Yeah, and this was the hero that got banned out in that other game, so I think teams are aware of it. Though I did mention in that draft that I am leaning more towards the 3-position Dawn versus the Beast, because I think the gameplay is very nice. Like, you just sit around the map with the Dawn, and when second someone gets roared, you Solar Guardian him, right? And
yeah,
it's just really easy to play with. So and it's a hero that Miro will also play a lot for this team. So I'm not going to lock that into Pure yet. But what I was going to say is I find it interesting that they banned this Morphling. Tundra banned this Morphling with their one ban in that second phase. It is a carry that's good versus Beast, but it's also a hero that is a good matchup versus carry Gyro if it ends up being that.
Right.
So that tells me I think Tundra are at least thinking about that option a little bit. I don't think it's super high. I think this is most likely support Gyro, but if it really comes down to it, you know, that ban ends up helping you down the road too.
Enchantress, the choice for BetBoom. Now you've got a bit of a damage threat for the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, another way to steal some of the beast summons, tanky frontliner to go on. I like this pick. This is a well-rounded first 3 from BetBoom. They can go a lot of different directions here. They have a lot of early game pace with the 2 supports, a lot of early gank potential, rolling potential, aggressive setup, initiation, team fight, right? Like you have a lot to work with here. And then you just have 2 core picks left for your 2 big core players to do whatever they want. So should be a position BetBoom's very comfortable in. They're just going to wait and see what Tundra commit to, and Tundra have to commit to something here. Is it the socks of Ricky? Oh, just as I called.
He calls.
I knew this guy, he's been wanting to play this hero. This looked like the position to do it. Get a vision hero, make the initiations harder for the bat, be a little annoying for the Enchantress on the map. The downside is you give up some early laning prowess.
Yeah, I feel like anytime I see Batrider right now, I just pick Nyx, pick Ricky, pick Bounty.
It's tough. It makes it tougher for sure. You are giving a little bit of that early roam opening here, I think, but we've seen Tundra be really good in these early games with the support duo. And if it ends up being support Gyro, not the easiest hero to run into. The creep can do a decent amount of work there, though, for the Enchantress, so shouldn't underestimate that. But this is a BZM hero. Maybe that Invoker comes out. Maybe we see that Lina for Tundra now.
Yeah, with the Invoker, I could see the potential. It just makes it hard for the Dawnbreaker. Like every fight you're going into Tornado, EMP, Meteor, or whatever. Go for the Chen instead. So we're gonna have both junglers in the game. Chen versus Enchantress.
Yeah, and maybe pushing it more towards that carry gyro. I mean, there's still some core Ricky threat, I guess, but you're not thinking too much about it. This draft is really set up for the carry gyro now. The Morphling got banned, which I think would have been Pure's go-to here for sure. And then you get this Chen Beast to buff the gyrocopter.
What if you get Razored, though?
Razor is an option here, but it's a lot of kiting to fight into. Smoke screen, roar for your BKB. Like, Razor has a tough time playing when there's a strong BKB Pierce, because you can't just BKB link the gyro for free. I'd be a little worried about playing Razor here with no backup. The Bristle it's robust. I will say that. It is a hero that's going to go either side lane here and probably have a solid time. Crimson Buyer if it's on the 3. Strong laner versus the Beast if it's on your 1. So you still have some options about where this Dawn and Bristle are going. You're going to have them till the end, pretty much.
Are you leaning one way or the other? You said you like the Dawnbreaker 3 more against the Beastmaster. You sticking with that?
It's really close. I think it could go either way here. I think Pure is the better Dawnbreaker player. I think both of those lanes can be strong versus Beast with the Enchantress for sure. So I don't think you're too worried about that. The early Crimson on the Bristle looks really strong here if you can force early objectives, but I don't know if that's the route BetBoom are going to go. So if they go that route, I would put the Bristle 3. If they want to just farm and scale, maybe that also makes the Bristle 3, because Pure is just super confident late game with Dawn. So yeah, I think they're leaning towards the Dawnbreaker carry here, the more I think about it, even in either situation.
All right. Well, it's Tundra. Both sides need a mid here, most likely. Tundra could use some extra lockdown.
They're taking it. They are taking Invoker if it's in the pool. Like, it's way too good here. The alacrity on this gyro is going to go absolutely ham. You get mana burn on Dawnbreaker Bristle, which is just, that is some good stuff. These are two cores that really need the mana and do not build a lot of it. The extra control in the early game, really annoying to fight around. It's a kind of tough hero for Batrider to jump in these late game scenarios when you're ghost walking around. I don't know. I think Invoker looks amazing for Tundra here, even if the mid matchups may be less optimal, or like there are. The only downside is the roam potential. Like this Enchantress Batrider roaming on you mid is a little spooky, particularly when you have Chen Ricky. They're not the best supports at reacting to roam. That would be my big concern with Invoker pick, but I think the rest of the game looks really good for it. They ban it. Okay, so they were worried about it getting taken away. Which,
yeah, I think that's actually fair, because BetBoom could have used that as well. They need some more disables. The only disable they really have is Lasso, right?
I would not mind Storm Spirit here. GPK Storm Spirit? Oh, Pangolier. Okay, so...
Do you feel like this Pangolier has more purpose than Liquid?
It does. It's like crowd control for a lot of the summons. Another hero to go and be a frontliner, set up a Solar Guardian. Some scaling damage. You have like 3 semi-carries, right?
Yeah. The one thing I like about it is that Pango right now feels really lacking in damage, but when you have a Bristleback, you never lack for that, right?
I think it's a fine pick. I'm just not super high on Bristle right now, but it's an absolutely fine pick here. They could have gone a lot of directions. I think the Storm would have been cool.
Pango?
Yeah, I think the Storm would have been cool for the direct like jump in Solar Guardian play, but Pango's pretty good follow-up on a Lasso if you're going to put more on the Lasso initiation. And now, Tundra, I mean, what's left? Like Ember Spirit or something?
You Huskar them. You would have Ags against Bristleback. You destroy the matchup against Pango.
That big of a Huskar team. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ember come out here, honestly. Sniper, I guess, is also an option. Maybe it's a little too like, defensive.
Hey, take the Storm Spirit.
Okay. I mean,
BZM Storm.
Huh. Not a hero I thought of for them. I was thinking it the other way, but it does give you what you need, which is your Initiator, some spell damage, a good jump follow-up for this Ricky when he finds somebody, which is pretty important.
And lane favored matchup, right?
Storm I mean, Storm farms versus anybody. He's pretty favored versus any melee hero, I think. Can be a tough hero for Bat to play against too, because if you don't find that Storm, he finds you, even if you go on somebody else. And he's a really strong initiator in the later portions with BKB or Lincolns or any of that nonsense. You have a Chen heal and smokescreen behind him. And there's not a lot of stuns on BetBoom. That's the biggest factor here. It's mobility mid versus what? Lasso? Yeah. That's your only stun.
And Toronto Tokyo's need to get an Aghanim Scepter or something.
Yeah, you need an Atos on Bristle, or I don't even know. Like, this looks like an Omega Freestorm game from a mobility perspective. So BetBoom are going to have their work cut out for them in terms of keeping BZM down and not letting him get out of control, because he gets out of control this game, he's just going to tear their lineup apart. There's not a lot to directly answer this Storm with all the sustain and the buffs behind him. Lanes have to go well, especially the side lanes here for BetBoom. You got to look at Pure on that Dawnbreaker and Miro on the Bristle. These are those two big flex cores they got, and they want to have a good laning phase. These need to come out ahead. If you're behind on the two side lanes here for BetBoom, this game is going to be an absolute bloodbath. But if you can get those two cores rocking, enable your support duo to play free, the Enchantress Bat Roam comes through on the map, I can see this lineup come together. You push those supports into mid, start ganking the Storm, taking away his power runes, right? Enchantress Cube takes his tower. That's like an ideal scenario.
And we're looking at two teams that I think some of the best laning teams in the world.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
I think BetBoom, it's always been one of their better parts of their foundation.
Yeah, I mean, top four is BetBoom, Tundra, Falcons, and Enigma Galaxy. So you're definitely up in there. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing, Austin?
You really should have been casting the other groups. All right, let's get into BetBoom versus Tundra.
I don't know why you're laughing at that. Like that's a legit. I think they're fourth, man.
That's better.
Okay, who's fifth?
OG, I think. I'm not gonna say. I don't know who's fifth, dude.
All right.
Good luck, boss. Who's that to?
It's to you.
Whitemon boss?
No, he tipped Duraccio.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all these Russian carries, man. They have nothing but respect for each other.
Of course. Only fine words.
Delayed smoke
between the two.
Interesting idea.
A long wraparound, which is exactly what Tundra is going to do. They are also going to wrap in the same direction. And if they clash while Tundra's on the high ground, it would be very bad for BetBoom.
Yeah, but I think BetBoom's level 1 is stronger.
Flame break back, shield crash to slow. Duraccio is going to get some flat cannon shots that's hitting everybody, so they give up the first blood, but they might get a second kill in return. Saksa commits, and he should be able to get it. It's either him or the Storm, and it'll go to BZM.
But the runes, Austin. The runes. You forgot about the runes.
Yeah, they get all 4 bounty runes on BetBoom.
BetBoom definitely coming out ahead with the rune grab here. First blood plus 4 runes. Yeah, you gave a second kill to the Storm, but you'll take that every single time. And their level 1 was just stronger. The all-in burst with the goo. I was kind of surprised Tundra went for a delayed smoke because their level 1 is not great with Ricky Chen.
Yeah.
Like your damage output's pretty limited. Interesting idea. So a lot of extra gold for BetBoom going into these lanes. Big step back for Tundra they're going to have to overcome. And GPK was the biggest winner out of all that. He starts in the prime position. So good start for them on the mid lane. Talked about these side lanes wanting to get out ahead. This is a lot of extra team gold to make that happen, particularly for the supports.
Yeah, extra bit of regen, faster, boots or more stat items early on can certainly make the difference. I mean, I know for that mid matchup, the earlier bottle is certainly going to help.
And Duraccio. A lot of stacks, man.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Particularly looking at this safe lane for BetBoom, I think this is the one that can get really aggressive if you execute it well and you get that level 3 on Enchantress, level 3 on the Dawn. You have some all-in capability for sure. A lot of heavy burst damage and chase down with the slows. And I would want to be getting kills.
Oh,
that's a controlled troll.
Yeah.
Got to keep the resources up, though. And we're seeing 33 just pour the axes into them. I mean, part of just this resource management for Tundra is if you can keep this duo low, they can't all in you.
Pure might be in some trouble now. He doesn't get over the cliff.
Oh, man.
Big trouble. Soxa commits the blood grenade to try and finish him off. And they will get not one,
They're gonna get both?
but two. The axes are up. Okay, nope. He doesn't throw it out.
They
Thinks it's
played
not
this
enough
lane
damage.
super well. This is not a lane I think should have been going that well for Tundra this early. But just taking advantage of the regen burn, keeping them low, and then a little misplay from Pure and get that kill with the blood grenade. Super big win for Tundra up here on this off lane.
And 33 is so healthy that a neutral creep deny from Soxa, the extra time out of lane, isn't going to hurt 33 too much. He still has a hard camp to pull from.
This is just solo XP into the bank. I mean, 33 living life right now. BZM also re-even this mid matchup out despite GPK having the early extra gold. So this early game going well for Tundra despite the early rune loss.
Yeah. How's their safe lane doing?
I mean, that's the lane that's crushing the most. Biggest gap in this game that's been opened is this gyro versus the Bristle now. Some of it's been the lane pulling. Save's just been pulling the waves, so it removes a little bit of the CS from this Bristleback.
Dyrachio almost had a chance there to block in Miro for even more damage, but still puts him on the run. Chase him away from the Lotus Pool. Back over to top lane. Blood grenade goes out.
Get him again.
The kill on Pure. He's got axes coming up. He will not be able to jump away in his hammer in time. 33 is the one to pick up the kill.
This is highway robbery up here, man. Like,
seriously.
What is happening? This is...
How is this double melee matchup doing so well against a Dawnbreaker Enchantress?
With extra gold.
Yeah.
A pure Dawnbreaker.
A pure Dawnbreaker. He's a specialist on the carry Dawn.
Man, I think this lane could have gone so much different for BetBoom, honestly. Instead, they find themselves on the back foot up here, and it's not as if this is game losing, but you're giving 33 a lot. And I feel like when you give 33 a lot, you tend to regret it.
Yeah. I will say, I don't think Dawnbreaker is like that strong in the first 1 or 2 levels.
No, but I think if they just didn't give up the bad trades early, they got to the level 3, then they would have had a decent window to all in this beast.
Sure.
With the chase down. Like, I just don't see what they do to that in response, but they never got there.
Flame break, pushing Dyrachio back into play. Miro slowed him down so much that Save can do all the damage, up to 6 stacks. Try way too hard to man up on the Bristleback, and it just plays against them. Miro almost overextends himself. The Harpy trying to save his master.
And the Harpy.
Get them both.
He really wants this Harpy.
Okay, got it. Took a little bit, but we got there.
I mean, that is worth it. That thing is really annoying. It regens back up.
Yeah.
So big win in the offlane for BetBoom. They strike back a little bit, even out that lane. Very close early game overall.
Yep.
Still looking for the 6 on the Storm. He's the big playmaker in this game outside of that Rolling Thunder. You got to think about this 6-minute power rune. Those things are going to come in pretty close to each other. The 6s on the mids plus that power rune. So this is a time where both teams are going to rotate supports here, try and win that action. I expect 6 heroes mid here in the next minute. Oh, they know it's
flame break. Beautiful stuff. Before the 6-minute rune spawns, they bring the support in, and both of them to finish off BZM.
That's a big move, and exactly what you wanted to see. And that was where I was talking. This roam potential in the mid with Enchantress Bat is deadly. There's not a lot that Tundra can do to response. This is the biggest pressure point BetBoom have in this early game. Bringing the supports mid, abusing BZM, and getting power runes for GPK. There's no real answer here for Tundra with the heroes. Like, you can bring Chen, but...
And look at them setting up, man. They're setting up for even more kills.
Yeah, this is what happens.
And these kills also turn into huge pressure on the tower.
Massive pressure point right now. Catapult's getting kept alive by this creep as well, despite Soxa trying to pull it off. There's a heads-up play by Soxa.
This mid tower's just gone.
Yep. This is exactly what you want with the Enchantress. So, BetBoom getting what they want out of this mid lane and getting a lot.
Gyrocopter coming over, trying to help out Soxa. Save He's going to be slowed down a little bit longer as a little momentary slow that Riki provides into the missile. Lose a bit of his healing salve, but he will stay alive. Pure trying to deliver a kill onto Whitemon, but now that 33 is joining in, Pure, he may be in better trouble. That's why the Pango needs to come in. 33 tries to go for a TP out, but GPK's burst is too much to handle.
This is what I expected out of this BetBoom support duo, and it begs a question of how far ahead would they be if they hadn't given up some of those early kills on those lanes.
Sure. Yeah, because they're up 2K right now. It's 7 minutes. Just like 2 minutes ago, it was a dead even game.
Yep. So Tundra at least gave themselves a bit of a cushion here to get through this early game, but it's going to be rough. I mean, there's just not much you can do versus Enchantress bad on the map right now. Last fantasy points.
If you have any
leaders?
of the Tundra players on your fantasy team, you're happy.
I don't think I had a single player on any of those.
Dawnbreaker drops into all of these heroes and helps them, but Pure's still going to die for this. How happy is he going to be coming to this fight and trading himself for a double kill on BZM?
I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it for BetBoom.
Surely not.
It's a weird trade. If they get saved, it's definitely not worth it. BZM just got so much from that.
You said that like this was the one guy. You said that this hero is very well set up to take over the game, so you had to pressure it early. You need to be able to win your lanes, make sure that BZM didn't take off. They do that, and then all of a sudden, this one fight, he gets a triple kill.
Yeah.
He's level 8, and he's got 6 galvanized stacks.
Yeah, that was not the guy to give it to, for sure. You were doing everything right here. You were ganking him, you took his tower, you denied him the power, and the haste is on GPK right now, and well, all that's gone out the window. Can we go back to that fantasy for a minute, though? I just...
What about it?
We still have that stat.
There's no way you didn't take a single Tundra player.
I took Soxa.
Okay, well, he was on
I'm
that
not
list.
insane. Jesus. Oh, it's gone. Never mind.
I think I took Pure. That was my Tundra player.
That's a foolish take.
Why? You say he's the best carry in the world. What do you mean?
I just got told that Pure has -2 right now.
In this game? Oh, no.
It's not looking too hot for your board, Austin.
Listen, the Valve fantasy points say he's at 10, alongside everybody else.
Dude, everybody knows the Valve fantasy was made at a drunken after party one night. It makes no logical sense.
Hey, don't forget you can predict the winner on the DPC app.
Bro, you trying to like get us fired from an event that doesn't exist?
It's too early in the day. It's early Europe. There's no way they're awake right now.
Oh, so you just make comments based on a belief that Valve employees wake up late. That's what you're banking on.
Yeah.
That the employees of the most successful company in the world, revenue to employee percentage, just wake up late. That's what you're banking on.
It's 5:30 a.m. in Seattle right now. There ain't no way that there's anybody in the office right now. 33 in some trouble, being tower dove. Mass TP's coming in though. 33 not dead yet. Toronto Tokyo trying to deliver the final blow with an impetus, but he actually got a little bit of heal. Swashbuckle comes in from the side. They do finally collect the kill, but they're certainly going to pay for it here. As BZM is rolling in for more galvanized stacks. Speaking of rolling though, BZM's out of mana. Getting hit by the Rolling Thunder a few times. You don't have the best choice of damage. Lasso goes out, Swashbuckle onto the two of them, but they're running out. They've used everything they have, and it wasn't enough for the kills. All he's got is shield crash to try and help him get away.
And everybody walks it off. Except Pure, who once more will sacrifice himself in the exchange.
Yeah, 1 for 2 again with Pure dying. This is a Dawnbreaker who's not happy.
Yeah, this is a weird game for BetBoom, I think. I can't... I'm trying to understand if they feel like this game's going well for them or not, and I don't know if they know.
I mean, we know that they had a 2,000 net worth lead at 7 minutes, and now it's favored very slightly to Tundra.
Is, Pure is still highest net worth somehow? Which also
don't know how that's
doesn't
possible.
really make sense to me, because it doesn't seem like he's had that good of a game. Like, he's 2 and 4. How is he highest net worth?
Maybe he has managed to just buy out all of his gold before he dies, so there's not much of a gold loss.
That's very optimistic. I mean, now I'd understand. That's a big kill.
Yeah.
That's some momentum in this game. Back-to-back Beastmaster kills while these Ancients are... I think they were supposed to be his. And now you're trying to clear through them, and this is just not that efficient right now. I guess it's doable. Man, if BetBoom ran up this hill...
Oh, yeah, it would be a kill on BZM and like 8 Ancients for free. And they could have done it too, because the mid tower's gone. Super easy to get into that triangle. But missed opportunity, I suppose.
Yeah, that's where I go with it. Like, this game could have been so snowbally for BetBoom, and I think that was the goal with the Enchantress pick, and it did not pan out.
Yeah. And the fast Orchid on Pure. They have an early answer to BZM that he may not be expecting. In fact, that answer may come into play right here. The Courier comes out. He's got an Orchid. BZM backs away. I wonder if he saw the Orchid delivered and said, okay, enough of this. I'm sorry, what? Miro is averaging minus 16 fantasy points per game? I mean, I guess BetBoom did get...
I mean, they're 0-1.
Yeah.
Average is not, it's not really an average, it's just the one score he had in the other game. I mean, I guess this one too, but you know.
Listen, I'll listen to the stats banner, right?
Oh, there's a nice little pick off on Duraccio. You always get a couple of these, you know, but
yeah,
it's whatever.
Duraccio gives and Duraccio taketh.
Did go drum, which we've seen a couple times this Gyro in these like fighting lineups. Could be good with the Beastmaster and the Storm. Could definitely see the value here. He also didn't really get the stack priority. Still surprised they gave some of those Ancients to the Storm though, because this is a Beastmaster rushing the Ags, and generally you want to get this as fast as humanly possible so that it starts paying off immediately. This is going to be a strong Aura lineup from Tundra. You're going to have Auras and Vlads on the Chen, just completed. Drum Gyro, Beastmaster with his and Ags. Ricky doing Ricky things, I don't know.
Apparently some verified member in chat just wrote, I'm in the office and awake.
You're done, dude. You're done. I would not have gambled on that. Like, why would you have ever gambled on Valve employees being asleep? I don't think those guys do sleep, honestly.
Listen, it was funny. It was funny. Miro's got some big old stacks to get through. He has opted for a fast pipe in this game. What is 33 going to do without his stacks? I guess he's not that far away from Aghanim Scepter anyway.
There's still a part of me that thinks this guy gets super mad when people steal his stacks. Like, I don't know why. Every time it happens, I just have this picture in my mind.
I mean, he kind of comes off as a grumpy guy, so you just kind of just make that assumption. Ooh, Riki breaking this smoke would have been fantastic for Tundra, but BetBoom slip on by, and Duraccio, where are you?
He's drumming away.
Yeah?
You'd never catch me.
They'll never catch me alive. That's because he's gonna die.
So all he did was drum faster in his death.
Yeah,
That's a
in true Duraccio fashion,
yeah.
He sprinted into death.
he hasted himself into the gank. That is actually such a Duraccio thing. Like, here, let me speed that gank up for you.
Oh, quick Orchid. Stopping the initiation from 33, who wanted to get off the roar, but now he's going to find himself being chain stunned. No opportunity for a roar. A clutch play from Pure. Saves life and turns around the gank. They get 2 kills.
They get some Chen creeps too. That's really nice. Set this hero back. Another numbers advantage fight for BetBoom. Just bringing heroes to the beast lane. That is generally a good thing to do. It's hard to go wrong in Dota when you just gank Beastmaster over and over. It's a good strat. And BetBoom feeling the rewards right now is, yeah, Orchid Dawnbreaker getting aggressive here, and he just is so rich. Like, I don't understand where this came from, but he's going into
another Radiance?
Yeah. This one I like a bit more than that Lycan Radiance. That I'm still a bit sus on, but this one makes sense because Dawnbreaker's a hero that kind of just exists in fights. Sometimes you struggle to actually do stuff, so if you're just existing The Radiance Burn's nice this game versus Tundra's lineup.
Also, later Nullifier is really good for Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. So I actually don't mind it here. Also, the extra farming speed on this hero without having to use mana feels pretty good.
Yeah.
He's going to be strong with that. Also a hero that innately gets a lot of just base HP. They're good Radiance carriers. And you're going to have a pipe bristle here, so...
Man, there's no way this is a good situation for Tundra.
This is their Beastmaster Ags window, though. You want to get aggressive.
And it's true.
You got that gyro drum.
Back, though.
You can orc it all in him. It's just a question of where the rest of the team is.
I mean, without an Aghanim Scepter, is it worth ever hitting this bristleback? He's not that much of a damage threat, and he's just so tanky.
Defending the map, though, right? As a tier 1, you're not getting. Kind of surprised Tundra didn't.
They go to the other side of the map to find Pure. Fast Orchid. Quick reaction saves him from the initial go.
Out of mana.
And that is good enough. BCM's actually, out of mana. So
they're keeping down.
He's coming in. They're still fighting this one out. I thought they were just going to walk away. What happened? Oh, dear.
Just went back in, got roared, and died. I mean, this happens to the best of us.
Well, now things are gotten so split that it's BetBoom who managed to get the offlane tower, though they are lined up for a Gyrocopter ultimate that is mowing them down. Wait, no, maybe it's the Enchantress who's doing the mowing right now. The impetus shots are adding up on Duraccio, but he's finally chased away and forced to TP out.
It's those Skelly boys doing the real mowing, man.
That's true. Buff. That's a damage buff for Gyro.
Yeah, and it's a significant one in these early fights. BetBoom just getting outplayed around the map, man. Every time you think they're getting something going for them, some weird play happens and they just feed like their entire lineup. And lose 2 tier 1s. Wow, what an awful sequence. That was like a 5k gold swing. And now this game looks pretty hard because you got your pipe on Bristle and then you just lost 5 heroes, 2 tier 1s in Roche.
Yeah. There goes the, you no longer have the team fight advantage. Not against an Aegis, Ags.
You could smoke to contest this Roche though. Oh my god, BCM just jumped into all of them.
He's out of mana. What?
He did not know they were all there.
Okay, well, BCM is done for here. And they're going to try and push into... I mean, if they get inside the Roshan pit, Dawnbreaker ult is still up. But fortunately, the Roche is already dead. The Skelly boys help out with that one.
That's where you say space created, you're welcome.
Yep.
Tank the gank, boys.
No need to thank me, boys.
Did lose his Galvanized stacks. That was... I guess just unlucky. I don't know.
You know, with it, it's one of those. It's too free of a Storm game. You know what I mean? Get overconfident.
This game. This game's really strange. I don't know. It's very random.
Well, Pure's got his Radiance.
How many drums is he buying? He just keeps refreshing this. It's kind of expensive. I think it's the 3rd one.
What? How much is it to refresh?
What? It's like 450 or something? 400? Maybe more? I don't remember.
That's a choice. I mean, if it wins them some extra fights, then I guess.
Yeah, but to do it even twice on a carry, it's almost 1,000 gold.
Yeah, 500 for the recipe Pure.
Yeah. It's a lot.
BetBoom was always known for their tormentors.
Yeah, they're not very good at doing this, honestly. I think we can just say that.
It's definitely the #1 BetBoom nemesis.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
This game is in an awkward state for them. Trying to fight into this Aegis doesn't seem doable. You missed your Bristle Aura timing to get you the Aegis. You have very limited lockdown for this Storm Spirit.
So there was this Dawnbreaker carry versus Medusa matchup, right? That as the game goes late, it's pretty good for the Dawnbreaker. She just kind of sits on the Medusa. Yeah. Can you do the same against Gyrocopter?
I guess. I don't know. Aggressive.
Roar goes out, but the Dawnbreaker save is going to keep the Pango alive for now. Another Orchid, a bit more silence, trying to follow it up. He does end up dying. 33 commits with his drums to get that kill, while Miro is trying to distract the entirety of the enemy team. 33 got pushed inside of the base. What a flame break from Say. BZM trying to rescue him from this situation. 33, he ran out of mana on Toronto Tokyo. No more impetus as they will get BZM instead.
Yeah, nice stun from Pure on the edge of the smoke screen. But
yeah, that was a nice
TP from 33. Somehow he's the one who started that, got pushed the deepest in and survives. I don't know what happened to Miro. He just ran into this backline and got decimated by Storm plus a bunch of Skelly boys. 740 attack right-click damage from Chen?
What?
That's the skeletons, dude.
You know,
there were so many. There must have been 15 skeletons or something.
Legitimately, that has to be a situation where Snot Rocket is a big debuff, right? If you're putting out quills, you're gonna kill the skeletons.
Yes.
Well, now a shard for 33.
I don't know, Whitemon just messed him up, man. But it's okay. You will not be the first one or the last to get messed up by Whitemon. I think you gotta start going into...
He did it again?
Whatever.
Is this costing less than 500 gold? Is he doing something that is allowing him to get...
I don't know. There's no way he even used all the charges. Is it some like... I don't want to... I'm not going to say it's a bug.
Oh, no. Oh, not the B word.
All right, 33 in trouble.
33 is fighting it out. He managed to get out the roar. That'll heal him up a little bit. Not enough to stay alive, but perhaps enough to win the fight for his team, and now pushes forward and cleans up 3. Triple kill for BZM. All the galvanized stacks right back in his pocket.
Oh, it's the chop shop thing.
Oh, so he can disassemble drums at any time and then...
Why does that refresh the charges, though? Isn't that kind of like unintended?
That would definitely be an unintended bug. Gonna need a ruling from you on this one.
No, we're not going there. This is not like some crazy thing. It just... have all the other gyros that go drum... But I feel like I've watched games where gyro go drum and they don't do this.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. Maybe we've just missed it, but... That's pretty cool.
Well, that's one way to put it. Oh,
it's the right way to put it when you're on broadcast.
It's orchid value right there. And I mean, saves continue to find openings here.
BKB up next for Pure.
I guess there's still a world where Pure carries this game.
Yeah, they just like... Of course, Toronto Tokyo being on BetBoom means that is...
How is snaking first? I don't feel like I've ever seen him die to Tormentor.
To be fair, Falcons tends to go pretty far in tournaments, which means they're also playing a lot more games than other people.
It's a volume statistic.
Yeah.
I don't know, the auras are continuing to build up here for Tundra. It feels like they're getting their game plan going. This gyro is going to be big. Big and buffed.
Yeah, and we'll just see how well the Dawnbreaker can match up against that.
I think the Dawnbreaker matchup's fine. Like, I think Dawnbreaker out carries gyro, but the problem is you're not in a vacuum.
Right.
Like, the amount that this gyro has behind him to help him take that fight. When you have Vlad's aura, Chen armor, extra heal, Inner Beast, Skelly boys. It's a lot that skews that matchup.
Yeah, but Dawnbreaker's got a snotty boy with him.
Now this is what can push
Chain
the other
stuns, got off the BKB. Will that be enough to keep Duraccio alive? He stands and fights, but a big crit. Drops it.
They all ran into him, dude. Rough.
Dude, that secondary strikes does some damage.
Yeah, that thing hurts.
Yeah.
This is for Katayomi.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, he should have refreshed his drum charges. Just getting low there.
Launches it forward. BKB instantly forced. Pure is not going to try and fight.
It's a nice BKB to get. You get these charges low, it's going to feel great later. Particularly for that storm.
Especially if they re-smoke up and just keep running at him.
Yeah, and this is a low cooldown lineup, so you have no problem going back in.
Got him. Got him on the pullback. Stops him from jumping to his hammer. He goes for a TP out. The TP is not going to work, though. The roar is there from 33.
That was a sick Orchid, though. All right, Gem from Whitemon. So Tundra, they're going to start grouping up. They're going to start grouping up hard into this next Roshan. You're going to have to find a way to take those 5v5s if you're BetBoom, or play for the high ground defense with Bat and go ultra late. Those are your two options, I think. If you can weather that 5-man storm, I can see a world where you win this ultra late. It's not easy, but doable. Bloodthorn on the storm, that's a lot of extra damage right now, though. What is...
He's breaking apart his drums again.
Yeah, but he broke it for
treads. Wait, what?
No, he broke it for like the Asha or something. Whitemon in trouble. See if he can survive here. He's surviving.
Smoke screen helping him out a lot. The impetus just start landing. Oh. Meanwhile, the jump in from BZM. He commits onto the 2 cores. They'll be able to get both of them easily. The Pango and Bristleback are now down. A zip forward onto Toronto, Tokyo. There's no escape for him either. Double kill for BZM. More and more stacks. Yeah, full SNY for Duraccio. Breaking apart the drums. Yeah. I mean, that's
good
so
value.
Incredibly valued.
Yeah, he really used it well. And man, it takes them so long to kill this Chen through that smoke screen. That is the extra buff value coming in. Just throwing these impetuses, miss every single one. Whole fight gets stalled up, your cores overextend, and 3 for 1. Tundra are happy to clean up, defending that Roshan area, and BetBoom continuing to look for answers here. Yeah, Pure does a lot of damage, but it feels like that's the only thing they got going for him right now. Arcane Rune Storm.
Ooh. With 15 galvanized stacks.
Someone's about to die.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
23 to 22. Relatively even on kill scores, not even on net worth. 15,000 net worth lead for Tundra. They are leading the way, and they are well positioned to get the next Roshan. The next Roshan, I assume, means a high ground attempt for Tundra, considering their lead.
BetBoom want to snipe it out here, hoping it spawns so they can get it before it goes Radiant side.
Which they will have a chance to do so.
Yeah.
But Tundra
so it'd be a huge
are
win
not
for them.
just mindlessly sitting on the Radiant side. They're in a position to fight this on Dire.
This could end really bad for BetBoom because they do not have enough damage to do. Okay, this is the smart decision.
Smoke up first.
Need to get a jump with this Bat Rider, ideally on the Gyro of the Storm.
Yeah, if they could somehow burst down the Gyrocopter or the Storm Spirit at the start of a fight.
They found him.
They've got a chance. They've got the jump.
Didn't get it there.
Ooh, they zip away just before they could get the lasso. Now Miro put himself on the high ground here. Trying to get the roar, instead it goes on to Pure, and Pure is the one to die.
Oh, beautiful
All
targeting.
the attention on Miro, they just bypass him, go straight for the damage dealers first, take out all 3 cores.
That was a beautiful team fight. That was just beautiful. The BZM dodges the initial go, then he goes in, orchestra the Pango, gets rid of the counter initiation, but doesn't commit. So he makes BetBoom clump around him. And it gives vision of everybody for the fight. Easiest jump of 33's like, picks the highest damage target. Dawnbreaker, take him out with a roar.
And that damage was pretty intimidating. The Daedalus up on Gyrocopter, he shredded the Dawnbreaker so quickly. Like, maybe this is a one-on-one that you could take on Dawnbreaker, but not when there's a 23,000 net worth lead for
also,
Tundra.
This Ricky's doing some damage. I mean,
yeah.
This game just got out of hand for BetBoom. Like, that early game had to snowball more for them. We saw glimpses of it. They just never put themselves in a position to contest these Roshans or contest the 5-man ball. The control's just not there for the Storm like we saw. It's all in on this lasso connecting it. It's just not that reliable.
Even more buffs coming their way with an AC soon on the Beastmaster.
Some good old aura gaming right here.
Yeah. His attack speed is going to be off the charts with a Beastmaster nearby with an AC. 4 minutes of an Aegis timer here. They're going to go for Pure, and here comes that damage. One roar is all it takes. We'll get a couple other freebies, and Pure just calls it.
Yeah,
he says
done.
this game's done, and he would probably be right about that. It really did not look like they had a chance to be able to play Dota anymore.
I don't know, BetBoom are just not putting it together right now. Do have a stand-in, but it's all these little things on the lane that are normally crisp from them just not being there. They look a bit lost in the meta or unsure how to find their footing or where to go, whereas Tundra, man, I mean, there's no shame losing this team right now. They're maybe the best team in the world off that land win and continuing to find the momentum here. And it's just such a tough team to draft against. That's what I always go back to. Like, you can't... 33 is just always going to get one of his heroes either early in the draft or late, and it's going to apply a lot of pressure to you. And then you're also having to worry about the support duo, which, if they're not the best support duo in the world right now, well, they are. So, like, it's not really an argument, right? I think Whitemon Sox are the best support duo in the world right now, and they're going to outplay you in the lanes. They're going to outplay you on the map. They're going to outplay you in the late game. They have the capability to do any of those three or all of them. Very tough team to play up against right now. And you saw it here. Like, there were things that went wrong for them in that game, but they evened them out, right? They lost all the runes. So what? We're just going to outplay you in some of the lanes. We'll even out the mid matchup. We'll get the kills top. Like, they just find ways to make these things work and utilize their heroes well.
Well, we have reached the halfway point for day one in this group stage. We still have 5 more best of ones to go, I believe, which means Owen and Fogt are going to take over the broadcast for now. But we are going to go to a break here as we have plenty more matches to come.
Hello, I'm here with Whitemon. After your success, congratulations. How you're feeling?
Feel good.
He's feeling good. Great to hear. I got a couple questions for you. Mostly, first, at least about your hero pool. Last tournament, you were playing like the Warlock. You're playing Chen now. I feel like you play a lot of heroes that other people aren't, playing as much. Do these ideas come from like you and what you like playing, or is it like talking to Moon or other things?
I think usually it's by myself, because I just know what's the best for my lane, something like that. Yeah, and what's the best for the games.
Okay. Very cool. And with Daracho sitting right there looking at us, how is it to play with him as a carry now he's on your team?
I mean, it's a lot of fun, Sometimes he just like die alone in the lanes, and then sometimes he just like owning by himself. So it's like, yeah, it's a lot of fun,
Okay, I think you're gonna survive. That was a good answer. I liked it. And final one is, how important would you say that like enabling BZM is for your game success? Like as a support playing with your mid, or how does that go?
I don't know. Usually we just like check the runes for him and maybe making some stacks for him. And if he has a bad game, we just said, okay, you can recover, just farm. We're gonna carry you, something like that. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the rest of your games. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're ready to take you through the rest of today's exciting action here at Blast Slam 2's group stage. Fogged, how are you doing?
Good. Glad to be back. It's been some time for me to cast some Dotes, so very excited to do this. It's best of ones, so it's not those big best of threes or anything, but either way, that's where a lot of the fun is. A lot of experimentation, and I think we've seen already tons of experimentation. I think people are already using the ideas that came from the last tournament. Lots of invis, heroes, bounties, rickies, so it's cool to see some differences in drafts, even though we really haven't had a patch, right? So.
Absolutely, and let's see what those differences in drafts and everything is equated to so far in the current group situation. As we can see here, over in Group B, the games that we've had this morning have resulted in this. What sort of stands out to you here, Fogged? Any sort of surprises?
Well, my sadness a little bit. I think I put XG as my underdog, and looking like it's not looking to be a hot start, but Falcons getting that win, I think, is pretty big. Nigma getting the win is pretty big, right? I think that's the biggest one. But everything else looks, it's only so many games so far, right?
Yeah, and then over in Group A, of course, the group that we will be continuing with ourselves on this stream. So far, what do you make of this? I mean, the one that sticks out to me, but BetBoom, 0-2 with the way that they've turned up to this one, Fogged.
Yeah, they look shaky. Definitely have to say that. It's looking quite shaky, and Yakult's been looking better and better. I think because they've been playing together longer and longer, right? I think this team is starting to get more and more synergy, more and more ideas that work together, so it's cool to watch them play.
Yeah, well, we're going to be able to see some action very soon, as always, here in the Blast Slam group stages. We keep the action coming thick and fast, and the draft for this next game has just begun, so we'll be able to hop into that. And of course, as you're alluding to, we're going to be seeing what's going to go down between Yakult and Talon. Ooh. And from the group standings so far, it's not been looking too great for Talon. Right, no. They've come into this one. They're struggling, Fogged.
They have been, and I think they also were struggling in a couple of the last games that I saw them coming from the previous tournament too. They have, again, it's typical Talon, some pretty long games, but then they end up losing quite a bit of them recently. So let's see how they will be doing versus Yakult, who's been pretty explosive lately. Their 2 wins here have been 20 minutes, 26-29, so pretty fast-paced stuff. And I believe they were pretty stompy, right?
That's cool. And against...
weren't they both like 30-something to like 2? I think the first game was 42-5, and the second one was...
and that was against BetBoom, right?
3-37.
Haven't looked too good, but that's, coming in and defending effectively what the reigning champions, right, BetBoom?
Yeah.
They did take the championship title last time around here at Blast Slam.
Let's fire blast.
So, let's have a look.
We heard Gareth there for a second.
We did.
Gary B coming into our stream.
Coming to shout out to him. Of course, he's been covering the early morning action with Lacoste over on the B stream.
Yep.
I believe over on the B stream, if you're going to be checking that one out now, it will be Misery and T-Gov taking you through the rest of the day over there. How about that said? On this stream, me, myself, and Fogged taking you through the next 5 best of ones here. So opening picks, we're getting the Bristle and the Phoenix. We're seeing a lot of these 2 heroes, Fogged.
Yes, we are. And bans, I think for the most part, we're seeing, I think Alchemist is the one that's in almost every single one of the bans. But besides that, I think it's a lot of just team-specific bans we're seeing. You're playing against Baboka, you got to ban the Nyx. Things like this are just constantly sticking out, but I think more players are starting to just get to that same level with Baboka, where these heroes are just insanely strong, right? Yeah. These Nyx, these bounties, there's even Rickies we saw from Soxa now in multiple days in a row has been looking strong.
There's the Lycan ban, of course. We've seen a lot of him. The one that has been banned, a lot of feel that hasn't been banned yet, has been the Dawnbreaker, right? Dawn's still in on this one.
It did just lose. Dawn and Magnus, I think, and Tiny are the other ones that stand out vastly to me. But I think those are, like I was saying, it's like very team specific, because the Tiny one, it started to transition more to more teams at the end of Fissure, but it seemed like it was like only 2 teams really liked it, and then it just was like, wow, this is actually just good. So it's cool to see. Talon taking away this bat and bristle. This has been a very strong duo. I believe we just saw Yakult brothers dominate Liquid with this duo in their offlane.
Oh, really?
This was their combo.
All right, there you go. Taking it away from them here.
Yeah. And it's just, it's super oppressive inside the lane. It ticks boxes throughout everything. And these heroes are insanely strong, right? And Phoenix, bit of a flexible hero. I think we've been seeing more and more of it being played towards like the 3 position for some teams, but of course can play it multiple different roles. There's the Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, not getting banned in the opening phases, it's going to be picked. The Shadow Shaman.
Oh, and you were talking about the tech versus the bat.
Indeed, I was watching. I actually picked it up from, I believe, watching Gorg stream. He's probably also doing these games right now, so shout out to the boys and girls over there. Yeah, we went through this on the stream. This hero, the Cluster Cluck, you can remove lasso.
If you do it at a very specific timing, right?
It's just random.
Swift, you just do it.
It's, I don't know what it is determined by. It seems to be when you do it, if you end up being one of the chicken, I have to remember what animal it was there, one of the chicken that runs in a certain direction, the lasso will be removed from you. So we've got to watch out for this game. It can come in clutch as a pretty strong save, and of course it shouldn't work like that because the Cluster Cluck, right, it's not a strong dispel, and Bat Lasso should only be taken off by strong dispel.
You know what, it might actually
it's
be?
one of those things that's a feature. You know, Valve would definitely tell you that it's a feature, but we've got to watch out for it. It can be very clutch.
Someone who's really smart about it will be able to look at it, but there's probably something about, just like you said, the movement, because you know how there's like the...
I gotta say, Gorg was pretty thorough with his testing.
Did he?
He was doing it loads of times, doing things like how quickly you do it after the lasso, you know, trying to get different cast ranges.
It might be specifically which chicken moves, because so what I was trying to get to is like, you know how Lich hypnotizes?
Then it should be like 1 out or 3 times out 4. It's 4 chickens, and it was
I mean,
weird.
it's quote unquote.
It was weird.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
It was a weird thing. We'll see it come into play this game 100%.
For sure. And also, it's got the, you know, he'll be able to get the Hex Break talent at 15. So versus Bristle, you have that.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
You can also dispel goo. You know, there's little things that you can do with it. But Shaman's been on the rise, so cool to see that is getting picked up here. And there's the Tiny we were mentioning. Some teams are preferring it. Talon is one of the ones that does like to play it, and it does. I like this Tiny lately. Actually, I think Talon actually maybe wasn't one of the ones that played it in the later phases. I think they started with it at the beginning of Fissure, and then people started to ban it, or they just started not to play it as much. Because, yeah, looking like they didn't play it for at least 8 days. Oh, cool.
So the final ban from Talon.
I'm glad to see, yeah, like Shaman and things kind of coming back. Maybe they're not the best in their position currently, but just seeing people confident enough to play this, and it restricts pools because you see this like hacks, and you know, sometimes versus like some of these spirit heroes it can be a little annoying. So yeah, I'm glad to see some of this. Pugna gets picked up, another very strong hero. Love Pugna.
I mean, what they're still going to take away when it comes to Yakult, would they play this Dawn as the offlane, right? Do they carry Dawn themselves? Because obviously so far, you know, Talon, they ban out the Lifestealer, so they're assuming that the Dawn will just be the offlane, which is probably the most likely, I think, when it comes to Yakult.
I've only seen them play, I think, twice in the last 20 days.
I mean, Dawn doesn't get through a lot, so with some of these teams, you know, you don't necessarily know the capabilities of the different roles they can play it.
For me, it fits the offlane better, right, than Ame playing it. But then again, Pure just played a Dawnbreaker, but it didn't look so
you know, and then again, you know what, Ame, he pulled out the Lycan, which he hasn't played in like pro games for like 7 years.
Yep. Okay, and there it is. Okay, so it is going to be it.
So I like this. You know, Ame's turned up. We got to check that actually. When did Ame last play Carry Dawn in a competitive game? Has he ever played
No, I don't think there's ever going to be
in a competitive.
Right? All right, I'll get on that.
This is we're getting a new Ame turning up today. Of course, his Lycan is something that's very good, but again, he just hadn't played it in a pro game, in a competitive game for a long time.
Dude,
and now he's turning up and he said, I want to play some Carry Dawn. He never have done that in a pro game.
I'm going to say he's never played it. How do I even look up every single one of them?
This one here. Filtered by hero. No, by player. Yeah. Let's have a look.
You're teaching me, thank you.
Yeah, we're getting the numbers on this right now. As of course,
I feel like there's like almost
one game.
Once in 2022.
In 2022. But was he actually playing carry that game or some meme stuff happening?
He built a
No, he was offlane. I think he was offlane.
Wait, is this even a this even official or is this a pub?
Well,
no, I can't even tell, but I don't think he's played it too much.
I don't think we don't. Hey, Nox has got the stat.
Nox, give us the stats.
Give us the stat. He's just turned up and then ran away.
He just laughed at us.
He's useless. Okay, we're not getting stats from Knoxville.
Strong Yakult.
We're not paying him today.
Strong Yakult draft. It's very poke heavy, but it also has very, very strong team fight to fight around. You have this Phoenix to fight around. You have Beastmaster control, BKB piercing disable. For Talon right now, not a whole lot of team fight. They have pretty decent catch if they can start the fight with a bat or a Tiny's going things first, but it looks a little bit easier overall in the fights for Yakult at the moment. Lanes definitely look strong for Talon, especially that Bristle bat lane, but curious to see how that one's going to go versus the Dawnbreaker.
I mean, and how strong is it? Let's say, I'd say, you know, the Shaman...
Nox is AFK, but Ame has never played a Dawn in a pro match. That was a pub.
There we go.
And that was his
we don't
only
even need
pub.
Nox.
That was his
Nox
only.
is out of a job. Whoever wrote that, you know, that's see you, Nox. We don't need you anymore. But yeah, Sniper coming in last.
Okay. So
wants to peep Emo there in the mid lane.
Yeah, some of the reach, I would say, on the side of Yakult is lacking. They have the Ember and the Phoenix, which naturally can get in. I mean, Yakult looks really strong.
I like, and if indeed, like, I think the cluster...
Ame's playing the Beast, bro.
Oh, damn! Wait, we've got to get the Ame Beastmaster stats
Get the Ame Beastmaster
That's
stat.
probably the same. I don't think he's ever played that, has he?
Wait, what?
When's Ame played Beastmaster?
How much carry? It was earlier today. He did play it?
Oh, he did play it today. Okay. He's played it once today.
And he did it with the attack speed and damage amp, the same thing.
All right.
And he just went normal.
And he crushed it. Yeah.
Treads drums.
17-115. Yeah, he crushed it.
Oh.
Okay, let's go. We're running it back here.
But he didn't really vary. The build is pretty much the same. He gets the treads, Ags, and just like in the past, where you get Ags and you go straight to Roshan. That's what it looks like he did, at least.
That was the first game of the day, right, against BetBoom? Must have been.
That was the stomp.
That was.
I can't believe I forgot that he played it, actually.
He woke up and he said, yeah, Beastmaster and Lycan, he's bringing these strong heroes, playing them in the carry position. And yeah, so far today, it's looked pretty good for Yakult.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I'm pretty interested to see how this one's going to go. That sounds pretty cool. And also, it's like now versus the Sniper in particular, right? If he does do the build that he did before, which you probably always will do, Ags blink. You blink for the Sniper.
I mean, who's saving the Sniper?
You got to toss him back,
a little bit
to crap him. I don't know.
It's still hard to kind of save Private Sniper here.
This is interesting to see. Like, obviously, you see Talons, it looks more normal because now we have a beast carry, but the way that Yakult has showed their last two games, obviously it's very small sample size, but they stomped in the first 30 minutes.
And this is, I mean, whenever you're playing something like a carry Beastmaster, right, you're drafting
it's a pacing,
to stomp.
Yeah,
right?
they have a pacing lineup. Like, their lineup is very, very quick. If they get off to a hot start, they can absolutely kind of go out of control. That being said, Talon, they do have a strong scaling lineup if they can get to those points. I'm just worried if they can slow the game down enough versus this super strong draft that they've gone for. It's really interesting.
I know, looking forward to see what goes down and whether Talon can kind of bring themselves back from what's been a rough start here in the groups, which can be absolutely brutal in this format, of course. If you don't make a good standing, I mean, I guess there's more brutal formats in the sense that if you do bad in groups, you're just out of the tournament.
Sure.
But it's just the fact that if you do bad in the groups here, you're going to have to make a very, very long run through that elimination bracket in the next stage. So let's see if Talon can bring it back after a rough 2 games so far today. That's going to be difficult against Yakult.
They have the combo, Owen. So they have the Phoenix and the Dawn, too. The Vision.
What? There we go. Maybe some first blood action. They've got a shrapnel coming in. They'll chuck a tree over his way as well. Ame, he goes down. First blood for Makoto on the Sniper.
And no trade.
Beautiful way to start that mid lane for him.
They can't even get any type of trade there, too, so that's going to be very nice for them to get it off. Ideal way to start things off. Shut down the Beast. The carry Beast. The unorthodox pick. And yeah, they'll all be able to reset nicely here.
30 seconds.
And as you said, right, it was Tiny who got the last hit?
No, Makoto.
Oh, Makoto did get it. Oh, okay.
He's got it.
Okay.
Nice little boost for him here to start things off in the mid.
He should have a good mid lane.
Yeah, how's it go?
And that's probably just going to be even better.
Do you kind of get spammed out by the slight by the Ember, or you're able to out CS him and harass him with the shrapnel?
I think you should be just fine as the sniper.
Look at this smoke. They're going to look for some action, some revenge here, Yakult, as they look to try and step up towards Yokan, but
their level 1 is awkward.
He's away. Yeah, he's able to walk away from this. Nice attempt there from Emo, but not successful. Tries for the sleight of fist into the bounty rune grab.
Who's going to get it?
Cuckoo! Oh!
There it is.
Easy deny for Cuckoo.
In his face. And okay, I need to check actually something else with Baboka.
What are you going to check?
I want to check with Baboka because I feel like I've been seeing him. I mean, he pretty much always plays his Baboka heroes, but how much Shaman has he played recently? Because I feel like that one's not one that I've seen.
That's not what that doesn't sort of strike you as a Baboka here.
It kind of does, but not in recent days. And now that I'm looking at it, yeah, he hasn't played it.
I tell you what does sort of strike me as a Baboka aspect. I feel like he's the kind of guy, kind of support that knows all the weird little intricacies, and he would have said, "Hey, pick this because I'm going to ruin the Bats game."
Maybe.
You know what I mean? We'll see if he is indeed doing that, using the chicken to try and save his teammates from those lassos potentially.
And let's see how
Unless that got patched. I don't think it got patched. I did see a mini patch came in today.
I don't.
You don't think that would have get shadow patched? No.
Maybe we can find out what was on that shadow patch there. But Baboka trading nicely with Cuckoo can do pretty well, even though he doesn't have that range advantage. If you do get on top as the Shaman, you can do pretty decent there. And versus this Dawn, I think we're seeing this in almost all the games. When I do see Dawn go through, you almost always have one of those safe laners with a stun, right? You have somebody that has some way of preventing him from getting his Q.
Stopping the Starbreaker. Yeah.
So they have the Tiny with that. They have... I mean, they even technically have like the Decrepify to block the damage too, so they have a couple of different ways to play around it.
I feel like this Tiny Pug lane's pretty safe against these two. It's, Dawn's going to farm probably, but is she going to get the chance to kill heroes down here? Probably not, if Talon play it right. And I think, looking at the top lane, same to probably be said here, right? Do you see this Bat and Bristle suffering against the Phoenix Beast?
No.
Like, well, is there any sort of early kill threats from those two in the safe lane? Or Yakult?
It doesn't feel like it at all by any means with the Phoenix Beast.
Yeah, I kind of like these lanes from Talon. I like the lanes, but I feel like the overall draft, the game is going to get tough.
That's exactly how I was feeling
If
too.
Yakult don't suffer immensely in the laning phase,
Emo,
they're going to be fine. And look at
Emo's
this in the
giving it to him right now. 2 points flame guard.
Mikoto may have got the first blood, but Emo, he'll get the solo kill in that mid matchup.
And it's because, 2 points flame guard. He can't break my flame guard.
Take it off.
He actually just gets into melee range on him. He was losing the lane pretty hard. 12-4 to I think only 9-0, and then just dives forward for the kill. A very Emo maneuver.
Yeah.
He's going for the kill rather than playing for CS.
We saw there on the stats. Many games played here on the Ember Spirit by Emo in these competitive matches. He knows the matchups and he knows exactly how to go for the early skill builds, those early plays to punish whatever hero is up against him in the mid matchup.
That feels very unlikely to happen, though. With a sniper with an early advantage, guess he just didn't respect that second point in the flame guard. Just gets walked down.
I mean, what are you supposed to do in that situation? Just sort of have a TP support and TP call?
He probably should have just been a little further. Look at his range. How did he let the Ember get that close to him, right?
I mean, he's under the tower, though. I mean, it's...
I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, Emo does this to people sometimes, right? Just catch them off guard. Abe.
See if he can get away from this. It's going to be fine.
Drops his item.
Charges,
nice stick. I would say that the lanes overall, like we were saying, Talons look better. Just, can they get that snowball going? Can they continue to shut down? And I guess the question also is, how much is Ame even going to be able to do as Beastmaster? Of course, he snowballed out of control in that last game, but maybe something different if he doesn't snowball as a safe lane Beast.
So far, the farm's fine for him, matching the farm of WS. And in that mid lane, despite the death, Makoto's going to have that edge as things... I shouldn't really get any easier for them, even though Emo gets that kill. Unlikely to be able to find another chance to do that in the 1v1.
Quick job. Double checking the runes too, so they'll make sure that there's no fill up there for the Ember. And Jokum's maybe even sticking around since he's relatively low HP. Makoto's 5. I mean, these denies are still really adding up. So even though Emo does have that kill, the sniper still has like 300 ahead in net worth because of the first blood as well. Yeah, overall, like WS should be. I feel like there's like, the only way I feel WS dies is if he makes a huge mistake up here, or there's like a rotation, because he should be very fine to just play versus the Phoenix and Beast. There's not really any slow or much they can use to oppress him. So they're actually just going to move the Phoenix toward mid.
Okay. What's the plan with that? I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be top because indeed it's just kind of a trade farm situation.
Yeah, it looks like the Phoenix just trying to match that Bat Rider's movement for a moment there.
Definitely necessary. We saw they were definitely poised to try and get aggressive in that mid lane Talon.
I'm curious to see what all these builds are going to end up being. If there's going to be anything unorthodox again, or just kind of standard. Since we do see it's the Seeing Red for WS, I assume it's just going to be standard build for him rather than any type of team items, just built for himself.
Bottom lane, I think continue to go as planned here, really for Talon. Not really feeling any sort of pressure from these two. Natsumi on the Tiny, as we pointed out, very well set up to stop any sort of aggressive play from the Dawn.
Yeah, they just have, it's a very like defensive kind of styled lane that they have down there to ensure the protection. The rotation is going to come, but Boca wants to make a move. This is that third hero we were talking about that is probably very likely to go for a kill. They're going to commit.
Let's have a look. WS has got anywhere to play as well. This has got a Lotus and a few one charges. Boca with the wraparound. He's got the grab with the Shackle. Arme can get in his face and chop it off with a couple of axes.
Nice move. Now around the mid lane, though, they have a full catapult. Emo, he is 6, but that tower is going to take a bit of a beating. He's going to have to pull aggro off of the wave. And they take away the rune, so nice movement so far. This early preparation from Talon is looking good. It's caused him to have this 2K lead, double-checking runes constantly, having these strong safe lanes.
Oh, messing around with Emo as well. Not going to be able to get that easy TP home. He's going to have to take the walk.
Catapult's still alive, Owen.
Good pressure on the tower here. And Makoto,
good damage.
Outside of that little bit of an outplay that Emo's able to pull off against him, things have looked very good in this mid matchup for him. 46-9 against 25-2. A very sizable advantage for the Sniper in this overall outcome of the matchup.
It's surprising that Emo played it like that, right? How greedy he was with his TP. He could have just backed up out of vision.
Baboka.
But Baboka.
Uh-oh. This ain't the place to be. He's going to have a little bit of backup from Tianming, but TPs are coming over. Makoto, he's on the retreat. The Remnant jump over from Emo's in with a slight change. They'll get the kill against Makoto. Can the rest get out? They'll lose Baboka. Tianming's going to get chased down here by Cuckoo and Yokam. Yokam will be able to find him. So they get the kill. They kill the Sniper, but it does cost them the 2 supports here from Yakult.
Heavy commitment. I think he used all of his remnants, if I'm not mistaken there. At least 2 of them to commit forward. Maybe oh no, he did use all 3. So the defensive one from the start. He's going to get his bottle refilled, though, from those respawns. But yeah, heavy commitment, and Sniper's still farming very well. Tiny getting good space, too. So yeah, the lanes are working out right now.
We'll see how sort of greedy Makoto can go with his build. Because yeah, he's having a good start.
Well, we were mentioning
sometimes,
also
can you get away with in these pro games going for like the full Mjolnir as the first rush of a full item? Like, can you do that? Go the whole way?
He does have 2 pretty beefy frontliners, right?
It's tempting. If you can get away with going for the full Mjolnir straight up, you can get pretty out of control.
Yeah, he does have 2 beefy frontliners. He does lack a bit of scouting overall for his hero. Like, he doesn't have one of these Invis or Wolves or anything like that to scout for him, but yeah, could be a possibility if he wants to go full greed, depending on what Natsumi wants to build for.
I think he could be tempted, because he's just so wealthy right now at this early stage of the game. Emo is dead again.
This is a really good start, because we mentioned also for Yakult, even though I know we both were saying we did like it, their draft was about, you know, getting that snowball going. Talon has really stopped anything inside these lanes.
Yeah, Talon's answer to sort of the lane matchups is really good. Yeah. Like they set up for the lanes well. It's just a question of if this is going to be able to continue in their favor. But honestly, yeah, 3K lead at 8 minutes in.
It's looking really good.
I think that's a sizable enough lead that, Yakult could certainly have some problems this game.
Yeah,
Talon, they might be able to get themselves their first win so far in the groups.
They steal some Ancients as well.
Oh, WS.
Kill WS.
He's having to live through this. He's walking away. He's not even going to go down. WS survives. They lose Tianming. They're going to lose Baboka as well. Zeal, he's got no way out of this.
These are big kills. This is some crazy dives from Yakult too.
They really want to get into this triangle. I guess it's understandable, right? You're against like this Bristle and Tiny lineup. You know that they're going to be playing with stacks, trying to clear them. But it doesn't feel like they're doing it in the correct sort of fashion. And they're doing it in a dangerous way, right? Because they're already behind against Talon. Talon easily able to set up for this hold around this area. A couple of times now where it's not worked out to Yakult's favor.
No.
Talon continue to have an excellent start.
And they do have those strong scaling cores. If they do get off to this type of start, right, these heroes are going to be crazy. A 4K lead pre-10 minutes. Sniper at the absolute top. And some really nice small plays that we saw from Natsumi's Decrep. Natsumi, he is very far forward, but
he's got an avalanche.
Does he have any buddies? Sniper's TPing.
He's pretty tanky. He's tanky enough. They can't kill him even with the raw. Not strong enough at this point of the game here, Arme and Tianming, to take Natsumi down. And now Makoto's looking for revenge. Throwing a shrapnel, assassinates there. Here it comes, bam! It's not enough. 23 HP, Tianming will manage to walk away for now. I'd say that though, Yokam, he's coming in with the wraparound. He's looking to try and finish off the job. Can he find him? Flame break in. Yes, he can. Yokam gets the kill. And with the lasso now online, as he hits the 6, he'll be able to lock down Arme temporarily, but the axes are back up.
But Natsumi might
so he
close
will
the gap.
die. But indeed, maybe Yokam bought enough time for Natsumi to clean this up.
It's going to be close. Not quite.
A little too speedy here. He's got that windlace on top of the treads. Will manage to get out of harm's way. So he'll survive, but again, definitely not an easy time here for Yakult. As Talon continue to maintain control of this early game, and Makoto remains on top on his sniper.
And Natsumi just tanks multiple different spells and shows that he can kind of just shrug them off at this point. The damage, for now, for Yakult is a little limited until they do get some more of these levels online. The Phoenix and the... I mean, the Phoenix and the Shadow Shaman have had a rough start to this game. Emo, standard build. Looks like it'll be that Mage Slayer since he's playing versus Bristle and Tiny. And versus, I mean, Bat Rider and the Pugna as well is very good, but mostly versus that Bristle Tiny is very nice. They'll get these stacks. They did lose a hard camp earlier, but they need to get to this catch-up to get levels for their supports. Yeah, fantastic start here for Talon. And the Bat in particular, a hero that's been, I mean, kind of dominating most games I think I see him in. No lasso.
Yeah, he does have the Remnant at the ready, and then the lasso not up at the moment, so didn't have the follow-up to that Avalanche lead in.
Yokam's halfway to his Blink Dagger already too, so that'll come quite quick once these stacks continue to get farmed. And let's see what he does queue up on the Sniper.
I think go for it, dude. Just get the full Mjolnir.
Is it necessary?
Do it. Yeah, having such a good game here.
Kuku has played 111 unique heroes in his pro career, 7th most of all players.
Not bad.
Wow. I mean, Kuku's another one of those players that played like every role it feels like.
He has
right?
actually,
So.
right? He's a very versatile player.
Ame does find a solo grab, so Yokam cutting the wave, gets picked off. In the meantime, bottom, looks like they're probably going to finish off this tower. But Emo...
Oh, yeah, Natsumi. So to help finish that off there with the help of Kuku around the mid.
That was just the two of them that they're able to do that with. Oh, wow. I mean, that's a bit surprising.
Got the burst combo right.
Yep. And they're even going to be able to maybe get some trade kills.
Yeah, he comes down towards the bottom lane, able to make it work with this Arcane Rune popping. They'll take down Zeal as well.
Lose the tower, but getting some nice kills in that.
Two cores.
He's moving quick. He is queuing up the Blink Dagger next as well, too, for the Tiny. So he's going to look to be super active. The Echo's already done. And yeah, maybe Makoto can just go full greed if he does do this.
You absolutely do it. Makoto knows. He's like, it's an easy game. Just get me on it. Buy that Hyperstone. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy life.
And Emo, he is starting to be in a very dangerous spot for himself. He's bottom of the cores.
It's rough.
Blink soon to be finished for the Bat, and they clearly have shown that they have the burst damage. He really needs that Mage Slayer so he can ensure that he's not getting burst. Ame, his timing is still sound. He still has the Ags fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
He can still do that kind of Roshan play. Maybe wants to wait until it's on the other side, until it's on Dire, but could look to go for that. But Talon in this point, with the way they've done in this early game, they can contest it for sure. And yeah, he queued up the Mjolnir, so let's go.
That's going to be really good timing.
And
as you mentioned, he's just got a great lineup to kind of keep him safe. Like, you can absolutely get away with going for the full Mjolnir. And whenever you can get away with that as a sniper in the mid and you get it at good timing, you get out of control. In terms of your farm speed, in terms of the presence and damage, just kicking out the team fights in the course of the game like this as well, where there's a Phoenix trying to get that poor old egg off. Good luck against a sniper that's already got the attack speed of a Mjolnir online.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks very cool. Setting up for top again. They know Yokam's being greedy, looking for his blink, but there is some help. Is Natsumi going to help?
It's a good Avalanche. Trying with the turnaround. Dawnbreaker flies in with the Solar Guardian. He's able to help finish off the job against
nice toss.
Tianming and Yokam. There's been the only two ones dying there. The rest of the cores managed to survive.
Oh, that toss actually maybe ends up saving Seal. If you actually toss him in place, he ends up getting quilled.
Yeah, they might have been able to deal with him.
So.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. At top, sometimes you don't want to get hit from the Starbreaker, so I can understand why he did that.
Yeah, a bit of panic. I think a lot of them turning up. Arme was ready to get involved as well.
But Boca also doing the rush blink build too.
Okay.
So that's cool. So matching the 4 position, he's like, all right, you're gonna get a blink fast, I'll get it at the same pace. Like you said too, if he can blink and stop a lot.
If we get these saves,
if he can do these
let's
cool
see.
plays,
Unless he got Shadow Patch. I don't think he did. I'm sure it's still there. Those lassos could be countered. And that could be the beginning of the comeback.
Yep. Either way, though, the other thing is, too, like being able to just blink in and get that extra disable, which it does feel like they might need for Kuku, because so far Kuku hasn't died. And Kuku has been very annoying on this Pugna, 2-0 and 8 at the moment. Emo gets that Mage Slayer applied before the Tiny combo. He'll be fine. And it looks like now we're hitting that 15-minute mark, so it's nighttime. Roche is going to shift its position. And Yakult have a very good way to just be able to commit for that one. But we'll see if Talon does want to connect to contest that Roche when it inevitably does come. Because they have that ward that's already placed in a position to see Baboka up top.
we go. 15-minute timing on the Mjolnir this game for Makoto.
And cool, so Zeal is building, you know, he's not really building as this offlaner in particular. He's building kind of this semi-carry in a way, right?
Yeah, I
Since
think
he has this Beast Aghanim.
Exactly right. You got the Beast playing from the safe lane, so you can go a bit more greedy, a bit more scalable on your off lane.
It's Talon's go time. They've got Blink on Bat,
Blinks all round.
Blink on Natsumi. They've got the Mjolnir done. They've got the Ags on Bristle. On the flip side, Yakult, they've got a Blink on Baboka and the Ags is done. So this could be a big clash between the two sides.
And they've got Blink on Armor, right? Yeah, they've got the
I believe so, yeah. I think like 3 or 4 Blink daggers just got picked up. I think it was 4, yeah. Blink Tiny, Blink Bat, Blink Beast, and Blink Shaman.
See who goes in first. Baboka. Ooh, there's going to be the lasso off to the side.
He got chained, though.
He did. It's kind of hard to drag him back, and now the shackle's up from Baboka, so Yokam, he's going to end up going down for his attempt at initiation. But indeed, that's a bigger grab there from Talon. They find Arme just walking in on the side of the fight. How did he get caught there?
He just gets tinied. Just gets fully grabbed while they go for the bat.
Yeah, I mean, that Arme caught completely by surprise there. I guess just trying to enter into the fight from a different angle, but the angle that he enters from is the angle that the entirety of Talon were waiting for him at. Not the kind of fight he wanted to turn up to with his own Blink Dagger there as the carry at Beastmaster.
No, definitely not. And Talon might find another one. They've got a ward here. Toss back onto the creeps.
Oh, I mean, Makoto's coming in. He's going to be able to bring in the damage, surely. Zeal. Oh, he's going to use the Solar Guardian actually to try and get out, and it will save him.
All right.
Good defensive maneuvers, but it's of course a long cooldown.
Yeah, he can farm, of course, to get it back up faster. But quite a bit of a cooldown being used there for the next, probably about 80 seconds or so, 75 seconds. It'll be down. So can definitely look to see Talon look to make another plays as they've got, I think, pretty much everything up. So an instant smoke.
There they go.
Here's
for
that
Roche.
Yeah, this was inevitable. They know it's happening, though, I'd imagine. They're going to smoke and probably run directly to that
They can
pit.
contest this Talon if they're quick.
They won't make it.
Actually, no. With the Serpent Wards down and the Beastmaster, there's no chance. Yeah, you're
it's
right.
far too much.
They're trying to make the move over, but they won't be able to get there in time. Yakult are able to get that online for Arme.
Cool heads-up play, right? Because they use the Dawn ult, and then they're like, let's make a play even when Dawn ult is down. They're going to end up losing.
They're going to jump onto Zeal.
But yeah, cool little play there. Talon, they'll get a trade, 13-8. That 3K has been sitting kind of consistent between that 3 to 4K. So Yakult has hemorrhaged a bit of their bleeding, but it still does feel like Talon's in a very comfortable spot as this game progresses now. Let's see what Yakult can do with this Aegis if they can get things back into their favor.
You just got to be careful there. Natsumi's on the hunt. Emo's got the side of fist and the remnant dodge out.
Quick fingers.
With the haste rune, we'll be fine.
And he's building a little tanky as well too, getting that Sanj up. Considering if he wants the poke, but does not. His whole team is on the bottom side. WS getting bigger and bigger, gets blessed with Vampire Fangs. Let's take a look at these neutral items if we saw anything else that was any other big ones. I don't think everyone's gotten theirs just yet, so just his is that tier 2. Always got to point out the Vampire Fangs on these stupid heroes. I can't believe it hasn't been changed still.
Or Vampire Fangs. Well, just too much on the numbers on the life steal.
It's like on the Bristles and the Beastmasters and on these heroes that just multi-benefit from the double. Just feels like it's been so strong for so long. As top.
On top lane.
He's deep under the tower.
And they're ready to punish this Arme. He's just straight in with the raw Natsumi.
Wait, what? How did that start off? What the?
They're going to find Cuckoo as well. Baboka's in with the Hex to the side. They'll catch the two of them.
What was Natsumi doing there? That gives everything back up towards.
That's risky, right? Well, pushing in on the tier 2. You don't have the full team there, and you're doing it against a team that has TPs up and also has an Aegis, so they're not afraid to fight.
Did he get baited or something to jump in?
He was hitting that tower.
He was under the tower. Yeah, that's a very risky place to be. Quick shift in gold. 3K swing probably just off of that, or 2K. Don't want to make those type of mistakes.
They had a good start here, Talon. There were some good timings.
Arme has taken the top spot.
Indeed, and just the overall concern that the lineups, the 2 drafts, when it comes to the end of the day, do feel that Yakult does have that just a little bit of greater synergy and
in the
just
team
fits
fight.
the patch a bit better.
Yeah.
So Talon, whilst they did have a really explosive start, maybe it was not explosive enough.
We shall see as it progresses. I mean, that death on Natsumi is really brutal. It like completely stops all his progression for the next few moments.
Yeah. I feel with sort of the way that the opening went, you kind of expect Natsumi's.
Ooh. The stakes are starting to trickle in.
You know, you kind of expect with Talon's start, right, that Natsumi, his farm should probably be up at the level of kind of Makoto's, right?
Yes. I mean, they
had a good start.
He should definitely not be behind Zeal or Emo, who had a pretty tough time in the laning phase.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of sticks out right now.
Yeah. And the push, as you see from Yakult, it's strong. You leave these towers for a second. Beast and Shaman will be able to take them down very quick here at this point. So the entire gold lead is gone. They killed Tormentor, so it went back. But yeah, it's pretty much gone after Yakult goes back and gets theirs.
They have, of course, when it comes to it, they've got solid high ground defense.
Crazy high ground.
Tossbacks, lassos, sniper. But you got to imagine that really wasn't the game plan when it comes to their draft. But it is something they can fall back on, Talon, if times get hard this game.
They have to make sure they do some of those type of plays proper, though, because there are two different ways that Yakult can back up the ally that gets jumped.
They can.
They can either Dawn ult or Phoenix ult right on top, and they can dive in to kind of protect that target that gets initially gone on. So if it comes to that high ground defense, Talon has to be very ready for how they pick a target.
Boca, he's ready and waiting.
Oh.
He's got him.
I don't know if they needed that Dawn ult, but I guess pace is slowing down. Yakult is feeling they can start throwing these ults out. Starting to get the ball rolling.
They're feeling pretty relaxed now, Yakult. They've had the opportunity to get the Sages, and obviously during this whole time, Talon, they've had to kind of sit back outside of trying to make that bit of a rash push onto the tier 2 top. It's just kind of slowed the pace down, and you're seeing that in the gold.
Yep.
Gold difference not there whatsoever right now.
And the big thing, I didn't really talk about this too much because, we're waiting to see everything going down, is Phoenix is and has been for the history of Dota, kind of in a way, one of the best support heroes versus tiny cores in the game. He can't hit the Ag.
That's true.
Percentage-based
He's just there in slow-mo trying to whack his tree at someone, and he can't.
And he's got a Vessel. So he has Vessel, he has Sunray. It at least for this tiny, it feels like it's going to be a different play style he maybe has to go for now. He has to just kind of play to burst the target reset, which is a lot kind of what the tinies have been doing, but it's fortunate that he has the sniper and bristle on his team, I would say, a lot this game.
Yokam did try and get the lasso opening there, but not able to quite get the grab onto Tianming. Able to dive away.
Nemo's starting to get pretty large as well, too. SNY done, Mage Slayer, he's getting tankier, and now they're up to 2K and continuing to just avoid these ganks. It's hard for them to kill him when he's got this SNY. Even if you get the lasso, you get the combo on him, might not even finish him off. Status, this SNY is pretty much the name of the game lately, it feels like, for a lot of these core players.
On the plus side for Talon, the Aegis, of course, has come to an end. So maybe now a chance to go for another bit of action, but as you can see here, Yakult are very ready for this.
And there is not the whole squad from Talon. There's a Dawn ult ready, too, from Yakult.
Yeah, Talon can't look for it in this area. It's a little too far away from potential backup. Of course, they don't have the tier 1 there anymore, so yeah, no real way for the rest of their team to connect. So not a point of the map they can try and make those plays in right now, but they do have to try and look for some plays somewhere.
They gotta look for
unless they want to fall back and just be like, hey, Makoto, please carry us.
Could be. I think they got to look for some type of... Whenever they have vision, at least in particular, look for plays to find the Dawnbreaker, if you can at least know when he's isolated and split from the team. But Yakult is just constantly swinging back and forth to set up for the map. Like, look at this here from Baboka and from Ame.
Yeah, they're ready and waiting.
All of Talon is on the bottom side. Emo is going to start to poke top, so they're going to start to get some information off of this. And he does have the Orb of Destruction plus the Blightstone, so his damage on the tower is not that pathetic by any means.
Talon, they want to find someone, they want to find something, but making the sort of read of where on this map they can catch Yakult, it's not easy.
No, they're not getting those pickoffs. The early game looked good for Talon. This mid game, it's starting to look pretty solid here for Yakult. Emo blocks the Ancient. He pretty much has the Veil done. That Shivas is going to come even faster. These timings are really starting to flurry in for them. BKB on Ame too. Talon.
Oh, what's the plan? Got to do something. I can't afford to sit back unless they really trust in this sniper to carry.
Zeal now has BKB also. Like they're really getting every timing, it feels like, for Yakult. Talon they're not able to find the windows to find heroes really. Like they have the ward even there too. They've been watching Zeal farming it, but they can't get there to catch him in time. In the push, you leave a tower for a second. They're gonna drop the wards on it. They're gonna get it going.
They're going to try and get on with the objectives and look for the tier 2 top. This time with a few more of them turning up, they should be able to succeed, but here's the split pressure. Baboka.
Still level 1 Serpent Wards. So
also, at least the 1 TP back from Yokam.
But now with that, they bait a TP back. They might look to catch heroes on the retreat of top. Or not. Might just look to continue farming since they forced someone back. And the Bat is their probably biggest threat of getting caught. So when they see the Bat Rider, they're probably like, map's open, we're clear to farm. This game slowed down quite a bit.
Still going to be 2.5 minutes for this round of Roshan respawning. Definitely be a point that I think Talon, that is going to be something they're really going to have to try and stop Yakult from getting. In the mid, Yoka with the lassos, they're followed.
Nice
Good
flame break.
Stops the dive and puts a stop to Tianming's escape. They'll get a
40
kill.
seconds. Can you turn it into more?
Top of Cuckoo. He opens up with the sun there, but they're going to turn straight away because again to get Lotus and force to the side and maybe even able to turn and help out Bristle as he's getting jumped in. Buys here with the Solar Guardian. Cuckoo does still die. They've got to start running. It's, not every day you see sort of a Pugner initiate with a life drain, but Cuckoo, he went for it.
It didn't look that horrible at the start, too. It was like, oh, wait, this decrep was pretty cool. This 4-staff was pretty nice, and now they're getting a reset, perhaps even on
And
Zeal.
if they can get Zeal, they're forced out the BKB TP. So it's
cool.
something.
Pretty
At
cool
the end of the day, you know, and maybe they'll get someone in. Now Tsumi in with the jump, gets the toss back on Viboka. He's looking very dead. End of it all works out for Talon.
Very interesting kind of play there from Cuckoo. As Bristleback is definitely still a big threat for them. Tons of damage. He's very tanky too with this Lotus Orb finished up and getting close to this Bloodstone. They do have Spirit Vessel, but that Lotus is going to be able to remove it every single time, so he's definitely going to be probably the biggest issue they have to get through on the side of Yakult. Because also, their heroes don't really build like a natural Silver Edge, I would say, in comparison to a lot of the games that I've seen with these bristles that get answered. There's usually like a Morphling with the Silver Edge or somebody. Who's going to build something like that on the side of Yakult this time?
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Kind of awkward.
For their heroes, absolutely.
They're going to do it on the Dawn, I mean, eventually, but
Yeah,
when will that
time.
be, right? That's gonna
And
take
does he
some
do it before the AC?
Exactly, yeah. So, setting up for the Roche. This is the next big timing. You see a timing hit there for Emo. Shiva's is done. Ult's about to be back at the ready. I mean, this game has gotten very, very close. It's
a Talon.
Treat to see.
Still definitely the ones hungrier for a big hit, a big play. And they're looking for it right now.
Who do you want to jump on? Emo?
Looking at
No show,
Emo.
but that's not a target that you want to go for
He's a
first.
tough one to jump. And indeed, they know it.
Both of the heroes that don't want to get jumped on first are just fighting it.
Not revealing each other's hands at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, no way you go for Emo there. That's what he has. He has the shield rune active as well on top of his fresh Shivas, so yeah, far too tanky. Need to find some of these backline heroes.
Let's have a look. See if they... I mean, do you walk back in on this as Talon, or you're not getting the move here now?
Difficult to say. Just have to wait for an opportunity. You have to kind of stay in this area, though, because Roche, it's about to spawn, if I'm not mistaken,
It's
right?
up.
So
Yeah,
1
absolutely.
second and it's up. So
It's
they
up.
kind of have to stay here. But they have no information, and the speed that they can still do it on the side of Yakult is fast.
That is just a tougher area of the map, really, to approach as Radiant compared to the position that Yakult have.
Especially when you have the 0 ward down. Like, they have no vision placed down for it. And they're going to look for maybe a different angle of approach here.
It's not easy. Well, they've got to try it, Talon.
It's not easy also because the outpost is there, so if there's buybacks available for Yakult, they can just buy back and make it there with more numbers if they do end up even hemorrhaging a kill or two.
Emo stepping up. He's going to get him with the Shiva's guard, jumps over towards Cuckoo.
That's big seeing Cuckoo first.
I see he's able to force back to the safety of the rest of the team. Now Natsumi's in with the combo, makes the jump over towards Emo, but Emo's so tanky. We'll see Viboka jump in the backlines. He's in with the opening, the circle.
They're on the
drop
Kodo.
down. Harmony's in with the roar. The backup comes in for Zeal with the Solar Guardian. The egg gets dropped down. They can't focus the egg. Talon, they have to run, but they're not going to get the chance. Makoto and Yokam go down. Natsumi trying to hold back Emo, but the chains are up, puts a stop to the TP. Double kill for Tianming.
What a fight.
I mean, WS, he's doing his best here. Cleans up a couple in return. Can he clean up more? He's looking for Tianming, but
got
Cuckoo's
three.
been taken out. He's on his own now here, WS, and they'll just TP away from him. So able to rectify the fight a little bit there for Talon, getting 3 kills himself, but overall it is Yakult getting 4.
7,000 damage. He just got the Bloodstone right before that fight, but I mean, we were saying the Bristol's going to be that big issue, but the problem for this fight was the approach Talon did to start it. They showed the Pugna, and then they showed the Batrider, and then they showed the Sniper. They actually showed the 3 heroes that was the perfect jump for Yakult, and Viboka, with no hesitation, he jumps the Bat, caused panic. Mikoto shows himself, and if Mikoto's not there to hit the egg, immediately it's going to go off. So that egg Sunray right on top of them. But WS, as you said, he makes it not the worst.
Yeah, he's doing his best here. Now, I talked about maybe Makoto's going to carry them now. Mate, it's not going to be the Sniper, it's the Bristle.
Look at
Maybe
his levels,
WS
too.
can carry Talon through this.
I think he got, what, 4 levels or 3.5 levels from
Hey,
that fight,
22.
too? So he's up to 22 now.
And of course, it did buy them time in such that, you know, Yakult, they weren't able to get the Roche. So it's going to buy time now for Roshan to move down to the bottom side of the map and in a favorable position for Talon. So maybe now Talon can set up down here and have an even better shot of really being able to use this Bristleback's power to take a convincing team fight.
They did see them all, though, right? We just had daytime hit, so they saw where everybody on Talon is. So Yakult, they know exactly that this kind of play is happening. Ame, he's got a DD, or sorry, amp damage.
Let's have a look.
See what angle approach, and let's see if they get that same initiation, and let's see if WS can continue to do that, kind of carrying.
He actually, like I said, you know, being able to get as many kills as he did up top, putting Yakult as a team in a position where they couldn't take the Roche, so that now that Roshan's going to move down here to Talon's favor. This could be big stuff that WS is doing here for the team.
And Zeal, he's going to prioritize making sure that he can get this farm to finish up this AC, potentially before this next fight, because that'll help a lot also versus WS, versus the Quails, even versus Mikoto potentially. Gem on Natsumi.
Okay, we're looking at Emo. They're going to get in. They get the Avalanche, they have the toss, they have any further lockdown yet? They don't. Emo's able to get the Sleight of Fist and the Shiva's Guard off. Kited out for now, back up, but there's a little bit of a pushback there from Talon, giving them space around the Roshan, but they don't feel secure enough to go for it unless they get a kill first.
And that kill is like very unlikely to happen. I think what they're trying to do is poke and force a dawn ult or force a reaction from Yakult to see more before they make a jump. Because you see Yokam, he doesn't show. He's patient for this bat.
He's waiting.
They know that going for Emo in this situation, it's very unlikely that they can kill him in an instant burst. But trying to force something.
Every ult back up now.
Yep. Zeal's getting a significant amount of damage on top, too.
And Emo's trying to come in with a wraparound here by the Twin Gate.
Yep.
And they're going to jump him.
They're on Cuckoo again.
Have they got a... Not even nearly enough. I can't even get him down to half HP. Ame's in with the BKB. He's going to go through all straight away onto Natsumi. Zeal comes in with a follow-up. So
Mikoto in the back.
Burst through him. Natsumi's able to get the BKB off. He'll turn towards Mikoto, but Mikoto is able to walk back with the BKB. The Beyond is holding its ground. Finally, he'll fall, but they're able to kill off the Ember Spirit.
WS
can get more here. WS, can they deal with this Bristle? They couldn't last time. See if they can do it here in round 2. They cannot. WS is able to take down Ame. Natsumi's still alive here. And Cuckoo, he should fall. They'll leave the Pugna behind.
Up north, can these two get out?
I mean,
WS?
they're considering going back in.
This looks very difficult for them to reach up. They're considering
WS is going to have Bloodstone ready to press in a couple of seconds. They're going to be able to find the Boka. They're in with the combo. Can they burst through him? Not quite. He gets to the shackle off. He's able to run. No.
That's not worth it.
Through the cluster clip, but it costs WS his life. Natsumi only just able to TP away at the end of that. As it ends up being a messy fight for Talon. They did lose 2 diebacks there on both Yokam and Cuckoo.
And that's not, why did they go? I really thought that they were just going to reset out, take what they got there, not go for this extra kill, because now they just gave up a 6-kill streak on the Bristle.
You see a Shaman, you got to go for him, but maybe not.
You sack a huge, I mean, WS was on that kind of the snowball kind of method, and then hemorrhages a lot. Fantastic buyback from Emo. Little small plays there were coming in clutch. I think WS got his Lotus Orb reflect 2 or 3, I think twice on the shackles, but they got him Mikoto again. And Ame at the start of this fight, he just blink roars the Tiny and kind of caused panic. But a great buyback from Emo. I think that was the biggest thing. He had a Remnant down to join back into the fight, and they just outnumbered them.
There we go. Now he's got an Aegis to reward himself with and keep that lack of buyback safe on the Ember.
But Boka is about to hit that key level 15. So we've talked about WS being a beast, super strong, kind of not really the thing that they can deal with in a lot of the fights, but now with that, he's going to have the Hex break in a second. Could cause a lot of bigger issues. There is a Lincoln's on Mikoto, so he could throw it on either the Bristle himself to protect, but this could be what makes the fights even more one-sided.
It's hard, yeah. I felt like that was the moment, that area of the map where maybe Talon could really get their teeth stuck back in the game. They couldn't find that opportunity. Now they're 5k behind, and now sort of the imminent threat that we anticipated really looms over them.
Yeah, and there's the Hex break, Talon. And the other thing, too, is just Mikoto, I think, in both fights, got almost nothing off. Tianming? Okay.
Careful, Tianming.
Yeah, Mikoto, just both fights, but Boka just blink Hex shackled him, or blink Hex got the wards on top of him and just, immediate panic mode. So the Lincolns is picked up, they'll get their Tormentor, but a big momentum swing now for Yakult. 2 defensive items finished up on their supports too. They have Glimmers, but Boka also has a Lens for the distance for cast. See how Talon looks to approach this next upcoming one. Because as we mentioned, the buyback was used for Emo, but they also did have to use, I think the 2 support buybacks.
Yeah, Yokam and Cuckoo dropped theirs and unfortunately did die on their return to the team fight.
And both those two fights was pretty much Yakult just getting the better jump, right? The better start of these fights. They got information, they saw Cuckoo for a second, and then they went for the big go right after. Nighttime hits. Yakult looking.
Smoke time, Talon. They're going to try their chances.
Ame is lagged behind his team a little bit here. Looks like he wants to finish up the refresher.
It's very close.
It's a pretty massive power spike for him. The double BKB, double roar.
At least with this smoke Talon, they do avoid the smoke of Yakult. Emo seems to always have one of these shield runes.
They can't burst him. It's just it's really, with their lineup, it's just they don't really have that burst for him at this point in the game. He has 40 armor, 2,600 HP plus the status res, so. There's always the backup.
It's so hard.
Yeah, there's always the backup of Zeal. Zeal got Paladin Sword as well too, so blessed with that. The AC's finished. They're really starting to get all the answers, it feels like, for Talon. Getting close to 25s as well.
Yeah, they're getting high levels across the board here.
Yep. And the growth overall for Mikoto, he's gotten 3 defensive items after the Mjolnir.
Chilling on the cliff. And was able to take that outpost back.
Yep. The confidence from Emo. Paying off massively in this game so far here. They're getting more and more farmer on the map too, the way they're split up with Zeal constantly.
They had to find Zeal, really. That's the only target right for Talon. You can't go on Emo, you can't really go on Ame, and even the supports, as we've seen this game, you know, Zeal won't be afraid to throw out a Solar Guardian to back up a support.
No, and they're not showing themselves first. But Boca and Tianming have done fantastic jobs of just waiting for that split-second moment to be able to just get on top of either Mikoto or get that egg in a good position. Because I think both those 2 successful fights, that's kind of how it's been. No AC yet finished up for Bristol. He has hit 25, so WS has another big damage spike. But as we said, you know, there is the Hex break that could just get him killed pretty quickly in this fight.
Very close to that nullifier as well for Zeal.
His damage is also getting very
Ancient
high.
Guardian, yeah, that's the crazy amount of right click. Mindbreak as well for Ame.
And he's got the refresher. Yeah, they're playing it just kind of cool, waiting for the opportunity since they still have this Aegis. Emo.
He's in.
Sees Cuckoo again.
With the glimmer of the Decrepit and the Force Staff, WS trying to hold the position to ensure they can't get over. Yokam's going to come in with the jump and get the lasso, in with the roar though, in response. They will lose Yokam, but they're taking down Tianming here, Yakult, and they're ready to go for more. They surround Natsumi, bring down the Tiny. They're sure the Aegis is lost here, but they don't mind whatsoever as they can come back for round 2. Maybe Mikoto can do enough to turn this around. Zeal is going to be able to pull himself over towards him. They'll turn with the Starbreaker to interrupt Cuckoo's life drain. Emo continues to push forward here with the Remnants getting all very low, but WS will manage to get the cleanup. Takes out Zeal.
Great fight. Mikoto, he actually is able to do something for once.
I mean,
he is able to stand his ground.
They're able to take this fight against the Aegis. I mean, and you could feel as well, Yakult felt that the start was going pretty good for them, and it looked like it as well. They surround Natsumi, they deal with the Tiny, but this time we were able to see sort of the presence of sort of the backup carries, both the Sniper and the Bristle.
Mikoto,
the two of them are just able to get in perfect position. WS able to kind of hover around the front of the fight, and Mikoto just sitting at the sidelines. They kick out insane amounts of damage. Finally, Talon are able to find the fight they've been hunting for the last 20 minutes.
His Lincoln's actually paid off. I believe it blocked the initial Hex of Baboka, and then he gets the second to pop his BKB. So then Baboka's kind of in a very dangerous position, and WS is kind of just in the front line, applying this goo, applying this quill, so Mikoto can just stand his ground. Very
Massive
nice
stuff there from Talon. Can they do it again?
Exactly when they needed it to.
WS and Mikoto, they're ready to carry this one.
I mean, WS more than anything, right? He is really putting the team on his back. 8-3-9 right now on this Bristol back. And now he does have AC finish, so he's got the match versus Zeal. And that was Yakult looking for the fight, so.
Yeah, they absolutely pushed for that.
Emo loses his courier.
That's a good snipe as well there.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
25 has been hit. But yeah, no Satanic for some time for him. Yeah, that was a really cool game. And Natsumi's kind of playing like this, it feels like he's like the support Tiny in a way. He's just playing to assist WS and Mikoto.
Is that Satanic going to cut it? Are we seeing a lot of Embers do that?
I don't
of course,
think I've seen that
popping
too
the
much.
active and sleight of fisting. You can see the idea behind it, but it's a big expenditure. And I mean, he's going to be very hard to kill. You know, he's all in on kind of the survivability. But are they going to be caring that they can't kill him? Is he going to do enough damage?
It feels like both teams are trying to one-up each other on how long the fights can last.
Yeah.
Right? Like that last fight, if it lasts even a little bit longer, maybe if Emo and Zeal can get on top of Mikoto, they could turn it. But because it was at that exact moment, Mikoto is just healthy enough. So that's an interesting approach, unorthodox for sure. See if it pays off. Emo does like to do some crazy stuff at times. I remember his Blink Dagger Storm for some time, if you do.
And he feels, yeah, he's able to get good pressure, gets out in time as well. Bottom lane, Cuckoo gets left behind.
Big kill, too. 80 seconds. No Pugna.
How we're doing on the rush. We'll see when it's back up in just about 30 seconds or so. That's the nullifier done for Zeal.
Another big grab versus the Decrep. He's also hit 25.
Yeah, can go for that Silver Edge to finish up the build as his next item.
You get like, I don't even know how many Starbreakers off in each team fight with this. You also refresh your ult so fast. Emo.
Do they have the damage? He's a tanky boy. But with the four of them beating into him, they can take him out.
This time Emo gets punished for his greed, even through that Reaver. And he's dead for an even longer amount of time than the Pugna, so not respecting the 4 heroes there.
Yeah, I don't know if the Satanic's going to save him from such situations.
I thought he was going to do Lincoln's.
That would have been, I believe, the item a lot of other Embers would have gone for in this situation. Yeah, opting for the big brain Satanic into Sleight of Fist plays. It doesn't do that much, though, if you can't press it and get the Sleight of Fist off.
Nope. Perfectly done there from Talon. Sticking together as their 4 heroes, just running to make sure they don't lose anybody on the sides. That's very cool. And I believe they recovered their gem. They had their gem, it went to Yakult, and then they got it back. So I believe the Tiny's carrying on to it, and Natsumi is about to finish up another big item. Gotta go through.
Does he want to go for the SMY? Because holding on to the gold, maybe
yeah,
considering something else at this point.
It is always very useful versus Roar.
It's a great item across the board, right?
Oh, and Ame's 25, and he takes the no access cooldown. Cool. He might get caught here. I mean, there's a really clever rotation.
And Natsumi, in with the jump. No camp, he's got the lasso indeed. Ame's dead.
Talon.
They're doing it.
Very nice move. I mean, that's such an unexpected swing going through the portal and catching.
This is not an easy game for Talon, but they're making the moves. They're stepping it up in ways that we just hadn't seen from them so far today. They'd had a couple of struggles. This game, it will be quite the win if they're able to continue with these sort of outplays.
I mean, Talon loves those 40+, 50+, 60+ games.
Yeah. Let's see if they can do it here.
They're very rich now in a couple of these cores. Tiny had, what, 5K gold? I think he did end up spending. I think he does end up buying that full SNY. It's too, I think versus the Roar in particular and versus the Shaman, it's just too good. So I don't blame him for going for that.
Yeah, it is. It's great. I mean, back in the day, right, it'd be one of those things you're like, it's 43 minutes and is there like a bigger item to buy? But there's realistic situation nowadays that the SMY is just so good that it doesn't matter what point of the game you buy it.
Yeah. Mikoto also has 5,000 gold. WS also has 7,000. So on the screen we see like a 3K lead, but they have
what's WS considering?
8,000 in the bank.
On the Bristol?
Just a BKB.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting that Emo's gone for the Satanic. It has to just be because he wants the longevity of the team fights, just being able to like stick around in them as long as possible. But now Talon might just be able to sneak this one through.
This is always the point.
Let's see.
At the map where, the game could flip on its head once again if Yakult's quick enough to get it. But Talon are taking it down pretty fast.
The goo is too strong.
And this is what the third rush. What we got on the Radiant side?
They get the shard.
Here we go. Refresher shard, who's going to grab that WS for, a couple of rounds of the BKB and such when he gets that shipped out.
Yep.
And they get away with it all. Now, Yakult are seeing if any sort of stragglers get left behind, separate from the rest of the pack.
See how they approach this fight. Mikoto, he's got the Aegis,
and
though.
He's scouting things out with the shrapnel. Smart stuff. Knows there's a chance they're going to be playing around this point in the map. And with that, Talon won't be tripped up by Yakult setting up in such position.
Talon's awareness in the last 10 minutes.
It's been good.
It got really good.
They're locking in.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Baboka continuing to look for sniping out these towers. I mean, so far I haven't really seen the Hex break, at least in the last two fights.
Hasn't really had sort of situation to get away with it. And I also haven't seen him try to use the Hex to save people from lassos. And honestly, in a game where it gets this kind of tense and close, There's going to be situations where that will be the play. We'll just have to see if he tries to go for it.
I don't think he's used a single cluster cuck. Right? Cluck. Sorry. Cluck, yeah.
Yeah, only the kind of the
on himself
the ones that just go off on himself automatically.
Yeah.
He's just been playing aggressively with it, which is fair enough.
The emo getting some big
They're
damage.
losing Barracks.
Talon. Another lasso. It's on the Phoenix. There's the cluster.
There it is, the cluster cluck. Saves Tianming from the lasso. He knows.
As we say it.
Here we go. They've got the roar. Straight away, they're going to look to lead towards him. They've got the supernova roar. The second roar, they're getting in the face of WS. They're able to take him down. The bristle's gone. They're able to finish off Cuckoo. Makoto has got the front line of Natsumi jumping in, setting up the fight for him with the avalanche laid down onto Zeal and Emo. Zeal tries to swing back in with the Starbreaker. He's able to get the connection in over towards Yoko, but Yoko keeps his distance.
Makoto's
just laying down the damage. Double kill for the sniper. As Makoto, can he get anything more? They're looking for Emo. Now Natsumi's able to jump. The avalanche toss combo's there. They take him down. But now, see if they can close the gap in on towards this sniper. They
Lots
can.
of buybacks.
Starbreaker's in. They're looking to do everything here to hold them off here, Yakult. Can they take him out a second time? They'll look towards Cuckoo. Cuckoo, he's in trouble. He's dead. Makoto, round 2. He's going to try and slide away here with a Hurricane Pike. But they're chasing him down. WS comes in with a bristle. And it absolutely completely shatters the Shaman.
Makoto!
And Shaman is gone. Makoto's gone. Ame, he falls. WS and Natsumi, can they clear this up? Seal's able to pull himself up to the high ground here with the hammer, but Natsumi, he's surrounded. Falcon swinging back in with the Starbreaker. Natsumi falls. WS
alone.
Jamming, he's able to find him. He's healing up a little bit with the Bloodstone, but the Roar is back online from Ame. They roar straight over towards the Bristol. Zeal cleans up the triple.
Makoto's got to run.
They don't work out for Talon. That is a 4-man dieback from Talon.
Oh my goodness. They tried to back up and get there. Look at the damage numbers in this fight. 45,000. Holy moly. And the longevity of the team fight. We talked about Emo's build with the Satanic. Look at that. He survived so long.
It worked out.
Oh my goodness. That was crazy.
They had to use buybacks themselves, of course, as well, but it works out. They keep their heroes alive. They're ready to run down the line. This might be game over.
Oh, and didn't they talk about it, Fissure? I remember an interview at the end of the tournament from Moon, I think it was, him saying buybacks, the lack of buybacks at times, or just using buybacks sometimes have caused these games to just abruptly end. And I think it just abruptly ended.
There we go. GG is called. Yakult will take this best of 1 here against Talon. Talon still struggle to try and find a victory here in this group stage.
And you know what?
Yakult, they continue to pop off.
And Owen,
yeah,
what causes the end play to kind of turn around? The cluster cluck.
The cluster cluck.
It actually happens at the last minute.
Saves him from that lasso.
Obviously, that's not what turns the whole fight. It's all these buybacks.
That's the beginning of it, though.
Yeah, for sure.
It is the beginning of it. Keeps that Phoenix safe as they're able to get off a pretty good first supernova.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool kind of game. It was a bit back and forth overall. Yakult showing a bit of differences, you know, playing with this like Beastmaster carry that actually looks pretty cool. Playing this Shaman also looks nice, and a kind of slightly unorthodox build from Emo with a Satanic. This was a cool game.
Gets the win, and always great to see. And we can always expect that from Emo. He'll be coming in with the stuff that we're not seeing being spammed by every player on a certain hero every game. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A pretty crazy back and forth game. Yakult able to lock in the win, though, and as I say, Talon continue to have a bit of a rough time here in the group stage. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to have a short break, and as has been going so far this day, we're going to keep the games coming thick and fast. So the next game of the groups will be up very soon. We'll see you soon.
Let's do you and Emme.
It's not Alex though! Nice. How excited are you? I wanted to see if I could get Ame as well.
Yes, we'll do a double up.
If you want. If you're willing to translate for us.
So it'll be Seal, you in the middle, Ame on the right, and then you over here. No, you swap over.
I have to stop.
Yes.
Alright. No, you stand in the middle, please,
You stand in the middle, Seal, so you can.
Because you're trans. And last question for Arme here as well is, he took a break from competitive for a little bit. How does he feel coming back and going straight from Fissure tournament into Blast with only a couple days break?
他说就你那时候休息了一阵子，你现在2个比赛连着打，什么感想？
你没有连着打吧，上个比赛直接就输掉了，其实休息了挺久的。
So he says that it's not really like straight away that we play 2 tournaments in a row because we lose quite early. So he got a very long rest.
All right, a little bittersweet there, but thank you both so much, Zeel and Arme. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining me, and good luck in your next games.
Thank you.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So that indeed was Arme.
Nice.
Congratulations to him as they continue to have a very good run here in the groups, 3-0 so far. Yeah, cool. On to our next game. We're going to be jumping into action very shortly between Tundra and Liquid. These two teams so far, we've got Tundra. They've managed to win their first 2 games of the group. Liquid, they went 1-1, dropping a game to Yakult.
Liquid was cold.
But that's understandable, right? Yakult's looking pretty good.
Yeah, but even coming off of, I'm going like information from like the last tournament stuff, Liquid has looked just kind of all over the place, I would say. They're just a little shaky. They have some games where it's like, man, he's just popping off on this Tiny or one of these like independent kind of heroes. Or Mikke, he's playing his specific heroes, which I really like him on. There's like 3 or 4. Or they kind of just fall off really quickly. And at least the games that I've just seen, it's probably just because that last one that sticks out in my memory the most, they looked really rough. It was like, what, 33-2 or something? So.
That's true. The loss they did have here was, what was the scoreboard on that? It was not pretty. They had a pretty brutal time against Yakult.
37-3.
37-3, 29 minutes in.
Yeah.
They tried some kind of funky stuff that game, right? We got like the support slug, which I know
Boxy's
can work,
doing it
and
a lot.
some people like it, but that was definitely one of the games where if you hadn't seen a team play support slug and you're like, what's going on? You would not have been sold by it in that performance.
No.
It was a rough one from Boxy.
Yeah, for sure.
Who, out of the players, he's probably the one that pops off the most reliably, I'd say, actually, on Liquid in terms of recent performances. But yeah, not an easy time for them there in that game.
No.
Up against Tundra, as you say, Liquid had a rough one in the last tournament. Of course, Tundra, they're quite the opposite time. They won the tournament.
They did.
They're
they
looking
did
fantastic.
The fashion that they did it too, right? Reverse sweep in the finals. Yeah. That's pretty insane to be able to do. So
yeah, and then coming in here to Blast Slam 2 and 2-0 so far, winning the games. Straight on with the business here, Tundra. No messing around, no downtime for them between these events, and they do not falter in their performances. So yeah, Liquid, it's going to be quite a test for them here in this matchup against them. And yeah, just to reiterate the group standings, Yakult and Tundra right now at the top. Tundra, if they can get this win here, they'll be equalizing that top spot over in Group B, which of course you can find the action continuing right now, same time over on the second stream. Gaming Gladiators.
They beat Paravision.
Hot start for them after what was a pretty rough performance in the previous tournament.
Yep.
They come into this one and yeah, 2-0. That's a great start for them.
And beating Paravision too, which I think that was the last game that just got played, if I'm not mistaken, because it was 1-0 and Paravision was 1-0, I believe. So that's a pretty big deal because Paravision has been kind of on the rise for a lot of people. They've been looking really good. So Gaming maybe powering up a little bit here. Yeah. Early days, of course, with the best of ones, but still.
And Extreme Gaming still at the bottom so far, 0-2. So quite a difference there in terms of the region, right? In the Chinese region, you've got on one side Extreme, bottom of the group, and then over the other group, we've got Yakult at the top.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff.
So quite a difference between the two teams that came through.
I'm looking forward to see, like, if the kind of weird, I wouldn't say weird, but the weird kind of paradigm that Tundra has created with this 4 Ricky, 4 Bounty, Nyx, all these Invis heroes, how much it's going to affect. Because I'm seeing everyone starting to do things like this. Like Soxa's, he's having a big effect on the meta, I feel like. So I'm looking forward to see how it's going to be for this game, because I feel like Boxy and Soxa a lot, they do like these similar kind of things at times, where they're playing, these very, very high impact 4 position heroes that other players aren't going for. So yeah, it could be a cool one.
And so that's if you're going to play against Tundra right now, are you considering banning out some of these annoying Invis heroes? Do you have to start pulling out strats from the book against the Invis heroes that you used to do back in the day against Invis heroes? And suddenly these heroes that we just haven't been picked are coming back to the front of the meta because of what Tundra's doing and what they're succeeding with?
Maybe not in the initial like first 3 bans, but maybe in the secondary bans, you might kind of want to do it, like just because I think it's 4 or 5 games in a row that he has success on the Ricky, if I'm not mistaken, right? 1, 2, 3.
It's been a few, right? That he's getting away with it.
Okay, he lost the other one early, but he has like 3 in a row that he's kind of just. It's annoying too. It's this invisible kind of course, invisible hero, but it's invisible factor that just comes into the games a lot of times that you're like, why am I not getting as much gold? Oh, why am I missing so much? Oh, it's this smoke screen that just wasn't really a thing for a long time. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, as always, we don't like to keep you waiting here at Blast Slam 2. We've got the draft ready and waiting to jump straight into as we get into the next game, Tundra versus Team Liquid. Well, let's see what these two teams have for us in store. Of course, Tundra currently 2-0 in the groups. Team Liquid currently 1-1.
And look at the different, like we were mentioning in the last game, it seems like there's some heroes that are just must be banned in almost all games, but it's very team specific. So I was mentioning for Liquid, they love their Tiny. Nisha just seems to be the best Tiny at the moment. So that one is one that goes a lot of times. Magnus, it's another one that's very, very good for them. Mickey's Monkey King, that's the other one that's his absolute best. So seeing exactly things targeted there from Tundra. While on the flip side, Liquid, they're doing similar. Sox is annoying Nyx, 33 is annoying Doom that gets picked constantly. And we'll see what else trickles in there at TA.
I mean, that's one of Liquid's strong ones. You know, Nisha.
And Mickey.
Yeah,
mostly
Nisha. Two of them, right? Yep, absolutely. They've got that flexibility. I think today we saw that might have been actually what they got their one with. That was the game they won, right?
No, that's the one they got stomped.
No, that's the one they lost. Yeah, you're right. Actually, they got stomped by Yakult.
So Alk slips through.
Alk gets through. Yeah, talk to me about this because this is one of the series we're seeing banned a lot. Doesn't get banned here, and Tundra, they've let Liquid have it first pick.
This is definitely a time to experiment to try to beat the Alchemist, though, right? You're in best of one group stages. You're at the top of your group. If Tundra does want to give it up and try to just dominate it,
yeah, they feel
let's see what
confident
they can do
against
with
it, I'm sure.
Yep.
You know, they, as you say, they maybe see it as more of a challenge, but not like an unbeatable challenge.
Yeah. So the big ones, it's like PA burst, but you don't want to do that too early. DK has always been pretty decent as a hero overall, too. It's just to match the pacing of an Alchemist, but let's see what the approach from Tundra is going to be. Obviously, if there was a Doom available, they would just snap pick it, but yeah, it's gone, so. And the 33 Beastmaster's gone, so it's going to have to be something different, at least for him. So do they go for Phoenix, or do they go for something just like, I don't know, Bounty, maybe? Okay, Bristle.
Yeah,
so
Bristle.
I guess that's the other one, because the other, okay, because the Doom and the Beast are banned, and Bristle can still be flexed a little. Okay.
Surely one of these teams is going to be banning out the Dawn.
Dude, are we going to cast Bristle every game? I feel like the last four games
I feel like maybe because it feels like it is one of those heroes that's in a position where you don't really want to first phase ban it, but you will first phase pick it.
You will first phase pick it, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just a nice, safe hero to play.
Yeah. So they'll ban the Bounty. It's either the Bounty or the Riki you take out there. And the Bounty is definitely more impressive.
You don't think they ban out both? Against Tundra?
I could even see a world that you do.
I feel like I'd sort of favor banning out the Dawn.
Yeah, but then it would be a Dawn carry, right?
Well, it depends where you want to Bristle.
Not guaranteed.
You could switch them both around on the side lanes, but I guess that gives away a bit from your lineup.
Yeah.
So maybe indeed they're not that threatened about the Dawn.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like specifically, like what do they not want to, like, is it really that big of an annoyance? Maybe it's something that they're going to discuss. So the Liquid did try Lich earlier and it lost. I know Lich was super prominent at the start of Fissure. It started to fall off.
I mean, that was the game where they got stomped, right?
It was a stomp game, so it's hard to say anything off of it.
You can't take too much away from that game because it was so
that's a better ban. Actually, that's a much better ban than the Riki. I think we've seen this bad Bristle lane just so many times. Even just today, I think I've seen it 3 times. So it's a very strong, impressive lane.
Well, they've let through obviously
I like this music.
The out. Let's see what Tundra's scared of getting paired up with.
I'm mentioning Lich in a particular reason.
In particular when you have an Alk that
I mean, I love Lich, honestly. I still think even after that last tournament, just the way that it works, you can turn Bristle back, you know, with the pull. You have insane burst, you're strong lane. You give something that Alchemists can sometimes lack, which is high physical reduction. So that's kind of what I'm leaning toward, but they'll take out Phoenix. You probably don't want to ban Lich ever, so can understand why they're going to ban a Phoenix instead. They're just going to snap the Riki. Yeah. So Bat was banned, Bounty was banned, so the Riki. It's of course going to come out there for Soxa, even though not most teams, if any teams would do this. Soxa.
Yeah, they'll happily grab it early with how fantastic it's looked in their hands. And I mean, Liquid, you know, you see this Riki come out, you're going to have been prepared for this. You must have some sort of idea in mind of, hey, Tundra, they're going to be playing this Riki. This is what we want to drop. This is what sort of play style we want to go for, that this Riki is not going to be a complete nuisance against us. So what's the plan, Liquid?
He's going to pick some really strong safe lane.
Jakiro.
That's an interesting one.
Talk to me about the Jakiro.
It's not a hero that's been played Did it get played like once last tournament?
Did anybody play it in a pub? Did anybody play it?
That is interesting, to say the least.
Jakiro.
Well, they lost.
No, I'm looking at the stats.
Pretty sure
This
no
one
one's
is I'm
played
looking at like the facets. Both of the facet picks have 46% win rate.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you pick, you just lose with this hero.
That is really, really interesting. It's a really, really strong safe lane. They've got really high kill threat in particular, and I guess they have this distance that Jakiro can play really far away from to throw these ice paths. This is an odd one, I would say. Not one that you.
I mean, as I said, they had to be cooking something if they're letting up this Ricky through. They're turning up against Tundra's Ricky today.
Dude,
this is what they're cooking.
Isn't Lich just like infinitely better than a Jakiro? I don't know, whatever. I'm biased for Lich.
Maybe they sort of have a bit of a sour taste with Lich after that
they just got stomped
today. You know, it's one of those
like,
games, you get stomped, you're like, we're not picking any of these heroes ever again.
That's probably it. So they'll get the Hoodwink. I think this hero has still been really strong. I think it's criminally underrated.
Against the Bristle picks,
It's got a built-in break.
Yeah.
It can do really cool things with the amount of minus armor that I've been seeing in almost every single game. This hero hurts. You have acid spray down even in a team fight as a support. Like, it does quite a decent amount, so happy to see this one get picked up again. What is it? It's probably just Hobo Harry,
The only person playing is Hobo Harry.
It's only ever Hobo and maybe a couple Seb games.
There's a Seb in there. There's a white one in there. He played once, lost it. He probably said, I'm not playing this again.
And they get the PA. So what I was mentioning was okay, so I'll trickle back a little bit. So PA has been one that's been historically kind of picked versus Al because it's that high physical burst, right? You can kill him in probably like 2 hits in a lot of situations. That's also why I was thinking...
A bit of the old Lich, yeah.
The Lich, right? Yeah, so sorry, we were hearing Nox was telling us about Kadaro playing Jakiro.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
You didn't hear? Oh, he was talking to me.
Yeah, right. I see he's playing favourites now, is he not? Okay, I'll see how the stats go. He wasn't happy after I called for his resignation earlier when he didn't get the stat. Warlock, this is a hero you like. Or well, the others, like T and Misery, they love this hero right now.
I like
and
Warlock.
You like this as well?
If it's with PA. I think if you're picking Warlock, you pick either a Spectre or you pick a PA in almost every scenario. It's an old school thing. We're dating 10 years back, but it's a thing that still works. You know, it's a very strong safe lane, very hard to pressure PA, and if PA gets online, PA's got to kill everybody, so.
Yeah, you can't help but look at this draft so far and feel a little concerned for Liquid.
Yeah, Tundra's got everything they want, and Liquid is a bit different. Okay. They're going to go for Primal, a hero that I also think has been a bit criminally underrated. However, Primal can cut Hoodwink's tree.
Yeah, but he won't do that.
You sure about that?
These guys
are you sure about
these
that?
These guys, we won't see that happen even once.
Oh, okay, I'm going to call it that. Happens in the lane.
He breaks
in the
tree,
lane,
yeah.
he's going to do it. Nah, it's not the biggest of deals, but it's something that can happen. Overall, though, this hero...
Wait, in the lane, you don't think it's going to be a mid-primal?
I guess it could still be.
Actually, Nishi playing this mid.
Okay. Well, the whole concept, though, what they want this primal is they have double breaks, right? So they're playing versus the Bristleback, they're playing versus the PA in a way. They want to have this Aghanims eventually for the primal on this big tanky front line.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So that's cool.
And I guess eventually, right, by design, they have 2 heroes that, the cores at least, Ricky, he's not going to be able to do some like solo kill potential against these, right? Primal and Al.
No.
Even if he gets some crazy start as the sport roam around, like he's going to be an annoyance for them, but he's not really going to be a main factor in like
Jakiro,
getting cheeky kills.
Absolutely.
Oh, these 2 supports are absolute food for Ricky.
Yeah.
I don't know which hero I'd rather play against Ricky if I was one of these 2. I feel like both of them are going to get eaten up.
Hoodwink you can sit in the tree lines, right? So he's going to be missing. You got ways to play.
Okay.
So I think Hoodwink is decent. Jakiro is, I don't know. I'm very question mark on this Jakiro pick, but we'll see.
Yeah. Excited to see it.
Same.
So we just we don't see a lot of Jakiro.
I feel like Tundra's draft is kind of ticking all the boxes at the moment here, and if they want, right now, they can pick something like a, I don't think they've played it actually so much. I was going to say Earth Spirit, because it kind of ticks the boxes perfectly with Warlock. You have Fatal Bond combo, you have great team fight synergy, and you're a hero that's just starting fights with the information that Ricky gets you, that lets PA jump in after, so I'd be kind of surprised if Liquid doesn't ban Earth Spirit here.
Yeah, that would
But they banned Invoke. Okay, so
what are you thinking?
Going off.
Well, they'll ban the Ember Spirit over on Tundra's side.
Okay, so let's see.
I mean, you've got to, be banning one of these high mobility mids.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that maybe Liquid's looking to grab a mobility mid also, because looking at the Tundra lineup, they have no stuns. They have a rock and a smoke screen as their catch at the moment.
That is true. It's kind of a 0-stun lineup.
So I feel like they kind of need an Earth Spirit to round things together for the side of Tundra. They needed an Earth Spirit or Earth Shaker maybe. Just somebody that provides some type of catch.
Perfectly fine, yeah.
I'm cool with someone with some catch from Tundra. Liquid, Oh, man.
And with how things are going so far, you don't see a necessity for like a switch up and doing the primal mid, getting something else for your offlane.
It could be possible just because so many of those mids are taken out of the pool at the moment, right? Invoker's gone, Puck's gone, Ember's gone, and TA even potentially. So it could be a possibility that he does still send it to the mid. Most of Nisha's heroes are, he's played like, that's actually his mid heroes.
How's the Pango looking for these two teams?
It's annoying versus Ricky if Liquid wants to go for it, because in a lot of situations you can like roll up to counter a lot of heroes. You can't roll up versus Smokescreen. Smokescreen, just, you're stuck, so. Maybe a possibility that he goes for it. Taking a lot of time here.
Well, what about some, I feel like we're seeing some of these DKs come through, right? They just sort of sit in the smoke and chill. Or you don't want to be picking that into it?
I don't like DK into PA because there's the natural shard break. Or do you mean for Tundra?
No, I didn't mean for Liquid, Taking the time with his ban, Liquid. Running out of seconds here.
And down to 3 seconds.
And they're banning out another Spirit.
I mean, it has to be one of the Modo. They'll take the Pango.
But as you say, they've got ways to deal with this Pango.
I think if they want to do the Earth Spirit here, it looks like it fits perfectly with their lineup, right?
I like it.
They have now Initiator. They have ways to reset inside and outside of team fights. They have ways to hunt. I feel like the Earth Spirit kind of ticks every box for me. If not, maybe you do something like a Queen.
I like the Shaker though as well.
I think Shaker, Quap, or...
Dude, that was BZM actually in the tournament, right? There was a game where BZM was playing Shaker and he completely destroyed a Pango mid.
Yeah, I mean, that
was BZM, right?
I'm down for Shaker. Shaker, Earth Spirit are priority for me.
He will wreck the Pango in lane, at least with the Shaker.
That's definitely the two that I'm looking at.
Yeah, well, there we go. Who was it against? There was a game. He had like a bazillion CS and the Pango had 0. So we'll see if he's able to do that here today against Nisha.
And now they have stun. So this kind of rounds things up a decent amount here. They're quite lackluster in the disables. A lot of it's going to be relying on the Shaker, but now they have a Fatal Bond combo as well too. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, check which one it was.
I'll check because I saw that game. It was like, it was rough. Was it in the grand finals?
It was versus Pango.
Right? It was against Falcons. It was indeed against Malrine. It was game 2. They did lose that game. So he didn't win the game, but the lane, the Shaker against Pango matchup.
You got a 9-minute tread blink.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed this mid matchup. So he could do it against Malrine. Can he do it against Nisha Pango in the 1v1?
I guess we'll see. I mean, so looking at both, there's a lot of synergy on both sides. So I don't think either team is too upset about what they ended up getting. It's going to be a lot up to just execution and scouting. This is going to be really interesting because I actually quite like what Liquid has if you remove Jakiro. But maybe I'm just hating on Jakiro too much. Tundra's draft, it looks pretty well-rounded.
Sure.
But maybe could...
I want to see how much Insania hasn't been hating on Jakiro. Has he himself been playing it? Let's have a look at his Jakiro stats.
I don't feel like he has.
You don't? It doesn't ring a bell?
It doesn't even feel like one of those pub heroes that you're like, I'm going to play Jakiro in a pub and feel good.
We've apparently got some big Jakiro stats here. The best he's ever issued at Knoxville. We'll be able to get that when the game starts.
Now he's talking to you and not me.
Jakiro stat enjoyers, stand by.
Unbelievable.
We're going to have some good stuff.
Unbelievable.
Coming in.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to see what happens. I think from what we've seen so far, what's happened recently between these two teams, it's going to be a tough one for Liquid, but they're clearly coming in, trying something a little bit different, bringing in something like the Jakiro, and let's see. And indeed, so the confidence from them to, at least from Nisha in particular, to come in with this Pango in the mid lane when he leaves the Shaker in after there's been such a brutal beatdown from BZM on his Shaker against the Pango the other day. In the mid matchup, at least in that lane.
It was a choice they had to make, right? They were probably discussing maybe even all 3 of these heroes, like which one do we want to get rid of? The Shaker, the Earth Spirit, or the other one? So Jakiro since TI 24, 9-0 for okay. For everyone else.
Everyone else has been pretty meh, but okay, that's pretty impressive. That's it. That's the reason. Insania, he doesn't lose on it.
Did you order Thai yet? Oh, now I want some Thai, man. I'm hungry. Could use some Thai food. Be nice.
All right, they did their plan. They're ready.
This top lane in particular, it's like the Bristle. I've seen more people go for Goo versus Alchemist to just run him down and kill him because you've got very low armor. So let's see how that's going to end up working out here for 33. But overall, I feel like that lane it's going to be pretty good for Mickey when he's playing versus double melee. Of course, Saksa, he's been doing kind of some magical stuff on his Ricky in these last few days. But Mickey, you see he buys the Ring of Protection, so he's already identifying that. You know, of course, he wants to build Soul Ring, but versus the Bristle, it's always very valuable to have any extra little bit of armor. That is going to be an interesting game. And okay, I mean, the stats, you know, 9-0 on the Jakiro. I may be a Jakiro hater, but
yeah, but
Insania,
he knows what's up. So let's see if he can keep that going here today against arguably the toughest opponent they will have in this group stage.
The nice thing, this is old school kind of stuff, so maybe I don't even want to bring it up, but I will anyway, is they did pick Warlock into the Jakiro. Jakiro has a great way to break upheaval, even though Warlock's not really played around upheaval by any means, you know, little things to factor in. There's a million ways to break it, though. Yeah, Liquid does have quite a lot of disables. So these fights could get a little weird, I could say. If BZM dies at the start of a fight, let's say for Tundra, I feel like their chase is going to be kind of strange, while Liquid just has tons of control. So we'll see how all this goes down. In particular, how this mid matchup goes.
Yeah. I think the circumstances in the matchup where BZM did dumps the mid, the Pango had to miss the first wave for whatever reason. He died or like got caught in a fight. So there was a little bit of a boost for BZM in that situation. So we'll see if things go differently here.
Saberlight taking quite a beating there. I feel like Nisha should do much better in particular.
You're confident in his Pango here against the BZM Shaker. Oh, bottom lane, Saberlight.
He's almost dead to another dagger.
Yeah,
I think he is.
That's rough. You don't want to be giving away a first blood to a PA in this patch, and especially when it's a Duracho PA.
You definitely don't want to be giving it to a PA Warlock lane. That's like, I mean, it's a pretty, not like the most oppressive kind of kill kind of style lane, but the overall poke out from the Warlock, I guess, just added up. That was...
That's
not a great start there for Saberlight.
That's rough.
No. He's been having a couple rough ones. Alchemist, though, as we were mentioning, I feel like that top lane, unless, like, I don't know, unless they, like, really misplay on Mickey, he should have a pretty free time up here versus double physical. Saxa. Big bit of damage.
That's good damage, but he's got the Blink Strike up over towards 33.
They do get a side pull off, so quite nice for him, too. So Shaker should still win the matchup mid pretty handedly, I would say, but in terms of absolutely dumpstering, like, I don't think he'll have a... I mean, Tread's 9-minute blink is pretty crazy. But we'll see. Because BZM, I feel like... BZM's powered up. He really, really has since he joined this team. He just looks like a... He looks back to his old, like, crazy BZM where he just goes nuts in a lot of games. So it's been a treat to watch him. Okay.
Saxa.
He's got the E to dodge.
He's playing on the edge here, Saxa. He knows that he can tease around with
the clap.
I mean, they're going to jump in again here. Look, Saxa and 33 pushing this duo to the limits here. Can they get both of them? They can. Saxa comes out on top. This is the reason why this team's winning tournaments, right? It's these two. They knew exactly what they could get away with there.
And he didn't even, like, Alchemist actually had, what, 10 CS, I think, like 40 seconds ago. So they actually prevented him from getting any. And these two sometimes just work their magic up there. Thought with the Jakiro able to back up of the, for the Alchemist, it would be more than enough for them to not lose a kill up there. But yeah, Saxa.
Yeah, just ducking in and out of the fights perfectly on the Ricky.
They're going to get the Lotus off of it, too. Very nicely done. And Mickey's not getting any last hits now. As BZM.
I mean, this you know, double the CS coming up. This is kind of what happens when BZM's hitting his stride here on the Shaker against the Pango.
What melee heroes actually do well versus the Earthshaker now? I don't think there's too many.
Not a lot. Bottom lane. Surely this isn't going to happen another time. Now Saberlight, he's got to run. This time he'll be allowed to live, but only just.
Duracho was thinking about it. Yeah, he's jumping
over towards Boxy. Boxy
cut the tree.
He was ready for that Duracho. That's a couple. Getting these kills down here. You know, they're getting the kills down on the bottom lane. They're getting that easy farm in the mid, and they're getting these kills up on the top lane.
I mean, Alchemist has gotten 2 CS in the last minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, there we go.
So just constant pressure up there. Saxa, he's also got the Lotus. Should be just fine. He might even go for courier.
Oh, can he get it? Oh,
he sure can.
And taking away that extra bit of armor that Mickey's trying to get out. Saxa.
Hey, we're seeing why Tundra's just been so good in these last few days, especially.
Yeah, rough start for Liquid so far.
I love watching Earthshaker. I could watch this hero every game. Bristleback, not so much, but bottom against Saberlight.
Surely not.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone again.
Oh boy, this one could get rough fast. They're having a success in all 3 lanes. 33 top.
I mean, they know that they can't push to finish him. Because Saxa's here with a backup. They make the jump over towards Insania.
Oh my goodness.
This one's looking rough.
This is craziness.
And Liquid's just come out. Was it their first game or the second game that was the rough one?
It was the second game was the rough one.
It was the second one. So this could be 2 in a row rough games for Liquid if this continues. Tundra with a beautiful start. on all 3 lanes.
Yeah, because usually it's like, okay, if your 2 side lanes are having some difficulties, your mid lane is going to be the one to bail you out of that scenario. But he's not doing horrible, not by any means. But it's, you know, the nature of the matchup that's going to make it difficult for him.
As I say, they, you know, kind of strategy-wise and draft-wise, they didn't sign themselves up for an easy time in the mid lane.
Nope.
They know what happens when you take a Pango up against BZM Shaker in the lane. The lane will not be easy.
Is Nisha going to look to make a weird rotation? No, I mean, even at this point, he can't versus this PA and versus this Warlock. They're sustained. They're keeping Saberlight pretty low. This is a phenomenal start here for Tundra. But the draft that is quite scary. You know, we mentioned the PA. Anytime PA is off to a hot start. Nisha. Getting taunted.
Yeah, once the 6 is there in this mid lane, it's going to be very difficult for Nisha to play in the wave top lane.
There's a rotation.
Yeah, Duraccio's coming to help out, and they're going to be able to take Mickey down. They give the kill to Duraccio, let him take up with the dagger. Easy rotation through the twin gate for the PA as Duraccio can quickly return back to the safety of the bottom lane and keep that farm going.
Such a heads-up play. The creep wave is actually at Liquid's tower,
he lost his curry again, Mickey!
Oh my...
He wasn't able to get the armor out the first time.
He gets it again. Duraccio.
And he's ready with the heal pop.
He's fighting.
And under the tower, Saberlight's going to take a couple of hits.
He might jump. He's looking for it.
He's in. And El Saberlighto, he's going to try and run. Can they find the vision for the dagger? Yes, they can. He tries to get a Lotus, but to no avail. He's dead again. And Duraccio, 6 minutes in, he's dominated.
This PA is out of control.
Oh, and here come the tips.
Completely out of control. I mean, Nisha's level 5. He's hijacked the bottom wave. Earthshaker ready to go for a kill if he does see the opportunity. I mean, this
Nisha and Poxy came down there to maybe try and help out and make a play, but they couldn't.
He's got 24 CS on the PA, but he's got 4 kills. Let's see if they can kill 33. They've got to find something here, Liquid. They should be able to take out the Bristle. Surely.
Maybe they... Well, surely. There's no way.
Yeah, he's going to. Give it to Mickey. He needs it desperately.
There we go.
Insania gets the last hit. Oh. Unfortunate.
Even that doesn't go to plan for them. It's a rough start here for Liquid.
Hey, beautiful here from Tundra, really. The game plan is absolutely hitting. PA at the absolute top ahead of the Alchemist, and now at this point, difficult to pressure him with the start that he's gotten. He's already got this.
He's chilling with the Perseverance.
Well, levels Warlock also. Level 7 because of all the kills. So he's eaten the Grimoire.
Cornucopia. I'm living in the past.
Sorry. I just, whatever. Who cares? You know what I meant.
No, what do you mean? I said it. Don't
did you? Oh, it wasn't me? Okay.
Yeah, I was calling myself.
Well, Whitemon is 7 because he consumed his his Grimoire. So Infernal's online. He's got max heal already, and he found himself a Blessed Arcane Ring from the neutral item immediately. So he can keep Duraccio full health and in themselves sustained with mana. And Saberlight just can't stay down here, actually. It's pretty terrifying. They might just commit for him. He's considering
they could drop a golem. Drop it. Oh, they don't want it. They'll have a bit of mercy. They'll let him live.
My goodness.
I mean, that's got to feel bad there. You know, you're like, they don't even feel that I'm worth dropping a golem on.
But he's swinging toward mid. They can look to play around the runes. There's that smoke screen we were talking about versus Nisha. The Fissure, a little awkward, but Sox has got a way to play around it. Nisha
is trying to play into this, but BZM, there's a lot of backup coming in. Sax is going to jump in again. He'll use the Echo Slam BZM to interrupt the Rolling Thunder. They'll drop the golem as well, but they won't be able to stop Nisha completely as Nisha survives.
Bit awkward. They're going to look to re-go for Nisha.
Got the Fissure in. I mean, Sax is looking for a chance to try and get the jump in.
He's got a smoke screen up again.
They might just settle over towards Boxy instead. As they're going pretty aggressive for this Tundra. The roll-through does come in from Nisha. They've got the lockdown. They'll have the damage as well. The Swashbuckler to punish Saxa, but Duraccio, he's turning up as well.
My goodness.
Yeah, Duracio's finding a kill underneath the tier 2 tower against them. 8 minutes in.
They just bring 4. They still have 33, a pressing top as well, too, versus Mickey, who stuns himself.
Mickey just stunned himself.
And they're swinging immediately toward there. I'm already seeing BZM. He was considering it. He did get spotted.
Well, that's pretty insane, actually.
Wait, has it actually only happened?
This only happened twice?
I feel like
these 2 incredibly meta heroes? I guess
thought I saw it.
At the end of the day, if someone's getting banned.
Maybe I'm thinking just pubs, because I feel like I see this matchup in pubs constantly.
I mean, I think just, if anything, it just shows off how incredibly diverse sort of the picks are. In a game of Dota 2, you can have these 2 popular carries, and they just never really met each other. Because there's just so many heroes, so many variations of drafts to play with.
So Duraccio off to an insane start. Saberlight shut down, but Nisha's actually not doing that bad. He's actually even with the Earthshaker in terms of net worth, at least. So that little role play that he was able to do, they not get caught. And Echo Slam was used, so all things considered, not the absolute worst. I mean, it's still pretty bad scenario for Liquid.
Overall, you don't feel good being 2k behind when you got the out carry, right?
Yeah. Mickey should be able to get that farm going pretty quick. Duraccio, though, look at where he's farming.
I mean,
this is really
things,
cool.
right? Sure, like you're not going to get the most money by taking these camps, but effectively
you're denying him
exactly.
so much.
You're doing it against an alchemist who would love to have that position.
10 minutes. They're checking the power runes again. This time, Nisha will be able to snag him that regen. And Rock's back up in 40. I'm really worried for Saberlight though this game.
Not an easy start for him.
Not an easy start for him at all, and they have big burst. They have crazy burst on the side of Tundra to be able to kill even something like a Primal Beast, and definitely a Primal Beast who's underfarmed. And Smokescreen, I do have to say for Saksa, like somehow this ended up being a pretty solid Smokescreen game versus the Primal and versus the Pango.
Saberlight. Gonna try and get aggressive with the backup of Nisha and Insane. With the rolling thunder over towards Duracho. Duracho in trouble. He gets taken out. Liquid.
Too aggressive.
Able to make the move, find one of them, see if they can find a second. Got good control here on towards Whitemon, but he's pretty tanky. He's healing up with the Shadow Word. He's walking this off. He's going to look to try and turn and drop the golem. He's able to get it down onto the two of them.
He's healing. The bonds are down.
He's going to survive. Continues to survive. Ice Path connects. Dual Breath thrown down on him, but he's living throughout it all. They can't kill the Warlock. Whitemon lives. Saxa finishes off El Saberlito. And Liquid, they have to bail out of there. They get the big kill against Duracho, but they can't kill the big old Whitemon on his Warlock.
I'm sure that's literally what he's thinking in his head. His quote, "Hello everyone, this is Whitemon," as the snipe does land. 33 does get brought down. Good rotation there from Boxy. But Whitemon lives. Not the end of it all.
A little bit of a slowdown on the PA's progression, but timing, of course, is still going to be fantastic for the Duracho's Battle Fury.
He's just so aggressive, and look, he's even looking for
He was considering,
Insania.
and I was like, can I step forward and jump for this kill against Insania? A little too far. Top lane, BZM. It's got the opening.
Fissure.
Keeping Mickey caught in the trickster trade, but between the two of them, they don't have enough to take him out. So they won't continue to push for him. Over the mid. Oh, looking for Whitemon. This time, they get the jump. They'll be able to take him down before he can get a Shadow Word off.
Anisha's doing some pretty good work, all things considered, because of the matchup, right? He's top 2 net worth. His roles have connected nicely. I believe he's got his diffuse already finished up, too, so... Feels like he could be that X factor to fix things, especially for Saberlight, who's struggling so much. And the Alchemist net worth, it is doing Alchemist things, so Nikkei starting to get that space. Not getting chased out too much. The Radiance should be finished pretty soon.
So I think you get Duracho at this moment where he's just about to finish the Battle Fury.
Oh, there's a huge
There's
grab.
the setup, and indeed, they will find him and push back that Battle Fury timing once again.
That ward they have still placed on the outside there. Just catching vision of him. And yeah, Alchemist not dying during that downtime, and Duracho dying twice during the downtime. So Mickey is able to just pull further and further ahead now.
Yeah, they're recovering quite nicely here. And honestly, in sort of a similar fashion in that mid, as did happen in the other game where BZM had to shaker against the Pango. They completely trashed him in the matchup. But I think also about the kind of 12 minutes plus, the net worth started to become very even. The Pango did catch up. So
yeah, and
just goes to show, I guess the CS in the lane doesn't matter too much if as the Pango you are able to make these plays. And Nisha so far certainly has.
And if you're, one of the Echoes does get kind of wasted, right? Like he used it in the river to just stop Nisha's roll a couple of times. So yeah, 3-0 on Nisha. Diffusal's done, and Saksa.
They've got eyes on him. He's able to jump out. Fisher to keep him covered, but they'll still get him with the swashbuckle. Saksa. It's going to be okay, though. Lays down the smoke screen just in case there was going to be a jump forward attempt.
Liquid have a very good response if Tundra ever overcommits. Right? That's what we're talking about, how their draft, it does have so many different types of control. So if Tundra doesn't get that initial kind of go, it can get turned on them with Liquid if they're in the right position there. Yeah, just Ice Path from distance. They have Nisha from distance, Boxy from distance to be able to get that catch and stun where, yeah, Tundra just has Earthshaker stuns. Saksa going to continue doing what he does is this Ricky, though, just being pesky. He just mooches, just steals all that XP. His timing on his Diffusal is going to be pretty slow this time around, though. Nisha. Let's play himself out of that. And Boxy, in the meantime, also is able to get himself his Wisdom rune on his side. An interesting build from Boxy this game, too. Straight up Ghost Scepter. No funny business. Versus Ricky, PA, and Bristle? I mean, it doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, no, not at all. Definitely has the high chance of saving him in a lot of situations.
It looks clowny, but Duffy can understand it. The grab bottom, they have rotations coming from the Twin Gate.
Saberlight's trying to set up on this, but the Golem's going to get dropped down on him. Will look to try and charge away, but that's a bit of dead body charging away. He's dead.
And BZM,
Mickey, he's in trouble. This is a fight gone horribly wrong for Liquid.
They were the ones setting that fight up too, but they didn't have Nisha. And BZM, big slam. Toxa. Hello.
Gotta have eyes on him. Good angle here with the Rolling Thunder from Nisha. They'll put the Fisher down. That's enough, though, for the two of them.
They're in.
Tundra.
Duracho.
He wants to go for more. Well, I have to respect how strong Nisha is, though. Nisha's doing quite a bit of damage. Duracho will opt to jump away. Tundra still with the numbers, though. Liquid, they're going to start coming in with the respawns. Nisha is up to the high ground, and so is Duracho. Jumps in, finishes off the job. Now they can try and turn towards Saberlight a second time. BZM's in with the jump forward, but the snipe comes in. They bring down Duracho and 33. Liquid will manage to make Tundra pay for overstaying their welcome, and they're not done yet. They get the acid spray and the concoction down over towards BZM. Tundra, they stick around far too long.
Diving forward, so hard for these kills. I mean, Liquid, literally everybody respawns from all that, so just overcommitment coming into play.
Yeah, big mistake there from Tundra to try and push as they did. Getting a little carried away.
That was, I mean, both teams kind of self-ganking themselves in a way,
really
right?
was.
Liquid setting up the gank bottom and then all
down
die.
Bottom, and then Tundra said, oh, you think you can make a rough play? Hold my beer. And then they go in themselves and stick around way too long behind that tier 1.
Initially starts with a beautiful echo slam from BZM, and then it starts with that overcommitment where Nisha, again, I feel like Nisha's being the rock for the team. Even though he was put in that difficult matchup in the mid lane, he's doing some pretty good stuff. Mickey.
He's got backup.
Does. 33's got a lot of slow, but he gets the blink off.
He's able to get that blink off indeed just before the quills come in. Still hanging around maybe, see if they have a chance to go back in. They've got good vision set up around this area to see if they can maybe try and catch out a Ricky.
It's 4 heroes from Tundra set up. Might look for a jump here. Boxy shows himself, but no, can't quite get a snag. Top, Saberlight. Can't look for him either. He's just gonna go Blade Mail. So he's behind, and he wants to be able to contribute something into the game here. Oh, he's pretty good versus the PA. Duracho seems to know. BZM is walking into vision.
Oh,
he gets him.
There's the jump. Echo down onto the two of them. Insania's gone. Saberlight, does he stand a chance of escape? He's going to attempt to charge away with the Enchant Totem. A final slap comes in from BZM, knocking his dead body aside. Duracho pushing back over towards Nisha at the same time as Nisha has to retreat. Can't afford even at this moment to try and tackle the PA head on as he knows the inevitable backup from Tundra is right behind Duracho.
Instant jump, no hesitation there. I mean, BZM, big grab. Ooh, the swashbuckle off the mark.
What's got the bushwhack? It's a lot of lockdown and it's a lot of burst. Duracho caught in that dangerous point of the map in that mid lane. As we see so far, I believe you can maybe still sign up for the Fantasy League. I don't know, go check it out. Blast.tv/fantasy. And did okay, apparently for the playoffs. So get yourself over there, blast.tv/fantasy. A little bit of fun, pick your favorite players, see how well you do in a league against everybody else that's giving it a go as well. Over in the mid, Zacta. The tricks of the trade, but the damage from Insania will burn him down.
And Jakiro's actually not looking too bad.
He's coming out on top of some of these plays here, Insania.
I feel like he has the most kills on the team. Yeah, he's got 5 kills. He's cruising. Top Tundra setting up for this Roche. Looks like it should be free with the goo. Really interesting kind of back and forth that we've got going on here. I mean, yeah, Nisha almost has his Aghanims finished up. Primal Beast is starting to kind of fix his net worth too on Saberlight, and the two supports on both sides matched up evenly. I think we're in for a very nice explosive mid-game now. It's already been this. It's 30 kills in 18 minutes.
Oh. A little bit of a pause. We'll see what's going on here.
So Whitemon also prioritizing just going for Solar Crest, so he's just playing the full-out buffing Duracho card. It's also, as we said, decent amount of physical damage that's coming out from the side of Liquid as well as from Tundra, so you can understand why he wants that. And the timing is going to soon hit, so it's going to be a BKB for Duracho. They might even get like 3 timings together. While for Liquid, their next big timing is probably just the Aghanims that comes out for Nisha next, which is very close. And as we've seen, he's been able to get his rolls actually in a pretty decent position. He's not getting caught first.
Absolutely. You know, his position has been pretty on point, Nisha, so far this Pango.
And I like that he took the other small things to point out is he took the Gossamer Cape, right? Always something, probably the best neutral item you can get versus Earthshaker. Maybe even one of the better ones you can get versus PA. That dodge that comes in is massive. BZM, of course, finding the Whispers, so massive magic damage for him. Mickey, here's a jump.
Oh, indeed, if they got the burst. Oh, they certainly do. Golem dropped down onto the out. Mickey's gone. See, Anisha's ready to turn this. He'll be in with the swashbuckle and the rolling thunder. May get the opening on towards Whitemon, but Whitemon continues to have a lot of backup around him. Nisha not able to get the angle to finish off the kill onto Whitemon quite yet. The Shadowverse healing him up, but Boxy, he's in. Will manage to finish him with the help of the two of them, but now 33, he's ready to look for Nisha. Nisha, he get the swashbuckle off, but 33 just punches through him, beats him down as this Bristle, and Saxa jumping over towards Insania. They can look to chase the Jakira out of the fight as well. Whitemon's bringing in the Golem here for a bit of body blocking. Boxy's being dealt with off to the side by 33 and BZM. He'll slide down to the low ground, but the Fisher from BZM finishes him off. All four of them end up dying on Liquid.
While Dyrachyo farms completely isolated on the other side of the map. I mean, that's quite a way to put a statement down there for Tundra.
And I guess what they just didn't have Saberlight in position to be a part of that?
No, he wasn't there at all. And this time they do find Nisha. He gets his roll off, but into a weird position. And they didn't even need the Golem, right? The Golem was used as Mickey died, and it ends up being just fine in the fight. That kind of tells a tale maybe of what we're going to see in the upcoming few moments.
It's got the grab on towards Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo, of course, has got that BKB off, and that means there's not going to be any potential for follow-up. So able to walk away from the two of them.
I mean, that was crazy one-sided. Like,
yeah, Liquid just not able to really get anything from that.
No.
Saxa should die here, though.
Good snag there. Again, Nisha just continuing to be the rock, it feels like, for his team.
He's trying.
But yeah, everything else falling apart around him, and it does feel like, I mean, after seeing that last fight in particular, it feels like when Dyrachyo shows up also, when those goo and those stacks are building up, heroes are going to start disintegrating. So let's see how Liquid looks to approach in these next upcoming team fights, because I was saying, you know, maybe Nisha having such a good, well, not such a good one, but a better one than expected start would help Saberlight. It's not. Saberlight is just, he just has no place in the game, it feels like.
And of course, the numbers don't look great. Obviously, in Tundra, they did get the two supports getting the shard.
Sure.
But even with that said and done, it doesn't look pretty down there on the net worth chart there for Saberlight this game.
And they have, like you said, explosive damage to be able to bring down something like a Primal, even if he's tanky. Dyrachyo, BKB still cool down.
They're able to get the jump in straight away here with the concoction and the sharp shot. They blow up Dyrachyo. Nice. It's a clean kill. Can they look for more? They get the grab over towards Whitemon. Nisha follows up with Rolling Thunder. Whitemon under the tower. They're chasing. The Fisher blocks him off, but he'll still end up ticking out the Radiance damage. And Mickey jumping from BZM. Enchant Totem, Echo Slam down between the two of them. He'll kill off Saberlight.
33 is doing so much damage.
He is, and Mickey, he's got to be careful. He just had the back of the Nisha and Insania. 33 able to kite out the ice path for now. Pushing the hero to the limits here on the Bristle, but he's falling very low. Of course, still has the safety at the Aegis. He doesn't mind dying the once, and there it is. That's the Aegis gone.
BZM still waiting on the sidelines.
Can they consider a round two here, Liquid? Look at the ice path from the Macropide down on towards 33, but even with that drop down upon him, they just don't have the means to take him out. Even in a situation where, you know, he was completely alone, they have 4 heroes, but those 4 heroes, they can't kill the Bristle at least a second time right now.
Good way to start things, though, for Liquid. They immediately find Dyrachyo, BKB still cooldown, and they persist forward to find a couple extra kills, so swinging that net worth down a little bit there. Golem, it's going to be back up. Echo was used, but they took out the Aegis.
So they want to go again.
Looking. They still have that ward that caught Dyrachyo before.
BKB's back up for Dyrachyo, so if he's quick, he can survive. Oh, he's going to jump in. Pretty close to potential backup, and they're going to catch him.
Dyrachyo.
He did not respect the fact that this Pango was not alone.
How many deaths is that for this 6 deaths on Dyrachyo. He is playing very reckless. You know, it is Dyrachyo, but I feel like we've seen 4 Dyrachyo deaths this game compared to usually 1 or 2.
I was going to say, how much is what is sort of the peak amount of Dyrachyo deaths that they succeed with? Because most of the time he does succeed. You know, these deaths don't normally matter because Dyrachyo will still end up carrying the game.
I mean, I feel like it's usually like 4 or 5 is like the Dyrachyo limit. The Liquid striking back massively. Plate mail now for Mickey and getting themselves time to get their cooldowns back up. Even though Echo is going to start coming back up, that's 2 back-to-back kills they found in the PA to just stop his net worth again. There's a 5K advantage there for Mickey now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what the plan is next here. I mean, Liquid, do you think they feel that there's some need to play the game fast? Like, can they sit back and stabilize for the Roshan themselves, or do they need to get a little bit more done in this next few minutes?
I would imagine they want to get more done than the opposing set since they're playing versus this PA, but we shall see. I mean, getting those two, it is pretty massive how much they've been able to kill Dyrachyo, right? It's like 2, 3. Yeah. Those 2 deaths in particular were quite painful for him. Because I think they were getting up to like a 6K net worth or more versus the Alchemist, and now things are just completely back down to normal. Saberlight though.
Saberlight. He's going to go for the TP, but the Fisher says no.
0 and 8 for him.
It's not been an easy time.
No.
And especially at this point, I mean, against these supports, as farms as they are, if there's a golem up in the ready, now these 2 supports, they can kill him alone.
Smokescreen is also just devastating. Like, you need a BKB to really play around it.
How close is he? He's close.
He's pretty close.
Half the gold.
But Soxa,
was the recipe.
Soxa with his defusal now, it's not really a stun, but it's gotten that much stronger when you have defusal plus smokescreen versus these heroes.
Dyrachyo, surely not again. Okay, he's found the jump on him, but this time Dyrachyo's got friends.
A lot of rotations coming down from Liquid. Tundra, BZM still not quite near the team. 33 leading the charge.
Nice. Seeing what he can sort of tease out of Liquid here.
Nisha.
Got the sharpshooter and the Rolling Thunder straight in over towards 33. Golem's going to get dropped down. Momentarily holds back Nisha during the Rolling Thunder, but now it continues. And he tries to chase down 33. 33 coming in with the Jukes. He'll live. 33 survives. Nisha, he's in trouble. Now the smoke screen gets dropped down. The crits come flying through from Dyrachyo. Nisha's gone.
The damage.
Trying to close in on towards Boxy. It's a little too fast here as he scurries away.
How many quill stacks did he have on? He got like 2-shotted, it looked like.
So yeah, when that crit came through,
goo stacks, apologies.
He was gone.
Yeah, he got hit insanely hard. And now Boxy also shows himself a bit far.
Oh, he dead.
He very dead.
His career as well.
Oh, almost trapping Insania. They're diving
They're ready to dive. Up here behind the tier 3 tower. Insania. He's gone. Dyrachyo back in action now. Fueled by the backup of his teammates, he can make these plays, get these kills, and get the show back on the road here for Tundra.
All it takes is 1 or 2 mistakes there from Nisha, and yeah, quickly, tons of kills, gets hemorrhage. They get a tier 2 kill as well.
Saberlight. Gotta be careful. Still doesn't quite have the BKB out to him. He's got it bought.
So Dyrachyo averages 2.5 deaths to 25 minutes. That's the information we're getting. But I feel like he's been having, at least in the last 2 games that I saw, his Gyro also had like 5 deaths, so.
Yeah, a little bit more today, right?
A little bit more
six
today.
so far.
Yeah.
But all in all, still going well for him. He's
Absolutely.
up there at the top, short, not quite at the level of the Alchemist, but it's an Alchemist.
It's an Alchemist, and they're in a very good position in this game now.
Yeah.
You know, it's having a gold lead ever versus Alchemist, but it's not just about the Alchemist always. It's just how, you know, poor Saberlight really is as well. He's literally a support. And Nisha, after dying this one time, can see how fragile he can be.
Whoop. He's got the opening. Sharpshooter's in, but he's able to jump over to the safety of Soxa. Now Tundra, they're in position to consider if they want to get in on this themselves.
Saberlight.
Start teasing around with him. They'll drop down the dagger on the smoke screen, but Saberlight's able to back up towards Mickey. They'll get out of that.
Saberlight got his 15 talent also after having his BKB. So one of the most important ones versus this one is the Dispel, right? Versus this goo, versus these constant slows that are coming in. That's going to be a big factor to protect him. So see him shrug that one off this time. Gem picked up 33. They're looking to control vision. Just to make sure that, I think in particular, to make sure Dyrachyo doesn't just get one shot, because he is still very fragile on the PA. They want to make sure they have the vision control on the side of Tundra for these fights.
Yeah, they can look to go for a play. Golem's back up for 5 seconds for White Mom.
Rolling Thunder cooldown 15, and they have eyes on Nisha.
Oh, Nisha.
Thinking about it.
BZM. There's the Fisher opening, but doesn't want to continue with the combo. Lets Nisha slide away.
The Gossamer definitely paying dividends.
Now they'll let him go this time.
Liquid all together here. Boxy a bit separate. He's going to join the team. Could have a 5v5 clash here. Whitemon.
Oh,
Whitemon.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Whitemon.
whoa, whoa. This is a dangerous part of the map for a poor old Warlock. He's pretty tanky, though. Can he survive through this? No.
That
he
was
can't survive through that.
Interesting pathing he took, and now the fissure.
Wait, that BZM? Okay, the Rolling Thunder at least will push 33 back to safety. And that might just give them the chance to run away from this. So, you know, sometimes spells work out not quite the way you intend from
But they're going to find him.
He will still die 33, but Derecha pops the BKB. Tundra, they're ready to still try and fight to jump over towards Saberlight. Saberlight sliding away with the rest of his BKB. Derecha gets a dagger and will manage to finish off the job. Had to jump back over towards them as he looks towards Mickey instead. But Mickey's beating Derecha down pretty low. Another jump to the side of the concoction's there. Mickey, he knows where to find the two of them. Gets them both for the concoction. Liquid, they'll take the team fight.
Oh my god, that is the biggest definition of save your body syndrome I think I've ever seen. Whitemon takes a very aggressive pathing on his Warlock, and then his whole team goes to back him up, and they lose pretty much everything.
And the Roshan.
Oh my goodness. That was... I mean, I don't want to blame Whitemon entirely, but you know, that was definitely them trying to save him.
They won't be walking that way again.
No. And then the Fissure trapping and them trying to save 33. They not only lose, what, 3-4 heroes, they use a couple ultis, and they lose their freshly purchased gem, and they lose Roshan. So it's like 6 different things leading there.
Because absolutely, with that gem, it was getting to the point where Tundra could absolutely have begun to take over the entirety of the map.
That's a huge
But a move gone wrong. Now Liquid in a lovely position with that Aegis in the hands of Nisha. They're going to be feeling very happy about that here, Liquid.
Yeah, huge slip up, and yeah, Liquid will take any of those type of slip ups for sure, as Mickey now has a big separation again between him and the PA, and if he can get this Bloodthorn, then they've got even better kill threat over him. Yeah, Deracho. Diving forward for the kills gets punished. But yeah, it really is save your body syndrome. There's no other way to define that.
See what the move's going to be from Liquid now that they've got this Aegis.
It's a big power up that they've gotten here.
They can definitely look for the action themselves.
Both supports now have 4 staffs, so both of them are able to protect themselves versus this Riki. They've got good ways to play from distance. I think there's a lens. It's a bit of a different build coming out from Boxy than I think we've seen sometimes, but he wants to just be playing this kind of like supporting cast with his team. He's going to go the E-Blade too, it looks like, eventually. Yeah, with the coverage of Aegis now, Nisha feeling a lot more confident. He's been playing pretty confident anyway, but even more confident to chase forward. Saksa?
He's going to try for the TP. Have they got enough burst? They don't. I'm sure he's not locked down by the bushwhack. He escapes.
Oh, Deracho gets the shard. That's very nice. That'll help him kill threat, but there we go. Mickey, he's got the Bloodthorn.
A lot of damage and some really good jumps from Mickey with his target prioritization with these concoctions those last few fights. If he keeps that up, he will be a massive concern for even the tankier of cores on Tundra's lineup.
And just want to point this out, continuing to, is Nisha is still hanging on to Gossamer. He probably didn't find maybe the best tier 3, but it's that important to have versus either PA or versus Shaker. It blocks such a significant amount of damage. BCM?
So what the plan is here, he has got a little bit of backup from Whitemon, but might have to BKB TP. I mean, even obviously with Saberlight round, he can't. And yeah, he's just dead.
Another kill. A big one grab there from Liquid.
His little sort of slip-ups continuing from Tundra throughout these different points. And most of the time so far this game, they've been able to make up for them. But in a game now this close on the numbers, it's getting to the point where these sort of deaths get harder and harder to recover from.
Yeah. Even though it's like, you know, we always talk about Alchemist needing a gold lead. Even though it's been kind of like stable, Liquid is looking pretty good into the progression of this later stages of the game. They have so much control. They have so much team fight. You're seeing it play in. And it's crazy how many kills we have in this game too, right? I thought it was going to like maybe slow. 51 kills, 32 minutes. It hasn't stopped after that early game.
That's what we like to see. A lot of action. We've been treated quite a bit that in a fair few of the games so far in this groups.
We did. Even that last game was pretty nutty.
Yeah, both games that we've seen so far here on the second half of the day, this one and the last one, have been ones that up until the very end have definitely been able to go either way. This one,
it's anybody's game really. It's just it's all depending on plays who gets the catch still at this point. Who plays cleaner.
Yeah, everything to play for here. Still from both sides. Courage going to get lost. Whereabouts was that taking out Saxo? He's able to pick up. He is. He's able to snipe that gem.
Oh, they bought their own gem when they had a gem. And it got sniped. So
what happened to the other gem?
They still have it on Boxy.
Oh, they wanted a gem each? That's greedy.
Or maybe that was Whitemon's gem originally, and then Boxy had bought one initially, and they'd put that one at the base, and maybe it was just coming with the courier. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. It happens. Either way, Sox, I think that's his 4th courier that he's snagged this game.
Yeah, he's got quite a few.
So, pretty big pickup. And he's changing his build a little bit this time. So, those Ghost Scepters that he's seeing on the supports, he wants to just be able to snipe them out. I think every game I've seen Soxa play this, he's gone for the Disperser build.
Sure.
This game, he's doing drums, and then he's going to be going for that Nullifier eventually. Still will take some time, but
And 33's got that, but yeah, with this build now with the HC Blade Mail, Sanj and Yasha and the Glimmer, it should be tough to take down, right?
Yep.
These items make this Bristle very difficult to kill.
Glad to see that the Glimmer, I mean, we've seen it so much now, of course, with these Bristles, but it's kind of a pub-style thing that came out that people liked. And Nisha.
Oh, they're going to attempt to try and make the jump onto him. Durancho continues trying to push forward, but he gets caught in the rolling thunder. Now begins him with the jump. They are able to turn straight towards the PA. Make Durancho can get out. He's put the BKB. Jump away with the strike, but they're chasing him down. Durancho,
he's too low.
He's gone. He's dead for 80 seconds. And now Sax is in trouble as well. Nisha finishes him off. They get the push white connection on towards 33. Whitebot's getting chased down by Insania. He's dead. Concoction from Mickey thrown down over towards the Bristle. They can get in front of him. 33 is tanky, but is he tanky enough? The 5 heroes turning towards the
Quills
Bristle.
are adding up.
The Quills are adding up. They'll lose one of them, but it's the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. 33, he dies. BZM tries to jump in.
Oh, it's awkward.
For what? Doesn't get anything. He's going down as well. Liquid, they get the team fight.
6. Well, they kill 6. Completely smash everybody. They don't lose anything. Are they going to go for the tier 4s? They might just be able to end
They
it.
could go for a lot here. In terms of the buybacks, look at that. No. Yes. There's only one buyback available.
All right, no creep step for the moment. Maybe the Golem had grabbed some of them. Didn't get to see there for a moment, but
there's the second wave coming in.
A beatdown. Darachi, they jump for Nisha to start things off. They hesitate on Golem. A disaster for
Because Darachi goes in, but he doesn't go for that early BKB pop, right?
And then he just gets chain stunned, and he's too low to get out. And honestly, disastrous from Tundra, and Liquid completely take advantage of it.
Let's see how much they can get. They're going to hold back from the tier 4s. They can't quite go for the game end. They can go for the full Rax mid. Now they can look for the Rax bottom.
All right, this is an insane win here for Liquid. And they have a full Aghanims in the back.
Who's he giving that over to? Do you imagine Nisha?
You can give it a Saberlight. Get that break online.
Okay. He'll be happy for that one, especially for his position on the net worth. Well, it looks a little bit better for him if he gets given that axe.
I think you definitely give it a Saberlight.
There we go. So all things well and good for Saber. Look at him now.
He's back,
like,
baby.
I was never behind. I'm up there. I'm nearly as farmed as Darachi.
That was as like, oh man, it's like picture perfect kind of there from Liquid. And from Tundra, it feels like everything went wrong. In 2 different scenarios. First, the Save Your Buddy syndrome from Whitemon, and then the indecision, I guess we can call it, of them wanting to full commit for Nisha to take out the Aegis.
Sure.
That was definitely interesting there from Tundra, and something I think I haven't seen, at least from Tundra, in the last few days when we've seen them.
And today so far, right? They've been absolutely killing it with the games. 2-0, but this one proven to be a bit of a challenge for quite a bit of a challenge now. Liquid, they're 17k ahead. Tundra, they've got to tighten things back up.
Yeah, and now overall, like Saberlight having an Aghanims, it's going to make much more complications in the fight in terms of just this AoE break. The Bristle has more difficulties. Yeah, the team fight from Liquid, we've seen it just reign supreme in these last 2 moments in particular, the key moments.
Yeah.
So let's see if Tundra can break it again now that there's this fresh Ags. Level 25s have been hit as well. They're looking for a smoke play.
And maybe the Jakiro factor, you know, as we saw in the stats in Sania, he doesn't lose with it.
That's very true.
He knows when to pick it.
Honestly, it's not like he's chain fed or anything.
No,
he's
he's
had
been
good
having
positioning.
impact.
He's definitely been doing some pretty good stuff there. So
he's got his kind of crucial items online.
Definitely. And both of them just rushed that Ghost Scepter, and it's paid off massively. Satanic finished up for Darachi. They're set up here for this play.
I mean, in terms of Roshan, it's still going to be a little bit of time. I think, 20 seconds until we see the potential spawn.
I feel like overall, too, for me, this game, I think Sox has been having more difficulties of scouting. Obviously, now that the gems are out, but usually what he does is he's giving info for the jumps. These last few fights have just not been that. They're running right through.
He's come through the twin gate. He's got a lot of backup. He's going to make the jump over towards 33. The concoction. Saberlight popping the BKB. Whitemon's dropped the golem for this. Zaxa, he's just going to die straight away up on the high ground. He's gone. Nisha rolls across over towards the turn. They make the jump in. Over towards the Yakult. They're trying to burst through the but Insane is able to force away Mickey. He's going to be okay. And now Nisha's able to come back through the swashbuckle. The shield crack. Double kill for Nisha. He takes down BZM and 33. Darachi, he's going down as well. Liquid, they've done it. They've broke them. GG is called. Liquid will take this game.
That was honestly really well played from Liquid. Sure, you could, port some elements toward Tundra where they made those big mistakes, but it's all about capitalizing on those mistakes. And I feel like Liquid capitalized massively. Great plays they went for. And yeah, it really was, 2-3 fights that just completely brought them back into this one to dominate. And yeah, that last fight, I think there was no vision. So, Mickey gets jump and then Glimmer, and he just gets the reset. Wow. That was a treat to watch.
It was. And what was it? But the stat was literally, what, 9-0 Insania's Jakiro. Now 10-0 since TI 2024.
Yep. And Saberlight, he starts this game. I mean, it was like 0-9 this game. I really do think that Nisha and Mickey were X factors in this one. How they were able to get these kind of opportune grabs to stop Dyrachyo. Those 7 deaths that he was able to rack up really started to hurt. And yeah, 2-3 fights. I think that was the big thing for me, that Liquid was just able to really capitalize. That was cool.
Absolutely, yeah. Nisha in particular, 13-3-16, ending up on the Pango, looking fantastic, which could have gone another way. There was a lot of focus on the mid bans at the end of that draft, of course. And BZM Shaker, again, great for the first 10 minutes in the lane, but as we saw last time as well, he has this crazy time in the matchup, but can fall off against these Pangos when they play as well as Nisha was able to do so this game. Tough times for Tundra here. This is going to be their first loss so far in the groups, as I believe now both of them, Tundra and Liquid, now 2-1 in this group stage. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to a short break, but of course we've got many more games to get through here today in today's groups. We'll be back with some more Dota 2 very soon.
Hello, I'm a very serious interviewer here with my very serious interviewee. His name is Saberlight. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Saberlight.
Thank you, Saberlight, for that. You've just come off of a win. It was very exciting. I wanted to talk about your horrible feeding in the lane and how that felt for you and how you came back from it, how you really pulled yourself together for that win.
Okay, can I just say this lane is so stupid, guys. It's so stupid. I am the best primal in the world, straight up, in the world. And they just pick these dumbass heroes. Dyrachyo plays like a complete animal. I hate him. I mean, he's obviously really good, you know, but it's like animal gameplay. Luckily, my team carried. They're amazing, so, you know, it's easy game.
Thank you, team. Very much appreciate that. And if you had to say, when you lose your lane, right, how many times, like how often is it your fault versus your support's fault?
Well, throughout my career, I laned with Moon Meander, then with Crit, and now with Boxy. So it's always my fault, guys. It's always my fault. Whatever happens, if we lose lane, it's my bad.
I don't know, man. I saw your support feeding. I'm in your corner, bro. For real.
Thank you.
And I actually was curious. Serious question for a moment. When you do have a rough lane like that, what is your like condition in the game? Like you're playing Primal, you're behind, life is hard. What were you like? I need to do this one thing so that I like fulfill my purpose.
Well, luckily I'm used to feeding in lane, so I have much experience with this. And the trick is, you know, you just get to like the core items. Once I get to like BKB, I know that I can press my buttons and I kind of let my team cook, and then I kind of come in as like the final touch. Or preferably, you know, I make space on the map. Like when I fed top, that was obviously on purpose to like give info to my team where they're smoking. You know, I'm already having a rough game, so it doesn't matter if I die. So that's a good def for sure.
And I asked your coach, Blitz, I was like, I need one final like really good question for him. And he told me to ask you, why does your team not let you play on dying?
Because my coach is very narrow-minded, you know. He locks himself inside a prison, and then he just refuses to see it. But let me tell you, right here, right now, and dying offlane is like broken. And when people start picking it in a few months at TI, and my coach is like, oh, okay, maybe we can play this Undying offlane. It looks kind of broken. You will watch this interview, and you will be like, Saberlight knew. He knew. He was the meta setter, and that's me.
The meta setter, you heard it here first. Thank you so much for your time. It was great to meet you. You are such a great player, and I am so proud of you. Good job. Say goodbye.
There we go. You know, there we go. Fantastic there for Sheep and Saberlight. And indeed, we heard it from him. Maybe we'll see some Undying on the offlane later in this tournament.
Is he
claiming? Could be a bit of fun.
Is he claiming it as his own idea? Wasn't it the Hawk? Wasn't the Hawk the Dazzle Undying offlaner?
I don't think he was. He wasn't. He was just saying it's good, and he's a believer. So it's fair enough. Hey, we're sitting on the group share. Yakult, they're still at the top right now, 3-0. Liquid and Tundra after that, 2-1, 2-1. And I believe in terms of potential tiebreak situation down the line, Liquid are currently in a little bit of a better spot. They have 2 of the Dr. New Staddle points, and Tundra have 0. And at the bottom, BetBoom and Talon talking about these 2 teams at the bottom. That's what we're actually going to be going towards next. We're going to see, if either of these teams can sort of break their loss streak. BetBoom at the moment 0-2, Talon at the moment 0-3.
Yeah,
what's going on with these 2 teams?
BetBoom looks. I don't know. BetBoom looks very strange. I'm not sure what's going on with them. Because even at Fissure, they had some standout performance games, but then they had some standout performance losses, I felt like, too. So, yeah, I don't know. For them, it looks weird. For Talon, I want to think of more positive things for them, but I feel like it's been the case.
They had some good moments in the game we saw today.
They did, but I feel like it's been a year or more of me casting and talking about Talon where they have good moments, but they can never kind of close out and make things just look clean. It always just looks very sloppy. It's like, if they win, it's still a sloppy win. It's never like, man, they dumpstered this game. It wasn't even close. It just feels like for them, yeah, they like to play the late games, but it's too hard. Honestly, Dota's crazy once it gets to these late stages.
So, I mean, in this matchup in particular, I mean, kind of looking outside of what we've seen here today, most people going to come into this one expecting BetBoom to be able to walk away with a rather easy win. But with the performance so far from BetBoom, that's probably not the case. If anything, this is actually probably Talon's best chance to get a win today.
I think so.
Considering the BetBoom has looked a little bit over the place so far with their own performances so far. So maybe Talon can get the win here for them.
I probably would say like 60-40 BetBoom.
Still to BetBoom, yeah.
Probably. Like just because Talon, like even though today they had some cool things that were looking nice, it's just they still just have just too many difficulties in too many tournaments. It's just too many times in a row that I've seen it. I always want to be like, damn, let's go Talon, like let's go guys, and then it's just always the same kind of heartfelt disappointment that I get. So let's see if they can do it this time, at least for BetBoom, as they are, you know, of course, faltering a little bit, but
they are.
Let's see.
And this is the time where you've really got to start getting these wins. Of course, it's a very quick group stage. Every best of one counts. The draft has begun. We'll see who's able to come out on top of this one. Talon or BetBoom, who's going to be able to start their potential breakaway from the bottom of that group. Obviously, for Talon, this is their last game, in the group stage at least. So a loss here will guarantee them the bottom spot. Which obviously doesn't bode well for going to the next stage. It means that they'll have to have a very long single elimination run up against them, up ahead of them in that next position of the tournament. So let's see if they can get a win here against BetBoom.
And let's see if they get their heroes, because I think the one thing also that I always like to say about Talon is they play good if they get their heroes. but a lot of times people just know what to ban versus them. They're one of the few Terrorblade teams still at this point that likes to play it even first pick, and people still respect ban it. Even if it doesn't win all the games, people are still respect banning it. They're taking out the sniper too, so yeah, just really prioritizing these targets. Oh, we see Talon, they're taking out these other big guns that we've seen. Of course, you have to take out the save Bat Rider in particular, but this Alchemist and Magnus have just been crazy here, so they have to get rid of always, yeah, every single time. Lina gone.
Yeah.
What's going to be that first pick?
Yeah, that at least, yeah, a little respect from Makoto Sniper here from BetBoom. And yeah, is there going to be any other targeted respect bans? That's the question from either of these sides. BetBoom, do they want to take out more of Makoto's matchup?
Please, no more Bristleback first pick. Please.
I mean, if it's there, it could be getting free. They're not for their first pick, Monkey King.
Hell yeah.
And Talon? They could get that Bristle. But I guess depends. Sort of what sort of reactions do you look to have when you get that Monkey King coming up first? Tiny. They just want to secure secure one of their solid picks. So we had Natsumi playing it earlier today.
I mentioned this during the first game also. They loved Tiny for a little bit, and then they stopped picking it for like a week or so, and then I guess now they're just back on the Tiny train again. So
is it a good train to be on? What do you think about the Tiny? What's sort of the play style they go for? And sort of in this matchup with all the other carries that
honestly, I don't know, because I feel like it's such a team specific hero at the moment. Because like coming into even the last tournament, I didn't have Tiny at the top of my kind of radar, and then teams just started picking it. It looked really good, but other teams just weren't even touching it at all. So, I mean, if it's their comfort, stick with your comfort when you're at this point. But
yeah,
a bit of a question mark on it if it is really that strong, especially as a first pick, right?
Yeah, that's yeah, really sort of showing your hand. I mean, does it have much flexibility nowadays? You know, especially in sort of Talon's case?
Less. Maybe sometimes, but it's just less overall. I feel like it's very hard to play it as a support in most situations now. So like, also there's so many heroes left in the pool at the moment. That's why I'm like, is Tiny the one that they really wanted at the top? Dawn was left, Phoenix was
There's
in.
a lot of hot stuff.
Like all the hot ones are, even Nyx Assassin was left in. Now it's banned, but I felt like a lot of teams have been looking at Nyx, and you just like build your lineup around it, even if you don't have the most success.
I mean, maybe they were just scared because
they
like BetBoom bans the sniper. You know, they ban Makoto Sniper, so they're like, okay, they're actually targeting some of the heroes that we have been playing as of late. So they're like, they're going to ban our Tiny. We really want to play it. So
and maybe they're just like, also Talon is on a, I mean, at this tournament they're on a 3-game lose streak. They lost with all different openers so far. So Nyx opener lost, Ricky opener lost, Bristle opener lost. And even in their last, last tournament we can go back to, they opened with like a Quap and Clockwork that also lost. So maybe they're looking just to find their footing.
Phoenix, that was always a solid one as ever in this patch, especially against the Monkey King.
Yeah, that one for sure.
Nice and annoying.
Yep, flexible in a way too still, because we've seen, I don't think we've seen too much of the mid Phoenix in particular, but we're seeing a lot of the 3 Phoenix.
BetBoom. In terms of their options being diminished, they get the Morphling taken away from them. Historically has been one of those heroes that if Pure gets a good game for it, he will win that game.
I feel like they can maybe just Dawnbreaker here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
It does probably show the 2 cores, so maybe you want to hesitate on that.
And maybe you don't like playing it into the Tiny lane because you don't really have kill threat against the Tiny. Or unlikely to because of how strong Avalanche is against the combo. But yeah, regardless, still a very strong hero this patch. And even if you're not necessarily getting the kills in the lane, you're still going to have a fantastic time, as we saw from Zeal earlier today.
I mean, the craziest thing about this match in particular also is BetBoom's also on a 6-game loss streak.
Really, continuing from the other tournament.
So they'll stick with this is their concept, actually. I should have thought of this one. It slipped my mind for a second there. But this is their concept versus Phoenix also. It's a hero that has like 3 different ways to be versus Phoenix, right? You have double hit, you have a fear shot, and you have a silence versus the dive. So.
And this is Save's probably one of, if not the best just across the board, right? Is he not the best Muerta?
I would say he's the best Muerta.
The best support Muerta in that position, right? Especially in his dead shots, the best dead shotter. They get the Enchantress, so it's going to be their support duo. Highly likely, at least, unless they do some sort of crazy switch up and do this Muerta as a carry. But yeah, Muerta and Enchantress.
They tried the Enchantress earlier, did they not? I believe I saw Toronto.
We did see some Ench today.
We did. Yeah, it was Toronto again, so.
And there we go, Gyro Clock coming out.
That's
strong. Time. So opted to go with the Gyro.
I'm a big fan of Clockwork right now. I feel like this hero can be almost slotted into every single game. Just you're playing a mini game, but he's also just, yeah, he does so much inside of the game as it progresses. Just having a BKB piercing stun, crazy long range of catch plus vision, just always seems to tick all boxes. And he's great versus, I mean, if he gets on a Muerta, Muerta's dead. A support Muerta gets cook shot at Cog, you're dead. Not really a great way to play around it.
BetBoom start to need to show obviously the important stuff here. Offlane and mid, what are we getting? It's gonna be Lycan.
Gonna be the Lycan, okay. Cool.
As strong as ever. Final bans now. Both teams are looking towards what they want to take out at that mid.
Lycan has been, again, I like how some old school concepts of Dota are starting to trickle back. Probably because we've not had a patch for so long, so people are trying things again and going back to old ideas. But in the past, like Lycan versus Gyro is one of those heroes that can be kind of scary, just because you get on top of him, you sandwich him, you have high damage burst. Sure, Gyro clears summons decently, but can be very annoying. And the new style of Lycan is just crazy with these alpha wolves.
Yeah, these wolves are strong.
Kill supports, so they can't even do anything about it. And these two supports, they definitely can't kill wolves. Not like many can, though. But
what is it going to be? They're actually going to ban out the Bloodseeker. So
okay.
I guess obviously opening up for the fact that obviously with this Gyro pick that this Tiny is going to be played elsewhere. I mean, because with the Gyro pick, well, this Tiny is now going mid or is going offlane? Sure. It's going mid.
Oh, I guess it could still technically be offlane. And I guess technically it could be 4 position if Phoenix gets played as a 3.
It is.
So I guess it's not fully revealed.
And technically it could still be Gyro clock supports and Phoenix core.
I mean, yeah, if we're going to get really weird.
They got a lot of flexibility at Talon.
Unlikely, I would say.
You think, well, Gyro support's just dead?
I don't favor it too much. I think the only people I really see playing it lately is like the South American teams at the times, but I haven't seen it.
They've got some crazy stuff they could do at Talon.
They could. Yeah, they can flex a decent amount here. So banning the Bloodseeker, I guess, because they
got the Lycan. They don't want to get ruptured.
Yeah, but you know I've been thinking about that in these last couple weeks when I've been seeing the Bloodseeker picked, and I'm like, the Lycan just uses his wolves. He gets ruptured, he sits down, he just sends the alpha wolves. So it's like, I don't know, the concept of that is a bit interesting to me now. How good the Bloodseeker really can be. Although the teams, people do really like Bloodseeker lately.
So I think with the Bloodseeker ET, you know, BetBoom definitely taking into account that Talon's lineup and positions are not finalized yet.
Yeah.
So trying to cover kind of all bases here with their bans, and as for themselves, you've only got to imagine this last pick is going to be for the mid lane.
ET ban's an interesting one for sure.
Oh wait, maybe it's what's going on here. So this is going to be what the Monkey King mid, like an offlane Slark safe lane.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yep, take the Monkey King mid.
Because I think they
think the Tiny's mid, right? So they want to play the MK against the Tiny.
And then they probably think the Phoenix is.
I think they think the Phoenix Clock is the. Well, yeah, they banned out the ET. Who knows what they're thinking? I mean, who knows what either the team's thinking? They're both having a rough time today. They've lost every game. Someone's going to win here, though. So somebody's going to be thinking
someone's going to win here.
Somebody's going to win now. Well, we're going to find out.
This is a lot of vision control, I would say, on the side of BB. They've like tripled down on vision this game. They have Alpha Wolves, they have Slark Night Vision, Enchantress Creeps, Monkey King jumping through tree lines. So actually quad vision kind of heroes. Talon has 1 vision with like the clock in a way, kind of for the Phoenix, but not really too much. So very interesting that they've gone to play around like this.
What do they go for?
Team fight on the side of BB is pretty lackluster.
Did you know what would be clutch?
What's that?
Take the Phoenix core, Gyro carry, Tiny mid, and get a Disruptor last pick.
No. That hero is... Dude, you're dead to Alpha Wolves all game. You actually can't even play.
Oh, okay.
That sounds rough. Disrupted. Dude, when was the last time a Disruptor was... I forgot that hero existed.
Are you ready for this?
I forgot that hero existed.
What else? We want something crazy, though, from Talon. Come on, you know, they've got to try something different. What else is hot?
For Talon?
What about the Invoker? He's still in. Drop an Invoker in the mid.
Invoker looks decent.
But I guess maybe Tiny doesn't want to play offlane against the Slark.
What about Quap?
I like Quap. I think Quap's great, but
they have like no stuns. They have an AoE. They have a Boundless Strike.
They got a Pounce.
They have Pounce, and they have the Muerta.
They got the Silence. That's kind of annoying.
Kinda.
They're cooking up something here, Talon.
What's it gonna be? Give me a Queen of Pain. I like Queen of Pain. but no one else seems to like it lately. And they lost it the last 2 times I think they played it, so.
They don't play Meepo, right? It's a really good Meepo game.
Do they play Meepo? I don't actually know if Talon plays Meepo. Either way, I don't think they'll pick it here.
Okay.
30 seconds, let's see.
They're
Taking
thinking.
their time. They got Smiles. What are you picking?
So last game of the groups. Give me something crazy.
Big Smiles.
Here we go.
It looks like they had it kind of locked for a moment there, too, so. Let's see what it's going to be. Pick it. Don't forget, 5 seconds. Timber.
Okay. I mean, you're against 3 melee cores. Good damage as well. Timber's very good against these supports as well. Can offer damage up to kill them. It doesn't seem like a bad Timber game.
Does not.
It seems pretty good. I think all these heroes, right, your Timber's pretty good against.
They have their disables is also just so lackluster.
Yeah, I like this. They cooked us something good here. They really did. And WS showed great potential last game on his ability to carry the Bristle. Well, you're not sold on the Timber? What's wrong with the Timber?
Is this hero actually good at the moment, is the question for me. I just don't know how Timber...
I think if it's good anyway, it's pretty good.
It's good in this
lineup is
it looks pretty decent in this game.
The only kind of suffering you're going to have is if you get behind and this Slark's just able to eat stacks off you. But outside of that, you're going to have a pretty good time against these heroes. I think it's pretty good.
It looks pretty good.
I think Talon might have
I think I like Talon.
I like this.
But there's a lot of
coming
vision.
pretty hot.
That's the one thing, is like BetBoom has so much vision to play around. I feel like they can kind of dance around and pick and choose their battles really nicely this game.
Sure.
But I think maybe I'd slightly give a draft edge to Talon, but not by too much.
Really? I think it's quite a bit.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be necessarily easy game for Pure on the Slark. I've seen a lot of damage that can easily kill him through the Shadow Dance.
I don't like Slark in particular as a hero, right? But
sure, but you see, like the GPK, Monkey King, and the Mirror,
yeah,
like,
it's just because they have the 3.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, Toronto, Tokyo are arguably on kind of 2 of their best support heroes.
To scale.
Yeah,
that's the other thing, too.
Exactly.
They have 5 scaling heroes in a way. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit torn. But we'll have to see how execution comes down. Of course, both teams have looked a little bit rough throughout this tournament, and even toward their end of the last tournament. So
no, it's not been smooth sailing for either of them. So here's the time for the beginning of the turnaround for one of these 2 teams going forward in the rest of this event.
And let's see how broken these wolves really can be.
Yeah, Mirror has always been a bit of an enjoyer of the micro heroes, whether it's Lycans or Beastmasters, so can definitely expect to see some nice moves from him and impact on the map. You can see, of course, with his Grandmaster level Lycan. It's definitely his time to shine.
I'm looking forward to see if he's going to do the standard or if he's going to deviate, but I imagine he's just going to do standard, the Midas build, right? I think it's just become the best build that we've seen. And yeah, he's queuing up. He just instantly queued it up right after I was saying it, so. It just seems too strong getting those Alpha Wolf level 6 online. You're pretty much just forcing supports to carry smokes or do some weird things to just survive because they just died of these wolves. WS was quite impressive on his Bristle, though. That's why I'm like, you know,
he did really well then. I think this time round he's been given this last pick. I think it's a strong last pick. So WS, he's really the one to watch this game from Talon.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he is the one to watch. Let's see how he does in his lane in particular. Okay, yeah, very cool things going on here. Let's see if Natsumi also does what we saw. You know, I'll mention it just because I don't know if he will, but we did see the drums, the disassemble, constant spam there from Dyrachyo earlier. It looks like he's going for Falcon Blade right now.
I was going to say, if he's going Falcon, he's probably not going to do it, isn't he? No. Yeah, he's not going to buy both. So.
But it seemed like, honestly, Dyrachyo did it perfectly. He did the drum into disassemble, and then he also used the components from the drum to build his S and Y and his treads. He did it like actually so efficiently. It was beautiful. I love seeing that. Giving up a wolf. Miero. Unacceptable.
And I guess early levels, the Flak and the Fire Spirit, it's very close to being enough damage to kill the wolves.
Yeah, Gyro overall should have a pretty good lane. I feel like we've seen this. I feel like it's difficult you see Gyros have tough level 1s and 2s. Save.
And Cuckoo can chase this.
He has TP. Yeah. And he'll lose his courier out of it too, because he was not fully focused.
They'll lose the wolves as well. Cuckoo's able to clean those up.
Bit of sloppiness up in that top lane from Euro and from Save. Impetus grabbed level 1 here from Tokyo, so looking to just play to try to bully WS in the first few levels. I think he's one of the few players I see do this sometimes.
Ooh. Oh, good hits there for Yokam, yeah.
The mini game begins. Save.
Not an easy time for Mira on these first few waves.
Natsumi's going to have a very good start. Best win rate heroes. Chen and Enigma.
There we go.
And look at, wow, Shadow Shamans is way higher than I actually thought it was. That's very, very cool. Well, that's okay. Okay, Natsumi looks like it's going to be pretty much full free farm for him. Mid lane, it's looking to be a kind of trade farm between the Monkey King and the Tiny as expected. That one I think we've seen kind of always be like that. And yeah, bottom. I think this is the lane to watch. Definitely the one for me at least to watch that could have some excitement. Because that top lane, I think we've kind of seen how it's going to be played. It's just going to be a spam out, push out, the usual from the gyrocopters.
Now we'll see how well Pure can deal with this, because yeah, once like the level 4s online for WS, the burst can be pretty nasty for the Slark.
Yeah.
Has to be careful, trying to step up against him. Top lane, it's going to be a bit of a slower one for Miro, but
yeah. Cuckoo.
We'll certainly start to turn things around once he's got a few levels.
Do need to definitely keep eyes up here too, because if Cuckoo's not careful, he could get caught inside of a calling plus a dead shot. Difficult to kill him, but if he doesn't respect the damage that can come through, if he's like half HP, he could die. Miro. That mid matchup, it's starting to get a bit one-sided. 18-4, 19-4 to the 13-0 at the moment, GPK, having that edge.
And definitely the potential for him to make some pretty nice rotations into these side lanes. Lots of kill threat against these heroes early on.
He must have somehow gotten a Jingu stack. I wasn't actually looking in the mid lane, but he must have gotten the Jingu stacks if he was able to get those denies. So Mikoto looks like he is going to fall decently behind now in this matchup with the boots and Overvenom already done. And yeah, another Jingu stack. Well played there from GPK.
Yeah. So of course, first pick, Monkey King. That's how strong they felt with this one, BetBoom.
I mean, this hero still a lot of times, I feel like if he gets away with some type of game like this, where he gets away with an early game mid, he really can take over games still.
They have to be so ready as a team Talon to be able to provide backup in that mid lane for Mikoto if GPK starts to get aggressive. They can't let GPK get any sort of chance to get kills on top of this incredible CS that he's already finding.
Natsumi is deep.
The dead shot pushback. They're trying to hit him with the walls, but with the flat cannon up, Natsumi can easily pressure them back.
He's got the speed facet too, so whenever he does get the extra little hits, the afterburner kicks in. He does move a little bit faster. Still see a very big like separation of players that choose the secondary strikes of the missiles and that one in particular. So kind of cool to see. Pure.
Oh, it's a big connection with the cogs. Pure trying to break his way out of them. He'll get out. Toronto Tokyo's got the stick charges. WS is going to have another round of burst, and that will be first blood hit. Down
beautiful
for
cog.
Timbersaw on the bottom lane.
Perfect connection there from Jokam. Couldn't ask for a better one. Cuckoo. Looks like they were able to, I think, maybe catch him on the Icarus dive, it looks like, perhaps.
We'll manage to interrupt that salve as well that Natsumi was popping.
Oh man, I just realized too. I'm sure a lot of these are just small camp creeps, but there's 16 last hits on Toronto Tokyo. It's cogs and small creeps, right? But either way, that is a fair amount. Pure.
He's got pounds.
Yeah, he just, I mean, that was, for a 1 CS, he has to tank quite a bit of damage. That separation in mid is crazy, though. Corrosion's already finished up for GPK. Almost 14 last hits ahead. Should never have a solo kill threat onto Mikoto because he always has a stun and a toss to control, but he can definitely look to make moves onto these side lanes with this type of start.
Do you think, obviously with this Monkey King being the first pick from BetBoom in the draft, did Talon...
Oh,
so they can get WS here. He's got the Timber Chain. Pure won't be able to dive the tower for him quite yet. Did they sort of underestimate the potential for this Monkey King to be mid rather than Pure's in the safe lane?
I think they did a bit, because, I mean, GPK is just having the freest time ever. And
sure, because at this point, like, obviously GPK is playing really well, but would you say this is like a surprise that the Monkey King's doing this well, or is this kind of expected if you're taking Tiny into the mid against him?
I would imagine it's pretty expected.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
so they did sort of sign up for this tower.
Yeah. Like you would, the first few levels, yeah, Tiny can have an exchange, but now you're gonna have the point where it's the 7-minute mark, right? This is the, every time we see Monkey King mid, if he has a good matchup, he goes to steal the Wisdom Rune. And that's exactly what GPK is setting up for already, so 20 seconds until that's gonna get set up. So let's see if they bring a third hero. Mikoto might have to rotate over.
We'll see what they do about this. Yokam.
He's got the cogs, jump through.
He's gonna be able to push him off the tree, and TPs are starting to come in.
It's everybody.
TPs coming in. Let's see if he gets the chance to get the Wisdom Rune. He does not. GPK, he's got to start the retreat. They dive forward. He's going to look to try and deny himself to the Ancients, but will not succeed in that. WS, he's able to get the kill. So, indeed, going for that movement that you were ready for.
They were very ready.
By now, everyone's probably ready for it, right? 7 minutes in. You know that Monkey King's coming for that.
GPK not really giving respect to just him getting like kind of disrupted on the initial jump through. Like they're gonna rotate through. Natsumi, can they get the catch? There's TP coming over, not quite there. A great move there. So Talon, you know, you're asking the question about the Monkey King. Maybe they don't really care if he does so good in the mid lane. And they have these
they're like,
answers.
it doesn't matter that he's crushing me mid. He's gonna make this play. We're gonna kill him.
Yep, and they read him like a book.
Yep.
2K lead now for them. Well, between 1 and 2. GPK now taking quite a bit more damage. There's not quite spells yet on Mikoto, but he's got to toss soon.
He does, and he's going to be able to throw the tree in if he wants to, but yeah, won't quite have it up in time. Still GPK, he's left low, no regen on him.
He's holding the mischief, so if toss does come out, he can use it to dodge.
Quite the recovery though off that kill. You can see it there in the gold. You know, the CS was quite a large difference, but the gold difference between those mids, only a couple of hundred.
I mean, Pure has to be careful. He could get brought down here.
So much burst here.
US almost catching him. Yeah, getting this level 6 now at this point, it's going to cause problems for Pure. He doesn't really want to sit in the lane versus this Timber Saw now.
And who do you put down here to deal with the Timber, right? This is why the Timber pick feels so good this game.
Yeah.
If he has a good start, which he has, you know, 8 minutes in, WS in a great position.
There's not really anyone.
It's going to be quite the ordeal to sort of tackle him. And as a team for BetBoom say, this is how we're going to push this hero out the lane. He's able to sit here, be very disruptive against Pure and the farm that the Slark's trying to get in this 1v1.
You may have
it's
to,
rough.
I think you may have to actually bring a third hero and just go for the kill, right? Go for the Enchantress, Slark, plus Monkey King maybe even.
We'll see if
get the
GPK
kill
wants
to
to
push
come
him
in.
out. Because otherwise, yeah, I mean, he's just going to have full free farm down here. All 3 lanes looking very good now.
This Timber Saw pick might have been exactly what Talon have been sort of searching for.
Nero.
Good toss forward.
He's going to get caught.
And they've caught him in the cogs. Very nice setup from Mikoto. Talon, 2K lead here.
I mean, Miro is really struggling too. He's level 5. The supports are the same level as him. WS, can he play himself out?
They really want him.
Gets silenced.
He's out. Good angle there over towards the cliff as well from him. They will get him though.
They bring 4.
And now Talon, they're ready to respond. Yokam, he's able to grab the 2 of them in the cogs. Pure trying to break his way out of this, but the Toronto Tokyo, he gets taken out. GPK is able to line up the boundless strike out onto the 2 of them, but the Avalanche is down onto the 3 of them. The toss, takedown save. Pure has to jump away. GPK trying to stand his ground against Yokam. Will kill him. He'll get the chance to pop down the Wukong's command, but he's surrounded by the 3 of them. Tries to retreat, but the toss is back up. Mikoto cleans up a triple.
What a play. And maybe that's why they want this mid to the first pick.
Yeah,
Tiny,
who cares
right?
about the CS? I mean, we've seen it twice today, right? We had that, what, Pango versus Shaker. Pango got barely anything against the Shaker. Didn't matter. Nisha pops off on his Pango. This game, Mikoto didn't get much at all against GPK's Monkey King. But now, at this point, the Tiny in a significantly better spot. He's at the top of the charts.
I'll say it feels like the moves from BetBoom, they're very forced. And they're pretty, like, obvious now at this point. I feel like they're doing the moves that we've seen everybody do in almost every single game.
I mean, they're trying to get WS again. This is
Talon's
what 4 heroes running at him.
Yeah, Talon's just, they're playing around him. It seems like they have the read. Great play there, cutting the trees and jumping across.
Yeah. He knows what's up here on this Timber. We'll see that Midas finally online here for Miro, so he's able to start kind of the recovery here as the Lycan, but not an easy start for him. And a big early game difference between the 2 offlaners and the impact they can have.
No, absolutely. And even the mid lane. I mean, it was an advantage for GPK. 2 deaths. Mikoto now 4 kills.
Net worth.
He's probably pretty close to blink.
And in the river, save. Getting caught. Talon picking up kills across the map.
He actually has all the small components, and he's only 1,000 off from the blink dagger too. And Miro,
it's a beautiful hook shot. It's going to be another one surely for Makoto. Avalanche is up. Let the Tiny take the kill and let Makoto continue and get these kills.
Great responses. Yeah, just reading them like a book. That's the best way I can kind of describe it as. Pure has somehow yet to die. But yeah, his farm, it's even behind the gyrocopter.
He's going to need so much time as the slot.
And what's his build going to be? It's just going to be just the Orchid build. Looks like it. So.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess versus a Timber. And if you initially
but if you go for this Orchid build, you have to be getting kills with it. It's not going to be easy. I think Pure feels that it's one of those games he kind of needs to do so much, but he's got to do it as a Slark that's had a, not a terrible start by any means. He's the highest in the team right now for BetBoom.
But if you go down this route, Owen, you're super fragile. And he's versus Tiny and Timber. Like they have two of the best burst combos.
I think he just knows, that he has to show up with something.
Yeah, maybe.
So yes, it's risky, but it's sort of the position he feels forced into.
Yeah, I can see that.
Can't sit back and farm. Has to get an item ASAP to be able to try and have some sort of help and impact for the rest of the team that are suffering.
Well, I mean, right? You have your off laners going Midas. Your mid laner now has had 2 rotations that were forced and were red.
Yeah.
And now you're in a position that's kind of questionable because your supports haven't been able to make these ideal rotations either. So, yeah, it could just be him just thinking of an answer.
It's just what he's got to do.
Yeah. Blink's now finished for the Tiny. He's also had rune control, so Arcane up on Makoto can look to continue pressuring for these towers early on. And for the side of BB, now their initiation, things have just gotten really weird with the GPK deaths and him just getting further behind this Tiny. Who wants to start the fight? You have good scout information with the Wolf, but GPK probably now feeling like he doesn't want to go in. And he's also, I mean, this is going to be so weird. It's going to be a Monkey King with a Maelstrom. They're going to have a Midas offlaner, and then your Orchid on your main carry. So we'll see how it ends up working for them in these next few moments. It'll be really hard for them to ever find this gyrocopter with the way that Talon's just going to be able to play and farm his floor.
I mean, and the main one is just killing the Timber.
Yeah.
I mean, killing any of these heroes, really, with how good of a time Talon's having. Toronto Tokyo, he's gone. Talon, they may have finally found what it takes to get a win here. They've had a rough day, 0-3 so far in the groups. So they're doing their best here to make sure that they can at least close up the groups with a win.
Hey, Makoto's going to be just, really, really big issue. WS is the Orchid coming out. I believe it's about to be delivered.
Should be right. He's got the cornucopia coming out. There we go. So Orchid online for Pure. Can start to maybe look for chances to get some sort of play going.
He's going for the Wisdom Steal, but on the other side, they are also going for the Wisdom.
Oh, that's a little too risky for Pure.
And
he knows, he does not risk it, does not try for a steal.
And they get the one with Yokam as well. Since it was an Enchantress who went for the setup, he can just put the cogs down, and BetBoom's just, they're really just getting red, and they're getting played around with. Talon just really understanding how to play the map. Almost level 6 Wolves. He's getting closer and closer.
Talon and Makoto, and such a fantastic spot, and of course Natsumi as well. These two cores, no slowdown whatsoever for them after the lanes.
And him having, them having control of the game or not, he's getting every power rune. So Arcane rune in the last rune, now he's got a shield rune at the ready. How do you there's no way you kill this Tiny with shield rune. Like 3,000 plus HP on him now at the moment when he pops it. I guess you have enchant to dispel it if you get an opportunity, but still very difficult.
Come in with the wrap-around bottom, Makoto.
They're bringing
everybody's down here on Talon.
Pure.
Is he going to be tempted by Cuckoo? He is, but Cuckoo's got a lot of backup. Let's see if they can burst him. They can, and Pure's going to get the chance to get the Shadow Dance, so it turns towards Makoto, but Makoto's got that shield rune going.
Gets dispelled.
See if they can go for anything more, though. They have to bail out. Surely the hook shot's going to be there. They get their angle straight over towards Pure. So able to pounce away, but the toss force there from Makoto into the Avalanche. Pure unable to escape this as he goes down.
This is looking rough, Owen. This really is looking rough. Well, he gets the kill on the Cuckoo.
He gets the kill, but
they have so much chase for him. Yeah, I actually just feel like it's going to be, for the most part, like BetBoom maybe just farming. And I don't know what else they can really do besides that. Maybe get a kill or two onto the Phoenix, but killing almost everybody else feels very complicated now at this point with these mistakes that have happened.
Mikoto,
another one.
In with the combo. It's not quite enough initially, and the dead shot will come in.
Oh, the Wolves are actually stopping Shokan from getting an angle.
Oh.
He's got a haste rune.
He wants to go for this, Mikoto. Rocket flare in. Vision for the toss. That'll do it.
That was nicely done.
Another one here for the Tiny.
WS playing himself very far forward, but not feeling pressured. Farming, farming, farming. It's minus Maelstrom like from your mid and off lane, so.
Oh, Pure?
Pure?
Whoa. He panics there. He sees Yokam, but completely whiffs the opportunity to kill the clock.
And here comes Tiny. Mikoto, haste rune. Who's he gonna find? It's just an Enchantress. Godlike.
17 minutes in.
By the way,
after getting sort of beat down in the 1v1 matchup mid, it has drastically changed since that laning stage. The difference between him and GPK. He is steaming ahead on the Tiny.
A treat to see after what we've seen from Talon in particular, at least in early games. A lot of times they cut the tree.
They found him. GPK. He's gone. Pure is going to try and fight back Little One's Cuckoo, but the Supernova's up. He can't even get the kill with the Orchid. It's not enough at this point. Save is going to go down to the missile. Bam!
They might call this game pretty early.
Well, it's been a rough day for both of these teams, but at least maybe Talon could get a little bit of a happy ending here, getting a pretty nice looking win. This has been a good game from them.
It's
a BetBoom.
They have Midas. Like, what do you do now? Like, actually, where do you go from here? You actually just have to farm. You can't take fights.
Sure.
But Talon, they're the ones looking and picking pretty much every single fight now at this point. The gyro is completely on. All cores are online, and the supports, they have more than enough to be able to follow up. So,
I mean, maybe if in this sort of situation you're Pure, maybe you also just had to go. Well, there's just no chance of fighting. I should just try and farm as well.
Yeah, that's why I was like
with this Orchid purchase.
That's why I was very curious about him going for it when his other two cores just literally have farming items completely. It's like,
yeah, because they're not going to do anything to help him.
Yeah.
Any play that he looks for, he's doing it on his own. GPK and Mira, they do not have any interest in making aggressive moves right now with how rough this start's been for them.
I just like the Talon. Like it looks like, at least to me, from the earlier games that I saw from Talon, it's like a night and day difference of their preparation, of understanding the movements, of reading the movements. Because yeah, they knew exactly what GPK was going to do. Mikoto has completely taken over the game.
Yeah, this Tiny mid is looking fantastic.
And Natsumi's pretty much had to do nothing. Like, as this gyrocopter, being realistic, right? All you have to do is just click the flak in the lane, make sure that he doesn't do anything too silly in the lane, and now he's just massive, and his team has got a good stable carry on top of having these other heroes that are huge. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be for BetBoom. Yeah, good shout on it though. Good call. You know, you said it yourself. You were like, man, this Timber pick. You were saying
it looked good, bro. It's just one of those games. It's like the 5 heroes on BetBoom. It's like, what do they do against
How do they kill a Timber? Yeah, you're absolutely right.
The only thing they can do, I feel like, if you're the Slark, you can have a little bit of coping, being like, well, at least someone hits to get those essence shift stacks.
But gone are those days.
You know, that sort of dream gets hit pretty hard in the face when you're in the lane. You're actually just getting like nuked down by these Timber chains and whirling deaths. And then at that point, none of these heroes, none of them want to have anything to do with this Timber.
No.
And they all just died to him.
And Mikoto now, I think that's every power rune, right? I believe he's got an amp damage now too. Oh, Cuckoo. The Wolves. Honestly, Timber's even just so good versus the Wolves. They're pure damage.
It's a great pick. It really is. They cooked on that last pick, Talon.
No, you're right. You're absolutely on it.
They really did come up with something very, very good this draft. With that last pick.
Yeah. Mikoto, 9-0 per career, 2 kills into the mark. Wow.
Yeah, he's popping off.
He really is.
Godlike 17 minutes in on this Tiny.
All right, BetBoom. Are they going to get another kill, Owen? What do you think?
That's hard. I mean, we see Cuckoo doesn't really die, even if they get the silence on him. Yokam's relatively tanky. It's not easy for them to even get that single kill.
I honestly think
these heroes, against these supports.
It is very difficult for them to get it now at this point. It might be like a kill that they get out of an overcommitment from a toss, like a Mikoto might throw Yokam into a dead position, but yeah, it really does feel like there might not be a position for...
Here we go. They'll finally get a Wisdom Rune still. I've been looking for this a couple of times.
And he'll get out. No Yule's finished up yet for Cuckoo. Yet, I say, because he's going to have it pretty soon. Save now has an Atos. I mean, they do have an item that they can play around, but heroes that they don't have to really utilize this Atos so well, because their damage is just non-existent. Pure, padding the denies. Very nice.
And he's going to have the Aghanims. So again, trying to do his best to get these tools together to make the plays.
Just where's their damage, Owen? That's really the big question for me. They might be a little more survivable in some instances when this BKB is done for GPK2, but let's see where the damage comes in versus these heroes. With them being so farmed at this point. Kanda done for Mikoto. Aegis on Natsumi. Feels like it's probably go time pretty soon. Or at least look for an additional pickoff very soon. Because Mikoto can... I can kill almost anybody with this combo now. So I mean, pretty close. So maybe for BetBoom, you just, yeah, get your 2 BKBs. You have your Ags on Pure, and then you... Yeah, you pray. Pray that you can somehow take this fight versus this big advantage that Talon now has built up.
Talon in position to start eyeing up these tier 2s on both the mid and the top lane.
These wolves just constantly getting addressed too.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BetBoom unlikely to do much about this other than pop out the fortification.
Yep, just cut waves. Cut mid wave, push bottom wave, just try to get any space that you can. But in the meanwhile, WS, he's also cutting the mid wave to ensure there's nothing gained except for like 1 wave for Pure. And they'll get the tier 2 top. And Yokem even setting up already down bottom, so his team can look to rotate over.
And they're looking in for Pure.
Oh.
And we'll get the Shadow Dance off just in time.
A little awkward.
So we'll manage to get away with those pounces. And in fact, yes, they've also able to TP out off the back of his ultimate. So both of them escaping that.
Slight mistake there from Mikoto and Yokem. It happens. Tokyo. He'll just farm. There's that BKB done for GPK. As we said, though, it really is just been... It's 10 minutes of farming for BetBoom in these last moments. Natsumi. So got a minute left on the Aegis. Pure, gotta stack up some stacks.
Has to be a little careful. Cooldown coming in. Pure continues to try and stand his ground, and then GPK's in from the side with the Boundless Strike. Makes the jump over towards Natsumi. Natsumi is able to jump out to the side with the Hurricane Pike. They have the Supernova. They're going to try and pop it. Can they kill it in time? They can. They take the egg down.
Pure, get out.
Gonna get the connection with the Chakram. So that's as well thrown down. Talon have to be a little careful pushing on in towards this. Over to the side, Mikoto's chased down and dealt with Miro.
They got a kill, though. They did find
got something.
So they got one. We were concerned if they were going to be able to find one. It's one of the few that they can grab still at this point. But they do get at least one. Weren't able to force out the Aegis from Natsumi, though. And that was a commitment, right? That was Wukong's, that was BKB. That was pretty much everything that they threw out there. I think Miero also used his BKB. Yeah, he did. Kill nonetheless. But Talon Phoenix is going to be respawning right now. And they can look to strike back. I mean, they already did kind of strike back, but they can look to strike back even more. Ult forced from save. I feel like Pure needs another 2 items before he feels threatening.
Dire are scanning.
Go.
Screw with the Yule Scepter.
He's got buddies behind.
And it does, but it's a lot of damage from the Boundless and the Impetus. Not enough to kill him.
GPK's got a rocket on him. BKB's up in 8 seconds, but they're hot on his track.
He might be able to buy enough distance with the jumps.
Cuckoo dies. Toko found him.
There's the stun. Chop to follow up. They'll chop the tree. They'll chop his life away.
I guess they're just going to kill Cuckoo a bunch, and that's probably going to be it. Yeah. Again, they find the Phoenix, but not finding pretty much anything else. As WS instantly sees the Slark, just chases him out. Full Shiva's already finished on him. My goodness, WS is huge.
Mikoto. He found himself safe.
It's a freebie. Kills being hemorrhaged everywhere. Pure. A haste rune. Mikoto stalking him. Rocket connects.
Ooh, can he close him with the blink? Shadow Dance has to come out.
Still got the haste rune.
Use this silence here, make sure that the tossback's not available.
Cat and mouse game, truly. BetBoom just trying to avoid this terrifying Tiny, while Talon pretty much get to do whatever they want on the map. Natsumi, the items just keep flurrying out, right?
Yeah.
The butterfly's about to be done. He got the pike. I didn't even notice when he got the pike, but he did. Freest gyro game ever. And overall, you know, we do like to always say, like, how is the high ground defense too for BB? It's just not really one of those that has much going for it. It has Wukong's, but that's about it. No tossbacks, no lassos, no nothing like that. And yeah, Gyro is he's gonna be getting pretty close to double the net worth of the Slark pretty soon. Only another 6,000 more for him. Mikoto, another power rune.
He's on his way.
Level 18 also, even more damage.
That's been what they got.
They see Mikoto.
They're looking at him. The air setup with the root into the silence to push back at the dead shot. Trying their best here to take him down, but indeed the BKB's up. He's ready to just walk away.
He's so tanky, it's insane.
And now they've got the full 5 here, Talon.
It feels like he barely actually even had to use the BKB almost. That was Wukong's, that was the BKB, that was pretty much the whole team fight coming out from the side of BetBoom. And there's the butterfly finished up for Natsumi. Any gem yet? Okay, they do. So Mikoto now has the gem too, so that vision, those wolves, they've already been getting addressed. We talked about vision for BetBoom, but it feels like it hasn't been even a case in this game. Talon just doing what they please now onto the high ground. No Wukongs. Alpha Wolves will cut the wave.
Trying to set up on towards this gyro. It's not easy though when there's a timber between them. And Pure trying to do whatever he can to draw their attention away from the high ground pushing. Give himself time to get his own BKB online.
Hey, they're truly just being pesky, right? They're just literally farming to try to hope and pray for that dream that they can, that Talon somehow throws this one away.
Pure.
I mean, he's got a Yules, he's fine.
Now Pure has to run as soon as he tries to make that attempt. Knows they're going to be quick with the reactions on Talon.
He gets 7 stacks out of it though, right? That's all you want to kind of be doing as the Slark right now. Trying to get some Esh and Civ stacks to potentially be able to actually trade versus this gyro eventually, but as we said, still a ways away from being able to do that.
Talon. I can look to just go for
Roche.
go for the Roche.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think BetBoom. I mean, they will pretty much have the BKB on Pure, maybe because they'll have the 3 BKBs. They could try to contest this.
They might feel forced to, but this is a very difficult fight to contest.
Miro, he's already had his BKB forced.
Oh god, and his shapeshift.
And they know where he is. Can they get the angle? They certainly can. Easily done there by Yokam. But with Miro gone, there's no hope of them trying to contest this Roshan BetBoom. They just have to let Talon take this.
Realistically, right, they probably couldn't anyway, but yeah, Miro just gets caught completely. Back to split pushing, trying to get something out of those waves. But this is very likely Talon now just shoving those lanes in, and they're going to look to push high ground. They have great ways to stop the push too. You see Yokam went for the Aghanim, so he can triple rocket waves to stop some of this obnoxious push that comes out. And Mikoto's actually setting up for a kill, maybe. Tokyo.
Look at the rocket flare vision on towards Toronto. Tokyo.
He could definitely get popped. Won't quite see him. But they've got their lanes now. Mid and top are pushed out. Bottom will shove out a bit from it hitting the tower. And they have the banner. So can look to force the issue. Pure. How are they going to hit this gyro? And he even has Elven Tunic. He has Tunic plus Butterfly.
Yeah, it seems like such an easy game for this gyro to just close up. You know, Natsumi, he's been cruising through this one off the back of the team, setting up the map for him.
Tokyo just dead.
He's just dead. Tower's gone, onto the rack, save Dine into the flak hits. Pure's going to try and jump in.
He dies so fast. Pure has to be very careful.
And can barely do any damage at all against Natsumi.
Save almost dies to the rockets also in the base. Very close that he dies as well. Banner's down, Rack's down. Yeah, it's literally just been BetBoom that farmed. And Talon, they made all the right moves. I don't blame them for just farming, obviously, but it just they felt like they couldn't do anything else. Another catch. GPK deleted.
They're closing it up at Talon. Let's have a look. They get the jump forward on the side. Pure, he's going to try and stop this once more. The dive out's there for Cuckoo. Pure, he's caught in the contest to put the BKB. But again, cannot commit with it. Jumps back up the high ground. Makoto and Natsumi, they've killed off save. Mira had to use the BKB to run, but he's taken down by the final bit of burst coming in from Yokan with the rocket flares. This one, it's over. Triple kill for Natsumi. They've got nothing left here, BetBoom. As Talon, they can take the top racks and take the game. GG is called. The struggles today continue for BetBoom, but for Talon, a little bit of a silver lining to the day. They were down 3 games so far in this groups, but finally here in their last game, they get themselves a victory, and it's a solid one as well. This was pretty stompy.
And their games that they, at least the game that we did, that they had lost, it was relatively close.
Okay.
It was pretty good. You know, they almost ended up taking it.
There is definitely hope for this team going forward into the playoffs to maybe having some sort of crazy run through the single limit.
Yeah, but very good call on. You know, you said it from yourself. You know, I was a little wishy-washy on it. I could see some opportunities maybe for BetBoom, but this one, I think in the first 11 minutes, the game almost was kind of decided.
Sure.
GPK tried to make the moves bottom twice back-to-back.
Play.
They read it perfectly. I mean, we were talking about it, so you assume these players, they know about it nowadays. And yeah, after that, they kind of just played perfect. They played it. Natsumi has had the freest game ever on Gyro, and the other 4 just ran around and killed everybody. So, beautiful game. Beautiful game for Talon.
Yeah, and as I say, they get that win. They get a win on the board. We'll see how much that matters at the end of the day for the group standings. One thing that will matter for sure is that they won't be ultimately the bottom of the group. That will definitely be BetBoom. I don't know, BetBoom have one more game.
They do.
So maybe if BetBoom could get the win later today, I believe they've got one more game today they have to play against Liquid. We'll see that. I think that might be the last game of the day. So maybe BetBoom could get themselves also a win there. We'll find out. We've got, I believe, 2 more games to go. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have more Dota 2 here, Blast Slam 2 for you right after this short break.
Joining me from Talon, you guys getting a win and in such a good fashion too. So how exactly were you able to snowball and keep the momentum going in this game out of the lanes?
Honestly, in this like third game, I feel like we just play like our best hero. We don't, because like we kind of like throw a lot like the past 2 games like against like the Tundra and also against like Yakult brother. I feel like we throwing so much because like we keep thinking about the hero. So then this game is kind of different because like we don't care about the enemy. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to bring up that Yakult game very quickly because the Tiny coming out in the draft, it ended up going to Natsumi. Was it originally picked up for you guys, or is this a genuine flex? You feel comfortable both you playing it and Natsumi playing it?
At first, it's genuinely like a flex hero because like the Tiny, I mean, a lot of team prioritize Tiny a lot because like we can pick it on carry and mid, but after the last picking, and then we decide that they want the like animal hero, so we kind of like predict it, so we pick the gyro. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And for yourself, you're a mid laner right now. Everyone loves watching you play. You're doing amazing on your team. But how do you pick your map movements, where you go, where you try and find these pickoffs and potentially help some of your side lanes?
I mean, for me, it's like depends on the game. Like every game that has like a biggest potential to kill, so that's where I go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so in this game, what exactly was it?
It's like for me, it's like a top area because like the gyro winning the lane, and then the Lycan cannot farm jungle if we come to his game. So yeah.
Awesome, well, Makoto, thank you for all that information. It's been a pleasure to watch you guys, and thank you for joining me.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see off the back of Makoto and the boys getting that win. The result for them there, 1-3, does mean that we'll have to see obviously what happens if BetBoom get the win, who's going to be the total bottom of the group. But either way, even with that win, it does mean that they're guaranteed in those bottom 2 spots, them and BetBoom. So both of those teams, whatever happens with BetBoom's score, will be going into round 1 of the upcoming phase tomorrow. And from what we've seen, to make quite the run through that bracket.
And from what we've seen, right, like Talon actually looks to have some good contest versus at least the teams. BetBoom looks to be
rough.
Very, very rough at the moment.
It's rough.
So without Katomi, they're really struggling. We're seeing this, lack of leadership perhaps, but also draft, but everything is just kind of falling apart for them. So, yep. Looking at Group B, I mean, number 2, look at
that, Nigma Galaxy. Not a bad start at all. Pretty hot one. They got 2-1 so far. Who they left to play? I believe they still need to play Paravision. That might be a bit of a rough one.
Sure.
Paravision, you would imagine, are going to be the favorites in that matchup, but who knows? You know, it's not a bad show for Enigma Galaxy. Unfortunately, in this group, it's Extreme Gaming that are having the very rough
My dark horse.
0-3.
I put them as my dark horse, my boys. They're letting me down.
It's not looking good.
They're going to do it afterwards. Don't worry. They're just sandbagging.
They're going to make the run.
They're sandbagging,
yes,
I swear.
Indeed. Of course, as I said, with this format, that's the exciting thing. Doesn't matter if you come bottom of the group, you can still win the tournament. You've just got to make an incredible run through the upcoming format that we play on from tomorrow. That is single elimination, so there's no chance for failure, no opportunity for failure if you want to try and make it all the way. But as for the remainder of this group, we've got 2 more games to play. First one we're going to be going into very shortly. It's going to be Tundra versus Yakult brothers. As we saw on the group standings, Yakult brothers, they've won every game so far. Tundra, they only dropped 1 to Liquid, and that was a very close one. Seeing these 2 teams go head-to-head, it's going to be exciting, right? Because Tundra, basically the super hot team coming out of that last Fisher tournament, and then Yakult turning up at this one, the super hot team showing up in this one. So who's taking the sort of the favorable side here?
I don't know, actually. I think I'm pretty 50-50 for this one, actually. After seeing Yakult play, maybe just because Tundra won the last one, maybe slightly favoring them, right? Like very slight favor. But yeah, Yakult definitely showing some good power, at least in this tournament. Especially, we saw them destroy 2 games back-to-back. Literally destroy, right? So
that's
it's
true.
20-minute dominations.
They've been stompy.
It's pretty cool, so.
Can they do that against Tundra, though? That feels unlikely, right? Even if they're able to get the win against Tundra here, a stomp against Tundra seems kind of out of the question, right? No. Unless they're just that good, folk.
I don't know. Tundra, just for me, have been it's besides just their draft. Their draft have always looked pretty decent in terms of what they play, because they play their own kind of different style with the Rickies and whatnot. But I don't really ever think that they have like a really bad draft, but these players just play everything. So, and BZM has been showing up so much. I think every game he's been looking pretty damn good. His Earthshaker game, maybe not the best overall, but yeah, BZM has been a treat to see lately.
Well, we'll get to see what sort of treats these two teams come up with now. These two teams top of the group, or at least, yeah, Tundra level with Liquid. But on the top side of the group, they're going to go up head-to-head. The draft has begun. We're able to jump into the action right now to see what these two teams have in store for us. Yakult Brothers against Tundra Esports.
I'm super excited for the mid lane, in particular in this one. We've got Emo versus BZM, two incredibly aggressive players.
Yeah, we're gonna get a solo kill in that mid lane. I'm sure whatever happens.
Very, very likely for sure. And yeah, I mean, we'll see for Dyrachyo too, right? I think Nox was telling me in my ear, you guys obviously didn't hear it, but he said Dyrachyo averages 2.5 deaths by the 25-minute mark, usually in the games that they have success.
Yeah, which
that
was
last
the
one
problem.
He had a lot.
He had, I believe, 6 at that point.
He had 6 almost at the 25 on a PA after having 4 kills on Saberlight in the lane.
And a very fast Battle Fury.
And a very fast Battle Fury. So, you know, sometimes, you know, Dyrachyo can sometimes do those Dyrachyo things, but we'll see. We'll see in this game. And let's see what the drafts look like. I think these are very likely the bans we'll see versus Tundra almost every single game.
I think so, right? Beastmaster, absolutely. Doom, yeah, these two in particular.
Maybe Alk can get, you know, maybe Alk can be one that gets...
You don't think the Nyx can be swap? You think that Nyx is a guaranteed?
I think Nyx
is a must ban.
Yeah, I think he's just, I don't know. Like, Sox is going to play... The thing is, Sox is going to play one of them, so you have to pick your poison.
Sure.
So maybe in some situations you could leave the Nyx. We'll have to see how teams adapt for it. That ain't my job. That's their job, to figure them out. Which one you want to play versus.
I guess that's probably my question as well. You know, these heroes like the Nyx, the Riki, the Bounty, these Invis heroes. Is this going to be like a temporary thing in the patch? Is it just sort of like at the moment they're kind of peaking because teams are like, what do we do against them? But you give it a few days of play, they're going to start to fall back out of favor because teams will know how to deal with them? Or are they just that strong and there isn't really a solid answer to their playstyle?
I think teams can figure it out.
Yeah.
Right?
You think
surely they can.
It's going to be kind of a wave.
I think Bounty for sure was... Bounty and Nyx were definitely up there. Riki I still have a bit of question marks about, but he has potential in so many things because I think there's so many patches, right? Not lately, of course, but overall in Dota that you sometimes just forget a change that happened. And I think one of the at least for me with Riki, is, of course, you know, not letting people force staff their allies, you know, protect people, but also your allies inside smokescreen get the dodge chance.
Yeah,
So I think there's like small things that people just forget about, and it allows Hero to just be better than expected. So.
Dawnbreaker going to be in with the ban. Obviously, Bristol was banned this time around. Bat's been left in. Do you sort of see the Bat being prioritized by either of these teams?
It's usually almost always Soxa, at least on the side of Tundra, so probably not. For Yakult, could definitely still see it. Clock ban. I mentioned it last game. I think Clock is still one of my favorite supports currently, and he absolutely went crazy, especially if he's paired with Gyro. I think Gyro Clockwork is probably one of the best duo pairings, even if they're not laning together in situations. They're just so good together.
Obviously, they did lose the last game. Do you like the pairing of Warlock and Bounty? Obviously, you know, we saw Tundra try the Bounty, the Warlock and Whiteman previously against Liquid. Didn't work out.
Yeah, I think it can work, but I think more about Warlock as the carry that you're paired with rather than too much else of your draft. It's mostly about like your mid laner and your carry when you're playing Warlock, because your mid laner provides the Fatal Bond damage and your carry just eats the Shadow Word. So as we said, very likely the Bat comes here.
And in that case, I still think it's pretty busted. I like the Shaman in response.
But who's going to play the Shaman?
You can't do it 5 for 1.
No.
5 was just unplayable?
It's so bad as 5. Okay. So many people have tried it.
Okay, then
your mana costs are just so high, you don't contribute too much in the laning phase. But, I mean, maybe. If there's anyone to try, it could be Whitemon. Just usually doesn't feel the case. If you're going to pick a 5 Shaman to dispel Batrider, pick an
actual
pick an
Pick 100% dispel, some sort of save, Sand King coming in.
So old school.
What's that, your offlane duo here then?
Yeah, old school versus Gyrocopter, because he's relatively low ranged. You can actually get the stun connection in Caustics. This is something we haven't seen for... I actually need to look back and when the last time I saw Sand King played at least on...
It was recent,
nobody's
really doing it?
No, it was a couple days ago. I'm pretty sure we saw it. But I want to remember what heroes he played versus. I think it was versus DK both games that I saw. Let me check. It was DK one of the games, and it was DK the other game. Okay. Wow, I actually have somewhat of a memory.
And it would be 33 playing it, right? BZM's not been doing any mid Sand King.
And one of the games he was with a Riki, and the other game he was with a... Riki, this was actually in the finals. So.
Okay, so they didn't get the Riki pairing, but they got the Bounty pairing, some sort of Invis scouter setup.
Kind of similar style.
To allow him to have good information on when he wants to go in.
So maybe it doesn't even matter that he's versus the Gyro in particular. This is one of the 33 heroes that he's like, yep, okay, this one's gone, give me the Sand King. It fits in most situations. And he's got different builds he can do for it, right? That's what I like about the Sand King too. I've seen some games where it's just straight BKB, some games where it's just the Bloodstone kind of thing. Or sometimes I think I saw one game where I need to go back and check just so I...
All right, there we go. There's your solid old school save.
We did get the Abaddon. Okay, so we were kind of joking about it, but it's actually unironically good.
Yeah. It's, end of the day, Bat's pretty prevalent in this patch. You want to have someone that's an easy answer to the Bat, and Abaddon, one of the best.
Yep, so it looks like he did Blink Bloodstone one game, then Blink Shiva's the next game.
Now, I guess the real question is, has Duracho been playing any Abaddon carry? Because that's like the really nice answer against these heroes like a Bat. You can never go on the carry.
It feels like, I mean, maybe. I'm not going to check because I just assume this is going to be Whitemon. Because just to me, it's like, this is Whitemon hero. But if you want to take a glance.
Yeah, so they could definitely be the temptation.
I've not liked Core Abaddon.
You just don't like Core Abaddon at the moment.
I saw 3-position Abaddon, I think, at the last tournament too, that I think he went 0-11. If I'm not mistaken.
See, yeah, but the pros are definitely teasing with it in the pubs. 58% win rate over 100 games recently.
Potentially.
And
I'm assuming
games.
it's because he goes Radiance, right?
Who's playing it? Natsumi, Skeeter's playing it. Raven's playing it. Pure's tried it a little bit.
Maybe.
It's been tried across the board.
There's a potential there. Okay, cool.
I think against these two heroes, this Bat doesn't do anything against it, and Gyro, you get on top of him, it can be quite annoying.
Yeah, and you just pop your ult and you can eat the damage.
Exactly.
And heal you.
He just can't trade for it. Quick picks here. Quick picks indeed. Bloodseeker and Enigma. So what's going on? Where are we seeing these heroes? What's the plan?
Me. Question all around for me at least.
It's got to be what? Bloodseeker bat lane, Enigma 5 with Gyro?
It's what it's...
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh. Huh.
I gotta say, now that you picked these two, I think the Abaddon carry looks even nicer.
It looks
like
great.
You get Rupture, you pop your ult.
I mean, also, but the 5 Enigma, or the 5 Abaddon too, if he gets an Aghanims, eventually you just run into the black hole, or you just stay near the black hole.
I guess, and either way, it's just a good Abaddon game.
It's a good Abaddon game.
Like, it doesn't need to be the carry. But if Duracho wants to.
So, interesting thing about Bloodseeker, though, what he can do is you can cover an area. Like, let's say when the lasso comes, you pull them down, and the Bloodseeker covers the area with Blood, right? That's where it makes Abaddon's game hard. Because then he can't walk up and get the shield, because he'll get silenced, and he doesn't have a play around it. So, can see something that they're going for there, but this is definitely different than I expected, at least from Yakult.
Oh, there we go. That's probably just going to be the carry pick then. Yeah. So, no crazy stuff. We'll just be seeing a good old Whitemon Abaddon and Duracho Razor.
I like Razor quite a bit. I feel like every time I see Razor lately, I've been liking him again. And every time
isn't Bloodseeker one of those rough matchups for Razor? Because the Rupture kind of ruins you in the fights.
Yeah, you just
can't stay on target.
Yeah.
Oh, but you just stay in. You survive at least.
Yeah, you just stay there.
Okay. Oh, so you don't mind the Razor into a Bloodseeker?
I have my doubts on Bloodseeker, and I said in the car,
sure,
I'm not going to step back. I'm not going to lie from what I said in the car. I think teams are really liking this hero, and that's fine. I think it can work in a lot of these games, but I think it's too many games for this Bloodseeker. I don't know. Something about it, it's just not. Nullifier exists, right? You just dispel his Ags, and it takes so long. I don't know. But I'm a hater. I'm a little bit of a hater on Bloodseeker. But yes, in theory, what you were saying, for sure. But now the Gyro probably gets moved to a support, or what do you think?
No, I think there's still going to be Gyro Enigma safe lane, right? And Blood core with off lane support.
I feel like Blood off lane just does nothing, and Razor absolutely free his arms. So I feel like you kind of you're maybe put in a position where you have to have a Gyro support. Because I think when you see the Razor, Gyro carry is sometimes scary. Yes, you can get the pike, but you know what I mean? He gets on you with the link, and that's usually a counter that people go for.
But you've got a Bloodseeker Rupture in the Razor, so he can't stay on top of you.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
The Gyro gets the chance to move away.
Maybe you might be right, but I feel like you're... Okay, so if they do that, I can understand it, because the Rupture to stop him from getting the full link, but then I feel like you're giving a free lane to the Razor anyway. But maybe I'm wrong. Because they do have the Flame Break as well, to break the link.
They've got ways to
They do have ways to play around it.
You know, the Enigma just drops down a black hole, holds them. They can keep the Razor off whoever they need to keep him off.
This is really interesting, because I'm looking at like Yakult's recent drafts. I know they like the Enigma.
They've been doing some fun stuff, honestly, Yakult. I think they've been winning over a lot of fans, and with these sort of drafts, these sort of plays, they've been a very entertaining team to watch today.
Because it's got to be Ame playing this gyro. I can't see another world where he doesn't play it.
Yeah, see, that's what I feel as well. Like, surely Ame's just going to want the gyro.
Right.
So this Bloodseeker's got to go somewhere else.
I don't know. This is odd. I guess we'll see. We shall see. Invoker gets picked up. It's a very... I mean, this is Tundra written all over it, right? You got BZM, Invoker. I mean, Dota Razor may be a little bit different, but yeah, 4 of these heroes, or 3 or 4 of these heroes look very stable. Yakult, see what their approach is.
What do you want for that mid? What do you want for Emo?
Is this going to be a support Bloodseeker?
Nah, I mean, because they could do something crazy, but I don't know if they'd do that.
Yeah.
What's left for him in the mid?
Can
you play Ember against these heroes? It's pretty hot on the Ember. They don't have a huge amount of catch.
Yeah, knowing Emo, it'll probably just be one of those. He loves his Ember.
Because the Invoker's not annoying enough. Nah, it's not.
His
yeah,
Ember.
it's solid. He really did do some crazy stuff earlier.
I was thinking outside the box, but I should just... It's Emo. He always just sticks with his guns.
And he's going to be Army and the Bloodseeker. So we're going to see the support gyro.
More obvious then. All right. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely, he has ways to play around the Link. He's going to be very speedy to break it. He can rupture him to stop the movement. Interesting. Maybe because also it's not just about the Razor. Ame wanted something versus the Sanking that can sustain. I'm trying to think like outside the box a little here too, right? Interesting.
Yeah, I like the aggression. They can maybe get away with on that bottom lane. You know, they're playing against, what, 2 melees? So Ame can definitely fight back against 33 and Saxa.
Yeah, this will be...
If they get in on them, you know, if these two are making the jumps forwards, Bloodright gets laid down, these two can turn.
I like Tundra's, honestly. I feel like it just looks... It looks easier, and like I said, I'm not going to backpedal off
the
the
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I'm not going to backpedal off the concept. I want to learn more and get to see more of it throughout this tournament because I've seen a lot of the Bloodseeker, and it has looked good in some of the games, but I just,
I think I'm a believer. I just feel like historically, Carry Razor doesn't have a great time getting ruptured.
Yeah, I mean, that is very true.
You know what I mean? If he gets these ruptures, unless Duracho is very far ahead in farm and stuff, he is going to have to sort of stand in position, and Army's going to get the chance to clean up the rest of the fight. I don't know. I think it can work it.
And with Enigma off lane, too, they have double magic. Can they kill the Eidolons efficiently? Maybe you're onto something. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be cool. Either way. Yeah. 33, Saxa, I think they're the...
I mean, that lane
So I'm going to delete the 2 middle ones. So the Duracho and Whitemon, yeah, maybe a little bit like whatever. But the other 2, right, they have BZM Invoker and they have the Sanking Bounty. So... Okay.
Let's see.
We shall see.
And how's things going to be for Zeal on the offlane Enigma, do you feel? How's that go for him up there?
So you should have a pretty good time, right?
Yeah.
Versus a wipe, like a Baden doesn't contest your Eidolons too badly. I want to actually, you know what I want to see? Saxa start top. I think Saxa just starting top, potentially getting like an instant kill, and then you just TP, could be something worth going for. Because they are susceptible to dying top almost immediately, if they do get caught from him, but we'll see what his moves are. I'm happy, you know, obviously, we all want to patch. We all want to see. I'm happy to see, though, so much variation.
No, there has certainly been quite a bit today. Maybe not so much necessarily in some of the opening picks of the drafts, but definitely the ways that these games are closed up.
Saxa getting some scouting info. They're doing the delayed smoke. They smoked after the fact.
Can they find anything with it?
So they're going to try for Ame.
It's going to be able to get a bit of setup here with the opening bit of a stun. Buys time for the Burrow Strike. And they've got the Aphotic Shield. They're ready to dive into the tower. He's pretty dead here, Ame, I'd imagine. The Flame Break tries to knock them back. It's actually going to save it. If they can't get round to him, the trees are blocking them off. Ame's actually able to live.
10 HP. He survives. So they try with this because the scouting information to get that quick kill onto Ame.
And very nice escape from him there.
Yeah, great Flame Break.
And let's see, two players here on some of their finest here. BZM Invoker against the Emo Ember Spirit.
I'm watching the mid lane for sure. I ain't looking elsewhere for now. Actually, I'll look top.
Someone
you can
could
look
die
mid.
there.
I'll look top. You look mid. There you go. Easy. Overlook both top. Easy. Looks like they did clean up the first set of Eidolons.
Now, what would you sort of make of the gyro support in this day and age?
I was mentioning I'm not really the biggest fan of it either. So, and I do actually love 5 position to Baden. So I'm like kind of mixed. I'm kind of all over the place with this game, I'll be honest. I feel like 5 Abaddon has been underrated for some time. In pubs, it's at like one of the highest win rates, if I'm not mistaken.
And would you imagine with this...
Oh,
what have we
got
got?
the connect on bottom? Did he actually connect it fully? No, okay, sorry. No, there was just some like lane mechanics, and Tianming pulled the hard camp neutral up north to catch the wave. So it forced 33 to do some kind of weird stuff. So now, instead of this creep wave being behind the tower and crush, like cutting a wave, it's actually going to get equilibrium. So small move there from Tianming. That's actually pretty huge for the laning phase. Otherwise, Ame was going to lose potentially two waves.
Oh, Courier. Tianming.
He is
Oh, he's actually not going to be able to take that. Courier will get away.
He's got the blood right coverage, so... So yeah, this I guess this is why they wanted the Bloodseeker as the carry as well.
I think it's a pretty chill lane for him.
Yeah, the lane should be pretty cool. And then, yeah, he's got the Rupture for the Razor later on.
So far, pretty even here between the two of the mid.
Zeal might have to wait for level 2 Eidolons. So they were able to clean them out again, just committing for them with the shield.
BZM's gonna have to be a bit careful here. Getting to the point where he's pretty low. Emo bottling up, looking for a chance soon.
He's getting his sustain though. 2 points Quas every single hit. They all add up. Extra healing. Yeah, in that lane matchup, it just gets better for the Invoker. Sure, BZM or Emo can always play around things, getting the runes, but I imagine they're gonna look to chain. They're gonna set up on runes. I'm watching Soxa to see when he does want to prevent some fill-ups from the Ember Spirit.
Now, both carries not feeling too much heat here.
No pressure on Dyrachyo. And I don't think that he will get any pressure with an Abaddon behind him, unless there's a rotation that comes out from a third. Should be pretty free for this Razor. So Zeal's waiting for that level 2 Eidolon. He really wants to have level 3 before he uses them again.
Just going to be a question of how much Zeal can get from the lane.
Yeah. So he's got level 2 Eidolons. Let's see if they can keep... Let's see if they can put pressure with these. They get the pull. They do get the side pull off.
It's just proven to be that little bit easier for Tundra.
Yeah. So just more sustained.
Yeah. Ensure that Dyrachyo is against no threat of dying.
And top, there's definitely kill threat onto the Enigma, right? If they just step up a little too far forward on either one of them, could get brought down bottom. 33. He's gonna have to take the walk back.
He is. It's gonna be a little fair bit of time that he's out of the lane, so free farm will continue for Ame on his Bloodseeker.
And that's where Bloodseeker feels good, right? So talking about my hate for Bloodseeker a little bit, the one thing about Bloodseeker that is very good is if he gets off to a good start, his snowball is very strong. The detriment is if he gets off to a bad start, he has a very tough time recovering, but this is the ideal. 24/7.
Yeah, he's going to be able to sit in this lane, pretty much full HP. And top lane, still not quite able to get Zeal in an easy position to farm.
Soxa now starting to just do his annoyance. After leaving 33 on his own, he's denying the rune fill-ups, putting some extra pressure onto the Ember. Baboka, looks like they're just trying to maximize with the Eidolons, just try to get some extra so they don't give it up to the Razor. Not your ideal, though. Usually when you pick this Enigma, you want to be able to dominate, or at least prevent some of the farm from the safe lane. So usually like the Gyros get picked, or the Gyro gets banned if Enigma gets picked, but the Razor seems to be doing a similar kind of method of not really caring about the Enigma. And full HP, full mana on the two, essentially. Slow for kills this game, though. 0-0, one of the more boring ones.
I feel like the most likely death is going to be a 33 or sack to make a mistake bottom. Actually, top lane, though. Seems like Baboka might be in trouble. It's a long static link.
Baboka's dead.
Not quite. The plasma field damage not enough to kill him.
He's joking.
He is, but he's also running back into it. So finds a bit of a nasty surprise there as he walks back into Dyrachyo, as Dyrachyo will claim first blood on top of having a very free farm lane, and Saxa nearly finding Zeal. But maybe Zeal Tianming can turn towards him.
He's got backup.
He does indeed wipe Mons in with a Photic Shield, and the Mistcoil Sax is perfectly fine. Tianming and Zeal are going to get pushed back from the lane once more. So Dyrachyo continuing to just have a fantastic start top.
Ame. Ame is doing very well, but the other two lanes starting to see the results very quickly of them. Emo, he's having difficulties not just because the Invoker, but because the Bounty Hunter was shifting toward mid, and now BZM. He's got a Catapult and Illusions. They might have to bring another hero to stop the push. He's actually going aggro onto Emo. Gets his mana. He's got a Mango to work with, but decent amount of damage on the tower BZM might be able to apply.
See what Emo can do. He's got to be careful because the wraparound's also coming in from Saxa.
Waimon even heals up the range creep. Emo, he's going to get his TP cancelled.
Oh, he's not going for it quite yet.
He might know. He's looking to play under the tower, but he's getting surrounded.
He's going to lose his courier. He will live, but courier to fall there.
How much of his tower did he lose? Okay, not that much actually. He lost about 500 damage on it, but out of it, they'll claim the double wisdom rune.
They do. Tianming able to make the move while so much focus has been drawn towards the mid lane.
Pretty necessary that they get the double wisdom, though, with how these lanes are already going. Things are pretty scary for them. Ame's the only one having a good time.
He's going to need a lot of that time.
He sure is.
So get this Radiance build online here as to carry Bloodseeker.
They have a lot of ways to deal with him, though, right? The Radiance, it makes him strong to farm, but not really to fight so much versus this type of lineup.
They do with that Ruptron line now. So Ame can try to set up for action and have that sort of threat as well if Tundra do start to try diving in for him.
It's a 3K gold lead in the 8
That's a lot of money.
And I believe there's stacks, if I'm not mistaken, for the Sand King. Oh, there he already cleared some of them, so that's why his net worth is so inflated. But he's still going to have some Ancients, and they're looking to rotate onto the mid. Emo just constantly sitting incredibly low. He doesn't really have the best heroes to protect him either, right? He has a Gyro support and a Bat Rider.
33. He's just going to go for the epicenter straight up and look to try and take down Tianming. Tianming pushes him back with the Flame Break, but he'll still fall to the AoE damage being pumped out by the Sand King.
There's surround here, Ame. More rotations.
They get the plasma field slow. Ame, he's pretty speedy. Got 4 heroes trying to run him down.
Can't quite.
I can't indeed. Ame will lead.
Solo kill.
All right, BZM, he does die for it, but indeed he was able to walk up and take Emo down. So both lanes there finding kills. Sure, at the end of it all, BZM does go down in the mid, but it's just the fact that now Ame, he's getting bullied out of the lane. Dyrachyo continues to be able to just farm wherever he pleases without any interruption.
They're having a pretty solid dream start here. All 3 cores at the top. The 2 supports are struggling a little bit, but these are supports that will get the ball rolling. Waimon doesn't need that much. And Saxa, he's gonna have track eventually, so they'll catch back up. Yeah, Emo is just, that is pretty crazy. 1,600 behind, but they did put a lot of emphasis on him with this Invoker pick, with the bounty sitting mid.
Sure, but it is indeed one of those situations where he also picked it up right for that matchup.
I mean, we knew it was gonna come, right? It's limited disables that he's playing versus, and it's an Emo classic. And all the other ones were kind of banned out, so. Emo again. Got a tank and EMP. Nope, he gets the Remnant off.
Just trying to put what pressure they can onto this top lane, Baboka and Zeal.
I imagine Tundra wants to defend this tower.
We're going to try and dive in towards Dyrachyo, but he's got the backup of Whitemon. Cooldown coming in, but Dyrachyo, he's already out of it. Further TP's coming in. There's the shield. They'll drop the black hole. We've got the blood right follow coming in as well, and Mistcoil provides a little bit of heal, but it's not enough to save him. Dyrachyo goes down. Here we have Yakult bringing in enough numbers to overpower Tundra, get the 2 kills, and get the tower.
Very good identification, I guess, knowing that 33 is not going to TP top. And he had the TP available, but I guess just knowing that he wasn't going to look for that protection. BZM had TP to the mid lane, so they just immediately go for that dive. Nice play, even bringing Ame up there, so a good kill.
As we can see there, no surprises. Invoker, BZM's top hero in terms of number of games played.
And which build is he going for this game? Is it the Manta? It is the Manta. So he's done, I think, 3 different builds that I've seen. I saw him do a Mage Slayer build, I saw him do a Witchblade build, and I've seen him do Manta. So cool to see. 33 gets the stun.
Ame should be able to get through a second time. Let this Tornado gets him, and it does. BZM coming in from the distance.
Wow. That was a good shot. Good play from 33 getting that stun initially. Amp damage rune. They should be able to get some decent trade, at least tower damage-wise. TP's up, though. BZM looking to swing mid. Duracio's there, too, so...
They can look for maybe a play here. The lasso's been dropped down onto Saxa.
Emo's got a reset. No remnants available.
They can't stick around and try and finish off the action there. Yakult, Tundra. Respond in time.
So Tundra prioritizing saving their mid tower rather than going for full tower pressure bottom. Probably will end up finishing the bottom tower eventually, and now they can get a push going themselves.
Now Yakult's turn to show what they want to bring in for the defense. Emo, chain's opening. Pretty far up on the high ground. Zeal in with the Malefice. TPs are coming in. White Monkey together and trying to help out. He's got the shield and the miscall. Throws it down on the BZM, but BZM has been ruptured. Has to hold his position for now, but he's able to do so with the backup of Duraccio as well as they turn. Take Tianming out. TP's coming in clutch there by Tundra to keep BZM alive.
Oh, okay. He used the idle line. He's trying to click the Enigma. Slight misclick there from Duraccio. The White Mon heals. Adding up on Duraccio. Duraccio, don't dive too far. Response there from Tundra, bringing in the numbers, and I mean, this is a bad pick. It's doing work already.
It is, yeah, it's looking great here from Whitemon. A lot of clutch saves and abilities to enable his course to turn around these early plays.
And they keep just ensuring that Emo doesn't get any extra kills, so Emo continues to struggle in terms of net worth. Keeps having to return to the mid lane too, because he has to just prioritize defending the tower. His team spending a lot of time finishing off those stacks. Might just lose a tower out of it in the mid lane. 33. Insane damage. Absolutely insane.
He's been chilling in this whole sort of half of the map. He's been able to clean up the jungle and obviously with his good blink dagger timing, ensure that Yakult as a team, they can't really enter into here without the threat of just getting jumped by this Sand King, and with any sort of follow-up, it's a pretty easy kill right now. Not a lot of defensive maneuvers that Yakult's heroes can pull.
No, they're definitely going to struggle in these next 5 minutes or so, it feels like. Until Zeal maybe has a pipe to stop some of this crazy magic damage that's coming through. Does feel difficult. Just the initiation plus the vision that we've seen so far from Tundra, it's that much cleaner. It's a 5,000 gold lead. It's only 13 minutes. It's a big lead.
Yeah, all three cores in a fantastic spot for Tundra. They've got to do something about it, Yakult, and here we have it, the 5-man smoke. Look over towards 33.
He is very deep.
Is there to help out. Get it with a smoke strike across the three of them. The lasso is there, though. It's not quite enough to take down. Finally, the sleight of fist on the second time round will cut him out. Get Whitemon as well.
Punish the greed.
Yeah, a little bit too much daggers. Tundra, they felt that they were able to make that play with 33 having the backup for Whitemon piano, able to jungle that dangerous part of the map. But you turn over 5 heroes, you're going to be able to knock those 2 down.
That is the big thing too, right? It is 5 heroes that get pulled over there. So in the meantime, Duraccio knows he has the freedom to continue bottom. So it's greed punished, but they get something out of it at the least. To Saxa. Do they have enough?
He's got the blood right down, but Saxa's able to dodge it. Tianming looks to finish off the job, and he'll be able to do so.
But Ame dies for it.
He does, and so does Tianming. So Ame trying to sort of show his face, get involved with the blood right. Ends up costing him his life as BZM gets the last touch on towards him, takes him out.
I think it was double track kill too. I actually didn't see if the second one went out, but I see 2 tracks on my abilities. I just didn't see if it was the same target, so.
Oh, now it's on 33.
Another catch.
Azeal's going to go for the TP. Any interrupt? Yes, there is. BZM once again. He's everywhere they need him. Comes in with a cold snap and makes sure that Tundra find another kill.
Tundra's moving too fast for them, really. I mean, 6 to 9, it's 7,000 gold lead, and they're getting track kills as well. It's crazy that it's that high when it doesn't really feel like it should be that high with the movements that's been going on. But just after the result of the lanes in particular, that mid and that top lane, and we're really seeing it.
Yeah, and Ame just needs time. You know, that's the thing with this Bloodseeker, right?
Oh.
You've got to get this Radiance online.
Oh, is this maybe the new build too? They get the Soul Ring in between?
I was going to look at it. I don't know if all the Bloodseekers are really doing that.
Okay, that's a bit interesting.
But obviously it helps for sort of your ability to just spam the blood right.
Sure, but you went for null already to farm, so it's a bit interesting to me. Ame sometimes has his own style, so just was a little thing.
So sort of checking most of the games. No, other players don't go for the Soul Ring.
I didn't think so. And Ame,
it's just the null.
Getting gone on again. Almost enough. 40 HP. He survives the Sunstrike. Oh, he dodges.
Not gonna get him. Whitemon. He should be fine after the borrowed time. Yeah, they can't chase forward for that. So indeed, yeah, Soul Ring is. I don't think anyone else buys it.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's because of the importance of kind of the time in the Radiance. And in this game as well, he did sort of buy in a situation where he wasn't really being pressured. So
That's
did
how I
opt to
felt
kind
too,
of
'cause I didn't
slow down his progress to buy the Soul Ring.
I don't think I noticed when he had purchased it, but he does do it a few games. I'm seeing a few other players who are doing it.
Lucas did it. He bought FaZe, Soul Ring, and then Sentry Ward, and then lost.
Okay.
But that's the only other game. Oh, no, someone else got it. Who went for the Soul Ring? Low Skill did it. He won his game.
Okay.
He got the Soul Ring on the way. So here and there, some players are still favoring getting the Soul Ring on the road to the Radiance.
Yeah.
But the majority don't.
I just felt like this game, I just didn't see. I thought he was like on his way to his Radiance, but yeah. BZM gets the catch. He's just going to burn the mana. Can still outrange it. He can. 33 in position to go for a kill. Mid, Dyrachyo.
Ooh, that's a meaty kill.
That's a Dyrachyo death. That's for sure. Alone, going for an aggressive solo play. Striking back though, 33.
Baboka. Is there going to be any sort of protection from the TPs are in? Tundra will have to back off. Yeah, maybe one of the reasons well this game because there is the EMP, so wants to ensure that if he gets caught by one, he can still get a spell off in the fight.
That's okay. It's a pretty okay reason. And yeah, we heard there from Nox. It's like 3 different players have started to go for it.
Yeah.
So all right, cool. I remember I always just like to point some of these out because I remember Emo also being the only player as Storm to go Soul Ring and nobody else was doing it last year. So small little things to just point out. BZM.
He's on the hunt. And there's a lot of backup coming in for him.
Dude, Baboka's here.
Got the Rupture.
BZM might be getting
Tundra's
baited.
making their way over. Manta dodged out off the
What a
missile.
Manta.
Forrester comes in. BZM stands his ground. His friends have arrived. And Baboka will fall alongside Arme as the double kill. It's there for BZM.
Who's baiting who? That was sick. BZM, clutch little play there with the Manta. And potentially no.
They could walk to
go for Roche, right?
top, yeah.
They could think about it.
They can do it. They can tank it with 33 and Whitemon easily, and BZM has got the damage if he wants to. They've got Dyrachyo in the neighborhood as well.
That's 3 back-to-back deaths for Ame. I think most of the games where I saw Bloodseeker have success, it's like that 12-minute Radiance. So I was mentioning
it's going to be a slow one this game.
I was mentioning earlier, this is when Bloodseeker starts to really suffer. It's once he falls behind early, he has really difficult times recovering.
Oh, and he's just TP'd into this!
Another one.
Oh, no!
He gets piped, but it doesn't matter. Tornado whiffs.
I mean, Tianming is trying with the lasso, but there's a Batum right in front of him with an orthotic shield ready to go. So, Tianming, he's actually able to live.
Emo?
Oh, no, he's stepped back into damage from Saxo.
Emo just walked in and died.
They're all walking in and dying. That seems to be the order of the day here for them right now, and it's not working out.
Emo literally just TP'd in and just died 100-0.
It's looking right. 12K
I mean, it's 12K.
for Tundra. Uh-oh.
Holy moly. I mean, they're exploding in this game now. They just kill after kill after kill.
And this is Tundra top form, as we saw from them at Playground a few days ago. Against Yakult, who so far today, Yakult's been looking fantastic. They've gone, what, 3-0 so far. This game, it's looking not even close right now.
I think things got a little weird for them perhaps in the draft, and I don't always blame draft by any means, but giving BZM a last pick invoker, pretty much like it's his best hero. 33. Pump faking. He's got the pipe if he feels necessary as well, but doesn't even go for it. Yeah, this game is looking very, very complicated now at this point. The lanes, I think they expected the Enigma to be able to shut down the Razor a little bit more, but that didn't happen. Mid lane didn't happen either, and yeah, bot was the only lane that went well, but distant are those days. As Baboka and Tianming getting grabbed up, but neither are actually getting focused. Baboka will die.
Dyrachyo should be able to kill off Tianming as well underneath the tower. Lasso for nothing.
Money, money, more track. I think both those were track kills, so up to 14,000. It's getting pretty ridiculous at this point.
What's the comeback potential? Where's the comeback potential?
My fight recap shows 2 tracks. Yours does not, so there you go.
He's nearly got his Radiance.
He nearly has the Radiance.
It's going to be like a 20-minute Radiance.
We got the double tracks, so.
Maybe 21 minutes. It's not been easy for Arme this game.
And it's not about the Radiance, it's about the next items.
It is. You need the Radiance plus the next item.
Yeah, it's like Radiance, Agnes, BKB. Because, yeah, unless you're playing super far ahead as Arme is stalked.
Sax is ready to start bullying him. Backup's on the way for Tundra.
I mean, Sax almost just one-tapped him.
And they're just bullying around with him.
He almost solo killed him.
Zeal, what's he doing here?
Dying.
He's dead as well. Pops the pipe. It doesn't matter.
This is out of hand. I mean, Tundra showing why they won that last tournament for sure, but this one in a different type of fashion. I think we're seeing just a BZM show in particular
I guess that's the plus for Yakult. It's nice for Yakult that they had this game at the end of their day.
That's fair.
Rather than their first one, you know what I mean? They've already won 3 games, so they could be like, whatever. Sometimes, you know, things just go horribly wrong. If they turned up today and this was their game 1, it would have, maybe today would have taken a bit of a different turn for them. But yeah, if they lose this, they're still 3-1, highly likely to be at the top, in one of those top 2 spots on the leaderboard.
Man, it's also, the thing is too, is like, I mean, I'm going to keep mentioning it over and over again, but it's for the teams that are as well going to just play Tundra. It's just these Infus heroes. It's every game. It's literally every game. And Duracho going for a solo play.
And he's TP back up and he needs it now, mate. It's not even going to matter. He's just... Oh! Okay, no, 33 is able to get in range. Burrow strikes forward. Another lasso for nothing. And now Baboka is also turned up. He's going to try and take down Duracho, but the Aphotic Shield comes in. Emo's going to TP over. Can they punish Tundra here? They're looking towards 33. Going to try and duck into the tree line. Burrow strike to break away from them, but Emo's in with the chase. Jumps in with the Remnant. They'll be able to get at least 1 kill. Can they get anything more, though? Duracho is still incredibly scary. He's been healed up, buffed up by Whitemon, so he's not really something they can make a move on towards. BZM is waiting in the wings. So,
I think they know they need to run.
Yeah, they run. They take what they get. They get a Sand King kill. That's all they're getting for now.
It's something. And there's the Radiance.
There's the Radiance. 22-minute timing, though. It doesn't feel great.
He was the one having the good lane.
He had an easy lane.
And he's behind Emo in net worth. BZM, Manta immediately. I really like his build this game. Just perfectly adapting to everything here. Felt like he didn't need the Witchblade or Mage Slayer. Nothing like that needed. The Manta for the Dispel has just been perfect. And for the dodge, of course, as we saw bottom. 15,000 height.
Tundra. As I say, this is you know, tournament winning form Tundra that we saw.
It's also it's the experience as well too. Exactly, we saw there. They're so much higher level. Almost level 12 for Double Track. He's same level as their offlaner. Whitemon is level 12.
And maybe we are getting that carry Abaddon after all. You know, with how well Whitemon's doing on the levels.
I'm glad to see a 5 position Abaddon though, because in pubs it has an insanely high win rate. I think it might be the highest. You can check it afterwards.
Really? Is it actually that hot?
As the 5 position,
okay, let's have a look.
I think it was trickling above 55%.
Hard support, yes, a solid 53% across
now.
The support rolls.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was higher when I last checked, but
yeah, it's doing well.
It's a weird one. Yeah, he's got Solar Crest finished though, so he's got that buff up. Saksa nearly has the Orchid, so Zeal, I mean, it's already looked like a very difficult game for him to get a black hole off, but now even more answers is Ame. BZM looking for the solo play.
Is there any way to save him? And Tiaming's watching from the side. It looks like this time the Rupture onto BZM will be enough to stop him from...
No way he's landed this?
It's an absolute beauty there from BZM.
What?
How does he hit that one?
That was sick. That was beautiful.
Yeah, the BZM show continues.
Yep. I mean, don't give this man last pick Invoker. No one even tipped him. That was a 6 Sunstrike. I'll tip you. I'll tip you, BZM. There you go.
They didn't have anything. No vision, no track, no nothing, right? That was just straight up.
Straight up
knew
prediction.
Exactly what path he would take through that tree line there around the secret shop rather than running down the lane. He read him like a book. Well, 23 to win. 24 minutes in, 70k lead, and tier 2 taken down here on the top lane.
He's just been hemorrhaging kill after kill after kill after kill.
That's been rough.
Really is. All right, 7 deaths. He has the highest on the team next to his bat. Their safe lane, which there was a lane that went well, has 14 deaths.
I'll see what they can get here. Maybe they can get one.
He's got ulti.
Yep, and borrowed time to TP out. They've got no other interrupts left, and they're ready.
I'm sure Zeal asked, he's like, guys, do I black hole this?
Honestly, I feel like maybe you do. I'm sure if that was a pub game, someone would be pinging the black hole.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you said it, right? Carry Abaddon, right? So,
yeah, no, that's just, yeah. They've got to respect Whitemon a little bit more. He's been doing wonders this game. 2-1 and 10.
And he's got...
they can't do much about him. He's going to get on the road towards the Aghanims now. And once the Aghanim's there, the game's over if it's not already.
Yep. And he's even carrying a Greater Healing Lotus on top of everything, too, so he can pump these heals onto his allies. Bloodstone finished after the pipe. 433. I mean, items just continuing to flurry in for them, and not too much for the side of Yakult. BKB still far away for their 2 main cores. Dead again.
Not having a great time. I mean, none of them are this game, Yakult. It's been a rough one. Well, I say none of them actually. You know, Zeal and Emo, they're still doing fine. 3-2-3, 1-2-4.
I mean, in terms of kill score, but in terms of impact, not so much. They just can't do anything. It's not their fault, really. I mean, they have the pipe drum, so at this point, there's just too much to control, and Black Hole's never gonna go off. When he has BKB, maybe, but at that point, it doesn't feel like they even have damage now. It's already getting to that point.
33's in.
It's already been at that
Sees
point.
the chance to jump towards Zeal. They'll be able to force him back.
Emo.
I got the Rupture on the 33. Trying to heal up with the Bloodstone, but they've got 3 cores beating into him. They're bringing him down low. They're going to be able to get him. They kill off the Sand King. 33 getting a little ahead of himself that time as the rest of the team could not reach in and save him.
Look at that gold. 1,500, and he's not even on a streak.
Getting the lion's share of that.
Holy moly.
That was, that was 33. It's a little bit wild from him there.
I think he thought he was actually immortal with Pipe and Bloodstone under there.
And the heals were pretty significant, but it ends up getting caught underneath, indeed, all 3 of Yakult's cores. And they're behind, but they're not that, well, they are that far behind, but they're not that far behind. BZM.
So he's got the Manta, he holds on to it anyway.
I still have to be careful stepping away from their towers here, Yakult.
Let's poke. More space for Ame. Double BKBs soon going to be
It's going to be
there
soon.
That will help a decent amount inside the fights, of course. Lots of other things they still have to worry about, but it's a step toward the right direction.
If you get the BKB and the Ags, then maybe. This Bloodseeker will be able to do something in the team fights.
Yeah.
Until that point, it's not easy for him.
No, I'd have to imagine one of these nullifiers is going to get queued up pretty soon. And they might even be Soxa. Could be interesting. BKB done? Okay, so there's the 2 of them.
Yeah.
So Tundra does have to respect them a little bit, though. If they get caught by some big black hole, that is the turn factor. But there's no positioning.
There we go.
Right? He has to literally, drum and black hole. So let's see what they can catch here. Tundra. Looking pretty prepared.
They've been scanned, yeah. Tundra know that Yakult's approaching from this angle.
It's for the Wisdom Rune.
They've got a Forge Spirit in the nose, so they know that they're smoked.
Oh, Baboga.
Because the scan's detected.
He's shown.
Emo. He's going to try and lead in. They probably just have to let Baboga die here. Do they really want to try and make this fight happen? Emo's still considering it.
They're going to lose more.
He's caught by the Cold Snap and the Sunstrike. They've got the Yaw set up. Zeo, does he want to black hole this? He's going to.
It's a 1-man.
Have they got the damage? Arme's moving in.
Nope.
No, they don't. Dredger's going to put the BKB. Arme trying to finish off the job. They do get the kill. Can Arme get out with the range of the BKB? He can, but the silence is connected in onto Emo. Emo falls, and Arme indeed does still die there to the damage of Saxa. Well, he was Shuriken flying out as such. They try to make a fight happen, but Tundra, they were so ready for it.
And it was like 3 or 4 track kills as well on top of it. And it's a single-man black hole. The Greater Healing Lotus comes in. Whitemon feeds it to Duracho. He ends up dying, but not even too much. If he had Satanic there, he lives, and it's just a 5-0 fight, and the game probably gets called. Might get called anyway.
Let's have a look. They want to move on to the tier 4s. What do they want to go for here, Tundra? There's still a tier 2 standing in the mid lane.
BZM just walks through the towers.
It looks like Yakult will give it one more attempt here with the fight. Once they're up in a few seconds, Satanic done on Duracho.
And if he had that before the last fight, he
just doesn't die.
And that was pretty much everything committed there.
Yeah.
It's up to almost a 30,000 gold lead.
They can take the Roshan if they want.
1 per minute. 1K per minute. And yeah, 17 level advantage. Lotus finished. Yeah, everyone just insanely high level. They're probably going to have all 5 of the highest levels in the game very soon. And difficult, yeah, I mean, Yakult can't contest this Roche. There's no way. Yeah, I was going to actually say, this I feel like is one of the highest deaths I've seen for Ame. 8 deaths, and it's only 30 minutes in. That's pretty absurd. His record apparently is 12. How long was that game? Do you know by any chance, Nox, if you could give us that? Okay. 63 minutes and 42 minutes. He's had 12 deaths before.
Oh, so yeah, so I had quite a bit of time to die. You know, that's not really a bad death score in a 63-minute game.
But 30, 8 is a lot. It's quite a lot. Next few items soon being finished. I mean, BZM, like I said, BZM show for sure. Just items flurrying out. Finished up his Witchblade before the last fight. Lincoln's pretty much done. So Lasso, I mean, they didn't. The thing is, too, is like it's crazy. They don't even have Blink Lasso this game because it's a 5-bat that had to go for 4 staff. So initiation is just incredibly awkward. The whole game's been tough. Zemo.
BZM
is
on point with the tornado. Yeah, knows exactly how to every single one of these angles. He's godlike.
There's no way you give him this hero as last pick. Maybe you don't give him this hero, period. You'd be giving him this as like not a 20, it wasn't 24 pick, but a 23 pick anyway.
I guess, and not if you don't have something in that mid matchup that's going to do better than this, right? Emo, he's a great Ember Spirit player, but this matchup, he just wasn't able to do much whatsoever against BZM in the lane. And he continues to pick up these kills globally with the stun strikes. BZM.
I thought that's why there was maybe a reason they would go for like a Monkey King just to beat the lane, but it's just not Emo, right? Emo just plays his Ember Spirits. He plays all those.
I thought Ember Spirit would be able to do a bit better, but I guess, yeah, BZM on his Invoker is just another sort of beast.
And Babuk is probably just dead here, isn't he? Sunstrike, Tornado, off the mark, okay. I was gonna say, if he catches that Tornado, potentially gets the kill.
Well, they got their ults, so the black hole is there. They want to try and pull something together. Gonna have Tianming back up in a couple of seconds, but the damage has been done. Tundra claim another set of barracks.
I mean, BZM is relatively low mana. If there's any ever time to jump, it could... no, there's not a chance to jump, but small little things. He can Ghost Walk up. He's gonna get that regen right back to full. And the Ags, it's pretty much done for Whitemon.
Yeah,
so,
that's...
I mean, the game
even if you do get these black holes, it really is, it's not going to matter if Whitemon's in town.
They're keeping it consistently at that 1K per minute. And now at this point, Yakult, they're stuck in the base. Blink is done for Zeo, so I mean... I think if the Ags is done for Whitemon and he 5-man black holes, they still lose the fight miserably.
Definitely.
Whew. Cool to see, though. Glad to see the Abaddon. I think he's purged off only one of the lassos in particular so far, but the overall impact that he's had is massive. He's 4-1 in 15. So. And the push continues.
Let's have a look. Can Zeal find a chance? Tianming, dead again.
Unbelievable.
BZM doesn't miss.
He's just too good at this hero.
And the push continues here from Tundra. Tier 3 gone. When are they going to make the call to make a jump here, Yakult?
It's the final racks.
BZM standing his ground here, still a minute and a half or so on the Aegis.
I mean, Emo's just getting turreted. He's almost dying just to right clicks.
Full Pharasma. He's got it now.
That's the Megas, isn't it?
It is.
They
Final
can't
set of
even
racks,
stop.
it's gone. They're not going anywhere. Tundra BZM could keep pushing on.
Look at him go.
The slight chains on it. He's out of range of the blood bright. Arme getting bullied back towards the fountain. Sunstrike not going to connect this time. Arme survives. Tundra, no need to leave the base. They can stick around here. Jump forward, they get the power track onto the two of them. BZM cleans up Tianming, turns towards Emo. Emo's gone. They'll call it, they'll tap out. They'll get a nice little black hole to finish the game, but it does not matter whatsoever. Tundra stomping Yakult and being the only team to get a win against them in this group stage, Tundra.
This was picture perfect, really, it felt like, for Tundra. Yeah, Bloodseeker got some farm in the laning phase, but at the same time, 33 was farming. Soxa was having impact on mid. And yeah, BZM, I think we can just say a million things about him, because holy crap, what a performance.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games that's going to give all the teams quite the reminder of how much you have to respect that hero when it's the potential for BZM to grab it. And as a last pick,
yeah, 720. He actually matched his GPM and XPM on the dot. 728 GPM and XPM. 14-1 and 14. I felt like he was literally everywhere after also dominating the mid. So, yeah, talking about BZM so much. But going back to for Yakult, I think in particular they expected that top lane, like the Enigma, to be able to shut down the Razor a little more, things not to be so disastrous. But it ended up being quite disastrous. The top lane put no pressure, mid lane put no pressure, and then, yeah, BZM took control while everybody was just free farming. So a clear, concise game plan for Tundra, and I feel like Yakult just fell apart quickly.
Yeah, it did. A rough one here for Yakult, but as I say, they'll still be happy about the general outcome of today. They were able to get 3 wins to end up the group stage 3-1 themselves. We're not quite done with the group stage yet, though, here. We have one more game to play out here to close up at least this group's games today. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll be back with that last game here in Group A. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Blast Slam 2 group stages. We're getting ready for our last game here in Group A before potential tiebreakers, which there will be, ladies and gentlemen.
No matter what.
Is it no matter what?
I think so,
It's
right?
no matter what. There's probably going to be tiebreakers. So if you enjoyed Dota 2, which I imagine most of you do if you're listening to this right now, you're in for a treat. We're going to have plenty more games coming through for you for the rest of the day. As for the games before potential tiebreakers, there's only one more of those to play, and it is, as you saw on your screen, Liquid versus BetBoom.
Yikes.
So far, for these two teams, folk, it's not been easy. Right? Well, so for Liquid's been easy, but for BB, it's not been great. It's not been great.
I don't know what's going on. It must just be the lack of Katomi, because they look...
Yeah.
There's just, no synergy, really, it seemed like, between the players, but also the draft definitely had some more to be desired. But they're picking the Enchantress, too, right? I think, like, 2 games we saw, like, Tokyo just wanted to play Enchantress, I guess.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Yeah. Maybe they're going to adapt a little bit more into this one, but...
I think, you got to try something crazy here, right? You might as well, right? Because it's looking like, whatever happens, they're going to be in the bottom in terms of going through to round 1 in the next stage. So this result is, this game is really just sort of a chance for them to try something a little bit different. Obviously, still things to play for, I believe, because if they do also go 1 and 3, then they're level with Talon. So that means that maybe if they win sort of the new Staddle or the tiebreaker, whatever it is, they will then play the bottom of the other group rather than the second bottom. So there's still absolute reason for them to try and get the win here. And we'll see what they attempt to do it with, because whatever they've been trying so far, as you say, has not been working. They've got to try something a little bit different here.
I think I think maybe they're overthinking things or something along those lines, because, things are not really working. So it seems like Liquid does have to win for tiebreakers.
Okay.
So what I said
so
was
there might not be tiebreakers, but on the plus side for you guys, I do hear that the Group B stream, they've had some long games, so they're kind of like a game behind, so there's going to be a lot of action over there if you're not already watching both streams anyway. The draft is ready anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for this one to potentially close up the group. Liquid versus BB, Team BetBoom. It's on your screens right now. Here you go. So let's have a look. Let's have a look. So you say, for what's not been working, do you think, from what we have seen from BB?
I mean, let's take a look, actually. We can quickly bring up like let's go just the 3 games, right? The 3 games that they lost. So the one I didn't get to catch the full one in the morning, the first one that they played, but they tried this Abaddon offlane that looked kind of weird, and then they had first pick DK that ended up being forced to the mid lane. So just I don't know. It just seems like they're kind of all over the place. So, but they're losing very fast. At least here, it's been sub 30-minute games kind of across the board. I'm kind of gonna count. This one also was a 30-minute. This was a 31-minute loss versus Tundra, but this was also pretty devastating how quick it ended up happening. So, I don't know. They just seem kind of all over the place, man. Not having Katomi is definitely really hurting. So, we'll have to see, because Liquid, it feels like for them, they're maybe slightly getting more comfortable. I don't know. They're also a little bit... They're not as down by any means by BetBoom, but they're also not as up as some of the other teams that we've seen.
I think already they're looking more solid than they did last week.
More solid?
More... yeah, there we go, Liquid and all that. And what are we seeing from them? Well, in that last game, right, that we had with them against Tundra, they look good, right?
It was Nisha. Nisha played very well.
And Nisha played fantastic. And you've got to consider as well, that was a game. And now that we've seen sort of Tundra's rest of the games, Tundra just stomped Yakult. So Liquid were able to beat that, beat that Tundra. Just goes to show that still when Liquid hit their stride, they're very much unstoppable. So an absolute tough, very tough opponent.
So I'm already
BB team here,
and I'm already a little happy because I think, like I said, I think BB may be getting a little bit inside of their heads, and they're just like looking to play their old guns, looking to play their old style. I think you got to adapt. Look at what the teams are doing. Check out Tundra. Why are they doing so good? We've got a bounty first pick, so already they're changing things up because I looked and they haven't played a single bounty.
Okay.
So even since yesterday, I'm going to continue looking at past 2 weeks. I don't think that I've seen them play it.
Have they been picking more? I'd just like to see them pick an early morph. I think they can get away with it with Pure.
I think it got banned in the last one, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me check.
But if that gets through, I feel like if you're a BB team, you don't feel bad picking it early. I feel like in the past, when they've sometimes come off the back of a few losses, they just pick the Pure morph early. Because he can just carry out games in numerous situations, regardless of what's drafted against him.
It was 12th banned, so...
Yeah. I think they should bump that up in priority.
Thing is, now you see the Beastmaster, so now you maybe consider... could consider something like that Gyro. Because it's kind of one of those answers for the summons, heroes, and the off lane. It owns both of them. I think every time I've seen Gyro picked versus either Beast or versus Lycan, the Gyro just is free lane.
Is that
Enigma.
You'd say in this patch that's still kind of your favorite carry against those heroes? In the lane?
Maybe in the lane. Maybe. I'm not a huge Gyro fan at the
respect
moment.
there for the Insania Jakiro. You don't see that every day, right?
All right.
Jakiro ban, but of course we saw Insania earlier come in with it. Won another game for it. 9-0, by the way, since TI 2024.
10-0 now.
10-0. Sorry, yes, indeed. 10-0 on his Jakiro, so some respect coming out there from BetBoom.
It honestly looked fine. It looked pretty meh in the lane, which I thought was kind of the purpose for it, but overall in the game it actually looked pretty good. So they do get the Beastmaster. So let's see what the answer is there from BB.
And what's a Liquid want to ban? I want to still fire a bit more respect, maybe towards that mid lane. Of course, this time round, I see the Monkey King get banned out in the last game. We did have BB Team go for that as their first pick.
I mean, do they just ban the Morph?
I would. I feel like the Morph is pretty terrifying. They banned the Gyro, probably for the reasons you say.
The reason that I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, it is one of those ones that the Beast is like, you know what? I'm a Beastmaster. It's going to be an easy game. Who's slightly annoying in the lane? Gyro. Don't want to lane against it.
They'll get the clock as well.
Yeah.
Very strong.
I like the Morph.
I'm kind of down. I'm kind of
Trust in the pure Morph to get you the win.
He's got a little smirk on his face too right now, so.
They're like, you got this, bro. We'll just give you the Morph. You're going to carry us. He won't be doing the Slark again. That was rough.
Just please don't do Bristle back again. I don't want to cast Bristle 90% of the games. I feel like it's going to be Bristle.
Yeah.
Give me Morph or Dawnbreaker. Not versus Clockwork, just kidding. Morph or...
How about the PA lane against a Beastmaster?
It's not bad. It's good.
Playable.
It's playable for sure, yeah.
PA, I think, you know, is as solid as ever in this patch. And so I'd like to see an early PA Morph pick. I think you can go for. They go for their Warlock and they'll get the PA. So they get the duo, that lane that you like.
I mean, they're literally they're like, okay, guys, we're becoming Tundra. Let's do it.
It kind of is.
It's literally done Tundra's draft, so. Tundra did lose with the PA.
And Tundra did lose to Liquid, so maybe not the best team to emulate the playstyle because Liquid has the answers.
Yeah. And oh my God, Saberlit has to play against the same lane that he fed versus in the other game.
Oh, he did. Yeah, but he's not going to do it. We heard in the interview, right? He was like, this lane, it's terrifying. So there's no way he's going to be like, boys, ping me the Primal again against these two heroes.
I mean, he's playing Beast. He's stuck.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, yeah. He's
which is it's not easy. It's not going to be that easy, honestly. Saberlight's probably like, oh, come on, guys.
I mean, you say that, though. Does Mickey not play a mean carry Beastmaster?
I guess.
Can he? We saw Arme do it, right?
Do it twice.
You know, maybe they want to try some themselves. Like, we're crushing this group stage. Let's try some Mickey safe lane Beast.
I mean, I don't even know, actually. Beast? Maybe not. I think Beast overall is better versus... Actually, no.
Yeah. And it's a nice one for Saberlight, right? One. This is one he does pretty well on.
It's probably a better hero overall, I guess, in a way. In most situations lately. Maybe. A lot of maybes.
I guess if anything, it depends if Saberlight's happy playing the Beast against the PA Warlock lane.
I mean,
unless he's like, I don't want to play it down here. Mickey, you take this hero.
He's taking it. Too bad.
Taking it. Crystal Maiden.
CM. Okay. Jakiro's gone. Bring the Crystal Maiden back. Frostbite can be very strong.
We'll have to get that stat, actually. What's Insania's win rate on Crystal Maiden since 2024?
It's not
9-0. It's not 9-0.
I'm certain it's not because I'm pretty sure I saw him.
Maybe 0-9.
Let me actually, I got Liquid's draft.
Don't try and outstat Knoxville.
Okay, Knox.
Yeah. We need some juicy CM stats.
I saw somebody play Crystal Maiden the other day. Maybe it was Celery.
Yeah, there was. I think it was Gaming Gladiators, right, the other week.
Because the other time that they played it was a long time ago.
Bloodseeker, you don't like it. We're going to see if Liquid can make it work.
But this
they probably can.
Versus PA is one of the ones that I will say, because PA literally is screwed. Like you can't Phantom Strike, you can't do anything. No. So this is one of the ones where I move Bloodseeker up, and Bloodseeker Crystal Maiden is the duo. This actually, I think it was it BetBoom that did this combo? I think it was.
Well,
Bloodseeker plus Crystal Maiden, because it's the lane in particular, you're just, you're blasting, right? You're constantly throwing down the double nukes, you're keeping them trapped in blood, right? So I'm still not a huge fan of the hero, but I think in this position it looks better than I saw it in the last game.
Yeah. BetBoom. Got to get something now for the offlane. What's the one here for Mirror? Is it another just Lycan pickup? I mean, it didn't get banned. It is there. Didn't win that last game, but it's a Lycan. It's hot commodity this patch.
I'm not liking Lycan.
But just what too greedy does, kind of what takes over them, can take over the map, but doesn't really offer too much for kind of initiation or.
Yeah. Nah, not really a fan. Just wondering what else you might look to play.
Maybe it's still just the bristleback.
Please no. I think Dawn you can't because actually no. Now you might know. Actually, they can still flex.
Wait, Dawn's fine. What's wrong with Dawn?
But the clockwork is very annoying to play against in the laning phase. You pretty much can't get you're getting your mana burn, which you're always lacking on mana, and you're getting constantly battery assaulted. So
sure, but you can escape.
You can. They're gonna keep it open.
Mid. Okay, save the offlane for last this time round. They want to make sure that the last few bans don't knock out some of the hot heroes that GPK wants to grab. They get his puck.
I'm pretty cool with that. I mean, looking at the heroes he's playing against right now, it looks pretty good for a puck.
Yeah, good hero to sort of be playing alongside with in those mid-game fights if you're a Warlock as well. Right?
Yeah, you're like skirting, you're playing off information. You're always, I feel like the mid hero is always going to be the one that enables Fatal Bonds.
Yeah.
It's always going to be like that.
Nice, super nice.
Almost always.
Great team fight combo with the Coil and the Golem. Absolutely.
What could be that big for?
So now, looking at those mid bans.
Is Doom that bad from Yarrow? I feel like Doom is...
yeah, Doom's alright. You play the lane pretty nicely, right? You are a couple of melees against the clock. Or you're not fussed about that?
Maybe a little fussed.
But then again, what sort of ranged offlaners do you want to really play nowadays?
It's like the two I was looking at was Mars and Doom, but I don't know how much these are really in favor recently, because I know the last time I think I saw him play both, he lost.
They'll just ban out the Bristle. Good. We didn't want to see no Bristle.
Thank you so much.
See if they continue to lean towards banning out those tankier offlaners.
Hmm. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I do feel one of the concerns for BB2, which I think was maybe they don't have a lot of save, right? If someone's getting roared or ruptured, what are they doing to get that hero out of there?
They have the Golem counter initiate. That's pretty much it, right?
Okay.
And they're going to ban the Dawn. I actually think Dawn was probably still the best
because
one.
that would have been a potential save.
Yeah.
And sure, in the lane you can't play super aggressive against the clock, but you can survive.
It might not have even been the clock. That was the other thing too, right?
Sure,
it's probably
the
the
CM.
So
I mean, sure, CM's still annoying against the Frostbite, stops your combo. But yeah, it's still...
It doesn't stop it.
Well, okay, it stops
just
you from
lands
closing
place.
in, but in DJ
Yes,
you keep
exactly.
swinging. Yeah, fair. But yeah, Dawn, because I think you would have wanted one of those kind of offlaners that can provide some sort of save potential, and there isn't a lot of them.
No, I agree. I think Dawn would have been probably one of the better ones that was left. Ban the Shaker.
I was going to say this, but I was going to say, do you like this as an offlaner?
They did it earlier and it went 0-11.
Because I was like, dude, it's a good or bad in game. There's a Rupture in play. It got something to take off the Raw.
He has a way to play around the Crystal Maiden bite, too.
I like the Abaddon, but you're saying it was not hot earlier.
But I think in the earlier thing, he had like, I believe it was just like a pretty rough game to play it. He saw Bristle, Beast, I don't know, it looked a little bit rougher. But this one he did see Beast, so he's got a shield save for that as well. For
exactly. It's like it's a nice Abaddon game, but how nice can an offlane Abaddon game be?
I actually kind of like BBs right now. We'll see what Liquid rounds up with.
They'll go with the sniper mid.
All right. Oh, that's nice. Versus the puck.
I mean, is it? You can get coiled and golemed. They've got ways to get Nisha.
They do, but the lane in particular.
They've got a PA as well. It's going to be closing in. I don't mind what BB's got this time.
I don't mind. I don't really mind either. But I think the lane in particular, like Nisha's lane, is going to be very good versus GPK, right? It's just based off of the matchup. Sniper does great versus puck.
No, for sure. Yeah, you've got to be very careful as the puck. You can die.
And then it comes down to how these other lanes kind of will go. I think this Bloodseeker CM lane is pretty oppressive.
Yeah.
But I think Save can maybe do some like courier snipe shenanigans that we see Saksa do so often.
Sure.
Oh, okay. I can see it for BB. But I do think that they have some nice answers. Like I said, I'm not the biggest Bloodseeker fan, but when in certain scenarios, it becomes that much better. Where it's like yes, Razor was a clear target to Rupture, but this one it's even more clear. This one you literally only have Pure to Rupture. There's pretty much nobody else that you want to go for with it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So
I think the thing for BB team is going to be, it's going to be very important that their Dream Coil Golem plays in the mid game go well. If somehow Liquid is able to sort of outplay and avoid those opportunities, outside of those two spells, like the ultimates, it's not super easy, right, for BB teams to set up a fight. They need those ults.
They do. They absolutely do. That's why I don't really like the Abaddon off lane. You know, because he doesn't set up for anything.
I think they really just felt they needed something to be able to save
some
people.
Defensive thing. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see how it ends up going down. Because again, they also have the issue where it's like the save. He has to run through a blood right in a lot of situations. In the ideal way that they kind of cover like an area, right? They roar a target, they blood right on top of it, and usually running into shield the target that has the roar with the blood right around becomes more difficult. So anyway, lots of theory crafting, lots of random little ones, but let's see how it actually ends up going.
Let's have a look indeed. So just to give you guys a recap on the position of both these teams, BB2 BetBoom yet to win a game. 0-3. Liquid, however, are 2-1. So a win here for Liquid. Put them on 3-1, level with Yakult Brothers and Tundra, which would mean we're going to get a three-way tiebreaker if Liquid wins. So it could be pretty crazy between those three teams, that three-way tiebreaker. But obviously, if BB team are able to get the win and Liquid do suffer the loss, then I believe everything is sorted in this group. So if you're rooting for more Dota, you're going to be rooting for Liquid here. But if you're rooting for a bit of an upset, and at least BetBoom to have a bit of happiness today and get a win, then you're rooting for BetBoom. Let's see you can do it.
I mean, they're on also, if any happiness too, they're on what, a 7-game loss streak.
Yeah, that's true, continuing in from Playground, yeah.
It's pretty rough. It is definitely up there.
Well, let's see.
How well do their heroes contest Ancients too? Because at some point, Saberlight, he's just going to go farm Ancients. They don't really have the greatest ways. I guess Save can just scout it, and they can pick and choose when they look for it, but overall their contest is not the best.
Yeah, no, overall it's sort of like a Warlock enjoyer. How's the overall game? Draft ended up looking for a Warlock this game.
Beast and Clock are annoying. That's for sure. In the mid game, they're very, very annoying because they, I guess not now the new Beastmaster with the way that he's just played with Aghanim, so less, but Clockwork is one of your nightmares. He's actually probably the worst thing you want to play against in most scenarios. And that has actually transcended time forever. It's like, I think Clock was always Warlock's biggest nightmare. All right, let's say they're starting with 3 down here at the moment.
Gonna get them, get the creep wave forced under the tower.
I feel like PA doesn't mind that.
Yeah, you still get the CS here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Dagger to play around always to get the extra last hit, so.
Yeah, hasn't missed one so far.
He should have missed one.
And indeed. Easy CS.
Yep. I think PA is one of the best to CS under tower. Yes, you have to drop your Quelling in some situations to hit a tower, a creep wave. Courier, Save will actually lose his. That's actually unexpected.
And then, yeah, well, this mid lane, you feel there's huge potential for Nisha to cause a lot of issues for GPK.
I think there's issues in the top and the mid lane for the side of BetBoom. I think Mickey is going to pretty much free farm up top also. Your animation is just so much better as a Bloodseeker compared to Abaddon, and then Nisha should free farm in mid. I think that bottom lane is just the X factor where BetBoom could get quite some bit of kills if Saberlight's not careful. And we heard it from Saberlight himself. He likes to or doesn't like to, but he feeds in lane sometimes.
Not pure. Hanging out here under the tier 1 tower.
We'll get a courier. They'll contest the CS behind the tower. But they'll lose a courier out of it. I mean, people are just not being careful.
Talk about tangos. Saberlight's been loaded up on tangos there. He had a couple shared over towards him. And the mid lane. Early signs of, indeed, problems are brewing for GPK.
Nice cogs. Tokyo could be in trouble. He's okay. Secondary cog catches pure. Saberlight getting good farm. So yeah, I mean, 2 lanes that are going to be very dominant for Liquid, and a 3rd lane that, I mean, Saberlight, if he doesn't die in the early schemes of the levels, the first like 3 levels, he should be pretty fine down here as well.
Yeah. I feel, you know, with Boxy by his side on a clock, right, that's a good hero to keep your core safe, right?
Definitely.
Getting past this clock as these 2 heroes is not super easy. So it should be a much safer start for Saberlight this time.
Yeah, top's going to be hard. Hard to pressure Mickey, but also hard to get that extra farm. Because yeah, Insania, he's not even playing for the kill. He's playing actually for the farm in the lane. He's going the 1-0-1 build rather than having the bite. Okay. So you're just spamming to slow their attack speed while also shoving the lane out.
Yeah, I mean, the bite just doesn't feel great, right, against the shield?
No, because they can just remove it. So the Crystal Nova is much more effective, just prevents CS. It is owning, actually. Mickey is 16-8 to the 5-2. I didn't think it was going to be... I knew it was going to be bad, but not that bad.
Yeah, Nisha loving life right now in this mid.
Yep. Save. Let's have the Dispel.
So they can maybe run down Insania.
Might just have him.
And they'll get him. First blood for Miro.
Nicely done. He's got the Orb of Venom. So looking to try to play aggressive up here. Even if he's going to miss a lot of last hits, they could potentially still get some kills on the CM.
I mean, where do things start to get a little better for GPK? Does it, once he's got kind of levels on the nukes, should he be able to set up the wave so that he does keep up in CS, or is it just no?
I mean, usually what you do, I actually should have pointed this out, I'm sorry. Usually what you're doing is the puck, when you're playing like some of these disadvantageous matchups, you're orbing to the bottom right as a Radiant puck to stack your hard camp. And then you usually play off the stack, but they actually block the camp if you see they're on your map.
Oh, Frostbite online. Shield's already been used, so there's not going to be an immediate backup for save. He will be able to pop himself up on the heels, though.
So yeah, Liquid, they already kind of knew. I think they're very on top of the game of knowing how to prevent the catch-up, so they already put the sentry down to block that, you know, that camp that I was talking about for the puck. Fourth unique hero so far here. Cool. Wait, how the hell is Saberlight playing a unique hero? He's playing Beast. Oh, Saberlight.
It's going to be fine. They don't feel like they can dive from quite yet. Top lane. Nearly being able to get Miro.
Okay. So they play Pango Primal Tide. So not the Beast yet.
Bottom.
And speaking of Saberlight, does go down, but Pure.
Can he find any way to get out of this one? He can't. So does die for his efforts diving in under the tower.
Oh, Tokyo. Mickey is dropping low, but he's speedy because of how low this Warlock is. He's actually able to get himself away. And Sanya might not be so lucky. Tons of slow.
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey?
What?
Mickey just...
Oh, no.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you don't do that.
Well, that's how you fix your lane zone. You get Mickey to kill himself.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my God. In-game.
Oh, Mickey. He's got to be careful. He just went straight back in and died.
I'm not sure what he was thinking was going to actually happen. I guess he thought maybe he would get a heal from like a creeper or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that recovers things massively there for...
Yeah, that'll do it for Miro.
Yep.
He's having a great time. He'll be able to start catching up in CS.
Actually having a pretty decent time now. And he's got the corrosion, so he can continue to look to be aggressive. Wow. I cannot believe what we just saw there. It happens to everyone, though. Sometimes you just walk in and die. Foxy. Trying to contest every CS. As Nisha, yeah, continues to dominate. That is a big deal, though. The fact that they're able to get these type of kills stop, that Bloodseeker kill should never happen.
No, it did not need to. Yeah, Mickey goes
CM
back
dying,
in for that.
sure, but the Seeker dying in that scenario, big slip up. Pure gets the heal, he'll be okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Courier goes down too. Mickey will lose his. It's a 2K lead for BBL for those kills and these couriers.
Considering what's going on in mid, you know, that's quite the number to have overall as a team.
This is a heads-up move here too. This might catch Liquid off guard. Save moving down here.
Now Saberlight.
He might just be dead even without Save.
He's in trouble. Saberlight's gone. Pure being healed up by the Shadow Word. They don't respect the power of the heals, and the fact that Save can turn up, help them out, set them up to get likely. There's two of them. Dagger coming in. Hit from Save. Double kill for him.
And look at the clock.
A rotation well done. He's going to try and make his way over towards the Wisdom Room. Nisha and Insania have turned up. Shrapnel's getting laid down. Frostbite's there. They won't be able to get that Wisdom Rune stolen away there. BetBoom and Save will fall.
This is pretty massive. All the things that have gone down, right?
Yep.
Just because of like slight mess-ups there from Liquid, or just, yeah, BetBoom taking advantage of them. But a really nice move bottom. Finding Saberlight, he's 0-2-2. They've got this kill on Mickey. Nisha, of course, having that fantastic start. But yeah, Miro with a very good recovery after only having, what, 5 last hits in the first 3 or 4 waves?
He is chilling massively now. He can get these early items online. He no longer really is any threat of dying against this Bloodseeker, even if a backup comes in.
Yeah.
It's going to take quite a bit to push him out of the lane.
And Tokyo, he's got 4 kills, so if he would like to, he can click his Grimoire and he can drop the Golem whenever he deems necessary. So he has it at the ready as well if there's a fight that kicks off. Things looking much better than I anticipated after that initial start there. Puck, of course, is still going to be suffering, but does have the levels.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, if he's got a Dream Core ready to offer up and be followed up by a Chaotic offering, he can still have impact. Because if Nisha was stepped a little far forward, they might have gone for that.
Can't quite get it. Now the wraparound bottom, they actually have the gank themselves, setting up onto Pure.
Pure. As the Frostbite, Saberlight comes in with the Raw. No chance for the PA.
No. Toronto Tokyo wanted to go for the heads-up play onto mid lane, but instead, now he's actually not bottom to potentially save Pure with the Golem. So a good read there from Liquid as that gold lead disappears again very quickly. Good read from Nisha. If Nisha gets coiled, he's very likely dead.
Yeah, he backed right up there.
Right away. And Tokyo did consume that tome, or his Grimoire.
I could go from there. Still got the 3 of them down here. Liquid.
Who's gonna go for who though?
Save. Wrap it around. Should be a chance for the Golem, and indeed there it goes. Saberlight's gone. They can maybe try and turn for more. Insania and Boxy have to be careful here.
I'm surprised Insania
Pure's
showed
going to get the jump in. They might have just done their best to just let Saberlight die and hide, because now the chase continues. GPK coming in from the side. He's got the Dream Coil laid down. They have to come in with a buyback there from Insania to try and keep their sniper safe. Boxy in with a hook shot. They'll finish off GPK. See if the rest of BetBoom can get out of this. Looks like they'll be able to. So yeah, Insania having to come in with that buyback just to make sure that Nisha didn't get chased down beyond the tower.
Gets the Golem. Great hook shot there from Boxy as the Blood Right is popping, so the silence comes out onto the puck as well, so he can't play himself out. Overcommitment coming out from BB.
Let me see on the Crystal Maiden pro game.
Oh, Miro.
Insania second, and you're on there as well, Fox.
Look at him go. Wait, I was?
Yeah, 13th highest Crystal Maiden pro games.
There we go. I don't know how, after it's been 12 years since I played.
Boxy. Oh, actually, GPK's looking over towards Insania. Won't be able to dive the tower. Boxy very dead. Caught in this little bit of river.
And Miero, a hell of a recovery. He's got the defusal clued up too. All right.
We have seen this variation some of the
right?
times in looking at the sort of plays across the board.
It's 2 different builds, right? It's either you go the Echo Harpoon or you the Defusal Manta, I think, right? Or Defusal Blink Manta, I think some of the games. The Blink is super valuable, so. Cool. He's gotten a lot out of just these early kills that he was able to get top and having the phase corrosion and 044 build. 9-4. And I believe save has now hit 6, so track is online. Nisha, still, of course, the biggest issue that they're going to have to deal with, but.
Oh.
Or.
He's pretty tanky, Toronto Tokyo.
He's got the heal, but not tanky.
There we go. The axe is coming in a second time.
Pure comes down, but there's nobody else, so.
Can't fight back. Saberlight gets away with an easy kill.
Setting up for top. Can they get Mick? No. Mick is fine.
Yeah, why is Insania so poor? Where's his money?
Where is his money? I mean, he bought back.
I guess that'll do it.
I thought he had the boots already. Rough. He did die a lot top, right? He literally walked up and died back to back.
Yeah, 3 deaths on him.
But yeah, that is one of the poorest 5 positions. We're back. This is back when I played. Keep referencing when I played. This is what I looked like when I was Crystal Maiden at 10 minutes. No boots. It wasn't my fault, I swear.
He's nearly got them.
He's nearly there.
Get in that 6. Let him farm these stacks of Freezing Field. Give him something.
Saberlight halfway to Ags. So, I mean, somehow Mickey is the bottom of the course. That is pretty crazy to me.
I mean, I hate to say he deserved it, but he walked in and died. You know, this is the price you have to pay.
Yeah. If you're
Sometimes as a carry, if you mess up in the lane.
If you're going to feed.
Yep.
Yes.
You're going to have to make the recovery. Take the time. And he will. I'm sure we'll see Mickey climb back up to the top.
GPK won't get the rune. Won't get lucky with that one. Nisha claims another one. It's an ace rune. It's close to his Maelstrom as well.
Nice smoke time from BetBoom. They got the combo.
They know that those stacks are being farmed, and it's a juicy one that they can go for.
Can they interrupt this?
They sure can. I mean, do they have Golem ready? It is back up.
Yeah, they do. Oh, Insania.
Not again. Did he get his boots?
He's got the money still for them.
But the whole
this
stack. Can Nisha make it there in time?
Maybe Saberlight can get some still with the axes. He gets a few. Coming in with the rest of the backup, Pure. He'll be able to take most of this stack here. Boxy's in with a hook shot on Miro, but Miro got the borrowed time ready to pop. Holding the skill point here for now.
He didn't even have to use it.
Yeah, he's able to continue to hold it.
Still doesn't have to use it.
And Pure's thinking about going in. There's the Dream Call onto the 2 of them. Pure's ready to make the jump. The Golem comes down. They drop the roll, but it doesn't matter. The 2 of them caught. As GPK finds the perfect catch. The 2 biggest ones there. As Saberlight and Nisha are taken out, they'll look to chase down Boxy. Pure jumping in under the tower. The crit comes in, they'll get him as well. Mickey tries with a rupture, but he can't run into these 4 heroes.
And they're taking everything. I mean, that's all the big creeps, right? I think that was 3 or 4 of the big creeps that they got. Oh. They got a, what, 4-man wipe? It's up to 5K, and I think, I mean, we can click on the fight recap. How many tracks did we get there? 3 tracks coming out from Safe, who was scouting that the whole time. Wow.
The perfect move, and yeah, the power of this combo. You know, Dream Coil, Chaotic Offering, a tale as old as time. It'll do it.
Oh, and this is looking difficult now for Liquid in these next few moments. They need to slow things down a little bit, get that farm, get that Ags finished up for the Beast in particular, but make sure that Mickey can finish up Radiance before we get to one of those moments where, like we saw earlier, like the Radiance came out, what, 20 minutes or something for Ame?
There we go. So the lowest net worth for 15 minutes was 1365 on Grimm's X's Oaken Magi. Lowest on a Crystal Maid's 1549. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens at 15 minutes in. So this, he's on track
just to bully him?
Actually, if he gets a couple of hits, because he's on track to being the lowest net worth CM then, at 15 minutes in. He needs 1 more CS and then he's safe. In this patch.
He'll have it from standard. Actually,
is he going to have 1546 in the next 30 seconds? It's close.
It's going to be very close. It might be on the dot.
Breaking records here in Sonia.
No, he'll be ahead. He'll be ahead.
Is he going to be fine?
He'll be fine.
Is he?
Yeah, he'll be ahead.
Okay, he's going to be fine. It's going to be close, but he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
1546
at the 1447.
Not the lowest net worth CM you will have seen in this patch. The recovery begins now for Insania.
For recovery. And what if he loses some gold here? You're right. Good call, Nox. What if he buys a smoke?
Yeah, if he died in those 10 seconds, he would. But he's clear now. 15 minutes in. He was at least 20 gold ahead of the lowest net worth CM.
But this is huge. PA, top net worth. Bloodseeker, one of the bottom ones. PA's matchup versus Bloodseeker. It can be a little annoying for the PA if you're behind, but the fact that you're ahead like this, it's huge. Yeah. Bloodseeker playing from behind is not the best. But he does have the benefit of having a sniper as a secondary core, but this is the best we've seen BetBoom play here so far. Nisha? No golem at the ready.
Yeah, not quite.
And GPK
seconds
is
away. It was seconds away.
Oh, it just came up.
It was seconds away from being up, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely problematic for Liquid in these next few moments. Until Mickey has, I mean, it really takes the Radiance +1 in most situations, but he's going to need his team to bail him out of these next situations. Because BetBoom feels like they can start to accelerate, take over more and more of the map very soon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
How quickly things exploded, and look at Save.
He's got eyes on Saberlight, yeah.
Save is just on fire with his scouting.
I mean,
maybe it's just these bounties, man. Maybe they just are like, you know what, Tundra's onto something.
Because that's just not a point of the map where you expect to be scouted out, Rise the Beast, walking around this area of Roche.
No, maybe it's like he expected him to like do a sneaky TP through portal to go for a Roche play. I don't know, but either way, Save on fire with his scouting. I think his Vessel's now finished. That's going to help a lot versus the Beastmaster in particular. He's actually on his way to his Force Staff as well. Radiance is done, but it's about 3 minutes slowed down from what he would have ideally wanted.
Yeah, this is, I think, for the average, really, across all the Bloodseeker games, it's only about 16 minutes. Oh. So this is, like, just slightly worse than average, yeah.
Okay.
In terms of timing.
Which, I mean, for average, I don't know. I feel like I looked at it before. Bloodseeker's not doing good at this tournament.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what the win rate is when he gets, like, the average Radiance timing, but indeed, it's probably not great.
Yeah, I'm usually more of a Bloodseeker wants to play ahead and stay ahead. If he's getting behind, it gets kind of complicated for him. 7,000 lead, 14-5 at the 17-minute mark. BetBoom's getting to kind of just sit back and do what they please now. PA has the SNY, so he's got the answer versus the Roar. He's of course got the shield as well. GPK's about to have his blink too, so he's actually surpassed Nisha after the lanes.
A few times we've seen that today, right? These mid matchups, someone can dominate the CS, dominate the mid lane, but when it comes to the playmaking, easy to make a comeback as a mid.
He throws the coil. All right. Didn't expect that he would do that, but you know what? Gets the kill.
They should have gone as well.
They should.
Just to send a message. Bam!
And Miero is... Okay, he's not full. He's doing like both builds in a way, right? A little bit of a hybrid.
I mean, he'll get the diffusal and then the harpoon.
Yeah. Which to me, I actually kind of like better. I don't really like Manta anymore. I feel like it's a thing of the past for the most part.
Yeah,
it works. Like people are gonna get it. Don't get me wrong, but I like Harpoon, Blink, Nullifier.
Yeah, Manta seems kind of dead on this hero right now. Some people still buy it, but
I think people didn't.
People consider now just getting the Ashe and turning it into an S and Y.
I think people didn't read the passive.
I mean, to be fair, I'm looking at these games where people online in the pro tracker buy Manta and they do tend to lose those games.
I don't know. It's just not it's not the same as it once was. The Manta in the past was because you would blink, Manta, silence them, and they would die. Now it's just some damage. So. But yeah, if he's able to do that kind of build this game too, it answers a lot of their problems because the blink is going to be great versus the sniper. If he wants to go down this route, we'll see. Because he's probably going to do Harpoon first. And then Nullifier is the answer for Bloodseeker if he ever gets the Aghanims. So we'll see. Because things have slowed down a lot, and it's benefited BB more than Liquid during this slowdown.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is one of those games where Pure is having no trouble farming
Another one.
to his heart's content.
The high fives are coming out.
Give him another Dream Coil.
BK trolling a little bit. Did they get the track out in time? I believe they did. Cash money.
Now they can look for the Rose Shrine.
They sure can.
Yeah.
They have vision there. Save can scout as well to see if anybody comes through.
Easy peasy Rose Shrine.
Yeah, and it's dead already. Oh, and this game's looking really tough for Liquid, I gotta say.
Could it be here? A win for BetBoom.
This is the one to win.
Yeah. If you lose this game, right, that's
rough.
That's really rough.
Yeah.
You know, BetBoom, they've had some rough games, a lot of rough games today. But this one, if they lose it, it will be the roughest. But they should. This is the position they're in. But Pure's PA, can Liquid really stop that?
I just can't believe how poor. I mean, it doesn't look like it's so much on his net worth overall, but in comparison, how broken Mickey looks to the PA. Because it's just still no BKB done. He did get blessed with Pupil's Gift, so he's very tanky, but he's scouted.
I've got the coil and the golem.
Sure do.
If they want to. There's the coil.
There's the vessel.
But they need to drop the rock. They will. Make sure they get the job done.
Gets the last hit with it.
Can Liquid get anything in return? Save. He's going to get caught by that dust, actually. Boxy able to find him. A little bit of something for Nisha to pick up in return.
He hits hard, though. He gets, like, what? Nisha down to almost half HP just with a shuriken and a vessel. And they have so much... Look at this deep vision, Owen. They have so much vision around here.
He's going for them. He knows there's not a lot they can do about it. They just have to keep running.
He's going for the full, like, I win build. No BKB. He's going for the Satanic, the full greed. Yeah, full ward coverage. One ward in the mid lane, one ward behind the tower. Yeah, they see so much here.
They could try. They could try for the high ground push with his Aegis still. 3 minutes.
Probably not necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they've got a PA in prime position,
There's no
right?
reason, yeah.
No need to throw this one away. Pure with that lead.
I'm kind of shocked that Saberlight really went just all the way BKB rather than the Blink to look for some plays for the team. Because I feel like their mid game has slowed down so much because of that. We'll see if it pays off though, because now he's got the BKB.
I mean, I guess he just wants to build more around just surviving and getting like the axes off rather than like focusing on getting a raw because of the Abaddon.
For sure.
You know what I mean? He doesn't want to go all in on the jump and the raw.
Very, very true. But I feel like there's like he's the playmaker on the team.
Sure.
Right?
It's just hard, right, when this Abaddon's had such a good time.
Yeah.
Like you're never going to be able to deal with the fact that this Abaddon will respond.
Yeah. I just sometimes like I see this and I'm like, he's got a sniper Bloodseeker on his team, right? So they're not going to be playmaking after the game.
Someone's got to go
Someone's
in.
got to. So him having BKB now, maybe it'll help. But yeah, a lot of downtime where BetBoom, it feels like they were able to just play the map as they pleased. And now they've got a gem picked up too for Toronto Tokyo, so looking to control that vision, which they have the advantage of at the moment still. And Pure Satanic, it's pretty much there. He's taking this entire tier 2 pretty much by himself.
I mean, they just don't want to fight right now, Liquid.
No.
Not against this Aegis. It's just too hard. And Nisha really needs that full Mjolnir on top of the BKB before he has any sort of offensive presence in the fights.
So still, 2 minutes left on this, and just, Satanic now finished up after this SNY. About to hit 18. He, of course, got the, the destruction. His damage and survivability is through the roof. And he'll always have to save because he's got the Abaddon behind him for the shields. Toronto Needs a snipe, but he'll be healed.
Pure's in.
Pure just goes in.
I mean, he's got nothing to fear right now with the Aegis and the Satanic on top of it all. He'll stand his ground, trying to heal up. He'll fall, but the Aegis is going to be there. He does have the coverage
There's a roar, but
of the
there's a shield.
Golem. They could drop a Golem if they need to try and keep him safe. He's able to jump back. In fact, he's considering maybe jumping back in. There's going to be a bit of temptation there.
I was thinking about it.
But he'll hold back. Wait, at least for the Satanic to come back off cooldown. GPK's in.
So much damage now with the Parasma. Parasma plus Grove Bow. He's actually just chunking them down every time he goes in. Nisha, patient with his BKB, but the other heroes did use it. Mikke and Saberlights are down. They get caught by anything, they're likely just dead. But Pure, he'll back up, though. Force some reaction, and the lead just continues to grow.
What's he going for with his hammer? Does he need the BKB, or is he going for some like Deso or Basher? Like, can he... Okay, he's queued up the full BKB now. I think with that hammer queued up, he was contemplating. He's like, can I get away without the BKB this game?
I didn't really want him to go too pretty. I like the BKB. Tokyo, he gets caught. He's getting ping-ponged.
He's healing a bit with the Shadow Word, but not enough to save him. Saberlight gets the double, and now can turn towards chasing down Miro.
Miro, can he play himself out of this?
These are big kills for Liquid to find. And Miro's going to try for the TP out, but he gets rooted.
Massive kills.
Ooh, yeah, indeed. A triple kill for Saberlight, just like that. A little bit of a big bit of a slip up from BetBoom.
Massive one, honestly.
They just hand over 3 kills.
In a kind of weird way, too. The way they're disengaging, they stood together. And they just got double hook-shotted into silenced. So not respecting Liquid when they don't have their PA, and they get punished for it. 5,000 gold swing.
Oh, Mikke. Being watched by Save, but not really too much Save can do. I mean, they've hit him with the scan, so they know Save's here. I mean, Save's going to reveal himself anyway. He's definitely dead.
Another kill.
Okay, little bit of a slip up. Continuing here from BetBoom. You got to be careful what you give Liquid.
And Blink's done now for Saberlight, so the BKB definitely paid off that he got that one first. Bottom, going for a solo play again here. He's getting ping-ponged around. Can he finish him off? He should. Good play there from GPK.
And they're all back up though. Yeah, they can look to try and go for another smoke move, or just try and set up the map in preparation for the next Roshan.
How long is that timer? It's what, about 2 minutes until we do see it. And there's that BKB. So Pure has a lot of different ways to kind of play defensively.
It does.
Too, with the ABBA behind him too.
Exactly, yeah. If Miro's around, this PA should not die.
And let's see which one he did. Yeah, it's so interesting. I love it. You know, we were talking about the PA talents in the car the other day, how every PA goes these talents, except for Duracho.
Except for Duracho.
Duracho goes
the dagger talents, yeah. It is, everyone else, it's always these ones. And obviously, it works for Duracho. You know, his PA, it's winning tournaments. It's doing fantastic.
Not the earlier one, but
not today. It didn't work today, but. Indeed, everyone else will go for these ones.
Liquid, the roar, can they get it off?
Pure's going to put the BKB. Saberlight still opts to try and hold him back with the roar, but the Aphotic shield's out. Pure's going to back out of the fight for now. Looks like they don't want to try and take this one, BetBoom. They want to run. Assassinate, coming in onto Miro, get the shield out. Pure jumps back in, cleans up Boxy.
Miro.
Mikke's going to continue to chase. They're in on a Miro. Miro's going to get taken out. Pure will jump back in. Mikke's in with the BKB. He's in on top of Toronto Tokyo. That's going to be the Warlock gone. And now they can try and maybe chase some more. As Mikke looks to go straight towards GPK, but GPK is able to jump out with the illusory orb. Liquid, again though, they're taking these fights. They're making it work.
Yep, Saberlight just immediately jumping in with the gem that they stole before too. They have the vision advantage. It takes a second for him to get the roar. It gets dispelled almost immediately, but they force... It's like panic, really, from BetBoom, how they use their spells. They didn't have GPK at the start of it, and then everyone popped everything at the same time. It was BKB, Satanic popped, while Miro also used his ulti on Abaddon. Just everything used pretty much immediately. Liquid
is concerning.
Striking back.
BetBoom, they've had this decent gold lead, but they're losing these moves against Liquid.
It was a pretty... it got to, 13,000 gold lead, I believe, at some point? Yeah, 13,000 gold lead at the max.
I mean, and at this point, Mikke, he's pretty much got the Ag. Yeah, he's got the Ags. So that timing's there. He's got the BKB Radiance Ags.
He's actually gotten to his main timing.
This is the point where, Bloodseeker starts to become almost unkillable in these team fights if he gets to sort of duck and dive and choose the right time to commit, and he doesn't get blown up at the start.
Yeah,
this Bloodseeker's going to be a nightmare for BB to deal with unless they can set things up for Pure to get in, jump, and try and look to burst through him. It's not going to be easy, though. They can play these fights pretty simply now.
They need to have better synergy. Like, they didn't have GPK at the start of the fight, and I think that caused them to just be in full panic mode when Saberlight jumped in, so... See how they approach the next one. Pure, he's going to go for the Nullifier next, playing versus the Ags on the Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Golem still cool down 60 seconds.
They want to try and do something, though, with a potential Roche coming into play. Still going to be 2 minutes until the respawn.
They still have that ward placed down from earlier.
Sure.
Moxie scouting.
Oh, Pure's going to make the jump forward, clearing out the creep wave. Saberlight's in with the Raw. They need to try and bail Pure out of this. He's going to get shielded up. They're back off for now. Mirror's going to get caught the front lines. Pure jumps back in to finish off Boxy, but now Mickey's ready with the BKB. The BKB's from BetBoom coming to an end.
Mickey.
Freezing Field coming in from Insane here. Finally, he'll get burst through. This time, BetBoom, they'll clean up the kills.
Nisha.
And Pure, he's ready to make the jump over towards him. Nisha knocks him back with the grenade, pops the BKB.
Miss.
Stands his ground. Pure's hesitant about trying to commit for more. Respects the fact that the buybacks have come out from both supports of Liquid. Doesn't want to try and chase on.
They strike back this time on BB. Even though it looks like Liquid's maybe getting on top of them, they have this upheaval. The Warlock's in a good position. It looked a little scary there, even for Mickey.
Now they want to try and see if they can make a further jump. Save leading forward.
No BKBs on the side of Liquid.
Mickey's got to be careful here. They get the gap close on towards Nisha. Nisha will get knocked back. He's going to try for a TP out, and it will allow him to get away. They didn't have anything else to put a stop to it. BetBoom, they're locked towards the supports instead. They'll be able to get the catch on towards Boxy. Save wants to try and see if he can manage to find Mickey as well. Gets the Shuriken in. Thinking about diving into the coil, it's going to be off the mark, but still they might get him. The dagger's in. Pure wants to dive this. A buyback is going to be coming out there from Saberlight. Pure, he doesn't care. He's diving in. They desperately want Mickey, but they're not being able to get him. Mickey's back to the fountain. The roar from Saberlight comes out onto Pure. Pure, he'll look to stand his ground. No, he's going to jump back in over towards Mickey. The crit comes in. Pure
with the
comes
satanic.
down Mickey. They turn towards Saberlight. They're pulling Liquid right back up to the fountain. Pure is going to get caught with a frostbite. Assassinate coming in.
Base.
He needs somebody to get out. He's going to go for the TP out, but the frostbite's going to be there to put a stop to it. Pure, he goes down. Nisha, he's holding. The frostbite is there as well on towards GPK. They get themselves the puck kill as well.
Oh my god.
They may have dove a little bit too far. They kind of get away with it. They force out a buyback from Saberlight. Pure's able to pick up some action, but at the end of it all, Nisha does get quite a bit of a cleanup.
He does, all because he's able to get that quick finger TP out up top at what, 10% HP
that was
or
a great
less?
call for him to immediately just bail out of that fight. And there we go. I mean, that's got to be the play of the day there, folks. That was from Nisha with that escape. The production. Play of the day. There we go. Okay, that was not the play of the day. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. You can vote for the play of the day. You don't need to listen to what I say the play of the day is. Go over to Blast TV, vote for your play of the day.
That could be one of them, though.
That could be one of them. Absolutely could be one. That's a nominee right there. But go and check out the Blast website. They've got some great stuff over there. They've got some fantasy league. You can get your heroes, your players picked for the upcoming playoffs. And indeed, you can have impact on our broadcast. Go vote for the play of the day. Something really cool will happen with it, I promise. So go and do that vote right now. Vote for your play of the day.
Look at Nisha go. He's got backup of Mickey. There's still no PA or puck.
Let's have a look. So we get any more play of the day contenders this game? Oh, that could be play of the day.
That could be the
If you like that, you could vote for that as play of the day. This could be play of the day. Gets through the twin gate. Anything could be play of the day. Anything's possible.
Will he TP out in time? Solar Crest is up. No, doesn't use anything.
Yeah, that's not play of the day.
No. Now the team, though, respawning. Tokyo has buyback.
Oh,
that is quite the TP by Pure.
Whoa. I mean, trying to Tokyo, he was panicking there as well. He's like, I got to buy back if you're going to TP in like that.
Oh my goodness, this game is delivering on every front. The dives, the clowniness, 26-18.
Oh.
Liquid.
Now that nullifier, of course, from Pure is going to be pretty huge.
It is.
Against the Bloodseeker.
Miro. Did Miro just get the blink, or did he have it just before? I think he just got it.
He just got it right. He gets it.
And that's big. So that he actually has range to potentially catch up to his puck and PA, who are playing thousands of yards ahead of him.
Also, he's got Golems back up in a couple of seconds.
They are.
And Borrowed Time's going to be there for Miro and 10. So they want to fight here.
Yep.
Liquid, of course, they also have all their ultimates online as well. They also scout out Roshan as well with the ball. Roshan is up. I mean, they could... BB could probably just brute force Roshan, or you think that's too risky?
They might look for just an instant jump kill, depending on what Save sees.
Let's have a look, see what Save can find here for the boys.
But speaking of Save, he does walk right into Save like, Now they can back up and probably go for that Roche. They got some information, they forced the Beastmaster to blink away, now they get it in time.
Yeah, I think, Liquid not going to be able to make the move over here. Or, I mean, can they get it quick enough? No. Well, we've got the Dagon now online here for
GPK.
For Mickey.
He's actually kind of just messing with them, forcing some spells, and there's that rush finished up. Aegis.
Yeah, you don't want to head down there anymore now if you're Liquid. You are out.
Mickey. He did show that he was in the area with that blood right, but they can't catch him. Are you looking up if the Dagon's the normal build?
Yeah, I mean
it's with
the spell amp, burst, the sustain.
Yeah, because you're playing on your your blood rage spell amp with the 10 talent. As well, so you're kind of just
gives you that burst.
You're getting a big burst heal as well if you get off of it.
But
and
it isn't something that all the Bloodseekers are doing right. No.
It's an interesting approach though in order to play with the barrier, right? If you can get these crazy heals and pump your barrier,
sure,
it can make you pretty much unkillable. But of course, there will be the nullifier if there's no BKB. And now playing into an Aegis for 4 minutes. Also looking at some of these neutral items. Didn't get to talk about them because it got a little chaotic there, but Paladin Sword was claimed by PA. Double Defiant Shells on the Mirror and Abaddon, and then we see. It's all about armor, right? That's all they're focusing on.
And I guess the thing is, as well, with the amped up, and once you got like the Dagon leveled up, well, at the moment he's opting to go back for the Shadow Blade. It is that burst that's also able to maybe catch an Abaddon off guard, right? And kind of get him around the proc to borrowed time, or does that not really happen?
That's a tough one.
Okay.
That's a tough one to get.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so. I think it's more just about being able to get that instant burst heal and instant burst shield in order to be able to continue in the fight.
Well, let's see. Some good old Dagon action.
Yeah, instant burst kill, like when someone's low, and then you get the heal off.
Yeah, to follow up on the roll.
Nisha has MKB, and he has been, has a lot of games for them. The Rock. He's only died once, similar to his Pango.
That's pretty great in this sort of game when there's a lot of things that could be dropped down on the sniper.
Yeah. So MKB, that's going to be pretty huge for him to deal with Pure. They have to find Nisha. He's probably the biggest priority kill now.
100%. They just had to throw everything down onto him.
Yeah.
Coil, Golem, PA jumping in.
I feel like the Bloodseeker's actually... he's still a threat, but I would feel like the Sniper is way more so at this point. 3 minutes left on Aegis. Almost 25 on Pure.
GPK.
He's got a Lincoln's now, so a bit safer. They've got at least a single protection versus War Rupture.
GPK, yeah.
Getting some info. They've got great position on lanes right now, side of BetBoom. They've forced pretty much all 3 of them in.
How important is it for BetBoom to try and force high ground with this Aegis?
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's like super important, but they probably want to just use it somehow, right? And just keeping Liquid stuck inside the base, is definitely a good move. And there is a gem on Liquid which helps them a lot because of this, but they can play this double friendly shadows where they put the PA plus the bounty invis, maybe even a third hero, and they can just sit right outside waiting for someone to go, and then they can jump them. It's pretty interesting. And there's the jump.
They're making the jump on him. Mickey has what the BKB. They're going to go. Push back on a Pure. He's gotten the once. The Ace just lost very quickly.
He used Satanic.
So he was able to jump out of this. The BKB's there, but the Roar's ready and waiting for him. Amira comes in with the Aphotic Shield. Gives Pure the safety to be able to jump over towards Boxy. Cleans up the clock with the crit. It's going to be Boxy out of the game.
His BKB goes down. Banner has been used as well. They'll be able to quickly clean that one up.
Okay.
These Force Staffs are very fast from Liquid. The second Mickey gets jumped, second he turns away, the Force comes out and he gets himself in a safe position.
If you're Liquid there, you kind of okay trading Clock's life for an Aegis?
Oh, how many was the Sniper BKB used also? It was. So I think they used all 3 BKBs is the one issue. As long as they're careful in the next 60 seconds, it's fine.
I'll save.
Whoa.
Do they sense he's around here? They do. They see him. Won't be able to get away. Sneaking around in the trees.
He was playing a bit cocky up there. Probably just trying to scout for his team, but ends up getting punished for it.
And how are you playing with this next item slot? Were you selling the treads for the Basher? What are you getting rid of? Are you just getting rid of the Battle Fury? How do you get this Basher in?
I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah. Might just have to be one of those two. It's not like you want to get rid of either one of the other ones. So.
No.
We'll have to see how his item management goes, as Mickey does not really have to item manage too much. He's starting to get his levels. He's got the 20. He's going to go for Shivas next.
He's cruising.
He's pretty much got it done. It's very close to being finished. Looks like double Shivas are going to be online. That's okay.
It really does feel so that just the combination that Liquid's going to have between this Bloodseeker being on the front lines and Nisha laying down the damage, it's not going to be easy for BB team to fight against, even though they have this 12k lead, right?
No. It'll be
it's a lot on Pure.
Yes.
The way Pure jumps in and out of these fights and goes target to target, it has to be flawless.
And if Miro is actually able to do something besides just blink shielding his ally, because then it's like, why did he go for this build entirely? Why didn't he just go Aghanims? Because I feel like I haven't seen him use the Harpoon yet. He has to either start to get a little bit more lifting besides just getting an aphotic shield, or adapt to the build, which he is adapting. I see he's queued up the Ags next, so I don't blame him for that at all.
Yeah, I think it can work to just go all in on making sure that Pure
goes
lives and is able to play this game.
I mean, at some point, too, GPK is going to start to become very threatening. I think he's level 22 soon.
Yeah.
And he's going to have Aghanims, so it's going to start to get to that point where he is terrifying. And he got Timeless Relic, so he did get blessed with the best neutral item. So still quite a bit to gain. So quite a bit of growth on the side of BetBoom, too. It's all up to execution, though. See if they can find this wrap. It's 12k lead still for them, but...
Yeah, Liquid, they're coming pretty deep out of the base.
Liquid has... Especially if they're on any type of like high ground advantage, it's always like that, right? With Sniper.
Sure.
They're going to have a good position for it. But if they're caught on low ground... What do you end up replacing because he bought the item?
We're not seeing quite yet.
Right.
Whatever he sells, he's going to have the money basically for the full Abyssal.
So it's probably the treads then. I would imagine.
I would imagine so, right? He's just going to play with that little less movement speed.
He has to pretty much just insta-kill the target during the Abyssal Blade,
yeah.
then. The initial one that he wants. If that's the approach he goes for.
Does, of course, mean he's spending up. Sure, they've got still a row of tier 2s to fall back on, but if Pure goes down, he's not going to have a way back into the game.
We've had a lot of games where a lack of a buyback or a buyback
it can be risky.
It can be the call. Yeah, can't just end it.
And it's not like Liquid push slow. I can push pretty quick around Saberlight's Beastmaster.
He committed. Okay, so he spent his gold. And let's see what they do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, it's the treads.
Now Liquid. They're looking to go around Pure. He's going to make the jump through first. He goes in with the Abyssal Blade. He's trying to burst through Saberlight with the crits coming out. Can they kill Saberlight in time? They
He's
can.
gone.
They've taken the Beastmaster threat out of the fight. Silence comes in onto Pure, but Pure gets it removed by the Aphotic Shield from Miro. Jumps in over the wall. They take Mickey down. This is going to be BetBoom's fight for sure. Insania lays down a freezing field, but the cleanup continues for Pure. Triple kill for him. Beautiful jump and a great reveal of that Abyssal Blade. Of course, with the way he saved up his money, they didn't expect that at all. They see his inventory pretty much full beforehand. He gets that delivery, comes in, and he knows the key target. Just get on this beast, burst him. It's close, but they do it. They burst through the beast, and then Mickey gets dealt with. And with 4 heroes dead, the map's just opened up for them to head up to the high ground.
Miero on point with his shield, but I didn't even see a roar. I think Saberlight just was like running around panic in situation. He couldn't even get the roar off. Not even throwing it onto Pure, but also being like, oh my god, it's gonna get dispelled anyway, so.
I don't know, but they have no buybacks themselves. Talking about the lack of buybacks, only Boxy has it.
Pure.
It's up to Boxy and Nisha to try and hold back this push.
What a reveal of the Abyssal, jumping in again.
Yep. I mean, they've got this. They're onto the Ancient. I mean, can these two push the entirety of BetBoom back? Nisha's trying his best. But the Ancient are
it's going down.
They're closing it up. No buybacks available on Saberlight or Mickey. This one's over. BetBoom, they get the win finally here in the group stage.
No tiebreakers. They've ruined it for everybody. No extra Dota for all of us.
At least in this group.
In this group. Sorry, you're right. What a way to do it, though. And when they needed it the most, kind of in a way, sure, they wouldn't be out, but in a way that they do it to bring some confidence back to themselves. Nicely done. And they kind of just took Tundra's draft, right? It's a bit what we've seen from Tundra in a lot of situations, and they made it look pretty good. I feel like Liquid faltered a lot in the early game. They made some decent comeback, but overall, great decision-making coming from Pure.
It really was. He came in clutch at the end, bringing that Abyssal in, making that jump onto Saberlight, and just, causing that sort of state of panic as it must have been, in which Saberlight just wasn't able to make his play happen, wasn't able to get the roar off and sort of on target in that last play. Yeah, BetBoom, it finally comes together for them here in this game, so they won't at least be ending the group stage with no wins. They do get the win. I mean, looking at the, what do you think was the difference here in this game? Why did this work out in terms of something that hasn't been working out for BetBoom in all the other games so far this group?
I mean, I think this draft, it synergizes very well, but I think they were actually just on point with the way that they played as a team. You know, some of these games I saw them, they're just all over the place. This one, Miero, how many roars did he remove? 3, 4 roars? He was very on point with that. It did work.
They needed that saving off lane, and it absolutely worked out here.
Save overall, like in that early game, he did wonders getting these kills top, getting Miero back into the lane after the first like 4 waves were terrible. And then he scouts the Ancient. So I feel like everything just kind of, it looked like BetBoom of the past a little bit here. Sure, some mess ups here and there, but Save did his craziness as his 4 position where he does a ton of work with just a little bit. And then, yeah, Pure just did his Pure thing.
And here we go.
That's cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, group result there. Tundra and Yakult ending up at the top, Liquid in the middle, and BB Team and Talon on the bottom 2. And of course, those positions will result in what stage of the playoffs those teams will get slotted into. So the teams, of course, that did better will get to skip through to like the deeper parts of the playoff stage, the quarterfinals, the semifinals. Those at the bottom, they'll have to start playing things through from round 1 in that next stage. And of course, that was just Group A. I believe Group B is probably still going on, unless they had 2 crazy stomps. We'll actually be able to look at the state of Group B right now and see what the results have been so far. So over there, Nigma Galaxy
there
up
we go,
at the top. And also, you know, Gaming Gladiators had a bit of a rough time last week, but coming in on this tournament hot, 3-1. So those 2 at the moment are holding on to those top 2 spots. Still games to be played, and by the looks of it, that last game being played is Falcons versus Paravision, which is either about to go on or going on right now over on the other stream. So you can go check that out. And indeed, whilst we didn't get more Dota here, more tiebreakers here, over on that stream, if Falcons get the win in this last game of the Group B, there will be that 3-way tiebreaker. So if you're a Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, or Nigma fan, you could be in for quite a treat tonight with the 3-way tiebreakers. So go check that out. Go and root for Falcons if you want to see that tiebreaker happen. Or go give Paravision some help. They looked pretty strong last week, but so far from them, not the start they would have wanted. 1 and 2 so far today from Paravision.
Yeah, I mean, pretty interesting stuff I feel like we got to see today. My hate for Bloodseeker got validated a little bit,
true,
I think.
from what we saw.
Yep. I mean, I think Mickey, of course, the mistakes definitely hurt him a lot this game. I think that top play, in particular, when he killed himself, I think that kind of makes a snowball factor happen where Miro gets some blah, blah, blah. We can talk about that. But yeah, overall, I got to learn a good amount today, I feel like, because I got to see a lot of Fissure. I haven't been able to cast, I didn't cast for like 2 months, but being able to see all this, a lot of information being given. And some heroes that looked really bad even a month ago are looking pretty good. Like the Warlock, I haven't think in particular, but this hero was good. People just weren't playing it well, and people are learning a lot. It's cool. It's cool to see a patch that's been stagnant now have adaptation.
Yeah, we've had some crazy games today, and as I say, as crazy as the games have been over on this Group A, they must have been even crazier on Group B because the Dota's still going with that last game from Falcons and Paravision. I believe we're going to be able to check in, of course, off the back of this series to have a bit of a winners interview with Save from BetBoom. Let's see what he has to say.
I got Save next to me. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I know it's been a rough day for you guys, so I guess as much as you can, talk me through maybe some of the issues you're facing in this best-of-1 group stage.
I mean, we're just playing very bad. We play here with stands in, even though we're trying our best. Yeah, it feels like, it's really hard to play,
We've been watching some of your games, obviously, and I guess from one support to another, I want to know how you can play a game where you try and help a core back into it, whether it's an off laner, a mid laner, or a carry. What can you do as a support to try and enable them?
I mean, just casual support stuff. I mean, it depends on the game. I mean, if you're winning, you try to make games for your cores. If they have a bad game, you try to make all the conditions on the map for them to come back. I mean.
And how would you rate right now the position for meta, or specifically the invis heroes with the Bounties, the Rickies, and the Nicks?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's probably pretty good. This meta came from the finals of the previous tournament. They started playing Bounty and Ricky. Yeah, I mean, I just played Bounty, I guess. Maybe normal hero, yeah.
Would you say it's like one of your favorite position for metas, what's going on right now, or has there been another one in the past you've enjoyed more?
Yeah, maybe I enjoyed in the past, where I played some bad Marita. Maybe it was better, but I don't care. Maybe I can play this too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play the Muerta today. I also do know that I got a little bit of special information that today, it is your birthday, is it not?
Yeah.
You have a bit of a smile about it. Well, look, your team has been so generous. They bought you a cake. Happy birthday. Do you want a Dota wish out there for everyone to know?
Dota wish?
Yep. Or any.
I don't know. I just want to play good and win something,
Win a little bit more. I like it. That's a good Dota wish. Save. Happy birthday again, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.